Chapter 1. Ugia Dimulviosa. Ugh. Still not working. It seems impossible to master the levitation charm without a wand before we depart. I shall practice in the dreamscape tonight. In the elegantly adorned bedroom, a handsome young lad muttered incantations, his expression gradually turning regretful. At that moment, a melodious female voice rang out from outside. "Hey, Zhang Hao, hurry up. We need to get a Diagon alley early to exchange some galleons." Zhang Hao is indeed the name of the youth. He replied helplessly, "All right, cousin, just give me a minute." A minute later, his cousin urged again, "Zhang Hao, come eat. We truly have no time." Zhang Hao emerged from his room, lazily stating, "I say, cousin, you can't possibly be eager to see your boyfriend, can you? I must remind you, no matter how anxious you are, it won't make a difference. The Hogwarts Express won't leave a second earlier for you." His cousin retorted with irritation, "What nonsense are you spouting? I do not have a boyfriend." "Oh." Zhang Hao elongated the vowel, as if a revelation had struck him, and astutely remarked, "If you're not in a rush to see a boyfriend, then it must be that you're eager to go shopping and want me to foot the bill." Upon hearing this, his cousin, who was tidying up the dishes, instantly flushed crimson. She protested, "Nonsense. I simply want to take you around London. After all, you've just arrived." Zhang Hao shook his head in resignation, choosing not to continue teasing her. He gracefully seated himself at the dining table and began to partake in her rather dubious culinary creations. While he was eating, his cousin suddenly expressed concern. "Zhang Hao, you're going to Hogwarts to study magic. Is there someone managing your company? Please don't go bankrupt. Otherwise, I won't have the funds to buy the clothes I like." Zhang Hao retorted, "Indeed, you're still fixated on my wallet? Rest assured, my company is managed by top-notch professionals. Making a decent profit, it will definitely not go bankrupt." His cousin beamed, "That's splendid. I heard you established all your companies yourself? You're only 11. Truly a genius." Zhang Hao was somewhat non-committal, achieving so much at the tender age of 11 surely surpassed mere genius. With this thought, Zhang Hao couldn't help but reminisce about his extraordinary experiences. 11 years ago, a different Zhang Hao from another world had traversed into the ordinary life of a family in 1980s China. Coincidentally, this family also bore the Zhang surname. Even more remarkably, his name remained unchanged. Who hasn't had regrets in life? Few would dislike the notion of reincarnation. Zhang Hao was no exception for him. Rebirth was nothing short of a delightful surprise. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that he possessed a golden finger. A mysterious dreamscape that could be accessed at night. In this enigmatic realm, time flowed 100 times faster than reality, allowing one day to equate to 100 days. Moreover, within this dreamscape, one could do as they pleased, manifesting anything. Reading, conducting research, honing talents. Leveraging the myriad capabilities of the dreamscape, Zhang Hao had mastered various practical disciplines, including literature, mathematics, music, painting, English, programming, and more, all within a mere 11 years. He had composed theme songs for several television series and penned songs for numerous popular film stars, swiftly amassing initial capital. Subsequently, with his exceptional programming skills, he developed a series of internet cash cows, including HQ Social Software, the massively popular online game Legend, and the hottest platform for literature. Unabashedly speaking, he had claimed half of the domestic and international internet market. Thereafter, he consolidated all his enterprises to establish the Ritian Group, ascending to the position of the richest man in China. On that day, media outlets around the world heralded him as the miracle boy. Many even predicted that he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the world. Yet, at the height of this attention, a letter unveiled a new world to him. Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Hao Zhang, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We shall await your owl with your reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Upon receiving this letter, Zhang Hao could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He could not fathom why the distant Hogwarts would send an acceptance letter to the richest man in China. Although the architect of this world did not explicitly state it, Zhang Hao speculated that surely there were over 200,000 wizards in China. With such a multitude of wizards, could there be no Ministry of Magic or magical schools? Why did they not send me an acceptance letter? This question lingered in Zhang Hao's mind, and after much contemplation, he could only dismiss it. Aside from his lingering doubts, Zhang Hao was genuinely thrilled. How wonderful it would be to learn magic. Who wouldn't wish to study the arcane arts? Furthermore, magic possesses wondrous powers, even the potential for immortality. What to do with wealth? Naturally, one would seek to prolong life. To die having never enjoyed one's riches would be utterly disheartening. Having lived once before, Zhang Hao understood this sentiment all too well. Yet in this era, while wealth could afford longevity, it could not guarantee immortality. Desiring eternal life, one must rely on supernatural powers. In such circumstances, Hogwarts' invitation was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. Moreover, the prospect of learning magic presented a refreshing challenge for Zhang Hao, whose life had grown increasingly dull. He eagerly sought to share his joy with his family, only to find his parents unusually nonchalant. "This is it. Go find your cousin Zhang Xiao in London. She's also studying at Hogwarts." Indeed, the aforementioned cousin was none other than the enchanting Zhang Xiao from Harry Potter. At that moment, Zhang Hao realized that the family he had immersed himself in was far from ordinary. Regardless, Zhang Hao finally had a new pursuit. He arrived in London ahead of time and found his cousin Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao's parents were both wizards, reportedly working in the English Ministry of Magic, although their monthly salary was not particularly high. The three of them lived in a modest apartment, the conditions neither exceptionally good nor bad. Zhang Xiao's family treated Zhang Hao exceptionally well, yet he felt too embarrassed to trouble them. Thus, he purchased a villa in the suburbs and employed some servants to manage it. Once settled, Zhang Hao borrowed some magical books from Zhang Xiao and began to self-study magic. As of today, Zhang Hao had learned several practical spells, thanks to the conveniences provided by the mysterious dreamscape. Lacking a wand, he could only practice wandless magic. This was inherently challenging, necessitating even more time and effort. Earlier in his bedroom, he had been attempting to master the levitation charm without a wand. Unfortunately, it appeared he was still falling short. "Zhang Hao, hurry up and eat. Is my cooking to your liking?" Zhang Xiao seemed utterly disinterested in the meal, evidently having cooked merely to coax Zhang Hao into skipping breakfast. Zhang Hao had already seen through this cunning cousin of his. As someone who pursued a quality lifestyle, how could he tolerate such indignity? He slowly replied, "Cousin, your culinary skills leave much to be desired. Allow me to show you how it's done." Zhang Xiao, looking bewildered, asked, "You can cook?" Zhang Hao smirked. "What's so difficult about cooking? Just wait and see." Zhang Xiao quickly interjected, "My dear cousin, let's head to Diagon Alley first. Once we arrive, it'll treat you to a grand meal, all right?" Zhang Hao rolled his eyes, replying, "You promised me a feast, but it turns out I'm still expected to pay. How devious." Having her intentions unveiled, Zhang Xiao indignantly shot back, "Zhang Hao, you brat. Don't expect me to have your back at Hogwarts." Half an hour later, Zhang Xiao pitifully implored, "Cousin, could you make a little more? I still want to eat." Zhang Hao's skills certainly included culinary arts, to put it bluntly. His cooking could rival that of a state banquet chef. Winning someone over with his culinary prowess was merely a basic maneuver. However, faced with Zhang Xiao's request, Zhang Hao unceremoniously declined. He found it puzzling why the originally gentle, charming, and gracious girl from the text would transform into such a cunning and amusing character in reality. With this thought, he could no longer contain himself, directly pointing at her graceful figure and chastising, "I say, dear cousin, if you keep eating like this, your figure will inevitably change. Now, you ought to take me to Diagon Alley." Zhang Xiao felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, yet recalling the lingering taste in her mouth, she could not help but plead again. The outcome was predictable. The magic-obsessed Zhang Hao would certainly not acquiesce to any unreasonable demands. In the end, Zhang Xiao could only harbor resentment as she led Zhang Hao to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley, the most prosperous commercial street in the British magical world, was home to flagship stores of numerous premier brands from the magical realm. It is concealed within a small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, invisible to the muggles of London, accessible only by tapping a specific brick in the wall next to the rubbish bin with a wand. Clearly, an aspiring wizard like Zhang Hao, who lacks even a wand, would be utterly incapable of entering Diagon Alley without guidance. Even an experienced individual like Zhang Xiao appeared somewhat flummoxed before this wall. She attempted to cast her wand on the designated bricks in the order she remembered. Yet, nothing transpired. Zhang Hao's expression gradually turned peculiar as he observed Zhang Xiao's repeated attempts, unable to restrain himself from saying, "I say, cousin, perhaps you should seek assistance from someone you know? Surely there are seniors in the leaky cauldron whom you recognize?" Zhang Xiao brushed her bangs aside, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "No need. I just need to try once more. Trust me." Zhang Hao shrugged in resignation, allowing Zhang Xiao to continue her performance. He began to harbor doubts. Aren't all Ravenclaw students supposed to be academic elites? Why then did his cousin seem to falter so drastically? At that moment, another pair arrived at the courtyard. Turning around, Zhang Hao beheld a towering figure, taller than even an NBA giant, ushering in a frail boy. These two were none other than Harry Potter and Hagrid. Harry, evidently visiting for the first time, appeared curious about everything around him. Hagrid, taken aback by the sight of someone blocked here, kindly inquired, "Hey there, kids. Are you encountering some difficulties?" Zhang Hao responded fluently in English, "Yes, sir. We are obstructed by this wall. Could you assist us?" Though merely 11 years old, Harry seemed rather reserved, while Zhang Hao exuded a sense of poise. His immense wealth, extensive survival skills, and complex life experiences combined to grant Zhang Hao an unparalleled aura. Though he was making a request, there was an undeniable air of authority about him. Harry, upon first encountering Zhang Hao, felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority welling up within him, gazing at Zhang Hao with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Even Hagrid appeared slightly flustered, hastily saying, "Oh, no problem at all. Leave this to me." With an outsider present, Zhang Xiao suddenly transformed, abandoning her futile attempts and gracefully stating, "I apologize. I simply forgot how to open the door." Hagrid chuckled heartily. That's quite normal. This door can indeed be troublesome. A few more tries, and you'll get the hang of it. Let me take care of this one." With Hagrid, the seasoned guide, leading the way, Zhang Hao was finally able to enter Diagon Alley. Coincidentally, Harry too was headed to Gringotts to withdraw some money, and the group decided to proceed together. Gringotts was an imposing white structure, with its first entrance featuring a gleaming bronze door manned by goblin guards clad in scarlet and gold uniforms. These goblin guards were formidable wizards in their own right. Yet to Zhang Hao, their symbolic significance seemed to outweigh their actual prowess. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been instances of theft occurring. The second door of Gringotts was forged from silver, inscribed with the following words: "Stranger, you may enter, but beware of the fate that awaits the greedy. To take without toil shall incur the gravest punishment. Therefore, if you seek to remove a portion of wealth that does not belong to you, thief, you have been forewarned. Beware, for what you summon may not be treasure, but retribution." Despite the substantial grammatical differences between Chinese and English, Zhang Hao found these words oddly phrased, feeling compelled to silently critique. No wonder the Goblin Rebellion failed. Such a level of cultural sophistication simply doesn't allow for success. Upon passing through the second door, they were greeted by a spacious and well-lit hall. Approximately 100 goblins were busily working behind a long counter. Some were recording transactions in hefty ledgers with quills, others weighed coins on scales, and some examined gemstones through magnifying glasses. In short, everything the goblins engaged in revolved around wealth. Zhang Hao merely cast a glance before retracting his gaze. Concurrently, he approached the main counter at the far end. The goblins behind the counter remained engrossed in their tasks, seemingly oblivious to the presence of newcomers. Hagrid cleared his throat and addressed a goblin who appeared less occupied. "Good morning. Would like to withdraw some money from Harry Potter's vault." The goblin lifted his head, scrutinized Hagrid and Harry for a moment, and then replied flatly, "Do you have the key, sir?" Hagrid hurriedly searched his person, rummaging for a while before finally producing the key to the Potter family vault. At that moment, Zhang Hao caught the attention of another goblin. The goblin looked at Zhang Hao and inquired gravely, "Greetings. I am Diggory at your service. How may I assist you?" Zhang Hao nodded, saying, "I wish to open a personal account. Additionally, what is the exchange rate between RMB and galleons?" The goblin named Diggory pondered briefly before responding. "One galleon is worth 70 RMB. Do you wish to exchange, sir? If you would like to open an account, please provide your personal information." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had no intention of exchanging such a vast amount of galleons. He simply did not possess the liquidity for it. His aversion stemmed from the demeanor of the fairies, who seemed to regard only wealth, embodying the essence of greedy misers. They exuded an air of arrogance, looking down upon the impoverished. Without a display of financial prowess, one could scarcely hope to earn their respect. Navigating the magical realm inevitably involved interactions with these fairies. Thus, Zhang Hao resorted to uttering an exaggerated figure to intimidate them, which could prove advantageous for future dealings. Moreover, he doubted that Gringotts could actually produce 1 billion galleons. For the Wizarding Society of Europe, comprising a mere 100,000 witches and wizards, could not possibly generate such immense wealth. Of course, should they be able to exchange that sum, he could likely facilitate a transaction with some effort. After all, while his foundations lay in China, he also possessed numerous ventures across Europe and America. With a combined effort of USD, Euro, and RMB, it seemed plausible to gather 700 billion. Although it might be challenging to access RMB, acquiring USD was certainly within reach. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit that at this stage. China is still in its nascent phase, and the purchasing power of its citizens pales in comparison to that of the Americans. Zhang Hao contemplated the limited financial prospects within his homeland, leading him to set his sights abroad. The currency he could wield, in both dollars and pounds, far surpassed what he could muster in RMB. Even if negotiations proved fruitful, he would find himself unable to convert his earnings into RMB. Thus, exchanging foreign banknotes for gold was undeniably advantageous. Over the years, regardless of how Zhang Hao spent, his wealth continued to burgeon. Yet, he remained acutely aware that bank records merely reflected digits. True stability resided in gold, the most reliable currency. Both RMB and dollars would inevitably depreciate over time, while tangible gold in hand could never be frozen and could be utilized in any corner of the globe. Zhang Hao even contemplated that when he could flawlessly execute the seamless expansion spell, he would create an enormous storage space to carry all his wealth with him. The others remained oblivious to Zhang Hao's plans, their mouths agape at that moment. 1 billion gold gallons, a figure that rendered their minds utterly blank. Zhang Qiu was aware of Zhang Hao's wealth, yet she was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of it. Unable to contain her astonishment, she exclaimed, "Goodness, my cousin, have you lost your mind? Are you being serious?" Harry looked up at Hagrid, bewildered, and inquired, "How much is 1 billion galleons in pounds?" Hagrid, at a loss, replied, "Oh, I'm not well versed in Muggle arithmetic, and I'm uncertain about the value of 1 billion. Perhaps you should consult Dumbledore." The goblins behind the counter were equally stunned, their attention riveted on Zhang Hao. Naturally drawn to various forms of wealth, they possessed a keen sensitivity to astronomical figures. Thus, despite appearing engrossed in their individual tasks, the moment they heard the phrase 1 billion galleons, they immediately turned their heads in unison. For the first time, Diggory rose to his full height, looking down at Zhang Hao with an air of authority, and asked gravely, 1 billion galleons equates to 700 million RMB. And converting that to pounds would require over 50 million. Are you truly intending to exchange this amount? Do you possess sufficient funds, sir? All eyes turned to Zhang Hao, each gaze imbued with skepticism. Should he fail to present proof of his financial standing, the unfolding events would dissolve into farce. Consequently, the next day's daily profit headlines might very well read, "A new Hogwarts student seeks attention, claiming to exchange 1 billion galleons. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota." Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao speculated quietly that the fairies must have agents in the Muggle world. Otherwise, they would be unable to conduct certain intricate financial operations. Diggory accepted the business card and summoned another fairy to verify the information, while he himself assisted Zhang Hao in the account opening process. Establishing an account at Gringotts is relatively straightforward. One simply needs the admission letter from Hogwarts to easily open a basic account. However, to possess a private vault at Gringotts, a certain level of wealth is required. It appeared that Gringotts' information retrieval system needed improvement, for even after Zhang Hao successfully opened his account, the fairy sent to verify the information had yet to return. Meanwhile, Harry and Hagrid had already achieved the purpose of their visit under the guidance of the fairy. Zhang Hao cast a glance at Hagrid, fully aware that within the confines of Hagrid's pocket lay the world's sole magical stone. His fascination with the stone was profound. Yet it was evident that he could not reach for that extraordinary gem at this moment. Hagrid, noticing Zhang Hao's gaze, felt an instinctive surge of wariness, although he could not pinpoint the reason for his unease. With a smile, he inquired, "Oh, have you yet to conclude your business? Shall we await you, sir?" "No need." Zhang Hao replied politely, shaking his head with a smile. "Mr. Hagrid, if you have other matters to attend to, please feel free to carry on." Although Zhang Hao is still young, he has spent years issuing commands to numerous adults, radiating a strong aura of authority that makes Hagrid quite uncomfortable. In the past, he has only encountered such traits in Dumbledore, whose demeanor is far more amiable and lacks the oppressive quality found in Zhang Hao. Hagrid hesitantly remarked, "I apologize, sir. Harry, could you bid farewell to this gentleman?" Harry hurriedly responded, "Oh, yes, goodbye to you both." Perhaps due to his youth, Harry, who should have been smitten with Zhang Qiu at first sight, displayed no particular reaction at this moment. Zhang Hao couldn't help but think that his cousin was far more beautiful than portrayed in the films. Perhaps this version of her is more in line with the original work. Lost in such musings, the fairy who had gone to verify the information finally returned. Calling out from a distance, "Oh, don't leave." Diggory stopped them. "Gentlemen, please do not depart just yet." Diggory promptly intercepted Hagrid and Harry. The two exchanged puzzled glances, entirely bewildered by the fairy's antics. At this juncture, their only option was to comply, as Gringotts security had completely surrounded the area. The fairy, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh, step back. Quickly retreat. Do not disturb our esteemed guests." Harry assumed the esteemed guest referred to him, especially since the many wizards along the way had greeted him, leading to some rather misguided notions. He even speculated that the fairy might approach him to pay homage, just as the wizards had done. However, the fairy ignored him entirely and went directly to Diggory. The fairy appeared quite anxious, whispering to Diggory while glancing at Zhang Hao. In just a few brief exchanges, Diggory's expression shifted dramatically. A sense of foreboding crept into Harry's heart. The fairy's nervousness was likely due to the boy who shone like the sun. Goodness, is he the child of a god? Harry couldn't help but think to himself. After listening to his colleague, Diggory's demeanor grew respectful. He stated solemnly, "Esteemed Mr. Zhang Hao, please forgive my earlier rudeness. Your wealth is astonishing. Your ability to create fortune is nothing short of miraculous. Your legendary life is one that cannot be replicated. I believe that with you in the wizarding world, unimaginable transformations are bound to occur." Zhang Hao revealed a faint smile. Despite his utmost humility, he could not deny that the wealth he had amassed was beyond the nonchalance of mere mortals. He shook his head and stated, "Time is money. Please do not squander my time. Can your goblin bank fulfill my request?" The same words were echoed back to him, leaving Diagon feeling somewhat embarrassed. He cleared his throat and, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I sincerely apologize. Your request is of great significance, and it is no longer within my power to decide. I shall report your exchange application to my superior. If you have no pressing matters, you may enjoy some pastries while you wait here." Waiting idly in this manner? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and waved his hand, declaring, "Never mind. My time is precious. First, convert 10 million galleons for me and deposit them into my vault. As for further exchanges, you may approach me for negotiations once you are adequately prepared." At this moment, he realized that the portable vault he had envisioned was but a figment of his imagination. Even if he were to convert 1 or 8 billion galleons, they would merely reside in the vault of Gringotts. This was hardly different from the previous situation. It would be better not to exchange at all. Diagon, upon hearing this, also breathed a sigh of relief, for he understood the intricacies of their own affairs. Although Gringotts possessed a substantial amount of galleons, it was not as extravagant as 10 billion, and the majority of these galleons were stored in customers' vaults, which could not be freely accessed. Even mobilizing 10 million galleons posed a considerable challenge for Gringotts. Zhang Hao has lowered his demands, which is indeed good news for Diagon. However, it is still insufficient. He hesitantly remarked, I apologize, but gathering 10 million golden galloons will also require some time. What do you think? Zhang Hao feigned displeasure, furrowing his brow as he inquired. How much gold galloons can you mobilize at present? 5 million, replied Diagon with utmost respect. We are currently able to assemble 5 million gold galloons. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. When Zhang Hao arrived at Diagon Alley, he came empty-handed. However, when he departed, he found himself in possession of a bag of galleons and a golden key. At that moment, Hagrid suddenly remarked, I hope you don't mind my asking, but why didn't your parents accompany you? Although Diagon Alley is relatively safe, a young person of your age should still be under the guardianship of an adult. Zhang Hao calmly remarked, my parents have long ceased to care for me. Rather than tending to my trivial matters, they preferred to travel and indulge in life's pleasures. Upon hearing these words, Hagrid could not help but reflect on his own experiences. He recalled the heartless abandonment by his mother, and his eyes instantly grew misty with emotion. Perhaps he ought to feel sympathy for Zhang Hao, yet he inexplicably sensed that Zhang Hao relished this unrestrained existence. Thus, the words of compassion remained unspoken. Hagrid merely opened his mouth and gently patted Zhang Hao's shoulder. In stark contrast, Harry harbored a deep envy for Zhang Hao. He had always yearned for familial affection, a desire that the Dursleys utterly disregarded. The typically reticent Zhang Qiu tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, pointing towards a nearby shop as she exclaimed, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions has arrived. Let us go and have your garments made. Perhaps the previous experience of riding in the small cart at Gringotts had left Hagrid somewhat uneasy, for he stiffly commented, Oh, I was thinking of heading to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. Miss Qiu, would you mind looking after Harry for me? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao immediately recognized him as Draco Malfoy, Harry's arch-nemesis in the original tale. At that moment, a witch was adjusting his robe with a pin. Hey, Malfoy exclaimed with an air of superiority upon noticing their presence. Are you all heading to Hogwarts as well? I hail from a pure-blood family. What about you? Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu paid no heed to Malfoy, while Harry, in his naivety, inquired, Pure blood? What is pure blood? Oh, you are unaware of what pure blood means? Malfoy frowned and replied, Only the offspring of parents who are both wizards possess a noble lineage. Pray, do not tell me that your parents are not wizards? Harry, still perplexed by the implications of these words, hastily retorted, Of course. I mean, my parents are indeed wizards. As their conversation progressed, they gradually steered the topic towards some common knowledge of the magical realm. Harry, in his ignorance, responded with a series of affirmatives, negatives, and uncertainties, such as yes, no, I don't know, and This scenario led Zhang Hao to perceive that Malfoy was merely preaching to the uninitiated. As he stifled a chuckle, he heard Madame Malkin exclaim, Oh, handsome lad, come and try on your robes. Zhang Hao was effortlessly manipulated by Madame Imogen, who soon draped a loose robe over him. His hair was as dark as ebony, complemented by thick brows and large, expressive eyes that resembled black gemstones. His visage, both exquisite and robust, combined with a distinctive aura, emanated an indescribable charm. Even a plain, standard long robe appeared as resplendent as formal attire when worn by him. Madame Imogen could not help but exclaim, Oh my! Among all the children I have encountered, you are the most handsome. She continued, Ah, Mr. Malfoy, it was incorrect of me to claim you were the most handsome. I misled you, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. My goodness, young lad, when you arrive at Hogwarts, you will surely captivate many young ladies. To ensure you maintain your composure, Zhang Hao instinctively cast a glance at Malfoy, whether it was merely an illusion. He could not tell, but he sensed that Malfoy's nose seemed to be slightly askew, perhaps due to anger. Harry, already harboring dissatisfaction towards Malfoy, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing Madame Malkin's words. Malfoy, with a fierce scowl, declared, I will remember you. Don't let me encounter you at Hogwarts. As Malfoy stormed out, Zhang Qiu, exasperated, turned to Zhang Hao and remarked, Look at the trouble you've caused. We haven't even entered school yet, and you've already attracted such a rival. Is it my fault for being handsome? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao and Harry procured all the essential items except for wands. The affluent Zhang Hao equipped himself with nearly all top-tier gear. Throughout this period of camaraderie, their relationships have significantly deepened. Observing Zhang Hao's extravagant spending, Harry exclaimed, "How? We are merely first-year students. Is such wastefulness truly necessary?" API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao shyly remarked, "Cousin, since you are concerned about not being able to spend all your money, why not allow me to share the burden?" Zhang Hao was well aware of Zhang Hao's audacity. However, it was the first time for Hage and Harry to witness such a thing. They stared at Zhang Hao in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the fact that this seemingly demure girl would utter such shameless words. Zhang Hao cast a glance at Zhang Hao, remarking, "Haven't you always been doing this, my lady?" Zhang Hao replied cautiously, "I believe I could do even better." The others fell silent, feeling as though their perspectives had shattered into 1,000 pieces. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not linger for long, as Ollivander's wand shop was now just within reach. Hagrid chuckled and said, "You all go inside. I shall procure a birthday gift for Harry. How about an animal? A toad is quite nice, though toads have fallen out of fashion many years ago. Oh, don't laugh at me, but I am not fond of cats, as they always make me sneeze. An owl would be much better. It can deliver your letters and packages." As he spoke, he walked along. And just as Zhang Hao was about to step into the wand shop, he suddenly awkwardly inquired, "How? When is your birthday? Would you like me to bring you a gift as well?" "No, Hagrid." Zhang Hao replied with a smile, "My birthday is in November. It's still quite early." Hagrid nodded and said, "All right. What kind of birthday gift do you like? Tell me, so I can prepare in advance." Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and expressed his longing. How wonderful it would be to possess a phoenix. If you happen to encounter a phoenix without an owner, please keep me informed, even if it's just a whisper of news. For now, could you bring me an owl? The phoenix is the most ubiquitous form of a mortal creature in this world, not the fearsome dark undead, but rather a pure embodiment of natural immortality. Nevertheless, its prevalence is relative. It has yet to reach the point of being commonplace. In Zhang Hao's recollection, the Harry Potter series features only Fawkes as the singular phoenix. However, throughout the entirety of the Harry Potter saga, both in literature and film, no one has claimed that there exists but one phoenix in this realm. Therefore, with diligent searching, it is entirely possible that one might discover other phoenixes beyond Fawkes. Hagrid, possessing considerable knowledge of magical creatures, seemed a likely source of pertinent information. Indeed, he responded with surprise, "A phoenix? That poses quite a challenge. Dumbledore owns a phoenix, but beyond that, I have not heard of anyone else who possesses a living one. I previously heard that someone was selling phoenix eggs at Nocturne Alley, but by the time I went to investigate, they had already been purchased. I will keep an eye out for you, but be prepared. Even if a phoenix is found, taming such a creature is no small feat. They are notoriously proud beings." Zhang Hao gently placed her delicate hand on Zhang Hao's shoulder and advised, "My dear cousin, you are imposing an impossible task. The phoenix is even rarer than the dragon. Hagrid is unlikely to find one." Harry, wide-eyed and incredulous, inquired, "Dragons? And phoenixes? Do these legendary creatures truly exist?" "Oh, undoubtedly," Zhang Hao replied. "If you were to encounter them, you would surely fall in love with them." Hagrid, casting a warm smile at Harry, mused, "I have always yearned to possess a dragon, so I completely understand Hao's desire to have a phoenix. Well then, it is getting late. You should head inside." With that, Hagrid turned and made his way towards the pet shop, while Zhang Hao proceeded to Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's was a small, dilapidated establishment, with the gold lettering on the door nearly worn away. Fortunately, the inscription remained legible: Ollivander, established 382 B.C., specializing in exquisitely crafted wands. As Zhang Hao pushed open the door, a melodious chime echoed from a distant corner of the establishment. Clearly, the shop was equipped with intricate magical contraptions that alerted the busy proprietor to the presence of a visitor. The dust-covered display case showcased a solitary wand, resting forlornly upon a purple cushion. Meanwhile, the other wands were ensconced within slender boxes. Zhang Hao experienced an unsettling sensation of being observed, as if countless pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. He could not help but muse. Perhaps Ollivander was indeed correct. The selection of a wizard by a wand is not without reason. "Good afternoon." A gentle voice interrupted Zhang Hao's contemplation. followed by the soft sound of wheels gliding against the ground. Zhang Hao turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld an elderly gentleman with a mane of silver hair standing atop a movable ladder. The noise of the wheels grating was indeed caused by the ladder's approach from a distance. The old man descended the ladder gradually, surveying the gathered crowd. Upon spotting Harry, his eyes widened in surprise. "Hello," Harry said, somewhat apprehensive. "Oh, indeed." The old man responded with a sense of relief. "Yes, it is true. I anticipated our meeting." "Harry Potter, it is no trouble at all. Your eyes resemble those of your mother. It feels as if just yesterday she came here to acquire her first wand." Ollivander rambled on for some time before finally commencing the selection of a wand for Harry. Just as in the original tale, Harry sifted through various options, ultimately choosing the wand of Eastern Ash, imbued with a phoenix feather. This decision signified a deeper connection to Voldemort. At that moment, Ollivander's attention shifted to Zhang Hao and his sister, Zhang Qiu. "Oh, another wizard from the East," Ollivander remarked, his silvery gaze flitting between Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu. He then spoke gently, "Little girl, I remember you. Around this time last year, you procured your own wand here. 10 inches. With an oak core and a unicorn hair core of moderate rigidity. Am I not correct?" "I would not misremember." Zhang Qiu felt quite uncomfortable under Ollivander's gaze. She forced a smile and said, "Mr. Ollivander, you remember perfectly. However, could you assist my cousin in selecting a wand first?" Ollivander nodded and replied, "Of course. That is no trouble at all. Now, young one, do you prefer to use your right hand or your left?" Zhang Hao extended his left hand and declared, "It is this hand, sir." Mr. Ollivander, seemingly engaged in the art of palmistry to select a wand, scrutinized the lines of Zhang Hao's palm for a moment before he began to measure its dimensions with a tape. "I see," he exclaimed. "This wand of mahogany should be quite suitable, 11 inches, with a core of dragon heartstring, possessing remarkable power. To give it a try." The elderly gentleman murmured to himself as he retrieved the wand from the shelf and solemnly placed it in Zhang Hao's hand. Zhang Hao attempted to wave his wand, and in an instant, a burst of flames erupted from its tip. The fire nearly reached the ceiling. Fortunately, the protective enchantments of the wand were in place, or else it might have ignited a conflagration. Harry and Zhang Qiu were thoroughly startled, retreating several steps before regaining their composure. Harry was somewhat astonished. Although his own initial experience with the wand had been exhilarating, it paled in comparison to this display of power. Ollivander appeared somewhat bewildered by the spectacle. Pausing for a moment before reclaiming the wand from Zhang Hao, he exclaimed, "To possess such formidable magic at your age is certainly indicative of an extraordinary lineage. Let me ponder, a need for balance?" As he spoke, he produced another wand, smiling as he said, 10 inches of red jujube wood, with a core of phoenix feather. While its strength may not be the greatest, it will undoubtedly be well suited to you. Yet, this new flame was no less impressive than the last. The onlookers could vaguely discern the shape of a phoenix within the flames, seemingly conveying a portentous message. Zhang Hao felt somewhat speechless. Old Ollivander's judgment remained as unreliable as ever. Subsequently, old Ollivander experimented with numerous combinations: rosewood, purple heart, long wally, and ebony. The elderly gentleman seemed to verge on madness, as many wands had been dismissed before they even reached Zhang Hao's hands. Finally, scratching his head, he exclaimed, "How can this be? Your magical prowess is astonishing. Such strength is not characteristic of a child. It's as though an adult's soul resides within you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ollivander could discern the truth. Fortunately, Ollivander did not delve deeper into the matter. He merely mumbled and continued his search for wands. In a corner, he retrieved an exceptionally long box and, in a daze, remarked, "Mr. Zhang from the East, you share an inexplicable bond with this wand. Did you know? This wand is crafted from golden silkwood, a nearly extinct material. The wood is warm, supple, and exudes a captivating fragrance. Only a limited amount of the tree's sturdy parts can be utilized for wand making. Oh, it is precisely for this reason that I possess but a scant few wands of golden silkwood. Furthermore, let us discuss the wand's core, which is even rarer. It hails from the East as well, derived from the heartstring of a magical creature known as the Qilin. There is an Eastern proverb: when a cow gives birth to a Qilin and a sow to an elephant, what else can we say? A mule gives birth to a creature of indeterminate form. One must admit, the East is a land of wonder." Zhang Qiu swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper as he inquired, "Cousin, have you ever heard that proverb? It seems I have never encountered it before." Zhang Hao spoke with an air of nonchalance. Cattle give birth to unicorns, pigs to elephants, and mules to creatures of indeterminate form. The phenomenon of interspecies breeding is indeed marvelous. I once believed these to be mere legends. Yet it appears that unicorns and creatures of ambiguous nature may very well belong to the realm of magical beings. At this juncture, Zhang Hao couldn't help but reminisce about the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts. It is said that the original basilisk was hatched from a chicken's egg incubated by a toad. A tale that seems more absurd than those found in 1001 Nights. However, the magical world is replete with wonders, since one exists in this realm. One must accept these realities. At that moment, Ollivander had returned from his reverie. He retrieved a 15-inch wand from a lengthy box. The wand shimmered with radiance, exuding an air of nobility. The intricate decorations and carvings revealed that its creator had devoted considerable care to its craftsmanship, honoring the precious wood from which it was made. Sir, do give it a try. If this one does not suit you, then there is no one here that will. Ollivander remained optimistic. Yet Zhang Hao detected a hint of unease within him. This master, who had dedicated many years to wand making, feared above all else the inability to provide a perfect wand for his customers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao shook his head, exclaiming, "No need, Mr. Ollivander. This wand suits me perfectly." Restored to its original state. With the utterance of a simple spell, the wand scattered across the floor, counter, and tables automatically returned to their designated boxes, resuming their rightful places. Oh, I can hardly believe you are merely 11 years old. What a formidable magical talent. Mr. Ollivander marveled once more. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiu and Harry stood agape, transformed into stunned figures, utterly speechless. Even as they departed from Ollivander's wand shop, a sense of dazed bewilderment lingered on their faces. "My cousin, are you perhaps the reincarnation of Merlin? I certainly do not recall teaching you any magic," Harry inquired, perplexed. Merlin? The Merlin from Arthurian legend? Was he truly a historical figure? Indeed, Zhang Qiu whispered. The annals of magical history state that Merlin was the creator of magic. Some claim he possessed demonic lineage, though the veracity of that remains unknown. Nevertheless, it is an acknowledged fact that he was the architect of magic. Harry adjusted his glasses, skeptically asking, "How could it be that you truly are the reincarnation of Merlin? How could that be?" Zhang Hao jested. "I believe even if Merlin wished to reincarnate, he would not venture so far as to be reborn in Huaxia." "Ah, you make a valid point." Harry nodded earnestly. At that moment, Hagrid approached, carrying 2 cages. Each cage contained a lively owl, one white and the other silver-gray. Hagrid handed the white owl to Harry and the silver-gray owl to Zhang Hao, then cheerfully remarked, "You must treat them well. They are both intelligent and loyal, and they can prove invaluable in crucial moments." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao insisted, "Hagrid, I am aware that your salary is modest. Please do not decline. Furthermore, you are to assist me in locating the Phoenix, part of which will serve as activity funds." Despite Hagrid's repeated refusals, he ultimately accepted the gold galleon. "Harry, you must not emulate Mr. Zhang. After all, you do not require a phoenix, do you?" Harry hesitated, contemplating whether to follow suit, but Hagrid preemptively issued a warning. Reluctantly, he nodded and abandoned his plan. As twilight approached, the 4 of them had accomplished their objectives, and it was time to bid farewell. In that moment of parting, Harry felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Throughout the past days, he had never engaged in such unguarded exchanges with anyone. He naively thought that perhaps this was the beginning of friendship. In stark contrast, Zhang Hao resembled a cold stone, merely uttering a soft goodbye before vanishing into the crowd. On September 1st, Hogwarts finally commenced its new term. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu were en route to King's Cross Station in a Rolls-Royce driven by their bodyguard. As the bodyguard was an ordinary individual, the siblings refrained from discussing matters pertaining to the wizarding world. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat oppressive, prompting Zhang Hao to take out his book on magical theory for study. During this period, he had been diligently practicing spells in a mysterious illusionary realm. And compared to a month prior, he had mastered 2 additional spells. Furthermore, he had committed all the textbooks to memory. The complexity of this magical theory necessitated a deep understanding. Thus, he frequently referenced it for clarification. The fast-paced lifestyle ingrained in him from his previous life had become almost a part of his very essence, leaving Zhang Hao with little time to rest in this new existence. Were it not for this, even with the enigmatic realm, he might not have achieved such remarkable progress. To date, in terms of the efficient utilization of fragmented time, it is likely that no one in this world could rival him. Noticing Zhang Hao engrossed in his reading, the bodyguard reduced the car's speed. Nevertheless, they arrived at King's Cross Station in a remarkably short span. "Boss, are you certain you do not require my protection?" The bodyguard inquired earnestly once more. "No need," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "The school I am heading to is quite safe, and you cannot accompany me there. Please return." With no other option, the bodyguard reluctantly drove away in the Rolls-Royce. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao glanced back and murmured, "I merely wish to study the spatial transference within the magical realm," and inadvertently traversed a wall, thus arriving at an entirely different coordinate. What kind of magic is at play here? Is it disapparition? Or perhaps portkey? Or could it be flu powder? Zhang Qiu widened her eyes and said, "My dear cousin, you cannot possibly be thinking." Zhang Hao turned around, filled with anticipation, and remarked, "Indeed, I aspire to apply this technology to the realm of ordinary people. Just imagine, if such technology were available, would we still need airplanes and trains? The profit potential is immense." In truth, Zhang Hao pursued the study of magic not solely for the sake of immortality. He yearned to explore the chemical reactions that might arise from the fusion of magic and technology. Throughout history, any singular developmental system ultimately descends into decline. Only through the harmonious integration of diverse developmental systems can a resilient ecological circle thrive. Although a clear demarcation still exists between the magical and muggle worlds as technology advances, it is conceivable that muggles may harness the power of technology to uncover the magical realm. At that juncture, whether it leads to conflict or harmony remains uncertain. Given Zhang Hao's current standing, he naturally hopes to avert the outbreak of turmoil as a vested interest. He finds it far more conducive to realize certain objectives within a stable environment. Thus, he seeks to amalgamate magic and technology at the earliest opportunity, allowing both sides to subtly embrace one another. Only in this manner can certain conflicts be peacefully resolved. Presently, the authorities in the magical realm remain oblivious to these truths. Relying on them is evidently futile. The current state of both the magical and muggle worlds lacks the necessary harmony. Zhang Hao mused, "Perhaps, when the occasion demands, I could play the role of the shadowy puppeteer, intertwining magic and technology? Yes, that is the way to proceed." Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Qiu, standing nearby, was entirely unaware that someone beside her harbored the potential for darkness. "Oh no." She gently tapped her forehead, incredulous. "I thought you merely intended to use this magic within your own home. I never anticipated your ambitions were far bolder. I must inform you, this is utterly impractical. The Ministry of Magic will never permit you to showcase magic in front of ordinary people, so it would be wise to abandon that thought." "Is that so?" Zhang Hao, considering his own limitations, feigned humility, saying, "Then shall I forego this plan?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu exclaimed with joy, "Now that's more like it. Please, do not cause any trouble and be sure to behave." After reaching a mutual understanding, the siblings boarded the train together. However, as the upperclassmen and lowerclassmen occupied different carriages, and with Zhang Qiu encountering a classmate, the two siblings had no choice but to part ways at that moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao wandered through the freshman compartment and chose a seat bathed in ample light to immerse himself in a book. "Hello. May I sit here?" The door to the compartment swung open, revealing a blonde girl standing at the threshold, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Those azure orbs sparkled like precious gems, captivating all who beheld them. At this age, it is common for European girls to bear a sprinkle of freckles across their faces, and this blonde maiden was no exception. However, if one were to overlook the freckles adorning her visage, it would be nearly impossible to deny her beauty. She awaited Zhang Hao's response with quiet patience, as if she would not depart until she received an answer. Zhang Hao looked up and smiled, saying, "Of course. Please, make yourself at home." After uttering these words, he returned to his studies. Thank you. The girl took a seat and graciously introduced herself. My name is Daphne Greengrass. And what is yours? Is this the study of magical theory? Do you have a fondness for reading? I have heard that this book is of little utility. Why not explore the fundamental spells instead? Greengrass? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao closed the book and calmly stated, My name is Zhang Hao. You may call me Hao. I no longer require the basic spells, as I find the theory of magic quite beneficial. Perhaps it may not be immediately applicable, but I am certain it will prove invaluable in the future, will it not? Daphne replied with a hint of skepticism, I hope you find those chaotic theories useful. Personally, I am more intrigued by snacks. My mother always restricts my indulgence in them. I had anticipated a more lenient approach at Hogwarts, yet she granted me a mere 5 galleons as pocket money. How utterly disappointing. Is 5 galleons truly insufficient? That roughly translates to nearly 400 RMB. There are hardly any additional expenses at Hogwarts. What need is there for such an amount? Truly, girls must be raised in affluence. Otherwise, in comparison, wouldn't one feel utterly inadequate? Zhang Hao suddenly felt that being overly polite to this girl might be a mistake. She was no different from other mischievous children, her words filled with topics that only a child would find intriguing. Engaging in conversation with her, armed with an adult's intellect, proved to be utterly exhausting. Thus, in an effort to conserve his energy, Zhang Hao resolved to speak as little as possible. Consequently, Daphne seemed to chatter away to herself, continuing her monologue until the train began to move. It was only then that she appeared to realize her soliloquy, expressing her dismay. Oh, my goodness. What have I been saying? I apologize, did I disturb you? It's quite all right. I'm not particularly well versed in the magical realm, but your words have certainly broadened my horizons. Zhang Hao held a similar belief in his heart, yet he adeptly concealed it with his words. However, his statement took Daphne by surprise. It was as if the girl had stumbled upon a new world. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, You are unfamiliar with the magical realm? Could it be that you are a muggle? Zhang Hao chuckled and nodded, saying, You ought to be grateful that you referred to muggleborns rather than mudbloods. Otherwise, even if you were a girl, I would have to teach you a lesson. Although Daphne felt a hint of annoyance, she seemed to harbor no prejudice against muggle heritage. This might be attributed to her upbringing, as many pureblood families relentlessly extol the virtues of pure lineage. However, from a genetic standpoint, it is likely that the current wizarding world has long ceased to possess truly pure wizard blood. Daphne, somewhat apprehensive, remarked, How can that be? My mother has said that pureblood wizards are not inherently more noble than muggleborns. To become an exceptional wizard, one must rely on their own efforts. Bloodline is not the key. Indeed, Zhang Hao agreed with a smile. Among each cohort of Hogwarts students, there are outstanding muggle-born wizards. Some even surpass most pure-blood wizards in skill, which serves to validate your mother's assertion. With determination, we can all become remarkable wizards. Perhaps successful individuals have a penchant for dispensing motivational platitudes, and unbeknownst to him, Zhang Hao had unwittingly adopted this trait. Is that truly the case? Daphne asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. Whenever I practice magic at home, I inexplicably fail. Do you think I lack magical talent? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, When you practice magic, do you often find yourself thinking of various snacks, leading to your spells failing? How did you know? Daphne playfully stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed as she confessed, Whenever I practice magic, my little sister Nia often snacks in front of me, causing my spells to falter. Nia is my younger sister. Her nickname is Nia, but her full name is Astoria. Mother is so biased. She always saves the delicious treats for my sister. I don't think that's the case. Zhang Hao replied, shaking his head. Perhaps your mother simply wishes to prevent you from gaining weight. Daphne was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Hao's assertion and retorted unhappily, Oh, even you favor my sister? Why does everyone seem to adore her? Is it merely because she is cuter than I am? How could that be? Zhang Hao found the situation absurd and raised his hands in exasperation. I haven't even met your sister. How could I possibly favor her? Daphne then realized her misunderstanding and, feeling ashamed, apologized, I'm sorry. I misjudged you. Zhang Hao chuckled, It's nothing. Your sister is ultimately your sister. She is far more significant than any snacks, isn't she? If you had to choose between her and a mountain of treats, what would you select? Take your time to ponder this. You need not share your answer with me. Just keep it to yourself. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, Zhang Hao had never had siblings, Thus, he deeply yearned for the bond of brotherhood. Although Daphne could be somewhat bothersome, he did not wish for her to be influenced negatively by jealousy. If he could guide her in a positive direction, he would not hesitate to do so. After a moment of contemplation, Daphne pouted and said, "All right, I understand. From now on, I won't compete with Nia for snacks. I will diligently study magic and earn my own money to buy treats." Zhang Hao marveled. What a splendid idea. If you possess profound magic, Nia will undoubtedly regard you as a role model. Perhaps she will even hold you in great admiration. Is that truly the case? Daphne exclaimed with delight. That would be absolutely wonderful. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly harmonious. Around 12:30, a loud commotion echoed down the corridor. A woman, her face adorned with a charming smile and delightful dimples, pushed open the door of the private room and inquired, "Darling, would you like to purchase some food from the cart?" Daphne, already overwhelmed with cravings, joyfully responded, "How? You haven't yet tasted the snacks from the magical realm, have you? Today, I shall treat you." In a matter of moments, she had selected more than 10 of her favorite snacks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao declined, saying, "You may as well eat it yourself. Alternatively, you could save some for your sister. I do not particularly fancy these peculiar flavors." Daphne pouted and replied helplessly, "All right, I shall heed your advice." At that moment, the door to the private room swung open once more. A girl with short black hair stood at the entrance, exclaiming in surprise, "Daphne, what are you doing here? I've been searching for you everywhere. Will you accompany me to find Malfoy? Who is he? I don't believe I've ever seen him before." "Oh, I sincerely apologize, Pansy," Daphne lamented. "I completely forgot about you. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Hao, a wizard from the East." The girl named Pansy scrutinized Zhang Hao, sensing an extraordinary aura about him that inexplicably evoked a feeling of familiarity within her. Under the influence of this warmth, a faint smile broke through her previously tense expression as she said, "Hello. Are both of your parents wizards?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had already surmised that if she were to discover his origins, she would not be as amicable as she presently appeared. Nevertheless, despite anticipating Pansy's reaction, Zhang Hao had no intention of concealing the truth. He furrowed his brow and declared, "No, you are mistaken. They are merely ordinary people." "Oh, so you are of Muggle descent." Just as Zhang Hao had predicted, Pansy's expression shifted dramatically. With a tone laced with disdain, she remarked, "Daphne, how could you associate with someone of this sort?" Daphne cast a glance at Zhang Hao. Her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Pansy, how can you speak like that? It is exceedingly rude. I believe you owe him an apology." "Apologize?" Pansy scoffed, as if she had heard the most ludicrous statement in existence. "You expect me to apologize to a lowly Muggle? Don't be absurd." At that moment, Zhang Hao had already produced his resplendent wand. With an icy demeanor, he stated, "My dear lady, did your parents neglect to instill in you the virtue of politeness?" "Huh." Pansy sneered at Zhang Hao, deridingly saying, "Are you intending to cast a spell on me? Frankly, someone of your background is utterly unworthy of wielding magic." Zhang Hao's gaze grew increasingly frosty. Daphne was uncertain of his magical prowess, yet she understood that the situation would undoubtedly escalate if it continued down this path. "How? Could you please remain calm? We must refrain from using magic outside the school. They might expel you." Daphne was clearly becoming somewhat incoherent. Zhang Hao coldly remarked, "The Hogwarts Express does not count as being off campus. Even if I were expelled, it matters little, for this world is not devoid of other magical institutions." With that, he decisively uttered the incantation, leg-locking curse. A beam of golden light shot forth from the tip of his wand, striking Pansy. The young girl was taken aback, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld her legs involuntarily drawing together, as if bound by invisible ropes. In the next moment, she let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" While sobbing and shrieking, Pansy hopped about in desperate search of assistance. Daphne stared in astonishment as Pansy fled, her concern palpable as she voiced, "How? Do you think the school will expel you because of this?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt somewhat speechless. The children of this era are truly easy to deceive, believing everything he says without question. Once freed from her worries, Daphne returned to her previous cheerful self. With admiration, she exclaimed, "How? Who taught you magic? It's incredible!" As night fell, the train finally arrived at Hogwarts. Wizards pushed and shoved, eagerly rushing towards the doors, descending onto a dimly lit and cramped platform. The cold night air made everyone shiver, and Daphne trembled slightly. In such circumstances, a straightforward man might encourage the girl to jump. A considerate man would offer her his coat, while a cad would merely pull her into his embrace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao scanned the crowd and soon spotted Harry Potter. Beside Harry stood a small boy with a head of vibrant red hair. The Weasley family's distinctive crimson locks are quite renowned in the magical realm. And without a trace of doubt, Zhang Hao recognized the red-haired boy as none other than the foolish lion, Ron Weasley. Furthermore, there was Pansy, the young lady who had just received a lesson. Seemingly at a loss for whom to turn to, she had unwittingly dispelled the leg-locking curse. At that moment, she glared fiercely at Fong Hao, evidently harboring resentment towards the boy who had caused her embarrassment. Zhang Hao remained indifferent to the stares he received, as a mere gaze could hardly lead to any significant consequence. The school's arrangements seemed rather urgent, leaving the students scant time for nostalgic exchanges before they were ushered onto a shadowy path through the woods. Why was it called a shadowy path, you might wonder? It was simply because the narrow trail was flanked by dense, dark woods. What else could it be named? Perhaps it was a psychological effect. But the students felt an unsettling presence lurking within the trees. The ambience grew increasingly oppressive, and very few felt inclined to engage in conversation. After a while, Hagrid turned back and called out, "Just around this bend, you will catch your first glimpse of Hogwarts." The newcomers responded with a surge of excitement, murmurs of anticipation rippling through the crowd. "Oh, how wonderful! We can finally see Hogwarts. I've heard the feast at Hogwarts is quite lavish. I can hardly wait." Indeed, those delightful dishes are prepared by the house elves. They are simply exquisite. Zhang Hao found himself at a loss for words. It seems that most mischievous children are indeed food enthusiasts, and Europe is no exception. The narrow path finally reached its end, revealing a dark, serene lake. Across the water, on a lofty hillside, stood a magnificent castle. Its towering spires pierced the starry sky, and the windows twinkled like jewels against the night. Hagrid pointed towards a small boat moored at the shore and exclaimed loudly, "No more than 4 individuals are permitted on each vessel." Ahead of Zhang Hao, Draco Malfoy, accompanied by 2 stout companions, one tall and one short, boarded a boat, leaving little room for a 4th member to join their peculiar trio. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, momentarily taken aback, then spoke with a fierce expression, "Is that so? In that case, I believe I should capsize the small boat, ensuring that we meet our demise together." Daphne and Pansy, terrified, turned pale and nearly burst into tears. Zhang Hao burst into hearty laughter, gently offering a few words of comfort. "All right, my dear young ladies, do not be afraid. I was merely jesting." He was entirely unprepared for the fact that an 11-year-old child from Europe could be so easily frightened. Ultimately, many children are simply misguided. They may seem rather disagreeable, yet one cannot assert that their malice is insurmountable. With proper guidance, there may be hope for redemption. Much like Draco Malfoy, a staunch believer in blood purity, who found his way back to the right path through a series of events, there remains potential for transformation. Zhang Hao's comforting words appeared to have some effect, as Daphne immediately broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Pansy, the troubled girl, also softened her gaze slightly. Zhang Hao could not help but wonder if this young girl had indeed fallen victim to Stockholm Syndrome. Could it be so soon? Have we all boarded the ship? Hagrid called out once more. He scanned the shore and, seeing that everyone was on board, declared, "Very well, let us proceed." The fleet glided across the lake's surface, smooth as a mirror. Zhang Hao gazed intently into the depths of the water, yet he could not catch a glimpse of the mermaid hidden beneath. He focused on the castle ahead, feeling as though it loomed above him. The small boat sped forth like an arrow released from a bow, and before long, they reached the opposite shore. While Hagrid was inspecting the empty boats, he stumbled upon a toad, belonging to a boy named Neville Longbottom. Zhang Hao had encountered the boy once before. The boy's parents had been driven to madness by the torment of the Death Eaters. This unfortunate child having been subjected to a forgetting curse since childhood, had become somewhat simple-minded. On the train, he incessantly searched for toads, and upon finally finding one, he was overwhelmed with joy. Zhang Hao let out a silent sigh. The misdeeds wrought by Voldemort were indeed appalling. Any heart not made of stone would be moved by them. The group continued onward, climbing a tunnel under Hagrid's guidance, eventually arriving at a patch of grass beneath the shadow of the castle. Their journey could not cease here. They ascended a set of stone steps, only to be halted by the grand doors of Hogwarts. Hagrid raised a massive fist and knocked 3 times upon the castle gates. The doors swung open, revealing a tall witch clad in a vibrant green robe. Her demeanor was grave, exuding an air of stern authority. Upon seeing her, Hagrid composed himself, stating, "Professor McGonagall. These are the first-year students." Professor McGonagall nodded and replied, "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here." She pulled the door wide open, revealing an entrance hall spacious enough to accommodate a villa. It resembled Gringotts, with flickering torches illuminating the stone walls. The ceiling soared to heights nearly beyond sight. Opposite them lay an opulent marble staircase leading to the upper floors. As the group traversed the staircase, they passed a grand door from which the faint murmur of lively conversation could be heard. However, Professor McGonagall did not lead them through that door, but instead guided the first years into a rather small empty room. There, the stern professor welcomed the newcomers on behalf of Hogwarts, simultaneously introducing the sorting ceremony and the rules surrounding the house cop. She then stated, "Once I am prepared, I will return to fetch you. Please maintain silence while you wait. Are there any questions?" Suddenly, a hand shot up among the crowd. Professor McGonagall, taken aback, inquired, "Draco Malfoy, what is it you wish to ask?" Draco Malfoy glanced at Zhang Hao and nervously spoke, "Professor, someone used a spell on a fellow student on the train, and I believe you should be informed." "Then please enlighten me," Professor McGonagall urged, fixing her gaze upon Malfoy. Encouraged, he stepped forward, pointing at Zhang Hao. It was him. He used the leglocker curse on Pansy on the train. "Professor McGonagall, I believe he should be expelled from the school." Almost every pair of eyes turned toward Zhang Hao, with Harry and Daphne appearing exceedingly anxious, seemingly fearful that Professor McGonagall would expel him. In contrast, others gazed at him with curiosity and admiration. Few at this age could successfully wield magic, and even fewer had the audacity to cast spells upon others. Even Professor McGonagall regarded Zhang Hao with a hint of astonishment. She intently asked, "Mr. Zhang, do you have anything to say?" Professor McGonagall was certainly familiar with Zhang Hao. She had visited China when delivering his acceptance letter. "It has been a long time, Professor McGonagall," Zhang Hao replied calmly. "Miss Parkinson referred to me as a mudblood in front of others. I believe you understand the implications of that term." Upon hearing the word mudblood, Professor McGonagall's expression darkened. The crowd erupted in murmurs, many condemning Pansy. "Oh, how could she? That is utterly rude. How dare she say such a thing? She truly deserves punishment. I believe Zhang Hao should not be expelled." Pansy, listening to the various remarks, felt her eyes welling up. She had not anticipated the situation escalating to this point. Otherwise, she would have refrained from uttering that word. Yet, you should not have used magic against her. That is quite perilous. Professor McGonagall's tone softened considerably, indicating she had begun to lean towards a certain stance. Zhang Hao, however, remained ungrateful, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Professor McGonagall, you may be aware that in our beloved China, there exists a saying, a scholar may be killed but cannot be humiliated. At times, dignity holds greater significance than life itself. Do you not agree? Having endured the First Wizarding War, you should comprehend that numerous individuals have already sacrificed themselves in the struggle against Voldemort." A sudden silence enveloped the air, and the new students found themselves too apprehensive to even breathe. For over a decade, scarcely anyone dared to utter that name. Yet now, someone had the audacity to speak it aloud. Harry Potter's eyes sparkled with admiration for Zhang Hao, his heart racing with exhilaration. Finally, he had witnessed a second individual brave enough to voice that name. "Do not utter that name," Professor McGonagall cautioned softly. "I admire your courage, but certain individuals and matters are best left unspoken. Do you understand? Very well. I shall never again discuss Voldemort, nor shall I mention him to those around me. I will refrain from all discourse regarding Voldemort henceforth. Is that acceptable?" Professor McGonagall's expression was one of stern resignation. "Given your current state, what more can I say?" After a brief pause, she reiterated her warning. "Do not speak of it, whether intentional or not." Zhang Hao nodded, refraining from engaging in a dispute with Professor McGonagall. Strategically, he held Voldemort in contempt, yet tactically he could not dismiss the Dark Lord's formidable power. At this moment, it was indeed unnecessary to attract excessive attention for the sake of fleeting satisfaction. His refusal to compromise today stemmed from a desire to prevent anyone from later confronting him with derogatory remarks. The mere utterance of Voldemort's name could send shivers down many spines, as if to declare, "Behold, I fear not even Voldemort. Tread carefully, for I may well turn my wrath upon you." In this manner, it was likely that whispers and gossip would subside. What was he after? Simply a semblance of tranquility. Zhang Hao was acutely aware that his sole purpose for coming to Hogwarts was to master the art of magic, and he endeavored to steer clear of any unnecessary distractions. The rivalry between Voldemort's faction and Dumbledore's group held no interest for him. He merely wished to remain a quiet observer. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Hao and Pansy, stating, "Although you have erred, expulsion is not yet warranted. However, you must still face the appropriate consequences. After the sorting, each of your respective houses will incur a deduction of 20 points. The first, your students displayed expressions of sheer terror, collectively praying that they would not be sorted into the same house as the two. Starting off with a disadvantage in points was a fate they all dreaded. Pansy burst into tears once again, and Zhang Hao too felt a profound sense of discomfort. Professor McGonagall, however, was unconcerned with the students' apprehensions. She resolutely made her way toward the Great Hall. Much time had already been squandered, and her duties remained unfinished. Within the room, as the first years continued their silent prayers, a sudden high-pitched scream pierced the air. A few witches and wizards, lacking in composure, jumped in fright, with Harry among them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao faintly overheard references to a mischievous spirit known as Pippi Gue, who had seemingly committed some misdeed. They were deliberating whether to grant him forgiveness. Ultimately, a ghost adorned in a ruffled collar and fitted attire discerned a first-year student. With an air of familiarity, he initiated a conversation, rambling on about trivial matters. However, before this ghost could continue his discourse for long, the voice of Professor McGonagall resonated through the air. Everyone moved forward, as the sorting ceremony was about to commence. Professor McGonagall addressed the new students. "Now, form a single line and follow me." The group arranged themselves neatly, exiting the room, traversing the foyer, and passing through the grand double doors into the opulent hall. Zhang Hao had visited the Great Hall, the Yaolu Factory, and the British Retro Hotel. Although those places were splendid in their own right, they utterly paled in comparison to this luxurious hall. Students from various grades of the academy were already seated around 4 long tables, adorned above with thousands of flickering candles. These candles illuminated the hall as brightly as day, leaving scarcely a corner untouched by light. The tables were set with gleaming gold platters and elegant goblets, yet they remained empty, devoid of any food. At the head of the hall stood another long table, designated for the professors. Professor McGonagall led the new students there, arranging them in a line, facing the upperclassmen while their backs were turned to the professors. Hundreds of eyes fixated on the newcomers, inducing a wave of nerves among them. However, not all were affected in the same way. At least Zhang Hao remained composed, and the girl beside Harry, who appeared to be Hermione Granger, diverted much of her attention to the ceiling above. The hall's ceiling had been enchanted to resemble the starry sky outside, appearing both vast and beautiful. Yet, Zhang Hao estimated that in 10 years, the night sky beyond would no longer hold such splendor. At that moment, Professor McGonagall placed a 4-cornered stool before the new students, and then set a patched and worn-out wizard's hat atop it, the hat appearing quite old and exceedingly dirty. Zhang Hao mused that perhaps it was time to give this hat a thorough cleansing. Almost everyone was fixated on the hat, which seemed to awaken from a deep slumber. Transforming from a flaccid state to a proud stature, it gave a slight twist, revealing a wide seam that split open like a gaping mouth, unleashing an unpleasant melody. "You may deem me unremarkable in appearance, yet do not judge solely by looks. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I would gladly consume myself. In my grasp, you are assuredly safe, for I am the hat of profound thought." The hat's croaking tune finally came to an end, causing Zhang Hao to twitch at the corners of his mouth, as if his ears had endured a violation. Professor McGonagall, holding a scroll of parchment, stepped forward with elegance. She proclaimed loudly, "When I call a name, that individual shall don the hat, ascend the stool, and await their house assignment." She paused and announced the first name, Hannah Abbott. Zhang Hao displayed a faint smile, secretly marveling. Indeed, It is the steadfast Hannah, with a constantly changing trio. Shortly thereafter, a rosy-cheeked young girl, her golden braids swaying, stumbled out of the line to don the sorting hat. Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed loudly. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah into Hufflepuff. Susan Bones, Hufflepuff. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw. Mandy Brocklehurst, Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown, Gryffindor. Millicent Bulstrode, Slytherin. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. The sorting proceeded methodically, and nearly everyone reached a conclusion in a remarkably short span of time. However, when a particular name resonated through the hall, an unexpected twist arose. Harry Potter. A hush fell over the hall, followed by a chorus of whispers. Potter? Are they calling for Potter? The Harry Potter? Everyone craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Yet, the youthful visage was obscured by the sorting hat, rendering it nearly impossible to see Harry's complete face. The sorting hat muttered and hesitated for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was in debate with Harry, ultimately left with no choice but to reach a compromise. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in raucous cheers, while the other three tables fell into silence. The youth were all eager to connect with the legendary figure, but clearly, not many would have their wishes fulfilled. For individuals remained: Lisa Turpin, Ron Weasley, Blaise Zabini, and Zhang Hao. Lisa Turpin was assigned to Ravenclaw. Ron Weasley joyfully entered Gryffindor, and Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin. At last, Professor McGonagall announced the final name. Hao Zhang. Zhang Hao calmly picked up the sorting hat and gently placed it upon his head. Even at this moment, he remained remarkably composed, transforming a filthy hat into a crown of sorts. The gazes of the crowd converged once more, the upperclassmen brimming with anticipation, while the newcomers murmured fervent prayers. Please, do not let him be sorted into our house. The youngest of the Weasley clan wore an exaggerated expression, his face contorted in distress. His twin brother, perplexed, inquired, Ron, what are you talking about? Shouldn't we be welcoming him? With a grimace, Ron replied. He used magic on Pansy Parkinson on the train, and Professor McGonagall deducted 20 points. Do you understand what that implies? If he joins Gryffindor, we will lose 20 points right off the bat. This piece of news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of all, including those at the other three tables. The most disheartened were the Slytherin students, who had already welcomed Pansy Parkinson. If Zhang Hao were to join their ranks, Slytherin would surely find themselves at a disadvantage from the outset. Yet, as the little snakes harbored their resistance, the sorting hat found itself in a quandary, murmuring, Yet another conflicted soul. You lack neither courage nor a pursuit of truth, and you are willing to endure the lows, possessing unparalleled ambition. Perhaps what you seek is merely a grand stage. Zhang Hao harbored no specific preferences regarding which college to attend. Thus, even upon realizing the possibility of influencing the sorting hat's decision, he remained indifferent. After much deliberation, the sorting hat finally proclaimed with conviction, Slytherin. Zhang Hao removed his hat and slowly approached the long table on the left. There ought to have been someone to relinquish a seat, someone to cheer loudly, someone to extend a handshake of welcome. Yet none of this transpired. They allowed Zhang Hao to sit in solitude, detached from the crowd. They watched as the era's king of awkwardness emerged, permitting him to overshadow all others. Truly, none could contest his presence. In this uncomfortable atmosphere, Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and took the sorting hat away. Albus Dumbledore rose, beaming at the students, extending his arms wide, as if nothing brought him greater joy than witnessing the assembly of students. Welcome, he smiled. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before we commence the feast, I wish to share a few words. Fool, crybaby, scum, twist. These words shattered the awkwardness, simultaneously filling the empty platters with food. The ambience in the great hall became lively once more. Yet Zhang Hao remained in incongruity amidst it all. He felt no discomfort. Rather, he seemed to relish in his solitude. Are you all right? Daphne had somehow seated herself beside Zhang Hao, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she were committing a theft. What do you think? Zhang Hao smiled. There is nothing wrong with this. I am merely here to learn magic. How others treat me is of no consequence. Daphne replied, somewhat distressed, but they are ignoring you. Won't you feel lonely? The little girl was ever so compassionate, and upon confirming with a glance, she proved to be kind-hearted. Loneliness is not daunting, Zhang Hao chuckled. But if you are willing to accompany me, solitude shall surely retreat. Will you accompany me? Of course. Daphne exclaimed with enthusiasm, I certainly wish to be by your side. We are friends, right? Indeed. Zhang Hao nodded, If you are always willing to accompany me, I shall naturally regard you as a friend. That is wonderful. Daphne beamed. We will always be good friends. Kiki, I have gained another friend. Do you think Mia will envy me? Certainly. This unconventional Slytherin girl was evidently lost in her fantasies. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The more Zhang Hao contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. Judging from what he observed on the train, Daphne and Pansy appeared to have forged a certain camaraderie before their enrollment. If this friendship had persisted, it was highly probable that Daphne would have been swayed by Pansy, becoming a devotee of pure-blood ideology. The present situation was akin to Zhang Hao intercepting Pansy's play, inadvertently rescuing Daphne. Of course, Daphne's susceptibility to Zhang Hao's influence was likely also related to her original family education. Assuming Daphne's elders had been constantly instilling pure-blood ideology in her, she would have likely transformed into another Pansy long ago, negating the need for Pansy's influence altogether. Despite Zhang Hao's remarkable abilities, he found it impossible to steer her back to the right path in such a brief span of time. Fortunately, the assumption proved false, for Daphne remained a kind-hearted young lady at this moment. With Daphne's company, Zhang Hao's dinner became considerably more enjoyable. However, the other Slytherins were far from pleased. Losing 40 points right at the start of the term was a substantial setback, one that even their biased professor would take a considerable time to remedy. Thus, the Slytherin students regarded Zhang Hao with varying degrees of animosity. In stark contrast to the deep-seated grievances harbored by Slytherin, the Gryffindor contingent was practically euphoric. Not only had they gained the boy who lived, but they also reveled in the misfortune of Slytherin's point deduction. The Lions had never been as jubilant as they were on this day. Some Gryffindors took the opportunity to mock their Slytherin counterparts at the neighboring table, further inciting the ire of the Slytherins. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao regained his senses, placing the sausage into his mouth and smiling as he exclaimed, "Thank you. The sausage is indeed delicious." Once he spoke, he set aside his thoughts and began to relish the exquisite cuisine of Hogwarts. The others were no different. Some transformed their joy into an increased appetite, while others channeled their sorrow and indignation into their feasting. Everyone indulged heartily. Once each person had satiated their hunger, the remaining food vanished from the platters in an instant, leaving them as immaculate as before. After a while, the pudding was served. There was an array of ice cream flavors, apple pie, syrup-drenched fruit tarts, and chocolate soufflés. Zhang Hao holds a profound appreciation for the craftsmanship of the domesticated magical creatures, even nurturing the thought of keeping one as a pet. However, the search for a stray creature may prove challenging, necessitating careful consideration. After a while, pudding also vanished. Dumbledore rose once more, and the hall returned to a solemn silence. Having indulged in a hearty meal, I wish to impart a few words of wisdom. Before the semester commences, I must draw your attention to several important matters. First, your students. Take heed. The wooded area on school grounds is off-limits to all students, and some of our older students should also bear this in mind. Dumbledore cast a glance in a particular direction, seemingly issuing a silent warning to certain individuals. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has requested that I remind everyone to refrain from casting spells in the corridors during breaks. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this semester. Any students aspiring to join the house team should reach out to Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution everyone. Those who wish to avoid unforeseen calamities and a painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. This final admonition elicited expressions of horror from many. Last term could have proven fatal. The peril is indeed grave. Zhang Hao felt a peculiar sense of confusion. If the intention was to keep the students oblivious, why not employ magic to deter them from entering the restricted area? To Zhang Hao, Dumbledore's warning seemed more akin to a gentle reminder. Was it possible that this was a prelude to the adventures of the trio destined to save the world? Before Zhang Hao could delve further into his thoughts, Dumbledore spoke once more. Now, before we retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song. The school anthem was almost beyond reproach. Each individual sang in their own unique pitch, resulting in a cacophony devoid of harmony. Even more absurd was the fact that the Weasley twins performed the entire song to the tune of a funeral march. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao diligently memorized every path he traversed. Yet it proved to be an arduous task. Not to mention the ever-changing staircases. Even the myriad of winding corridors presented a formidable complexity. Hogwarts was not merely a castle. It was an expansive labyrinth. Perhaps to align with the serpentine nature of its inhabitants, the Slytherin common room was situated in the depths of the castle. On a damp stone wall lay concealed a stone door, which would only open upon the utterance of the correct password. The password itself was not overly difficult to remember, consisting mostly of words that extolled traits such as pure blood, glory, and pride. Head girl Gemma Farley delivered a lengthy speech at the entrance before reciting the password to unlock the stone door. Many harbored a misconception about the Slytherin common room, assuming it to be dark and damp, akin to some dismal subterranean vaults. In reality, the Slytherin common room was nestled beneath the Black Lake, and its views were no less splendid than those of the common rooms of the other three houses. The ceiling was crafted from spherical crystal, allowing one to gaze upon the enchanting sights of the lake's depths. With a stroke of luck, one might even glimpse the mermaids dwelling within. Besides the ceiling, the decor of the common room was opulent. The black Gothic marble walls, chandeliers tinged with verdigris, and intricately carved fireplace all radiated an artistic essence, unmistakably reflecting Slytherin's proud and discerning character. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao retrieved his wand from the suitcase and, with an air of indifference, declared, "If you wish to contend for the ownership of the dormitory, then present your wand. Otherwise, kindly remain silent." Malfoy immediately paled, retreating a couple of steps in trepidation. Swallowing hard as he replied, such an action would contravene the school regulations. "The Academy has already deducted 40 points from you due to your actions. Believe me, even if you were to cast a single spell upon me, the school would expel you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao slowly retracted his wand, and Malfoy, as if granted a reprieve, hastily rolled up his bedding and scrambled out of the dormitory. In an instant, the room was left with only one occupant, yet Zhang Hao felt no sense of accomplishment. Since the commencement of the term, he had scarcely engaged in any meaningful pursuits, seemingly preoccupied with trifling acts of bullying the younger students. He shook his head and reclined upon his bed, his consciousness gradually descending into a mysterious realm. Regardless of distance, a shroud of gray enveloped everything. Strange phenomena drifted through the fog. Some resembled crumbling skyscrapers, others appeared as islands suspended in midair, while yet others seemed like shattered stars. Mushroom clouds, tornadoes, and flashes of lightning accompanied by thunder manifested in a kaleidoscope of bizarre visuals, yet only light and shadow prevailed, devoid of sound, amidst the profound silence. The only discernible sound was the faintest whisper of Zhang Hao's breath. Each time he entered this illusion, he was inexplicably awestruck. He endeavored to locate the boundaries of this surreal landscape, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not succeed. Ultimately, he could only regard this place as a testing ground. Perhaps today I shall practice the shattering charm. Hopefully, I can master this spell before dawn. After all, having a wand should simplify matters, shouldn't it? With a mere thought, Zhang Hao summoned his wand into his hand. Not far ahead, a stone statue served as his target. "Reducto," he pronounced, yet the wand remained unresponsive, which did not perturb him. He meticulously recalled the details, comparing them against the standard incantation methods etched in his mind, striving to uncover the flaw in his spell casting. It seemed the pronunciation was amiss. The final syllable required more sharpness. After a brief interlude, he commenced his second attempt. "Reducto." The pronunciation was correct this time, yet success eluded him still. Was it the rhythm of the wand movement that was incorrect? What tempo should the shattering spell adhere to? In the pursuit of mastering spells, one invariably encounters a myriad of challenges. Were it not for the enhancement of the illusion, Zhang Hao would likely have already ascended to the status of a spell master. Without guidance, every aspect, from pronunciation to wand movement and the conviction behind the incantation, required his own deliberation. In this process, a miscast could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, most spells emerged from such perilous experimentation. Zhang Hao was aware that many had sacrificed themselves in the annals of magical history, including Luna Lovegood's mother from the original narrative. Without those pioneers, contemporary incantations would not be so refined. What Zhang Hao endeavored now was to deduce the precise methodology of spellcasting through known incantations. This endeavor was no less hazardous than creating new spells. He had perished on multiple occasions due to explosive misfires. Were it not for the safety of this illusion, he would not dare to risk such perilous endeavors. The first encounter with a spell explosion had been utterly daunting, and reliving that death within the illusion had almost convinced him of its reality. In the realm of illusion, one day equated to 100 in reality. Having delved into the intricacies of spellcasting for a period exceeding 2 months, equivalent to 16 years within the illusory realm, Zhang Hao has managed to inversely deduce and master 7 distinct spells. Furthermore, he has achieved the remarkable feat of casting these spells without the aid of a wand or incantation. Compared to the rate at which his predecessors conceived spells, his progress is far from sluggish. Reducto. Boom. Yet another failed attempt at spellcasting results in Zhang Hao's body being pulverized into fragments. After an extended interval, his physical form reconstitutes itself. However, in contrast to his previous state, his complexion now exhibits a pallid hue. It appears that resurrection within this illusory realm is not without its repercussions. As time elapses, seemingly without end, the illusory realm abruptly shatters into a multitude of fragments, akin to a mirror dashed upon the ground. Lying prostrate upon his bed, Zhang Hao opens his eyes, his pupils gradually focusing. Alas, he laments, he has yet to fully master the reductor curse. In truth, Zhang Hao occasionally succeeds in casting the reductor curse. However, he deems such sporadic successes as failures. Only consistent success in each and every casting, with each spell achieving its maximum potential, will bring Zhang Hao complete satisfaction. After all, this is not wandless magic. If perfection cannot be attained, what would be the point of his powerful advantage? The magical world abounds with a myriad of peculiar spells. And if a single reductor curse proves so arduous, how much time will be required to master more profound spells such as the Patronus Charm and Apparition? He hopes that Professor Flitwick's lesson schedule can be accelerated. Zhang Hao places some of his hopes on the Charms class. On the first day of the new semester, Zhang Hao emerges from his dormitory, alone. Draco Malfoy and his 2 corpulent henchmen are engaged in hushed conversation within the common room. Upon noticing Zhang Hao, their demeanor visibly shifts to one of apprehension. Zhang Hao merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction before proceeding towards the classroom, preoccupied with his own thoughts. As the new term commenced, the emphasis for the incoming students was not on intensive coursework, but rather on acquainting themselves with the intricacies of Hogwarts. Furthermore, they were expected to assimilate the fundamental precepts of the magical world, a task primarily undertaken in the history of magic class. Consequently, Zhang Hao's inaugural lecture was Professor Binz's History of Magic. The Slytherin curriculum largely mirrored that of Gryffindor, and the History of Magic class was no exception. Thus, Zhang Hao once again encountered the celebrated trio of the Savior, Harry Potter. In stark contrast to Zhang Hao, Harry Potter, the protagonist ordained by destiny, enjoyed considerable popularity. Numerous individuals seized opportunities to engage with Harry as he traversed the corridors, their gazes lingering upon him even after passing by. A behavior that impeded his own search for the classroom. Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief. Had he been subjected to such harassment, he would undoubtedly have erupted in fury. After finally arriving at the classroom, the new students began to receive the instruction of Professor Binz. It was at this moment that they realized the magical curriculum could, at times, be rather tedious. Many students succumbed to slumber as they listened, while Professor Binz remained oblivious to their drowsiness. To Zhang Hao, Professor Binz was the most laid-back educator he had ever encountered. Suddenly, a question sprang to his mind, and he raised his hand, inquiring, "Professor Binz, is it true that Merlin once studied at Hogwarts?" The drowsy students were instantly roused, and nearly all of them were perplexed. Unable to fathom why Zhang Hao would pose such a question, Professor Binz responded, "Oh, Mr. Zhang, are you intrigued by this matter?" "Indeed, Professor." Zhang Hao nodded affirmatively, stating, "In the Muggle world, there are also legends about Merlin. According to these tales, Merlin is the offspring of a demon and a human. It is precisely because of his demonic lineage that he created magic. I wish to know if this is true. Oh, the Muggles' legends? What do they understand about magic? Draco Malfoy could not suppress a mocking laugh, declaring, "It is common knowledge that Merlin graduated from Slytherin. He created magic? What an absurd claim. Ahem, Mr. Malfoy." Professor Binns traversed through Malfoy's form, appearing before him, and said in a monotonous tone, "I believe it is necessary for Mr. Malfoy to hear my explanation, perhaps. Upon its conclusion, you will gain a clearer understanding of this question." Malfoy's expression soured slightly as he smirked and replied, "Very well, Professor Binns. I shall treat this as a story." With a benevolent smile, Professor Binns said, "Excellent. Now, let me regale you with the tale of Merlin." The entire class perked up, eager to hear these ancient legends, which were far more captivating than the dry historical facts of magic. Historically, it is indeed true that magic was created by Merlin, likely around the year 536 AD. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, however, was established in 993 AD. Oh, does this not imply that Merlin could not possibly have studied at Hogwarts? Have we been deceived? How could this be? Did Gemma Farley err in her recollections? The Slytherin students found it nearly impossible to accept this reality, as many had long taken pride in being alumni of Merlin. If the notion that Merlin attended Slytherin were merely a fabrication, then the Slytherins would be utterly humiliated. Zhang Hao pondered that matters could not be so straightforward, otherwise the rumors would not have persisted for such an extended period. Professor Binns' subsequent remarks aptly confirmed this suspicion. Please be quiet. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance. Once the murmuring subsided, Professor Binns continued, I must inform you that the Merlin who created magic is not the same wizard as the Merlin who attended Hogwarts. The audience was left in a state of astonishment, and even Zhang Hao felt a sense of bewilderment. Hermione Granger exclaimed, Professor, are you suggesting that there were two wizards named Merlin in the history of magic? Indeed. Miss Granger, Professor Binns replied calmly. There is much contention surrounding this matter. Some assert that Merlin achieved immortality, thus living from the year 563 AD until the founding of Hogwarts, during which time he studied in Slytherin House. However, in my view, the Merlin who attended Slytherin is not the same as the one who invented magic. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao could not help but be rendered speechless. It appears that the phenomenon of name duplication is not confined to Huaxia, as even the British magical realm is not exempt from such conventions. Both gentlemen bearing the name Merlin are indeed remarkable wizards who have made significant contributions to the magical community. This is precisely why people often conflate the two. Does anyone have further inquiries? Hermione raised her left hand high. Professor Binns inquired, Miss Granger, do you have any additional questions? Hermione hesitated before responding, Professor. There are rumors in the Muggle world that the creator of magic, Merlin, was ultimately imprisoned in an oak tree by a sorceress named Vivian. Along with him were buried 13 treasures and the authority of King Arthur. Is there any truth to this? Zhang Hao felt a tightening in his chest and attentively perked up his ears. In truth, his inquiry regarding Merlin was driven by a desire to uncover the truth behind this legend. It is well known among the magical community that modern magic differs significantly from its ancient counterpart. Every distinguished wizard has sought to trace Merlin's footsteps, for there exists a profound curiosity regarding the origins of magic itself. Understanding this could potentially unveil the very essence of magic. Might the 13 treasures lost with Merlin conceal relevant secrets? This was the crux of Zhang Hao's interest. Oh, Miss Granger. Professor Binns appeared quite exasperated, shaking his head as he replied, This question has been posed by many before. I can only extend my apologies. The era of Merlin is far too distant, and such legends have long since become unverifiable. Therefore, the specifics must be left for you to explore on your own. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over all present. Few possessed the inclination to delve into these historical enigmas. They were already overwhelmed with the study of spells. Only Zhang Hao quietly committed this information to memory, intending to investigate further when time permitted. Subsequently, the history of magic class descended into a state of lethargy. Ron Weasley, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle, the trio of dimwits, visibly succumbed to slumber, their heads crashing onto their desks. After enduring another hour of monotony, the class on the history of magic finally drew to a close. Zhang Hao tidied up a bit, and then headed to the dining hall with Daphne. It must be noted that, thus far, it seems Zhang Hao has only one friend, Daphne. Besides her, only his cousin Zhang Qiu and Harry Potter can engage him in a few words. In the dining hall, Harry Potter hesitated for quite some time before breaking free from his friend's restraint and approaching Zhang Hao. How? How are you faring in Slytherin? I can hardly believe you were sorted into Slytherin, Harry expressed, seemingly regretful about Zhang Hao's placement. In contrast, Zhang Hao appeared unfazed. Responding with a gentle smile, in our homeland, we have a saying, a snake becomes a flood dragon after 1,000 years, and a dragon after 10,000 years. As long as there is light within, even if one falls into the abyss, they will shine brilliantly. What difference does it make whether I am in Slytherin or Gryffindor? A snake can transform into a dragon? Harry mused, furrowing his brow as he pondered, and then inquired with curiosity, what is a flood dragon? Zhang Hao chuckled and remarked, that is a wondrous creature of the East. Perhaps one day you shall behold it. Very well. I eagerly await that day. Harry shrugged, speaking with a hint of resignation. Hagrid has invited me to his hut. Could you accompany me? He mentioned you in his letter and seems to have inquired about the Phoenix. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhang Hao nodded. Saying, very well, let us meet here. 2 days later, the adaptive course finally concluded. The first spell class for the first-year students of Slytherin and Gryffindor commenced, with the diminutive Professor Flitwick standing atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. As he took out the roster and called out Harry's name, he let out an excited scream and collapsed to the floor. This was merely a minor incident, and soon the formal lesson began. However, Zhang Hao found himself somewhat disappointed by Professor Flitwick's class, as he taught only 3 introductory spells, a repairing charm, a lighting charm, and a cleaning charm. Zhang Hao had already mastered these spells and could perform them wandlessly and incantation-free. Similarly proficient in these spells was Miss Hermione Granger, a true prodigy who, despite lacking Zhang Hao's fortuitous advantages, had managed to learn numerous spells in a remarkably short span. Though these were merely simple charms devoid of any peril, they nonetheless highlighted a significant point. With such a comparison, Zhang Hao finally gained a lucid understanding of his magical aptitude. He had always believed his talents to be commendable, yet it was now evident that this was not the case. Fortunately, with the existence of the illusionary realm, otherwise, he feared he might be even less capable than Neville. Zhang Hao pondered to himself. Professor Frivol patiently elucidated the methods of spellcasting, yet many remained unable to produce any tangible effects. Children from wizarding families are often introduced to magic at an early age, yet their opportunities to practice casting spells are limited. This is partly due to the Ministry of Magic's stringent regulations on the use of magic, and partly because these younglings possess unstable temperaments. After all, for children, play is the greatest delight. The notion of studying magic seems dreadfully monotonous. As a result of these factors, many pureblood wizards find themselves devoid of any magical prowess before the commencement of their schooling. Essentially, the majority begin from the same humble starting point. Soon, the classroom was filled with the sounds of various incantations, yet the number of effective spells cast remained disappointingly few. Zhang Hao intoned softly, Scourgify. The grimy, tattered cloth before him was instantly restored to pristine condition with a flash of light. Ah, excellent! Professor Flitwick exclaimed, witnessing the spectacle. Mr. Zhang has done remarkably well. Observe the efficacy of this cleansing. It is virtually flawless. 1 point to Slytherin. The same incantation, when wielded by different individuals, yields dramatically disparate results. Hermione, while capable of executing the cleaning charm with ease, evidently lacked the sheer magical potency of Zhang Hao. After all, Ollivander had remarked that some adult wizards did not possess such formidable magical reserves. Daphne was visibly elated by Zhang Hao's contribution to their house, as if she herself had been the recipient of such an honor. The other Slytherin first years exhibited a palpable excitement. These young serpents held honor in high regard, and the accrual of house points was a cause for jubilation. Hermione, her countenance stormy, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Hao before redoubling her efforts on the recalcitrant fabric. For a prodigious academic, being surpassed by another was an affront. The sole means of expunging such ignominy was to utterly dominate the offender. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Hao had inadvertently become the target of Hermione's competitive zeal. In the ensuing lessons, Zhang Hao discerned certain discrepancies. His self-developed incantation method diverged noticeably from that espoused by Professor Flitwick. It appeared that his unique approach was swifter and more attuned to his personal aptitudes, as if these spells were custom-tailored to his specific constitution. Professor Flitwick, preoccupied with Zhang Hao's successful spellcasting, remained oblivious to these subtle differences. Had he observed them, he would have been astounded. This novel discovery invigorated Zhang Hao. His past investments were finally yielding promising returns. The ability to cast a spell a fraction of a second faster constituted a significant advantage. While such alacrity might be inconsequential in domestic magic, it could prove decisive in combat. A single spell cast a moment earlier and 2 spells cast 2 moments earlier effectively created the opportunity to cast an additional spell. In the heat of battle, such expediency was akin to a preemptive strike, as few were capable of effectively countering an initial assault. With this realization, Zhang Hao resolved to pursue his independent magical research with renewed vigor. Combat magic, at the very least, would be entirely self-developed. Where innate talent fell short, diligence would compensate. Subsequently, Professor Flitwick expounded upon the mending charm and the Lumos charm. Zhang Hao flawlessly executed the spell, dazzling all in attendance. Professor Flitwick, with unabashed admiration, exclaimed, "It is truly unimaginable that Mr. Zhang can perform a charm to such an extraordinary degree." Slytherin earns 2 points. The Slytherin side erupted in cheers, while Gryffindor was engulfed in despair. With a forlorn expression, Ron whispered to Harry, "How can he be so incredibly skilled? At this rate, Slytherin's score will soon catch up. Oh heavens, they might even surpass us." Harry replied, resigned, "Hao has always been exceptional. I had hoped he would join Gryffindor. Let us hope he does not display such flamboyance in other classes." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had already come to understand that in order to pursue the path of self-developed magic, he must meticulously study each incantation. After the spellcasting class concluded, Daphne cheerfully remarked, "Hao, you are truly remarkable. You earned 3 points in the very first class. I believe it won TB long before you helped Slytherin regain the lead." In response to Daphne's praise, Zhang Hao merely expressed his gratitude. For him, there was neither pride nor humility in this achievement. As he often reflected, being among a group of children, no matter how extraordinary the accomplishment, was not worthy of stirring any emotions. Observing Zhang Hao's placid demeanor, Daphne felt a tinge of boredom. She lamented, "Why aren't you happy? If I had earned points, I'd probably wake up laughing in my dreams." "Oh, Daphne, I am not unhappy," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "Happiness and unhappiness do not necessarily need to be displayed on one's face." Daphne, seemingly perplexed yet endearingly naive, appeared somewhat muddled, exuding a charmingly silly cuteness. Zhang Hao observed her in a state of turmoil and decided to shift the conversation, saying, "I am heading to the library to seek out some books. Would you care to join me?" "Absolutely," Daphne replied with delight. Zhang Hao sought the art of mental closure, an essential discipline for any formidable wizard. Given the multitude of secrets residing within his mind, neglecting this practice would indeed be perilous. The library at Hogwarts is situated on the 2nd floor of the castle, housing thousands of books across numerous shelves. Irma Pants, the librarian, harbors a deep disdain for any form of loudness within her domain. In her youth, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty, and even now, she exudes the allure of an enchanting witch. She regards the books as her own children. Any individual who damages, mistreats, or desecrates them would face dire consequences. Under Mrs. Pants' scrutinizing gaze, Zhang Hao ushered Daphne into the library. The foremost shelves contained a collection of relatively common texts, easily procurable at the Leaky Cauldron. These included textbooks on intermediate and advanced standard spells, the history of magic, and theories of magic. Occupying over a dozen shelves, neither in excessive nor scant quantity. For Zhang Hao, the useful tomes were limited to a few works on intermediate and advanced standard spells, interpretations of profound magic, and notes on magical experiments, while the remainder held little value for him, as much of the content was already etched in his memory. Further along were various biographies of notable figures, such as the illustrious Merlin, the lives of past ministers of magic, recipients of the Order of Merlin, and the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel, as well as a directory of contemporary magicians. Zhang Hao conducted a cursory count, noting that these tomes filled over 20 shelves. His interest in this collection was profound. In order to maintain his standing, he must continually learn from the strengths of others. He had recognized this truth on the day he ascended to the pinnacle of wealth in Huaxia. Without a commitment to perpetual self-enrichment, he would inevitably be eclipsed by those who followed. Moreover, engaging with a new realm necessitated an even greater dedication to learning. The luminaries of the wizarding world, whose lives had been chronicled in biographies, evidently possessed valuable insights to offer. Yet, at present, Zhang Hao found himself bereft of sufficient time to delve into the intricacies of these biographical accounts, as his studies in magic consumed all his available hours. Beyond the section dedicated to biographies lay a plethora of volumes pertaining to magical creatures. Titles such as Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The Varieties of Dragons in Great Britain and Ireland, From Egg to Phoenix, and the Psychological Handbook of the Hippogriff adorned the shelves. Among these, From Egg to Phoenix, a treatise concerning the majestic phoenix, particularly piqued Zhang Hao's interest. He resolved to explore this work further when time permitted. With aspirations of mastering the art of phoenix rearing, books related to creatures constituted a significant portion of the collection, occupying no less than 30 shelves. Following this were shelves laden with tomes on potions and herbalism, numbering in the dozens. The most renowned among them were 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, magical potions and elixirs, and powerful drafts. The former two served as essential texts for first-year students, while the latter was indispensable for all potion masters. Beyond this point, the various volumes became increasingly unclassified. Zhang Hao gazed at the rows of bookshelves, feeling a twinge of frustration. The endeavor to locate the mind closure spell amidst such a plethora of tomes was undeniably cumbersome. Seeking assistance in this matter was not a trivial pursuit. It was already quite suspicious for an 11-year-old wizard to possess knowledge of the mind closure spell. If he were to solicit help, he would essentially be divulging that he harbored a secret. Human beings, driven by curiosity akin to that of cats, are often irresistibly drawn to uncover what is concealed. The more one attempts to hide a secret, the more it beckons investigation. What if, in the course of inquiring about the mind closure spell, someone were to retaliate with a memory extraction spell? With this thought lingering in his mind, Zhang Hao resolved to embark on his search in silence. How? What are you looking for? May I assist you? Daphne declared earnestly, eager to lend her support. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before whispering. Could you assist me in locating a book titled I Don't Want You to Know What I'm Thinking? Once you find it, please inform me discreetly, ensuring that no one else discovers our secret. Daphne replied cheerfully, leave this matter to me. I will certainly help you find that book. Zhang Hao gazed at Daphne's cheerful figure, a pang of guilt rising within him. To deceive such a trusting young lady was indeed a transgression. Since their classes concluded in the morning, they had embarked on a quest for lunch. After their meal, they resumed their search. Yet even as the history of magic class approached, Zhang Hao had yet to uncover any texts pertaining to brain-closing spells. Daphne, brimming with enthusiasm to assist Zhang Hao in his quest, eagerly seized his hand and led him to the library as soon as the class ended. Little did she realize that the book Zhang Hao sought might not even exist. Hermione Granger was also present in the library, and upon spotting Zhang Hao, she let out a soft huff. To Zhang Hao, this seemed a provocation, yet he chose to remain unresponsive. He remained steadfast in his principles. Neither beauty nor challenge could sway him. At last, just before dinner, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao shook his head and said, I understand. It suddenly occurred to me that the book belongs to the Muggle world and may not be included here. Oh no, you really are quite careless. Daphne replied with a hint of frustration. What shall we do next? Zhang Hao chuckled. Let's casually find a couple of books to peruse for a while. Daphne had no objections, and the two of them settled into a cozy corner to read. It was not until dinner time that Zhang Hao and Daphne finally departed from the library. Hermione Granger approached Zhang Hao with a familiar demeanor, inquiring, do Slytherin students also enjoy reading? This is quite unexpected. Are Slytherin students not allowed to read? Zhang Hao replied with a hint of exasperation, surely. Hogwarts does not have such absurd regulations. Oh, I apologize, Hermione said, slightly embarrassed. You see, apart from you two, there are hardly any other Slytherin students in the entire library. This was indeed true. Zhang Hao laughed. Perhaps they have yet to realize the significance of books. Trust me, they will eventually come to the library. Daphne and Hermione had not yet formally met, so they introduced themselves to each other and exchanged friendly handshakes. Hermione cheerfully remarked, Miss Greengrass, there are not many friendly individuals like you in Slytherin House. Thank you for the compliment, Miss Granger. Daphne replied, feeling somewhat bashful. Zhang Hao expressed his agreement with Hermione's sentiments, lamenting, living in Slytherin House, it is challenging to remain untainted by the influence of blood purity. Many wizards from Muggle families eventually become fervent adherents of pureblood ideology. It is indeed commendable that Daphne can maintain such a mindset. The decline of half-blood wizards into staunch supporters of blood purity is not a novel occurrence. Perhaps the most infamous example is Voldemort. Many families that fervently champion pureblood supremacy are, ironically, compelled to pledge their allegiance to the half-blood Voldemort. To Zhang Hao, this is nothing short of a satirical farce. Hermione, struggling to comprehend, exclaimed, "How could they harbor such notions? It is utterly outrageous. In the Muggle world, the advocacy for equality is paramount. The idea of blood purity is utterly ludicrous. Those who cling to such beliefs are woefully antiquated. I cannot fathom their mindset." At that moment, Hermione resembled an irate little lion, both fearsome and endearing, provoking an impulse to tease her. Equality is not absolute. Zhang Hao dismissed the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind and calmly remarked, "In this world, some are born into comfort while others face hunger. Some arrive endowed with intelligence and health, while others are born foolish and disabled. Who can definitively elucidate such matters? One thing is certain, for us wizards, diligent study holds far greater significance than any lineage." Hermione and Daphne exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by Zhang Hao's words. He first negated the concept of universal equality and then emphasized the superiority of diligence over bloodline. Such a stance appeared contradictory, especially to 11-year-olds, leaving them in a state of confusion. Consequently, Zhang Hao became even more enigmatic in their eyes. The disparity in their understanding was starkly apparent. After enjoying dinner in the school hall, the day drew to a close once more. As Zhang Hao returned to the common room, he was intercepted by 2 senior students. Following closely behind were Draco Malfoy and his 2 loyal companions, an ominous presence that suggested ill intentions. Daphne clutched Zhang Hao's sleeve, her face etched with concern. "Hey, we heard that you forced Draco to seek refuge in the common room for the night. We believe you owe us an explanation regarding this matter. Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Marcus Flint." With a head of unruly curls and slightly protruding teeth, Marcus Flint exuded a somewhat menacing aura. Zhang Hao reminisced briefly and swiftly recalled information about the individual in question. Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, seemed to be inclined to defend Malfoy. A tendency that was hardly surprising given that the Flint surname belonged to one of the 28 pureblood families, sharing a pureblood lineage. It was quite natural for them to unite against half-blood wizards. Although his opponent was a senior student, Zhang Hao felt no trepidation. He coldly remarked, "In fact, that is not the case. I have never prevented Malfoy from resting in the dormitory. Perhaps he simply prefers the common room, as it is spacious and comfortable. Am I correct, Malfoy?" Marcus Flint cast a glance at Malfoy, eager to hear the perspective of the person involved. "No, that is not the case," Malfoy exclaimed. His face contorted with indignation and shame. "It was you who threatened me with the killing curse." Upon hearing this, Flint and another senior student instinctively recoiled. Goyle and Crabbe remained unfazed, as they were entirely ignorant of what the killing curse entailed. Daphne was taken aback, having just learned of the curse's horrific nature in the library that day. She couldn't help but wonder in her heart if Zhang Hao truly possessed the knowledge of the killing curse. Flint steadied himself and furrowed his brow, questioning, "Draco, could you be mistaken? How could he possibly wield the killing curse? That is utterly inconceivable. First-year students have no opportunity to encounter the unforgivable curses, except for Harry Potter. This is a universally acknowledged fact." Zhang Hao, with an expression of innocence, remarked, "This is precisely what I wish to inquire about. How could I possibly wield the killing curse? Malfoy, you must take responsibility for your words." At this juncture, Malfoy realized he had been deceived. His anger intensified as he scowled and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! You dared to deceive me?" "No, I did not deceive you," Zhang Hao replied, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I merely invited you to speculate whether I possess the killing curse. Clearly, you miscalculated." Flint slapped his forehead in exasperation, then patted Malfoy on the shoulder, saying wearily, "Enough of this. You two can resolve this matter amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave to rest. Farewell." Zhang Hao chuckled to himself. Bullying exists everywhere in the world. However, at Hogwarts, few would dare to act recklessly. One misstep could result in a fatal curse, leaving no chance for rescue. Even putting aside the threat of such dark magic, the prospect of expulsion for escalating matters is hardly an appealing outcome. In this environment, it is unlikely that anyone would wish to amplify the situation. The look on Flint's face reveals that he merely seeks to make an appearance. Whether he can assist Malfoy is of little consequence. With a flourish of their sleeves, the 2 upperclassmen departed, and Daphne followed suit at Zhang Hao's subtle gesture. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and murmured, "It seems I must first master the art of capturing thoughts." He attempted to utilize Illusion 1 to practice this technique, hoping to achieve the aim of cultivating the art of mental closure. However, Illusion 1 exhibited no response whatsoever. Could it be that the illusion is incapable of manifesting a sorcerer? Let me try once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Before Zhang Hao could react, he felt his legs firmly ensnared. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended that this illusion was not a manifestation of an inability to cast magic, but rather a limitation confining him to spells within his repertoire. The mysterious realm, a blend of the ethereal and the tangible, continuously shifted its scenery, appearing as usual. Yet, Zhang Hao harbored a burgeoning suspicion regarding the very nature of this enigmatic domain. Though these conjectures still required validation, he drew forth his wand, pointed it at his lower body, and exclaimed, "Finite incantatum." Instantly, the sensation of confinement around his legs dissipated. Amongst the incantations that Zhang Hao mastered before the commencement of the academic year, Arresto Momentum stood out as the most arduous. Today marked the inaugural practical application of this spell, and the results, it would seem, are quite promising. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of dismay. He had yet to master the transfiguration spell, and he feared he would no longer uphold his image as a prodigy in class. Nevertheless, he understood that what was destined to happen would inevitably come to pass. And the title of genius was one he had never particularly valued. When he and Daphne arrived at the classroom, they discovered that quite a few students had already gathered. Perched upon the lectern was a calico cat, distinguished by a simplistic pattern around its eyes reminiscent of spectacles, while many paid no heed to the feline. Zhang Hao recognized it as Professor McGonagall, renowned at Hogwarts for her stern demeanor. Daphne, eager to play with the charming cat, was gently restrained by Zhang Hao out of goodwill. In fan fiction, there had been instances where protagonists fed this calico cat dried fish. Zhang Hao remained unaware if anyone had cleared the grave of that fellow, yet he certainly would not recklessly flirt with the precipice of demise. One by one, students entered the classroom, leaving only the boy who had narrowly escaped calamity and the youngest member of the Weasley family unaccounted for. Naturally, within everyone's understanding, Professor McGonagall was also absent. After a few minutes of waiting, Harry and Ron finally burst into the classroom, panting heavily. Ron, with a look of relief, exclaimed, "Thank goodness. The professor hasn't arrived yet." However, no sooner had he spoken than Harry could barely voice his thoughts before the tabby cat on the desk leapt before him, transforming into the stern visage of Professor McGonagall. Harry and Ron were utterly petrified. With a knowing glance directed at Zhang Hao, Professor McGonagall commenced her admonishment of Harry and Ron. In a tone laced with sarcasm, she remarked, "Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter, should I transform one of you into an alarm clock, so at least one of you can arrive to class on time?" "I apologize, Professor," Harry explained. "We got lost and couldn't find the classroom." Professor McGonagall retorted with exasperation, "Then perhaps you should transform into a map, that way. You surely wouldn't lose your way. Surely you can find your own seats." Harry and Ron, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, hurried back to their respective seats. Zhang Hao curled his lip, questioning the purported impartiality of Professor McGonagall, noting the absence of point deductions for his housemate's tardiness, a tactic reminiscent of Snape. Unperturbed by Zhang Hao's musings, Professor McGonagall cast a severe gaze across the assembly, cautioning them that transfiguration was the most intricate and perilous branch of magic taught at Hogwarts. She warned that any disruptive behavior would result in immediate expulsion from her classroom, with a permanent ban on re-entry, emphasizing that they had been duly forewarned. Subsequently, the outwardly stern yet inwardly benevolent professor demonstrated her formidable magical prowess, transforming her lectern into a swine and then reverting it to its original form while elucidating the intricacies of the spell. The students were captivated by this wondrous spectacle, yearning to commence their studies of this arcane art. However, they soon realized that the transmutation of inanimate objects into fauna would necessitate considerable time and effort. Professor McGonagall meticulously explicated the incantation methods for the transfiguration charm, a process of such complexity that Zhang Hao filled 5 pages with notes. Despite these diligent efforts, comprehension remained elusive. Amidst this challenging atmosphere, Professor McGonagall assigned a modest task, distributing a match to each student and instructing them to transmute it into a needle. By the end of the session, only Hermione Granger had achieved a partial transformation of her match, regarding Zhang Hao with an air of triumphant defiance. Zhang Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had little interest in competing with this young girl. After all, he had already lived once, and even if he triumphed, it would hardly provide him with a sense of accomplishment. Conversely, should he fail, the blow to his confidence would be considerable. After Hermione departed with an air of pride, Zhang Hao couldn't help but ponder. Everyone was equally acquainted with the steps of spellcasting, so why could some effortlessly succeed while others remained utterly perplexed? After much contemplation, Zhang Hao could only attribute the disparity to a matter of spiritual essence. Magic, by its very nature, is a wondrous phenomenon in an individual's beliefs, willpower, emotions, feelings, and psychological instincts all influence the manifestation of magic. When these myriad factors intertwine, perhaps the only explanation lies in the realm of spirituality. It is akin to how some individuals can naturally roll their tongues, while others fail to master the skill despite relentless practice. This phenomenon is challenging to elucidate, yet it undeniably exists. Zhang Hao speculated that perhaps Hermione possessed a touch of intricate spirituality. With this thought, he retracted his musings. Since his innate abilities were not as exceptional as others, he resolved to compensate through diligent effort, a notion that required no further contemplation. During the subsequent recess, Zhang Hao immersed himself once again in the library. Daphne was absent that day, having ventured out to spend time with her close friend. She and Pansy shared the same dormitory, both currently striving to sway each other's beliefs. Pansy aimed to convert Daphne into a staunch supporter of pureblood ideology, while Daphne endeavored to persuade Pansy to relinquish her prejudices regarding blood status. Both appeared somewhat wavering, leaving uncertainty as to who would ultimately influence whom. Estimating the matter, Zhang Hao surmised that it would likely dissolve into nothingness. After all, hardly anyone incessantly harped on the subject of purebloods versus mixed bloods. The young girls were more preoccupied with discussing the most delectable snacks or which boy was incorrigibly mischievous. Beset by such trivialities, who would bother concerning themselves with the lofty ideals of pureblood supremacy? On Thursday evening, Zhang Hao dedicated himself to practicing legilimency, with the singular focus of penetrating the defenses of Phantasm 1. Legilimency was indeed an arcane art. Its profundity stemmed not from the complexity of its incantations, but from the immense magical reserves it demanded. Most adolescent wizards simply lacked the requisite power to master legilimency. Fortunately, Zhang Hao possessed an abundance of magical energy, enabling him to practice almost any contemporary spell. Despite this advantage, after more than 100 days within the illusory realm, he still couldn't guarantee success. Moreover, the phantasm proved to be remarkably obtuse, yielding only a hazy fog upon attempts at mind reading. By now, Zhang Hao felt nauseated each time he cast the spell, utterly disgusted by the sight of those vapid mists. However, this level of legilimency proved sufficient for practicing occlumency, which considerably improved Zhang Hao's spirits. As the illusion shattered, Zhang Hao woke with a serene composure. Malfoy remained sound asleep, evidently refraining from disturbing Zhang Hao. Slytherin students were known for their prudence, though discernment and timidity were often mistaken for one another. In Zhang Hao's estimation, Malfoy's behavior was less about prudence and more about instinctive compliance. Observing the sleeping Malfoy, a faint smile graced Zhang Hao's lips. With enough dedication, even the most mischievous of scamps could find redemption. Zhang Hao firmly believes in this. On Friday morning, Slytherin and Gryffindor are scheduled to attend 2 potions classes together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao's extraordinary performance in the Charms class earned him the title of genius in Slytherin. Although he remained indifferent to this accolade, privately, many referred to him by it. I believe you should take your studies seriously, Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly, not even glancing at Malfoy as he continued to read. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if a pureblood heir were overshadowed by a half-blood in all aspects. The honor of pureblood families cannot merely be proclaimed with words. Your 28 family's ancestors have made remarkable contributions to the magical world. So, what have you descendants accomplished? Malfoy remained silent for a moment before lifting his chin and responding. A wizard like you could never comprehend the glory of being pureblood. for you are not one. You cannot experience all that purebloods possess. Is that so? Zhang Hao replied with a hint of disdain. Then continue to cling to the glory of your pureblood lineage as you sleep. The days ahead are long. Let us hope you do not bring shame upon your ancestors. No, I will not bring shame upon my ancestors, Malfoy asserted firmly, and with that, he too took out his book to study. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, Crabbe and Gore remained utterly lacking in ambition. Since the commencement of the school year, counting today. This marked the fourth occasion they brazenly seized snacks from young girls. Upon hearing Daphne's outcry, the two swiftly turned around, their demeanor alert. Hey, you two towering figures. Do you not feel a shred of shame in bullying a small girl? Zhang Hao proclaimed with righteous indignation. He vehemently denounced their actions. Do your parents send you to school merely for the purpose of snatching snacks? Frankly, even if your family is impoverished, it cannot be to such an extent, can it? Crabbe retorted fiercely, what business is it of yours? It would be wise for you to mind your own affairs. Indeed. Gore chimed in, you are but one person, while we are two. Do you wish to fight? The two displayed a familiar readiness for confrontation, clearly seasoned in such altercations. Zhang Hao drew his wand and swiftly cast a spell. Legs stand still, bind the legs. Crabbe's legs immediately became rigid, and his already corpulent body struggled to maintain balance, resulting in a thud as he fell to the ground. In a panic, he cried, my legs, I can't move them. Gaul, please help me. Gaul stood helplessly by, his expression one of utter confusion. It had been 4 days since the school year began, yet their minds were consumed with thoughts of snacks. They had scarcely memorized even a single incantation. Now it's just you left, Gaul. Zhang Hao remarked with malicious intent. Oh no, Gaul stammered, retreating nervously. You can't do this to me, I beg of you. Why should I not do this to you? Zhang Hao countered, shaking his head. You can pilfer other snacks. Why should I not punish you? Crabbe was still struggling, resembling a turtle turned on its back, unable to right itself no matter how he squirmed. Witnessing Crabbe's pitiful state only intensified Gaul's fear. Zhang, trust me, I will never steal anyone's snacks again. I promise. At that moment, Malfoy emerged from the dormitory. Seeing his two companions in such disarray, he felt a mix of pity and frustration. Draco, come help us. He's casting a spell on us, Gaul shouted, pointing at Zhang Hao. Malfoy quickly grasped the situation, his irritation evident. Hey, what are you doing? Are you stealing snacks again? You're truly embarrassing. Gaul was momentarily taken aback, as if Malfoy were implying they hadn't shared the pilfered snacks with him. He asked in disbelief, Draco, which side are you on? Crabbe has been cursed. We need to help him. Oh, you're right. Then what are we waiting for? Malfoy glanced warily at Zhang Hao and said to Gaul, quickly, find an upperclassman to help break the spell. If we delay, none of us will be spared. Gaul, as if struck by a revelation, dashed off to seek assistance from a senior. Only then did Malfoy turn to Zhang Hao and declare, I hope your spell maintains its advantage. I shall surpass you eventually. Zhang Hao smiled nonchalantly and remarked, what commendable courage. Upon finishing his words, he took Daphne by the hand and departed, the young girl brimming with joy, akin to a princess who had just been rescued by a dashing prince. The potions class was conducted in a subterranean classroom, which was considerably chillier than the castle's main edifice above. It was said that certain potions required such an environment for preservation, and some could only be brewed under these conditions. The classroom was lined with glass jars along the walls, each containing preserved specimens of animals that elicited a shiver of unease. Like Flitwick, Snape commenced the class by taking attendance, pausing momentarily when he reached Harry's name. Ah, indeed. His voice was soft, devoid of any animosity. Harry Potter, our illustrious new arrival. While his tone lacked hostility, it was laced with a palpable irony. The Slytherin students eagerly supported their head, erupting into raucous laughter, with the trio of Malfoy among the most boisterous. Zhang Hao failed to discern the humor. Yet he echoed with a couple of insincere chuckles. Snape, having completed the roll call, surveyed the assembly with his hollow, frigid gaze, eyes that resembled abyssal voids. Devoid of any warmth, he declared, you are here to imbibe the theoretical precepts and meticulous procedures of potion making. He paused, his tone laced with derision. Given that this endeavor obviates the need for imbecilic wand-waving, many among you will likely remain skeptical of its magical essence. I harbor no illusions that you will genuinely grasp the exquisite allure of a gently simmering cauldron, its vapors exuding delicate fragrances. Nor will you truly fathom the mystical potency of the elixirs that course through one's veins, inducing euphoria and clouding the will. I can instruct you on how to amplify renown, concoct glory, and even forestall demise. However, this is contingent upon the condition that you are not the witless simpletons I so frequently encounter. A hush fell over the room, with only the occasional furtive movement, none daring to be caught by Snape's gaze. Yet, as determined by certain hereditary factors, some were destined to incur the professor's wrath, regardless of their stealth. Potter, Snape snapped. What would be the consequence of adding powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry, flustered, stammered, I do not know, Professor. Indeed, Snape remarked with disdain. It appears that fame is hardly indicative of competence. Hermione's hand shot skyward, attempting to extricate Harry from his predicament. However, Snape, having finally seized an opportunity to avenge himself upon James Potter's legacy, was unlikely to relinquish it so readily. He proceeded to pose several more questions, all of which Harry was unable to answer. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. At this juncture, Hermione could no longer restrain herself and rose to her feet. Harry muttered, Professor, I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why not inquire of her? Several students snickered, prompting Snape to glare menacingly in their direction before bellowing at Hermione, Sit down. Are you cognizant of the decorum expected during a lesson? Hermione, crestfallen, sank back into her seat, her demeanor akin to a frost-bitten eggplant. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao slowly rose to his feet, meeting the hollow gaze of Snape. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, The combination of daffodil root powder and mugwort can yield a potent sleeping potion, commonly referred to as the water of life and death. The stone known as Dunkstone is extracted from the stomach of a goat and possesses remarkable detoxifying properties. As for the plant known as aconitum, both the boat-shaped and wolf's bane varieties fall under the same classification. Professor, am I correct? A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes as he regarded Zhang Hao. It seemed he had not anticipated the presence of such an inquisitive wizard among the Slytherin ranks. Indeed, you are correct. Snape affirmed Zhang Hao's assertions, yet promptly posed a new inquiry. What would be the result of adding moonstone to black hellebore syrup? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before softly articulating. Crush the moonstone and mix it with a small amount of water to form a paste. Stir counterclockwise 3 times, then simmer over low heat for 7 minutes, finally. Add 2 drops of black licorice syrup to create a tranquilizer. This tranquilizer can alleviate anxiety and soothe irritability, yet if the dosage is excessively high, it may plunge the imbiber into a profound slumber from which they may not awaken. With an impassive expression, Snape continued. What kinds of potions can be concocted using daisy root, mouse spleen, wrinkled fig, and leech juice? The first-year students were left in a state of shock. Even the academically gifted Hermione from Gryffindor began to tug at her hair. Most of these ingredients were entirely unfamiliar to her, and the few she recognized were mere fleeting impressions, leaving her uncertain of their origins. She cast a sympathetic glance at Zhang Hao, no longer expecting him to provide an answer. However, after a brief hesitation, Zhang Hao confidently replied, Daisy root, 1 mouse spleen, a wrinkled fig, and a tiny drop of leech juice can be used to prepare the elixir of rejuvenation. This potion can revert animals to their youthful forms, though it carries certain side effects for wizards. Hermione's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if she had witnessed a divine revelation. The others had already lost all sense of awareness, feeling as though they had transformed into mere houseplants. Clap, clap, clap. Snape applauded a few times, smiling for a fleeting moment before asking, Very well, which potion requires the sin of time in its preparation? I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione interjected, her indignation palpable. Though it may be impolite, I must point out that the first-year textbook does not include the scent of time. I believe this is knowledge beyond our current grasp. Her righteous Gryffindor spirit could no longer contain her frustration. Snape, however, disregarded Hermione's outburst, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Hao, embodying a resolve not to relent until he received an answer. Zhang Hao sighed and remarked, Professor, I seem to recall that the aroma of time is only utilized during the concoction of the Felix Felicis potion. Forgive my candor, but isn't it somewhat excessive to pose such a question at this moment? The new students silently nodded in agreement, resonating with his sentiment. Indeed, that rogue Snape was rather overstepping. Oh, you are quite right, Mr. Zhang. Snape replied unabashedly, his tone laden with implication. Yet, you are aware of it, are you not? To the onlookers, the professor's vexation was becoming increasingly apparent. Yes, Professor, Zhang Hao affirmed. I happened to stumble upon the recipe for Felix Felicis in the library. Surely, that poses no issue? Indeed, there is no problem, Snape acknowledged, nodding slightly. Suddenly, his tone shifted as he cautioned, however. I must remind you that no matter how diligent your studies, you must refrain from indiscriminately using magic on your peers. One can never tell when the academy might expel you, and I would rather not lose a conscientious student. Zhang Hao suddenly realized the reason behind Snape's decision to target Harry. It had merely been a ploy to instill fear and issue a warning. With this thought, he cast a fierce glare at Crabbe. Undoubtedly, some individuals had reported him. A proficient wizard could foresee the curriculum 5 years ahead, while certain fools were oblivious to the material they were about to learn. This, I believe, exemplifies the distinction between genius and folly. Snape paced back and forth in the corridor, pausing beside Harry to mutter through clenched teeth, if one is a fool, then why not take the time to learn what is necessary? The classroom was instantly filled with the rustling sound of pens on parchment. Aha! Snape seemed to have recalled something, stroking his chin as he declared, in light of Potter's abysmal performance and Miss Granger's rudeness, Gryffindor loses 5 points. In contrast, Zhang Hao's exemplary performance earned Slytherin 3 points. Although Slytherin gained points this time, there were no cheers, as everyone was diligently engaged in note-taking. Despite some trivial mishaps, Snape's vindictive intentions appeared to have been fulfilled, and his mood seemed considerably improved. At least a faint smile graced his otherwise impassive face, rendering him somewhat more approachable. However, this state of affairs did not last long. During the group practice of potion-making, Gryffindor's Neville made an error, turning Seamus's cauldron into a grotesque shape. The potion within splashed onto the stone floor, burning holes in the shoes of his classmates. Within seconds, all students found themselves perched atop their stools. The instigator, Neville, fared even worse. As the cauldron toppled, he was splattered with potion, leaving his arms and legs covered in painful, swollen welts, causing him to wail in distress. Zhang Hao winced at the sight, while Snape bellowed, "Fool! I presume you neglected to remove the cauldron from the fire before introducing the porcupine quills, did you not?" Neville wept inconsolably, his nose erupting with numerous boils. "Take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded Simon with a stern voice, perhaps feeling a pang of sympathy for Neville. He refrained from chastising the unfortunate boy. He then paced restlessly around Harry and Ron, who happened to be seated adjacent to Neville during this calamity. Zhang Hao surmised that they might be implicated due to Neville's blunder. Predictably, a moment later, Snape's voice echoed, "Potter, why did you not advise him against adding the porcupine quills? Did you believe his error would accentuate your own brilliance? Gryffindor has forfeited a point due to your negligence." Harry was about to retort when Ron, concealed behind his cauldron, nudged him with his foot, dissuading him. An hour later, the potions class finally concluded. A collective sigh of relief swept through the cohort of first-year students, save for a somber few. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhang Hao convened with the trio in the dining hall. Today marked their rendezvous with Hagrid, who, according to Harry, had purportedly unearthed some promising leads concerning unclaimed phoenixes. "Greetings." "Good afternoon," Harry exclaimed, seemingly liberated from the morning's vexations, as he cheerfully greeted Zhang Hao. "Good afternoon to you all." Zhang Hao responded with equal civility. Ron, seemingly harboring a latent antipathy towards Zhang Hao, the Slytherin, offered a curt acknowledgement before lapsing into silence. Hermione, however, appeared to be quite fond of Zhang Hao. Inquiring with curiosity, "How? In which tome did you encounter the sin of time?" "I have no recollection of it whatsoever." Zhang Hao chuckled. "I have forgotten the title of the book. Perhaps I can assist you in finding it another day." "Really?" Hermione exclaimed with delight. "I cannot thank you enough." As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the group departed the castle, making their way to Hagrid's abode. Hagrid resided in a quaint wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where a crossbow and a pair of rubber gloves adorned the entrance. Harry took the initiative to knock on the door, and soon they heard the sounds of a tense struggle accompanied by low, throaty barks from within. Then, they heard Hagrid call out, "Back off, Fong, back off." Hagrid opened the door a crack, revealing his bearded visage, while calming the large dog named Fong. He welcomed Zhang Hao and the others inside. The modest cabin consisted of a single room, with hams and wildfowl hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle boiling water in the hearth, and a large bed in the corner draped with patchwork quilts. Zhang Hao silently shook his head, finding the living conditions far too rudimentary. Hagrid, the most loyal companion to Dumbledore, seemed to have been forgotten by him. as Dumbledore had never considered providing Hagrid with a better life. "Oh, how? I know you are quite particular about your living conditions. So please bear with it now that you are here," Hagrid said apologetically. "Not at all, Hagrid," Zhang Hao replied with a shake of his head, a look of wistfulness crossing his face. "I have experienced hardship, and this place is quite decent in comparison." Hagrid chuckled, "As long as you can adapt." He then turned to Ron and Hermione, inquiring with a smile, "And who might you be? Friends of Harry? This is Ron, and this is Hermione." "They are both my good friends," Harry quickly introduced. Hagrid welcomed him warmly and then asked Harry about his life over the past week. As Harry struggled to chew on a rock cake, he recounted the events of the past few days in class. The course of history had not shifted in the slightest. He and Ron were still at odds with Filch. The two of them vented their frustrations, expressing their profound discontent with Filch. This resonated with Hagrid, who unhappily remarked, "Every time I enter the castle, that old fool watches me like a hawk. It's simply dreadful." He also mentioned his intention to introduce Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris, to Fong, as though he planned for Fong to deal with Mrs. Norris. However, Zhang Hao recalled that Fong was quite timid, and whether he could triumph over Mrs. Norris was uncertain. The conversation soon shifted to Severus Snape. Harry lamented, "Oh, Hagrid, you cannot fathom how much Snape loathes me. I feel certain that if given the chance, he would murder me." "Nonsense." Hagrid shook his head. "That is impossible. Why would he harbor such hatred toward you?" He seemed intent on changing the subject and turned to Zhang Hao, saying, "I heard a rumor in Diagon Alley that a wizard has discovered a phoenix on the verge of rebirth in the Lometi Mountains of Italy." With this revelation, everyone's attention was immediately captivated. "Is it about to undergo a rebirth?" Zhang Hao queried with a furrowed brow. "Indeed," Hagrid affirmed, his countenance reflecting concern. "It could present an opportunity, albeit one that is exceedingly difficult to seize." "What do you mean?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "If it's an opportunity, shouldn't it be grasped? I imagine it would be arduous to encounter another unowned phoenix." "A phoenix? Are you contemplating capturing a phoenix to raise?" Hermione surmised, piecing together the situation from the fragments of conversation. Harry gestured, palms open. "Not us, but Hal. He has been contemplating raising a phoenix since before the commencement of term." After this prolonged wait, there are finally some indications of progress. Ron exclaimed in astonishment, "A phoenix? Could it be even more challenging to raise than a dragon?" Hagrid chuckled in response to Ron's query. "No, phoenixes are easier to care for than dragons. Tending to a dragon demands considerable attention, as your brother is likely aware. In contrast, a phoenix requires less of your concern. Dumbledore possesses a phoenix, and I believe you shall have the occasion to meet it eventually." "You possess extensive knowledge regarding dragon husbandry?" Ron asked, surprised. Hagrid demurred, fidgeting with his fingers. "Indeed, I have always harbored the aspiration to raise a dragon. Harry is already privy to this." Hermione regarded Hagrid's ambition with incredulity, shaking her head. "I must inform you that the Ministry of Magic prohibits the private ownership of dragons. It is against the law." "Yes, of course, I am aware," Hagrid replied, his expression downcast. "It is merely a modest aspiration of mine, and I do not anticipate success. After all, it is unlikely that anyone would gift me a dragon, wouldn't you agree?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in order to avoid wasting time. Zhang Hao could only offer a comforting remark. "The world is unpredictable. One might truly find a dragon egg." "How could that be?" Hagrid replied with a bitter smile. "How? You are truly a good person, but there is no need to console me. Who would coincidentally possess a dragon egg? And who would fortuitously gift it to me? Let it be. I shall consider it merely a fleeting thought in my heart. You all should forget about it." Zhang Hao thought to himself, "Perhaps you are unaware. But soon someone will present you with a dragon, and indeed, it will be a dragon's egg." As the trio observed Hage sinking into despair, they too began to feel a sense of sorrow. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Hao gently tapped Hagrid's arm, reminding him, "It seems we are discussing the phoenix. You just mentioned that this phoenix is about to undergo its rebirth, correct?" "Indeed. Let us set aside the dragon for now and focus on the phoenix," Hagrid replied, invigorated. "This phoenix is enormous, much larger than Dumbledore's. Witnesses claim that its feathers are nearly all gone. It is likely undergoing a rebirth, embarking on a new chapter of life." Harry inquired with curiosity, "Is rebirth synonymous with resurrection? Do phoenixes truly possess immortality?" "Absolutely." Hagrid chuckled. "The secret of the phoenix's eternal life is a mystery coveted by many. Yet thus far, humanity has only grasped the fact that they can be reborn through this process. If this phoenix is indeed on the brink of its rebirth, it presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why do you say so? Hermione expressed her interest in the topic. Hagrid pondered for a moment before raising his hands, saying, "The situation is quite intricate. Perhaps it is best if Hao elucidates it for you." Consequently, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, while playfully teasing Yaya, gently elucidated, "The rebirth of the phoenix encompasses 2 distinct states, resurrection from ashes and transformation into an egg. One signifies revival, while the other heralds a new existence." Harry, perplexed, inquired, "Is that not essentially the same?" "Certainly not." Zhang Hao shook his head. "Researchers in the magical realm contend that a phoenix rising from ashes serves to purge the toxins accumulated within its body, representing a physiological cleansing. After undergoing such a purification, the phoenix's memories and physiological functions remain largely unchanged. Conversely, nirvana signifies the culmination of the phoenix's current life form. Following this transformation, the phoenix embarks on a new life journey, one that is longer than the preceding phase, with memories commencing anew. Truly astounding," Hermione exclaimed in admiration, "hearing you speak thus. I too yearn to witness a phoenix." Harry and Ron shared her enthusiasm, captivated by the legends surrounding the phoenix. Hagrid, with a wistful expression, remarked, "The phoenix discovered must be ancient. I have heard it is as large as a dragon. I believe it has undergone many cycles of rebirth." Zhang Hao was secretly astonished. A phoenix, comparable in size to a dragon, had only been recorded in the annals of magical history a mere 2 or 3 times. The phoenix recently discovered might very well be one of those rare beings. However, how could they possibly acquire it? Ron struggled to articulate his thoughts, pondering. Could the phoenix be difficult to confront? Are spells effective against it? Certainly not, Hagrid murmured. A phoenix is immortal. Neither magic nor any other means can bring about its demise. The only way to kill one is to shatter its egg during its rebirth. Oh, no. I shouldn't have divulged that to you. It might corrupt your minds. The group fell silent, each lost in contemplation. How? What do you intend to do? Harry inquired with curiosity. Are you planning to seek out this phoenix on your own? Harry, don't jest, Hermione interjected, shaking her head. The quest for a phoenix is exceedingly perilous. It could very well cost you your life. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inherent dangers of the situation. It would be ill-advised for him to venture forth alone. The phoenix was not an essential need for him, and there was no justification for taking such a risk. Are you then prepared to abandon the pursuit? Ron inquired eagerly, as if Zhang Hao's withdrawal would somehow afford him an opportunity. Yet, Zhang Hao did not yield. With a smile, he replied, Hagrid, could you assist me in posting a bounty at the Ranger Guild? I am willing to offer 1,000,000 galleons for a phoenix egg. The Ranger Guild was a loosely organized assembly of wizards who engaged in various eccentric tasks, ranging from herb gathering to mineral extraction and capturing magical creatures. Many influential figures preferred to delegate these undertakings to those unfortunate wizards who had fallen into the ranks of rangers, rather than undertake them themselves. For instance, the herbs utilized at Hogwarts were predominantly sourced from the Ranger Guild, aside from a small portion cultivated in-house. To Zhang Hao, enlisting the Ranger Guild for the quest to locate a phoenix in the Lamatai Mountains was perfectly sensible. Why venture into danger when one could resolve matters with wealth? However, the others present could not comprehend Zhang Hao's rationale. All eyes in the cabin widened in disbelief, as though they had misheard. Oh my goodness! 1,000,000 galleons? How much is that? Ron exclaimed in astonishment. Are you truly certain about spending that much for a phoenix? I wager the entire wizarding community of Britain would go into a frenzy over this. Harry and Hermione were left speechless, their minds racing with visions of galleons, contemplating just how high a stack of 1,000,000 galleons might reach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Bearing paper and pen, Zhang Hao composed a missive on the spot, accompanying it with a small sigil, both of which he entrusted to Hagrid, elucidating, This serves as my identification, furnished by Gringotts previously, along with my mandate. Present these articles to the goblins. They shall know how to proceed. Hagrid received the missive and sigil, securing them earnestly within his pocket, and expressed with heartfelt gratitude, How? Thou art the second, since Dumbledore, to repose such confidence in me. Indeed? Zhang Hao responded with a smile, That is because you merit such trust, and I dare say, many more shall come to confide in you hereafter. Hagrid affirmed sincerely, Thank thee. Rest assured, I shall attend to this matter with utmost diligence. With the subject of the phoenix concluded, The ambience of their discourse grew ever more convivial. Yet Zhang Hao felt the inclination to depart. He had numerous incantations to master and little time to tarry idly. Just then, Harry extracted a small clipping from beneath the teapot cozy, a fragment excised from the Daily Prophet. Latest dispatches on the Gringotts incursion. The inquiry into the Gringotts incursion of July 31st persists. The Ministry of Magic generally ascribes the act to an anonymous dark wizard. The goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was pilfered. The vault in question had, in fact, been emptied earlier that very day. A Gringotts goblin spokesperson avowed this afternoon, the contents of the vault are confidential. It is advisable to refrain from interfering in this matter. Harry reflected. As if upon a newfound epiphany, he exclaimed with astonishment, Hagrid, the Gringotts incursion transpired on my very birthday. It is quite plausible that we were present during the event. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Hao immediately realized that the trio had once again embarked on the quest for the Philosopher's Stone. To be candid, he harbored a certain yearning for the stone himself. After all, it is the only known substance capable of granting immortality, and regardless of its potential flaws. That singular ability is enough to captivate anyone. If circumstances became dire, perhaps utilizing the Philosopher's Stone to extend one's life would not be entirely reprehensible. Ultimately, for the sake of grand endeavors, certain sacrifices can be justified. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao felt an undeniable urge to acquire that extraordinary stone. Harry gazed at Hagrid with eager anticipation, only to be met with a dismissive grunt in return. Until the very end, Hagrid refrained from addressing the topic related to the Gringotts incident, leaving everyone in a state of disappointment. However, Zhang Hao perceived clearly that on the way back, Harry was evidently deep in thought regarding the matter. He speculated that Harry would eventually connect this event to Snape. Meanwhile, the cunning Professor Quirrell would likely, much like in the original narrative, emerge victorious, only to meet a comically absurd demise, turning to ashes. In that moment, the formidable presence of the destined protagonist would be manifest, for whether one had lost their hair or gained strength, they would inevitably be crushed under the weight of the protagonist's aura. Zhang Hao experienced a moment of hesitation. He yearned for the Philosopher's Stone. Yet all events surrounding Harry Potter appeared to be under Dumbledore's meticulous control. Why would Dumbledore permit Hagrid to retrieve the stone from Gringotts? Did he possess foreknowledge of an impending theft? If this matter were merely a coincidence, what then could be said of the subsequent arrangements? It is understandable to employ the three-headed dog to guard something as significant as the Philosopher's Stone, but what are the subsequent challenges? The Devil's Snare, a trivial obstacle, would hardly pose a challenge to any adult wizard. Is this truly a fitting trial? Moreover, if one genuinely wished to conceal an item of such importance, would it not be more prudent for Dumbledore to keep it on his person? Why go to such lengths to establish an array of peculiar trials? Thus, all signs indicate that Dumbledore may have sensed Voldemort's return and has begun to weave an elaborate web. To recklessly involve oneself at this juncture could disrupt Dumbledore's plans and potentially incite the ire of this formidable figure. Zhang Hao pondered for a long time but could not devise a way to obtain the magic stone without becoming a target. How? We should return to the Gryffindor common room. How about you? Hermione's voice jolted Zhang Hao and Harry from their reverie, and they soon realized that the four of them had already returned to the castle's great hall. Zhang Hao mused, it's still early. I think I will go to the library to read for a while. Hermione considered his words and asked with a smile, may I join you? Of course. Let us depart at once. As they spoke, the two made their way toward the library, evidently leaving Harry and Ron behind. The following day, Zhang Hao welcomed his first Saturday at Hogwarts. Classes at Hogwarts were only scheduled from Monday to Friday, while Saturdays and Sundays were entirely the student's own. However, first-year students were often at a loss, even during their leisure time, resorting to aimlessly perusing books. Perhaps Zhang Hao was an exception, for he eagerly sought time to read. Accompanying him today was his cousin, Zhang Qiu, a Ravenclaw who was also a frequent visitor to the library. A group of lovely young ladies surrounded her, their fragrant presence causing Zhang Hao's nose to tingle. Qiu, this is your cousin. He indeed appears quite charming. Oh, Qiu, I envy you. How I wish to have a cousin like this. You have no idea. I only have one female cousin, and whenever she visits, she always fights me for the treats. Cousin, I heard you are a genius? No. He is a wealthy genius. You are mistaken again. He is a handsome and wealthy genius. The young ladies were both enchanting and enthusiastic, yet Zhang Hao couldn't shake the feeling that they harbored ulterior motives. He suspected that his foolishly charming cousin had betrayed him. While engaging in light banter with the young ladies, he cast a glance at Zhang Qiu, only to find her hiding her face behind a book. seemingly too shy to be seen. After a while, the young ladies eventually dispersed to various corners of the library. Zhang Hao finally had the opportunity to settle accounts with Zhang Qiu. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, "Speak. What is the matter? Did you sell me out? Huh? What are you saying? I have no idea." Zhang Qiu feigned ignorance, responding theatrically. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Qiu cherished a particular item, having magically inscribed their names upon it. The Ravenclaw girls mistakenly believed that Zhang Hao was Zhang Qiu's boyfriend, prompting them to subject her to intense interrogation. Once they grasped the full context of the situation, their interest in Zhang Hao not only persisted but intensified. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. In simple terms, the young ladies had taken a liking to Zhang Hao. Youthful, affluent, handsome, and talented, where could one find such an exceptional partner? Although he was a bit young, he could be nurtured. Consequently, Zhang Qiu glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby, and whispered, "With so many girls for you to choose from, you should be delighted. My aunt has asked me to assist you in finding a girlfriend. You cannot blame me." Upon hearing Zhang Qiu mention his mother, Zhang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. Goodness, at merely 11 years of age, she was already arranging girlfriends for him? How absurd. He had often heard her jesting about the need to start romance from a young age, and he had thought she was merely joking. In response to Zhang Hao's lamentations, Zhang Qiu expressed her profound sympathy. She patted Zhang Hao's shoulder and said, "Cousin, there's no rush. Take your time in choosing." Thus, Zhang Hao spent his first weekend at Hogwarts amidst the relentless attention of the Ravenclaw girls. Meanwhile, a staggering piece of news reverberated throughout the wizarding community in London. A mysterious Hogwarts student had placed a bounty of 100,000 galleons for a phoenix egg. The Daily Prophet reported, Hogwarts gamekeeper, accompanied by a fairy, was managing affairs for a newly wealthy wizard, orchestrating the exorbitant reward. 100,000 galleons stirred the hearts of countless wandering wizards, all hastening to the Lamatai Mountains. Zhang Hao was indifferent to the commotion surrounding the bounty. He was solely concerned with its outcome. The tumult outside had no bearing on Hogwarts, where both faculty and students welcomed a new week in monotony. It is noteworthy that through 2 nights of diligent practice, Zhang Hao made significant progress in his mental occlusion and thought extraction spells. However, the rigorous training in these 2 forms of mental magic came at a cost. On Monday, he felt utterly numb from dawn till dusk. He sensed that if he continued tormenting himself with illusion number 1, he would surely become a complete fool. Before the defense against the dark arts class, Daphne noticed his pallid complexion and inquired with concern, "How? What is the matter? Are you unwell?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had no intention of deliberately avoiding old Fu. For according to the experiences of predecessors who had traversed worlds, no matter how furtive, how cautious, or how careful one might be, as long as one was a traveler, one would ultimately have to confront the archvillain. Therefore, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to deliver a decisive blow to old Fu. This matter lingered in his mind, yet he did not rush into action. After a day of classes, he spent some time at the library before returning to the common room, where he overheard Malfoy boasting about his Quidditch skills. "Hey, Hal, have you ever played Quidditch? I tell you, I practice it often at home. Last time I was flying in the wild, I nearly collided with a Muggle helicopter." Through their recent interactions, Zhang Hao and Malfoy had finally managed to exchange a few words as roommates. When Malfoy refrained from discussing his pureblood ideology, he was, in fact, a rather approachable classmate. Unlike Crabbe and Goyle, he did not snatch snacks from young girls nor bully anyone without reason. Under normal circumstances, he was an optimistic, eager learner, and sociable young man. It was only when confronted with those he detested that he would reveal his haughty side. This was a natural human reaction. Who wouldn't exhibit arrogance in the face of those they loathed? It was only reasonable to want to vex the other party. Thus, Zhang Hao was more than willing to engage Malfoy in conversation, and when it came to banter, he held nothing back. Just like now, he mockingly inquired, "Draco, are you certain you've seen a helicopter? Can you describe what one looks like?" Malfoy had never encountered a helicopter. His father despised Muggles so much that their household did not even possess a television. When he ventured out, it was solely by means of flue powder or a portkey. In fact, his outings were so rare that they were limited to trips with his parents to Egypt or other distant locales. To suggest that he had flown into the wilderness to play Quidditch and nearly been struck by a helicopter? What kind of luck would one need to encounter such a low probability of it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately recognized that Malfoy was exaggerating, and poorly at that. Malfoy's face flushed red as he stammered, "Oh, Hao, you are as insufferable as ever. Is that so? Well, you'll have to endure it for 6 more years." Zhang Hao reclined on the sofa, leisurely responding, "I must express a modicum of regret for that. You truly have no sincerity whatsoever." Malfoy grumbled, "On Thursday, we have flying lessons with Gryffindor. I hope you don't embarrass yourself in class." Zhang Hao remained uncertain about his flying skills and pondered whether he should practice within the illusion. If he were to train, he might first need to acquire a broom. Many elements of the magical realm could not be conjured out of thin air in the illusion, and it was unclear if a flying broom would be an exception. Conversely, technological inventions manifested effortlessly, from a simple needle to an intelligent robot. Anything Zhang Hao had encountered in his past life could materialize. It was precisely this ability that enabled him to accelerate the progress of internet technology in China by several years single-handedly. In response to Malfoy's jibe, Zhang Hao felt no anger. With a smile, he remarked, "As long as you don't embarrass yourself, we shall await the outcome." After idly chatting in the lounge for a while, the group dispersed to their dormitories for rest. Zhang Hao immersed himself in the illusory realm. Delving further into the arcane arts he had yet to fully comprehend. He attempted to conjure a nimbus, but to no avail. Consequently, he relinquished his aerial aspirations and instead focused his attention on transfiguration. During the previous lesson, Hermione had challenged him, and as a grown man, he could not allow himself to be subjugated by a mere girl, regardless of his fondness for her. He was determined to redeem himself before another such affront, without delay. Time elapsed swiftly, and Thursday morning brought another transfiguration class. As before, Slytherin and Gryffindor convened together. Zhang Hao, leveraging his clandestine extra studies, successfully transformed a matchstick into a needle of steel. Subsequently, he transmuted a book into a small stool, a display of such brilliance that it captivated all present. "Ah, Mr. Zhang Hao, I surmise you have dedicated yourself to considerable practice." Professor McGonagall distinctly recalled Zhang Hao's lackluster performance during the previous lesson, akin to that of Goyle. Yet, in a mere few days, he had metamorphosed a matchstick into a steel needle and a book into a small stool. Such an accomplishment could only be attributed to assiduous training. Professor McGonagall, renowned for her strict impartiality, generously awarded Slytherin 1 point. Had she not subsequently awarded Hermione a point as well, her image in Zhang Hao's eyes would have been even more impeccable. After class, Hermione forsook Harry and Ron, making her way directly to Zhang Hao. "Oh, Hao," she lamented, "you are truly remarkable. I had always believed I could surpass you in transfiguration, yet I find myself once again outstripped. Pray tell, is there anything at which you do not excel? Why must you always compare yourself to me?" Zhang Hao cajoled. "Your greatest adversary is not I, but yourself. Only by conquering yourself can you achieve true success. We are kindred spirits. The superiority of one over the other is of little consequence, is it not?" Zhang Hao was nearly moved by his own eloquence. "Is that so?" Hermione questioned, with a hint of skepticism. "Then, would you instruct me in the art of transfiguration? As you say, the superiority of one over the other is of little consequence. But I desire not to fall too far behind you. Such a fiercely competitive young lady." Zhang Hao exclaimed with delight. "Great. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you." Upon hearing this, Hermione displayed an adorable smile, radiating an innocence characteristic of youthful exuberance. Zhang Hao cherished such innocent smiles, for they rejuvenated his weary heart. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the inaugural flying lesson between Slytherin and Gryffindor was about to commence. It was a clear day, adorned with a gentle breeze, as students hurried down the sloping grass towards a flat meadow across the field. The blades of grass swaying beneath their feet like the undulating waves of the sea. Beyond the meadow lay the forbidden forest, a treacherous and exhilarating realm, where any loss of control during flight could lead to a perilous descent. Such an incident would not only endanger oneself, but also result in the deduction of points. In essence, The risks associated with flying lessons were no less significant than those of any other subject. Over 20 students from both houses gathered on the meadow. Slytherin stood in orderly fashion, while Gryffindor appeared more disheveled. In terms of discipline, Slytherin clearly outshone Gryffindor. Scattered across the meadow were over 20 well-worn broomsticks, relics discarded by the Quidditch team. Zhang Hao had heard from Zhang Qiu that the brooms used in flight lessons were, to some extent, flawed. Some brooms would tremble uncontrollably when reaching great heights, while others possessed such unpredictable temperaments that one could scarcely fathom them. Attempting to steer one to the right might result in it stubbornly veering to the left. The mere thought of flying on these brooms filled Zhang Hao with trepidation, a sentiment likely shared by others. Everyone put on a facade of composure, as if they were the bravest souls amidst the crowd. Miss Huiqi had yet to arrive, and the students seized the opportunity to express their unrestrained selves. Zhang Hao vaguely overheard a few individuals boasting, and it was not just one person. Malfoy claimed he had nearly collided with a helicopter, while Ron asserted he almost crashed into a hang glider. Even the perennial purveyor of magical mishaps, Seamus Finnegan, was no exception. His tone suggested he had spent most of his childhood soaring through the wilderness. Each individual hailing from a wizarding family incessantly prattled on about Quidditch, as if not being part of a Quidditch team were a source of great shame. "I once flew on a broomstick to the summit of Mount Everest," they would exclaim, referring to the tallest mountain in their homeland, which dwarfed even the highest tower of Hogwarts by 100-fold. In light of this, Zhang Hao felt he could not afford to be too unconventional, so he too engaged in the boasting, and as he began to speak, he outshone them all. Almost everyone was rendered speechless, pondering the height that was 100 times the tallest tower of Hogwarts. At long last, Madame Hooch appeared before them, just before someone could boast of flying into space. This lady had short gray hair, and her yellow eyes were sharp as those of an eagle. Anyone caught in her gaze could feel an undeniable pressure. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" she exclaimed sternly upon her arrival. "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick. Quickly. Time is of the essence." The young witches and wizards promptly sprang into action, swiftly forming 2 lines beside their brooms. The broom beneath Zhang Hao appeared as though it might disintegrate at any moment, casting doubt upon its ability to soar. Miss Huiqi afforded him little time for contemplation. She stood at the forefront and commanded, "Extend your right hand, place it above the broom, and then utter, 'Rise, rise, rise. Quickly, rise for me.'" A chorus of voices echoed across the lawn, with a few peculiar individuals occasionally indulging in playful antics. Certain students exhibited remarkable aptitude in this discipline, such as Harry, who, with barely a word of incantation, had the broom leap into his grasp almost instantaneously. Zhang Hao's talent cannot be deemed inadequate. Upon his third call, the broom leapt into his grasp. In stark contrast, Hermione's broom merely rolled along the ground, resolutely refusing to ascend. Even more unfortunate was Neville, whose broom remained utterly motionless, as if glued to the earth. After a considerable period of arduous practice, Neville finally managed to summon his broom. Madame Hooch then demonstrated the technique of riding, traversing the line of students to correct their erroneous postures. Perhaps Draco had acquired some bad habits during his practice at home, as Madame Hooch reprimanded him several times. Zhang Hao felt that this experience was akin to obtaining a driver's license. The seasoned instructor of the 4-wheeled tractor was indeed more troublesome, as the habits formed in the past would instinctively resurface unwittingly. He was grateful that he was not an experienced driver, otherwise he would inevitably find himself in a predicament akin to Malfoy's. "All right, the moment I whistle, you shall propel yourselves off the ground with all your might." "Ms. Huiqi reiterated sternly, "Hold the broom firmly, ascend a few feet, then lean slightly forward and descend vertically back to the ground. On my whistle, 3, 2. However, Neville was exceedingly anxious, fearing he would be left behind on the ground. He did not wait for Ms. Huiqi's signal and propelled himself upward with great force, ascending prematurely into the sky. Zhang Hao felt a sense of foreboding and had already drawn his wand from beneath his robe. "Come back, child," exclaimed Mrs. Huiqi. Yet Neville ascended straight upwards, akin to a cork bursting from a bottle. The higher Neville soared, the paler his face became, and he began to gasp for breath before plummeting from the end of his broom. Wingardium Leviosa, the incantation, already prepared, escaped Zhang Hao's lips. Yet, with a resounding thud, Neville found himself sprawled face-first in the undergrowth, his broom continuing its ascent until it disappeared into the depths of the forbidden forest. A palpable awkwardness descended upon the onlookers as their gazes settled on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao stammered, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "This requires a degree of prescience." His descent was remarkably swift. Perhaps we should first attend to Neville and hope he has not sustained severe injuries. As if jolted from a trance, the others rushed to extract Neville from the foliage. Madame Hooch, kneeling to assess the damage, blanched, her complexion mirroring Neville's own. "A fractured wrist," she announced, "but he will recover. Come now, child, rise." Regret tinged Zhang Hao's thoughts. Who dares to claim a wizard's constitution is fragile? To fall face first from a height of 20 feet and only fracture a hand. If this is fragility, what constitutes robustness? Furthermore, the emergency response of Hogwarts professors leaves much to be desired. How can a professor stand idly by as a student suffers an accident, utterly helpless, utterly inept? "I shall escort this child to the infirmary. None of you are to move. Return the flying brooms to their designated places, lest you find yourselves expelled from the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts before you even have the chance to participate in Quidditch. Come along, dear." Madame Hooch cautioned the assembly before consoling Neville and leading him toward the school's medical wing. Once they were out of sight, Malfoy erupted in boisterous laughter. Did you all see his face? The imbecilic oaf. Many from Slytherin joined in the merriment. It must be acknowledged that Malfoy, by virtue of his familial pedigree, wielded considerable influence among the Slytherin cohort. Some, though not finding Neville's predicament particularly amusing, felt compelled to offer a token chuckle or two. The art of ingratiation, it seems, is a timeless skill, not necessarily honed solely within the confines of societal engagement. "Silence, Malfoy," Parvati Patil rebuked sharply. This Indian maiden, though blessed with a complexion of ebony, possessed a visage of exquisite refinement. Many who beheld her were instantly captivated, some even elevating her to the status of a personal muse. Her twin sister, Padma Patil, graced the halls of Ravenclaw, thus separating a rare pair of sibling blossoms. "Humph, defending Longbottom?" Pansy Parkinson sneered. "I never suspected you harbored affections for the chubby crybaby, Patil." Parvati's comely face flushed crimson, rendering her momentarily speechless. After all, these were times when public opinion held sway, and further debate might only solidify Pansy's insinuation into reality. Just then, Malfoy retrieved an object from the ground. With a smirk, he proclaimed, "Behold, it appears to be a trinket from the oafish Longbottom's grandmother." It was a remembrall. Its appearance crystalline and ethereal, yet lacking in tangible solidity, like a rubber sphere filled with gas. Under normal circumstances, firmly grasping it would reveal whether one had forgotten something. Should it remain unchanged, it would signify that nothing had been overlooked. However, should it suddenly glow a vibrant red, it would indicate a lapse in memory. Of course, these transformations would only occur if the remembrall genuinely belonged to the possessor. Malfoy brandished the remembrall, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. "Give it here, Malfoy," Harry uttered in a low voice. Malfoy sneered. "I intend to place it in a location where Longbottom shall be compelled to retrieve it. Perhaps atop a tree. What do you say?" The remembrall was not an item of paramount importance, but its loss would undoubtedly cause distress. Therefore, Malfoy's actions were undeniably reprehensible. "Deplorable, Draco," Zhang Hao remarked with disdain. "Your jests are utterly vapid. You've sullied the very essence of Slytherin's decorum. It is of no concern to you." Malfoy retorted furiously. "I shall act as I deem fit. Return the remembrall, Malfoy," Harry vociferated. Malfoy, however, had already mounted his broom and taken flight. It became apparent that Malfoy's boasts were not entirely unfounded. He possessed a certain aptitude for flying, exhibiting both celerity and stability. "Come and retrieve it, Potter," he taunted from atop an oak tree. Harry seized his broom, poised for ascent. "Nay," Hermione cautioned. "Madame Hooch has expressly forbidden us from moving. You'll embroil us all in trouble." Yet, Malfoy's actions had ignited Harry's fervor. He disregarded her entreaties and soared into the heavens. His velocity and poise rivaled Malfoy's, despite this being his maiden flight. The two ascended higher, their voices fading into audibility. Zhang Hao, with the wisdom of an adult soul, consistently endeavored to safeguard and edify the children to the best of his capabilities. It was a responsibility he embraced, to discipline wayward youths, yet shield them from peril. From this tenet, Zhang Hao espoused a universal benevolence. He perceived no disparity between Harry and Malfoy. Both were in need of guidance and succor. Thus, one might anticipate Zhang Hao to be fraught with anxiety, seeking to intercede. Yet, he remained unperturbed, cognizant of the inevitable outcome. Harry would be selected for the Quidditch team, while Malfoy would endure yet another setback. Both would reap commensurate benefits, obviating any cause for alarm. Consequently, Zhang Hao remained below, chanting bravo, with seeming indifference. An eccentric display that garnered peculiar gazes. Suddenly, the girls emitted collective gasps of horror, as events spiraled towards a dire climax. The two airborne figures were now engaged in a mid-air scuffle, each endeavoring to unseat the other. Their brooms careened erratically, plummeting earthward before ascending skyward, a perilous spectacle. Amidst their struggle, Harry's broom inexplicably detached from him. Ah! Many girls shrieked, concealing their eyes, yet peering through their fingers to witness Harry grasping onto Malfoy, averting a direct fall. However, their predicament remained precarious, with Malfoy clinging precariously to the broom's fore. Their endurance was finite. Inevitably, Malfoy's strength waned, and he relinquished his grip. Both boys cried out in terror as they plummeted towards the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of prescience, Zhang Hao intoned the levitation charm, which enveloped Harry, arresting his descent. Malfoy, however, followed closely behind, colliding forcefully with Harry. Thud! The subsequent impact negated the charm's effect, and both boys crashed to the earth. Fortunately, the impact was cushioned, preventing grievous injury. However, by sheer happenstance, their lips met in an unintended kiss, a truly cringe-inducing tableau. Thursday afternoon, flying class. Harry deemed it the most dismal lesson since his arrival. He had kissed a boy, and that boy was his most despised rival. Enough. He resolved to rise. How dare he employ his tongue? Harry recoiled from Malfoy, recoiling in disgust, wiping his lips with his sleeve and spitting incessantly. Malfoy, equally repulsed, glared at Zhang Hao, exclaiming, "How? Was that intentional? You fiend!" All eyes were fixed upon Zhang Hao, as if questioning the veracity of the event. Listen, Zhang Hao stammered. In such a critical moment, such thoughts were far from my mind. I assure you, it was unintentional. Harry retrieved the remembrall, his emotions in turmoil, and said to Zhang Hao, "Hao, I thank you for saving me. Had it not been for you, I might have perished." Zhang Hao nodded gravely, rebuking, "It's imperative that you recognize this. Both you and Draco are excessively impetuous. I implore you to contemplate the ramifications of your actions henceforth. I scarcely require your admonishments." Malfoy retorted, incensed, "Then perhaps I shall simply observe you plummet to your demise next time." Zhang Hao responded fiercely, "Furthermore, I might just report your premature infraction of the rules, thus sparing me the displeasure of beholding your odious visage. Have you forgotten the instigator of this entire affair, Draco?" "Oh, you prevail," Malfoy conceded, belatedly realizing the gravity of his transgression. He uttered with a blend of resentment and trepidation, "Do not divulge this to the professors." Zhang Hao had no intention of dealing harshly with the troublesome child. He surveyed the crowd, his expression devoid of emotion, and stated, "Let this matter conclude here. Nothing has transpired today, correct? Am I right, everyone?" The assembly nodded in agreement, as both the Slytherin and Gryffindor members understood that should the situation escalate, they risked losing a significant student. Zhang Hao's course of action was indeed the most judicious, surpassing any alternative. Consequently, Zhang Hao inadvertently established himself as a sagacious figure among the new students of both houses. He once more brandished his wand, intoning Accio toward the direction in which the broom had flown. A dilapidated broomstick hurtled from the forbidden forest, none other than Harry's. "Return the broom to its place." Lest the professors discern anything amiss, Zhang Hao remarked languidly. The others promptly complied, and once everything was in order, Madame Hooch returned with Neville. Madame Pomfrey's healing arts were evidently more efficacious than Lockhart's. Zhang Hao surmised that she could mend a broken arm in the blink of an eye. Madame Hooch, finding the lawn as she had envisioned, inquired with a smile, "How did it go, children? Were there any untoward incidents?" The students unanimously shook their heads, betraying no hint of the truth. "Excellent," Madame Hooch declared. "Then let us resume our lesson." By the lesson's end, virtually everyone could soar into the sky. However, Harry did not join the Quidditch team prematurely as in the original narrative, suggesting that Gryffindor would not avenge their previous defeats. Zhang Hao found this outcome agreeable. Given his allegiance to Slytherin, his house's triumph would reflect favorably upon him. Rumors circulated regarding the unsavory tactics of the Slytherin team, but the rules, regrettably, permitted such behavior. Should the school establish more stringent Quidditch regulations, Zhang Hao believed Slytherin would refrain from such unscrupulous conduct. In essence, the blame lay with the rules themselves. The flying lesson concluded, marking the end of the day. However, the matter between Malfoy and Harry remained unresolved, the two having just arranged their first duel. In the Slytherin common room, Malfoy exclaimed to Goyle and Crabbe, "We shall inform Filch of this matter. I believe he will apprehend Harry. Do you suppose they will be expelled? It seems you are contemplating another dishonorable act, Draco," Zhang Hao remarked with disdain. "Duels are as sacrosanct to wizards as to knights. To arrange one, and then renege is the epitome of cowardice. It appears you have not heeded my words, you ineffectual fellow. Dare I say, are you perhaps intimidated by Harry Potter, hesitant to engage in a duel? Nonsense, Malfoy retorted, his face flushed with anger. How could I be afraid of him? This is merely a minor stratagem. The ends justify the means. It is the Slytherin way. Nay, you are indeed afraid of Potter, a fact you must acknowledge. Zhang Hao said languidly. Consider, Potter survived the killing curse of the Dark Lord, a feat of unparalleled grandeur. It is only natural to feel trepidation towards such an adversary. If you were to bravely admit this fear, I would hold you in high esteem. After all, acknowledging one's inner fears requires immense courage. Zhang Hao paused, then continued. Moreover, resorting to stratagems when one's strength is insufficient is what constitutes unscrupulousness. When one possesses the capability, one should act with honor and forthrightness. Only then can one cultivate unwavering courage, and courage is not a quality exclusive to Gryffindor. What do you know? Malfoy exclaimed, his anger reaching a boiling point. You are merely a half-blood wizard of Muggle parentage. You cannot comprehend the Slytherin ethos. Is that so? Zhang Hao responded nonchalantly. You are of pure-blood lineage. Yet your knowledge of magic pales in comparison to mine. By what authority do you claim I do not comprehend the Slytherin ethos? Furthermore, I came to Hogwarts solely to acquire magical knowledge, to become more powerful, to achieve greater glory. Frankly, my understanding of the Slytherin ethos serves only to educate you ignorant pure-blood supremacists. I do not take pride in being a Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin is merely a goal I intend to surpass. No, that is preposterous, Malfoy exclaimed in disbelief. How dare you think such a thing? Slytherin was the most illustrious of wizards. How can you presume to surpass him? Goyle and Crabbe, the two gluttons, were utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by Zhang Hao's domineering aura. Zhang Hao adjusted his tone, speaking leisurely. How can a sparrow understand the aspirations of a swan? I shall not elaborate further. If you lack the courage to duel with Harry, I shall take your place. Tomorrow, I will take the opportunity to proclaim how the illustrious representative of a pure-blood family, the eminent Draco Malfoy, has failed to honor his commitments. Those who err shall inevitably face consequences. No one shall be an exception. Trust me, Draco. Enough, Malfoy exclaimed furiously. You scoundrel, is it not merely a duel? I can certainly participate. Zhang Hao smiled with delight. Excellent. You have finally lived up to my expectations. I shall be your dueling assistant, rest assured. Even if you falter, I can step in to vanquish Gryffindor. The honor of Slytherin must not be tarnished. Yet, within the confines of his mind, he pondered, at last, an opportunity to witness the three-headed dog. As night fell, Zhang Hao and Malfoy stealthily slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory. They had initially intended to include Goyle and Crabbe, but those two rascals were sleeping too soundly to awaken. Hey, where is the rendezvous point you agreed upon? Zhang Hao inquired in a hushed tone. In the trophy room, which is never locked. Malfoy replied reluctantly. I've already informed Filch. Will we be caught by him? You truly have chosen an excellent location. The two had now reached the inky darkness of the corridor. Zhang Hao drew his wand, illuminating the space, and continued. Since you have already notified Filch, let us pray we do not encounter him. Otherwise, both Slytherin and Gryffindor will lose points. Shall we not just forego it? That way, only Gryffindor would lose points. Wouldn't that be better? Malfoy still clung to a glimmer of hope. You are utterly foolish. On what grounds do you believe your plan is destined for success? Zhang Hao retorted with irritation. They are living beings, entirely capable of evading Filch's search. If that were to happen, I need not proclaim it. By tomorrow, your shame of avoiding the duel will be common knowledge. Malfoy contemplated the ramifications and fell silent. The two traversed the dimly lit corridor, each step echoing against the walls adorned with moving portraits, those eternal people. Startled awake by the light, they occasionally uttered reprimands, further unsettling the already jittery Malfoy, while Zhang Hao remained unfazed, impervious to their influence. Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, a commotion was brewing. Harry and Ron found themselves ensnared by Hermione, only to later encounter Neville, who was barred from entering. Unfortunately, the fat lady, the guardian of the entrance, had seemingly gone visiting. The blood-curdling barrow had meandered near the Gryffindor common room entrance several times, nearly sending Neville into a state of catatonia. Under such circumstances, the group had no choice but to proceed together. Both parties treaded cautiously within the ancient castle, dreading each corner for a potential encounter with Filch or the fat lady. Fortunately, they faced no peril and arrived at the trophy room almost simultaneously. I can't believe you actually dare to duel, Potter. Malfoy, who had been quaking with fear, transformed into the bravest soul upon seeing Harry, as if inspired by Athena herself. Harry cast a surprised glance at Zhang Hao and exclaimed, "Where are Crabbe and Goyle? How? Are you really going to be Malfoy's dueling assistant?" "Of course." Zhang Hao shrugged. "I am also a Slytherin student. I cannot idly stand by and watch Draco fail." This statement, of course, bore a hint of exaggeration. While he genuinely wished for Slytherin to triumph over Gryffindor, that did not imply he would risk breaching school rules to partake in the affair. The primary allure for him was the prospect of encountering intriguing experiences during this duel, such as the three-headed dog, Fluffy. Some students may never behold this magnificent creature even upon graduation. Oblivious to Zhang Hao's inner musings, Harry found himself engulfed in despair. Zhang Hao cast spells with remarkable speed and precision, his attack incantations wielding greater power than those of even the upperclassmen. Professor Flitwick frequently praised Zhang Hao for his prowess, a fact well known among the first-year students. Dealing with a Malfoy was already a considerable challenge, and now confronted with the even more formidable Zhang Hao, Harry found himself contemplating the idea of conceding in this duel. Ron, displaying even poorer performance, glared at Malfoy and issued a vehement rebuke. "Oh, I once thought your shamelessness had its limits, but evidently, that is not the case. How dare you involve Zhang Hao, Malfoy?" Initially, Malfoy was quite reluctant and displeased with Zhang Hao for compelling him to attend the gathering, yet upon hearing Ron's words, he felt as though he had consumed a ginseng fruit, invigorated. "Ah, are you afraid, Weasley?" he mocked. "If you are scared, I permit you to concede." "That is mere delusion, Malfoy," Hermione retorted. "Even if we were to concede, it would be in recognition of Hao's skill, which has nothing to do with you." Harry and Ron seemed to receive an unspoken cue, promptly addressing Zhang Hao. "Hermione is right. Hao, we surrender to you. This duel belongs to you Slytherins. Congratulations." Zhang Hao and Naoe stood utterly astonished. Was this truly a sacred wizarding duel? It felt more akin to child-ass play. The crystal glass cabinet displaying the prizes shimmered under the moonlight, while in the shadows, trophies, shields, medals, and statues gleamed with silvery and golden hues. As Zhang Hao remained unresponsive, the trophy room was once again enveloped in silence. The audience could almost hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats, as no one dared to disrupt this easily attainable tranquility. It was precisely in this stillness that they heard voices emanating from the adjacent room. "Smell around, my dear. They must be hiding in some corner." It was Filch speaking to Madame Loris, proving himself to be anything but a competent night watchman. Should he not have made an entrance with more stealth under such circumstances? As Zhang Hao internally lamented, he awaited Harry's selection of an escape route. However, after a brief pause, Zhang Hao noticed that all eyes were upon him. Alas, these young ones were thoroughly frightened. Zhang Hao, with resolute determination, led them towards the door that distanced them from Filch. Here, it was indeed fortunate that the trophy room boasted more than a single entrance. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have been trapped within. As Neville's robe barely brushed past the corner, they heard Filch entering the trophy room. "They must be hiding somewhere in here," Filch whispered. "Quick, search for them." Zhang Hao glanced towards the only available escape route, grasping Hermione's hand as they fled. The others closely followed. But unfortunate Ron and Neville stumbled over one another, crashing into a suit of armor. Clang! Crash! The cacophony seemed capable of reverberating all the way to the headmaster's office. Harry, risking exposure, shouted urgently, "Run!" The group darted around a pillar, racing through corridor after corridor. They were oblivious to their surroundings and direction. Ultimately, they halted near the Charms classroom, several miles away from the trophy room. "What bad luck!" Ron exclaimed in frustration. "If he had caught us just now, it would have been the end." He suspected that Filch had an inkling of their intention to head to the trophy room, likely due to a traitorous informant. Hermione, with a hint of suspicion, cast her gaze towards Malfoy. "What are you looking at me for?" Malfoy retorted defensively, attempting to mask his unease with a feigned bravado. "Do you suspect me of being a snitch?" Zhang Hao unflinchingly exposed him. "You were the one who ratted us out. What's there to deny?" The others cast scornful glances at Malfoy, never imagining he was capable of such a deed. "Fine. I admit it was me. Is that so wrong?" Malfoy nearly exploded with rage. He glared fiercely at Zhang Hao and retorted acrimoniously, "You would have been caught tonight, and Gryffindor would have lost a considerable number of points. In that regard, perhaps you should extend your gratitude to this Slytherin turncoat." "Who are you calling a turncoat?" Zhang Hao retorted, displeased. "Even without me, they would have escaped unscathed. You utter simpleton. Did you truly believe all your plans would succeed?" Harry, standing before Malfoy, expressed his bewilderment. "How could you do such a thing? I am profoundly disappointed in you." As Malfoy was about to retort, Peeves materialized through a door. The mischievous poltergeist, upon seeing the group, shrieked gleefully, as if only such antics could adequately express his depravity. Silence, Peeves, I implore you. Your actions could lead to our expulsion. Hermione hissed in a hushed tone. Naughty, naughty. You'll be apprehended. Peeves cackled. Miserable first-year imps, gallivanting about at this late hour. Ron exclaimed. As long as you don't betray us, we won't be caught. Please, Peeves. Nay, I ought to inform Filch, Peeves declared with a mischievous glint in his eyes. It's for your own good, you see. At this juncture, Malfoy, already seething with anger, finally lost his composure. He threatened, Peeves. Do you wish to be disciplined by the Bloody Baron? I know he is your greatest fear. Oh, I'm so frightened. Peeves is ever so scared. Peeves feigned terror, then bellowed as he phased through a wall. Students out of bed, in the corridor of the Charms classroom, though Peeves was no longer visible. His booming pronouncements echoed throughout the castle. Everyone knew that Filch was certain to hear the commotion. Without prompting from Zhang Hao, everyone bolted towards the end of the corridor. At its terminus stood a heavy wooden door, secured with an ancient and sturdy lock. We're doomed, Ron and Malfoy whimpered. The two pureblood wizards dreaded nothing more than expulsion from the school. The sound of Filch's footsteps grew louder from the darkness. Zhang Hao decisively drew his wand and incanted at the lock, Alohomora. With a resounding click, the lock sprang open, and the group surged inside, hastily shutting the door behind them. They pressed against the door, anxiously straining to hear any sounds from beyond. Filch and Peeves were embroiled in a quarrel. One attempting to ascertain the student's hiding place, the other stubbornly refusing to divulge the information. The bickering duo gradually receded into the distance. Let's go. I believe we are safe now, Harry uttered instinctively, oblivious to his surroundings. Aha! A prodigious canine. Zhang Hao's voice resonated in the ears of the others. Everyone turned to behold the sight behind them, and a collective gasp filled the air. At that moment, they recalled Dumbledore's warning before the start of term feast. The Charms classroom was on the 4th floor, and this was indeed the forbidden 4th floor corridor the headmaster had cautioned them about. No one at the time knew what lay within, not even Percy, the Gryffindor prefect. Now, the assembled company finally understood why this place was strictly off-limits. A monstrous hound, with eyes the size of dinner plates, 3 heads, each sporting a pair of malevolent, darting eyes, 3 noses twitching and quivering, and 3 sets of slobbering, blood-soaked jaws. Saliva dripped from yellowed fangs like viscous streamers. The behemoth nearly filled the entire room, its mere presence exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Perhaps the creature was momentarily stunned, thus delaying its ferocious assault. But Zhang Hao knew that this state of affairs would not endure for long. He flung open the door and spearheaded the charge out of the room. The others, jolted from their stupor, followed closely behind. Just as they burst from the chamber, the hound finally roused itself. It unleashed a frenzied roar, its massive head slamming against the wooden door with tremendous force. Fortunately, the group had gained sufficient distance. Though the escape was harrowing, they had evaded immediate peril. Disperse. Each of you return to your dormitories. We must hasten, lest we be intercepted by Filch, Zhang Hao instructed, leading Malfoy in a mad dash towards the Slytherin dormitories. Upon reaching the sanctuary of their quarters, Malfoy finally regained his composure. The night's events had been exceedingly stimulating for him. What is their intent? To confine such a creature within the school, he exclaimed, a mixture of outrage and trepidation in his voice. I shall inform my father of this matter, and he shall see to it that the beast is removed. Nay, I believe you should not divulge this matter to anyone, Zhang Hao cautioned. Bear in mind, the creature resides within the school, but as long as you heed the warnings, you shall remain unharmed. Your father may succeed in removing it from the school, but Dumbledore may also succeed in expelling you. Consider this carefully. Malfoy pondered the matter, ultimately relinquishing certain impractical notions. He muttered a curse before burying his head beneath the covers. Zhang Hao gradually immersed himself in a mysterious realm, his comprehension of magic deepening with each passing moment, and his pace of learning accelerating remarkably. Although the night had already progressed significantly, ample time remained for him to master another simple spell. The following morning, Slytherin and Gryffindor attended potions class together. The events of the previous night were conspicuously absent from their discussions, and the dynamic between Harry and Malfoy appeared to have softened somewhat. Their glances exchanged were laden with an indescribable nuance. A shiver ran down Zhang Hao's spine. Was there an odor of nascent romance permeating the air between those two? He shook his head, attempting to banish the peculiar notions from his mind. Yet, as is often the case, the more one tries to suppress a thought, the more persistent it becomes, taking root and flourishing in the recesses of the mind. Consequently, Zhang Hao's gaze towards Harry and Malfoy grew increasingly strange. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Hao is mentally weaving narratives about them. Harry, tell Zhang Hao I understand, but why tell Malfoy? Ron whispered to Harry, a note of discord in their hushed tones, suggesting a disagreement on a particular matter. Harry replied with a sigh, Malfoy might have discovered it already. If he's also intrigued by what lies beneath the trapdoor, do you think he might venture there himself to uncover its secrets? No, Ron retorted dismissively. I wager they wouldn't dare. Indeed, you're right, Harry conceded, throwing his hands up in the air. But he's foolish enough to seek assistance, and then more and more people will become privy to this matter. It would truly be a catastrophe. By including him, he's less likely to act rashly. Very well, Ron acquiesced. Let's proceed as you suggest, but I hope you're right. After class, Harry sought out Zhang Hao and Malfoy, informing them that he had something to impart. Zhang Hao and Malfoy exchanged a glance before joining Harry in the Great Hall. Hermione and Ron were also present, among those involved in last night's incident. Only Neville was absent. The five of them sat together, and Malfoy felt particularly uncomfortable. Three of them were targets of his disdain, and one was someone he loathed deeply. What is it you wanted, Potter? Malfoy said wearily. Please don't tell me you're plotting another grand scheme. If you wish to abstain from this discussion, you are free to leave. I did not coerce you into coming. Harry retorted irritably. What I have to say pertains to last night's ordeal. And if you were wise enough, you might not require me to elucidate. Malfoy remained silent in response to Harry's dismissal, though he claimed disinterest. His curiosity clawed at him like a restless feline. Very well. Who among us lacks a spark of curiosity? He merely wished to uncover what those insufferable Gryffindors had discovered. Noticing that Malfoy was reluctant to depart, Harry added, if you promise to keep it confidential, I might divulge some secrets. What about him? Malfoy inquired, glancing at Zhang Hao with a frown. Does he not need to assure confidentiality? Harry also looked at Zhang Hao and shook his head. I trust Hao. He will certainly keep our secrets. Oh, Potter, you are incomprehensible to Malfoy, he said, bewildered. You trust him, but not me? On what grounds? Because you have a history of being a snitch. Do we really need to elaborate? Hermione rolled her eyes. Malfoy found himself at a loss for words, turning away in frustration with a huff. Yet, he realized he could not evade this matter. Malfoy, swear it. Otherwise, leave. Harry fixed his gaze on Malfoy, reiterating his point. Fine. Malfoy relented and solemnly swore. I, Draco Malfoy, do hereby pledge on my family's honor that I will not disclose anything I hear today. Hearing this, Harry smiled with satisfaction. He then quietly asked, How? Did you and the others thoroughly examine that room yesterday? Did you discover anything noteworthy? Zhang Hao was suddenly enlightened. He had indeed noticed it. Beneath the three-headed dog lay a trapdoor, evidently leading to some clandestine space. He nodded and affirmed, Yes, I have discovered it. There is a board door measuring 3 feet square beneath the beast. See, I knew how would pay attention. Hermione, with a proud expression, praised what I can notice. How undoubtedly can as well. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both revealing a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Malfoy appeared utterly befuddled, like a fool. Oh, how outrageous. He snapped back to attention, fixating on Zhang Hao and inquired, You noticed it last night, but failed to inform me? What, did you not realize? Zhang Hao feigned astonishment, responding with a hint of incredulity. I assumed you had seen it too, which is why I did not mention it. It seems you were even more inept than I imagined. Truly pathetic. This remark struck Malfoy like a dagger to the chest, rendering him speechless. Akin to a mute suffering from bitter gall, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt a surge of delight. Witnessing Malfoy's humiliation was a rare treat. Simultaneously, they remained wary of Zhang Hao, for he possessed a sharp tongue, capable of delivering a cutting remark at any moment. The five then engaged in a thorough discussion, eager to uncover what lay concealed beneath the door. However, with scant clues at hand, they could only ascertain that it must be something exceedingly precious or perilous. Zhang Hao was aware that the magical stone lay concealed below, yet he certainly could not divulge this knowledge. This predicament left him feeling quite distressed. Perhaps all those who had traversed worlds experienced a similar sentiment. Ultimately, Harry fixed a warning gaze upon Malfoy, exclaiming, Do not forget your vow, Malfoy. Oh, enough of this. Potter. Malfoy retorted impatiently, You should not question the noble lineage of a pure-blood wizard. Harry shrugged, Your past deeds are simply too disgraceful. Must you two continue to clash? Zhang Hao interjected, We ought to trust Malfoy. He is still but a child. Malfoy nearly choked on his own blood. Such trust was a burden he would rather forego. In any case, the enigma of the three-headed dog guarding the secret chamber faded into obscurity. For children, many matters tend to be fleeting whims. As the weekend approached, both Harry and Malfoy had cast aside the events of Thursday night. Due to Zhang Hao's intervention, Harry was unable to be selected for the Quidditch team. Yet this did not hinder his exposure to the sport. The upperclassmen had commenced a new round of Quidditch training that week, which welcomed lowerclassmen to observe. Naturally, this was a different story for competitors. Consequently, the idle freshmen, apart from the bookish ones who frequented the library, flocked to the Quidditch pitch. Zhang Hao was not spared either. He was forcibly brought along by Daphne. How? I believe you should be more sociable. How can you spend all your time in the library? Daphne was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Hao's frequent library visits, as it meant they could not enjoy each other's company. More importantly, during his time at the library, Zhang Hao never shared jokes with her. Indeed, in the 2 weeks following the start of the school year, Zhang Hao often entertained Daphne with amusing anecdotes. Those humorous tales from the future were nothing short of captivating in this era, rendering everyone utterly enchanted by their charm. However, this came with a caveat. One must be able to comprehend them. Zhang Hao's translation poses no issues. However, due to the cultural disparities between the East and the West, the humor embedded within certain anecdotes may become exceedingly obscure. This necessitates his gradual elucidation. During moments of ennui, he engages earnestly, yet when pressed for time, he tends to be somewhat dismissive. Such fluctuating attitudes frequently incite Daphne's ire, leading the young girl to withhold treats from him for several days. How? Last time you mentioned that every household in your village has a radio? What exactly is that radio? Could you elaborate further? Despite her vexation, Daphne remains undeterred in her quest to unearth the wonders of the mystical Eastern realm. With eager anticipation, she inquires, I can barely recall that story. Would you be so kind as to recount it once more? Very well. Zhang Hao replies nonchalantly while disinterestedly observing a Quidditch practice. Our village is quite backward, and communication between individuals is solely conducted via radio. The roads in our village are uneven, rendering automobiles utterly impractical. Hence, every household possesses a tank. We often face incursions from weasels attempting to pilfer chickens, so each family is armed with an AK-47 and grenades. Whenever a weasel appears, everyone rushes to capture it for a roast. It requires little seasoning, merely a sprinkle of cumin, and the neighboring children are left drooling with envy. A radio is a communication device, swifter than an owl, though its range is limited. For long-distance communication, one must resort to a long-distance telephone. A tank is a metallic behemoth, capable of taking down aircraft and vanquishing villains. As Zhang Hao regaled the assembly with his tales, he was unaware that a crowd had gathered around him: Daphne, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Malfoy. Indeed, wizards are but humans, driven by curiosity about all that surrounds them. If one were to present them with a glimpse into a new world, they too would be captivated. Many of the things Zhang Hao recounted were only known by hearsay, even to Hermione, who came from a Muggle family, and she listened with rapt attention. Young wizards are always eager to witness novelties. Malfoy, who harbored great prejudice against Muggles, wore a disdainful expression, yet his heart was filled with anticipation. For the first time, he began to doubt the beliefs instilled by his father. Were Muggles really so wretched? Perhaps not. A person's mindset is constantly influenced by their environment. And if they are not affected, it can only mean that the influence is not yet strong enough. Clearly, Zhang Hao's actions had profoundly impacted a certain pure-blood believer's sense of right and wrong. Time slipped away swiftly, and more than a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Life at Hogwarts, on the whole, was both ordinary and novel. Here, as in most prestigious Muggle schools, life followed the familiar routine of attending classes, eating meals, and sleeping. There were also abundant extracurricular activities between classes, and complex social dynamics among the students. At least from Zhang Hao's perspective, learning magic was no different from learning natural science and technology, and the rewards brought him equal joy. In just over a month, he had mastered most of the conventional spells. He did not deliberately flaunt his abilities, but his mere performance in class had already astonished everyone. Professor Flitwick praised Zhang Hao as a genius every time he saw him, and even the greatest headmaster in Hogwarts history, Dumbledore, was astounded. Now, two magical challenges lay before Zhang Hao: the Patronus Charm and Apparition. Both of these spells were quite profound, with the latter even having a casting restriction for those under 17. However, considering the importance of these two spells, Zhang Hao felt it necessary to master them in advance. Apparition, needless to say, was an essential skill for traveling and everyday life. It was related to mobility, and no amount of emphasis could be too much. As for the Patronus charm, it was the most effective magic against dementors. Without the Patronus charm, most wizards would find themselves helpless against dementors. The reason Azkaban was so terrifying was because of those hideous dementors. Driven by an aversion to entrusting his fate to others, Zhang Hao relentlessly pursued personal empowerment, assiduously mending every fissure in his armor. Concurrently, he endeavored to leverage every opportunity to amplify his influence. Even amidst the palpable animosity from the Slytherin cohort, he sought to subjugate them, his ultimate aim being to one day command these wizards. For the truly puissant, strength and sway are interdependent, each indispensable to the other. Zhang Hao fancied that what Voldemort had accomplished in bygone days, he might very well achieve himself. Moreover, in his estimation, Voldemort's endeavors were rather unrefined, utterly devoid of technical sophistication. To truly establish an imposing influence, one must ensure that the majority of individuals share one's convictions. Voldemort perhaps recognized this, otherwise he wouldn't have championed pureblood supremacy as a half-blood wizard. His error lay in setting an inappropriate objective, positioning himself from the outset as the supreme dark overlord, which merely incited bands of heroes to assemble and overthrow him. Contemplating his potential, Zhang Hao mused that, perhaps with a different approach, he could surpass even Voldemort. However, the immediate priority lay in augmenting his magical prowess. Mastering the Patronus charm and delving into the intricacies of apparition were paramount. If conventional apparition proved elusive, could he not innovate a modified version? Were not all extant spells conceived by individuals? If others could conjure spells, why not he? Endowed with the enigmatic mystic realm, Zhang Hao possessed unwavering confidence. The creation and alteration of spells entailed considerable peril, with grave magical mishaps potentially leading to a wizard's demise. Yet, Zhang Hao remained unfazed by such concerns. He envisioned crafting spells within the mystic realm and subsequently employing them in reality. Though untested, he deemed the notion eminently feasible. After all, he had conceived numerous novelties within the mystic realm over the preceding years. Practicing spellcasting within the mystic realm yielded effects akin to those in reality, devoid of any untoward incidents. Even with the inherent uncertainties of creating new spells, Zhang Hao perceived the necessity of taking a calculated risk. A life devoid of any peril seemed utterly monotonous. As for the Patronus charm, Zhang Hao had procured the incantation but had yet to practice it. He planned to master the Patronus charm that very night and commenced the modification of apparition the following day. He resolved to forge a personalized apparition, akin to a bespoke skill in the gaming world. Similar to Snape's Sectum Sempra, it would be both potent and tailored to his specific needs. Overwhelmed with anticipation, Zhang Hao yearned to embark on his endeavors without delay. However, he was compelled to attend the present potions lesson. In terms of academic rigor at Hogwarts, few courses rivaled the difficulty of potions. Even the enigmatic divination class of the upper years was more easily circumvented. Yet, potions was an exception. Regardless of one's proficiency in other subjects, one was invariably subjected to the tyrannical rule of Professor Snape. Each potions lesson evoked in Zhang Hao a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the chemical experiments that had dominated his previous existence. As the lesson concluded, Harry was once again tormented by Snape to the point of existential doubt. Meanwhile, Malfoy persisted in his relentless derision, further complicating their already intricate relationship. Ostensibly, the two were perpetually at odds, yet they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, often finding themselves unexpectedly crossing paths. Zhang Hao inexplicably felt that this was likely related to the kiss during their first flying lesson. Upon this realization, a wave of guilt surged within him. "Excuse me. May I ask you a question?" In the corridor, Pansy Parkinson intercepted Zhang Hao. The girl, who had always harbored prejudice against half-blood wizards, now appeared quite anxious, as if Zhang Hao might devour her. "Speak, what do you wish to inquire?" Zhang Hao replied, a hint of surprise in his voice. If memory served him right, this was Pansy's first attempt to engage him in conversation. Pansy hesitated, then asked, "Were you truly born into a Muggle family?" Is that even a question?" Zhang Hao responded helplessly, "I come from a Muggle family. I believe the entire school is aware of this." "Oh, that is splendid." Pansy seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, continuing, "I discovered a hidden room within the castle, but I cannot open the door. It requires a wizard from a Muggle background to unlock it, and I cannot think of anyone more suitable than you, aside from you. I know no other wizards from Muggle families." After a moment of scrutiny, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and inquired of Pansy, "A door? And one that only wizards of Muggle parentage can unlock?" "Indeed," Pansy responded with a hint of impatience. The door is quite discreet. I stumbled upon it purely by chance. Truth be told, I've known of its existence for some time, but given my aversion to muggles, I dismissed it from my thoughts. Yet, the image of that door persists in my mind, much to my vexation. Hence, my desire to unveil its secrets. A door that haunts the memory? Intrigued and cautious, Zhang Hao regarded the ancient castle, amplified by enchantments, to possess an interior far exceeding its external dimensions. The labyrinthine structure concealed countless undiscovered chambers, their secrets and means of access veiled in mystery, impervious to even the most formidable magic without the requisite conditions. The Room of Requirement exemplified this, its activation eluding all until its eventual discovery. Could Pansy have stumbled upon a similarly enigmatic room? The corridors of Hogwarts, with their repetitive decor of sculpted walls and vacant suits of armor, offered little distinction. Zhang Hao and Pansy traversed one such corridor, the latter's demeanor subdued, her former arrogance diminished. The characteristic haughtiness of Slytherin's pureblood wizards toward those of mixed heritage had waned since Zhang Hao's arrival. None dared to display such hubris in his presence, for among the Slytherin freshmen, he was unmatched. Even senior students deferred to him, acknowledging that many would graduate without mastering the entirety of the curriculum. Genius commanded respect, a truth universally acknowledged. As their footsteps echoed through the corridor, Zhang Hao entertained doubts regarding the existence of the purported room. Given Pansy's Slytherin affiliation, the possibility of a machination was not improbable. It was often said that a pure-blood wizard devoid of cunning was no true Slytherin. Zhang Hao found this statement profoundly insightful, a silent alarm ringing in his mind. Could this young lady be contemplating my demise? A chilling thought. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The tranquil corridor stretched into what felt like infinity, with no discernible beginning or end. The already oppressive atmosphere, coupled with Zhang Hao's growing sense of foreboding, amplified the terror. The young girl beside him seemed poised to transform into a ravenous beast at any moment. Zhang Hao fixated his gaze upon Pansy, his eyes unblinking. "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" Pansy retorted with irritation. "If you don't want to stay, just return to the common lounge." "Do you think I intend to harm you?" The silence, which had been laden with tension, was shattered by Pansy's sudden outburst, dispersing the eerie atmosphere entirely. Zhang Hao snapped back to reality, finding himself amused by his earlier reaction. It was rather absurd for a grown man to be startled by a situation conjured in his own mind. He was at a loss for words. The indignant expression on Pansy's face ignited an impulse within him to pinch her cheeks. However, he suppressed this urge and cleared his throat, saying, "A girl who is fierce and frowning is hardly charming. Come on, smile." "I'm sorry. I can't muster a smile in front of you," Pansy retorted, unreservedly rolling her eyes. She then pointed towards a relief sculpture ahead, declaring, "That mysterious door is right there. If you gaze at that knight for a while, words will materialize in the blank space." Following Pansy's guidance, Zhang Hao observed a relief carving. Etched into the wall were a knight and a sorceress, seemingly locked in a chase. Both were clad in the attire of the 15th century, antiquated knightly armor and a witch's robe, a broad knight's longsword and an ancient, towering magic wand. The scene was fraught with lightning and thunder, accompanied by phantasmal visages of angels and demons. Although Zhang Hao had studied the history of European development, his exploration merely skimmed the surface. Such superficial research appeared to be nothing more than a description of mythological fragments, from which he was unable to derive any substantial meaning. However, one aspect left him profoundly shaken: the gaze of the knights. It was a fervent, devout, and unwavering gaze, amidst the entirety of the relief. These eyes stood out remarkably. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable, yet once one noticed them, they would be irresistibly drawn in. Zhang Hao detected a subtle psionic undulation attempting to infiltrate his mind, only to be repelled by the cerebral occlusion technique. He cast a pensive glance at Pansy, finally comprehending why the young lady frequently recalled the bas-relief. Evidently, the sculpture was imbued with profound enchantments, some of which could even influence one's thoughts. Unwittingly, Pansy had been subjected to a spell antithetical to legilimency. This enchantment could implant a notion within her psyche, which would then burgeon, ultimately compelling her to seek someone to unlock the portal. As it stands, the magic appears to pose no direct threat. As Pansy had indicated, Zhang Hao fixed his gaze upon the knight for a brief moment. Sure enough, words materialized in the space between the knight and the witch. "Oh, ye who arrive anon, reveal thy magical prowess. Shouldst thou be sufficiently potent and of impure lineage, perchance thou shalt receive my boon. To step through this portal is to secure thy eternal felicity." These words did not swiftly vanish, but instead shimmered with a subdued, arcane luminescence. Zhang Hao turned to Panchi, his expression one of confusion as he inquired. Is the text you saw before the same as it is now? Panchi crossed her arms, her face stern as she replied, Indeed. The text has not changed in the slightest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently experience a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, from the perspective of pure-blood elitists, the practice of magic by those not of pure blood is regarded as a desecration of the art. Analyzing from this standpoint, wizards hailing from Muggle families are undeniably seen as impure by their very origins. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had yet to react when he was abruptly absorbed into the wall. Simultaneously, the knight depicted in the relief seemed to leap from the wall, fiercely slashing with his sword. A startled scream escaped from Pansy, who promptly fainted onto the ground. In an instant, the corridor was enveloped in silence once more. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest, where a sturdy tree cradled a charming wooden cottage. This cottage appeared to have grown seamlessly into the tree itself, inseparable through wind and rain. The leaves provided a delicate veil, allowing shafts of sunlight to filter through. Vines and blossoms adorned the cottage, adorned further with glistening dewdrops. Under the sun's embrace, these dewdrops sparkled brilliantly, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. Beneath the grand tree lay a nursery, where rows of magical herbs were meticulously tended to, presenting an immaculate sight akin to a celestial paradise. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and a figure plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the nursery. Upon landing, the figure hastily rose, narrowly escaping the grasp of a magical herb. What on earth? Where is this? Is it the Forbidden Forest? The uniquely arriving individual was none other than Zhang Hao, who had just vanished from Hogwarts. He stood to survey his surroundings, striving to ascertain his location. However, he soon relinquished his efforts, for the forest was dense with trees, leaving him utterly disoriented. Zhang Hao believed he was within the Forbidden Forest, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. The frequency of his heartbeat was alarmingly rapid. It had never raced so when he first learned of his transference. The Forbidden Forest, often referred to as the Dark Forest, is an expansive woodland teeming with an array of peculiar creatures, centaurs, werewolves, unicorns, night steeds, and eight-eyed giant spiders. There are even whispers suggesting that a genuine dragon may lie in slumber within its depths. In a conventional sense, a dragon possesses a fearsome visage, characterized by a formidable face, sharp horns, a massive body, and substantial wings attached to its forelimbs, along with robust hind legs and an elongated tail. Such dragons are relatively common, and even Muggles might occasionally catch a glimpse of them, prompting the Ministry of Magic to routinely erase the memories of Muggles who encounter these creatures. However, the true giant dragon is a different entity altogether. It boasts a physique far larger than that of ordinary dragons and possesses an additional pair of powerful forelimbs. These majestic beasts resist all forms of magic and enjoy a lifespan that seems nearly eternal, remaining untamed by any being. Even within the ancient magical realm, few have laid eyes upon them, and those fortunate enough to do so refer to them as the Dragon Kings. In summary, the Forbidden Forest is an exceedingly perilous place, where certain ferocious magical creatures can pose a significant challenge even to adult wizards. Although Zhang Hao is now proficient in various magical arts, he lacks substantial practical experience. When confronted with formidable adversaries, he may find himself at a loss. As for the guests of the ancient castle, I sense your uncertainty. Do not fret. There is nothing here that can inflict harm upon you. Zhang Hao gazed around in bewilderment when suddenly an ethereal voice resonated above him. He quickly lifted his head, only to discover a magnificent wooden cabin perched upon a nearby tree. Standing upon the trunk before the cabin was a hazy figure. A gentle breeze swept through the misty forest, gradually revealing her form. She appeared displeased with such a dramatic entrance and leapt down from the tree, landing gracefully before Zhang Hao. Her silver eyes, delicate nose, and crimson lips, combined with her flawless complexion, crafted an exquisite visage. Cascading golden hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, was gathered by a strand of grass, accentuating its softness. Her modesty was artfully concealed by flowers and leaves, embodying the essence of nature itself. She resembled a flawless jade sculpture, each inch of her skin radiating a gentle glow. Among humanity, Zhang Hao had never encountered a being of such unparalleled beauty. Indeed, it seemed impossible for such beauty to exist within the realm of humans. The figure before him was not human. She possessed pointed ears akin to those of the legendary nature spirits. "Greetings, I am Lilith," she spoke, her lips parting with a grace that sent shivers down Zhang Hao's spine. Despite her flawless appearance, he noticed she bore 2 sets of sharp canine teeth. What sort of creature is this? Zhang Hao pondered inwardly, though he politely replied, "Hello, I am Zhang Hao. Where am I? I sense the tension within you." "Please do not mind my appearance," Lilith said gently. "Since you have arrived here, it is evident that you have passed Edson's selection. I shall honor her wishes and allow you to ascend to the cabin, where you may retrieve her belongings." Apologies. Could you enlighten me as to who Edson is? I seem to have never heard of her." Zhang Hao inquired after a moment of reflection, confirming he had no knowledge of Edson. He cautiously asked, "Am I here because of her arrangements? What is your connection to her?" "I cannot divulge much," Lilith replied, shaking her head as she gestured towards the wooden cabin atop the tree. "I believe it is time for you to see what she has left for you. Perhaps therein lies the answers you seek." Zhang Hao glanced up at the thickish trunk in front of the wooden cabin, where tendrils were gradually unfurling. These vines, as they grew, intricately wove themselves into a sturdy rope ladder. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Lilith. This enchantingly peculiar beauty indeed possessed formidable magical prowess. With this thought, Zhang Hao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Since the other party wielded such immense power, there was no need for subterfuge if she intended to harm him. Unable to resist, he decided to accept the circumstances. "Go ahead, young man. Everything you wish to know lies within the cabin," Lilith said with a smile. At that moment, the rope ladder extended before Zhang Hao. After a brief hesitation, he grasped the ladder. The vines emitted a refreshing aroma of greenery. They're lower and securely rooted in the earth, lending the ladder remarkable stability. Nevertheless, upon reaching the wooden cabin, Zhang Hao was drenched in sweat. The cabin was exceedingly high. Perhaps it had not always been so lofty, but trees, after all, must grow. "Enter." Lilith, having somehow ascended to the platform before the cabin, urged with an air of anticipation, "I shall await your return. If Edson has mentioned me, please be sure to tell me." "Of course, I will," Zhang Hao nodded. "I believe if Edson has not forgotten you, he will surely speak of you." After speaking, he reached for the cabin door, which was unlocked and opened outward with a gentle pull. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly turned to Lilith and curiously asked, "Miss Lilith, have you ever entered this cabin before?" "No. Edson forbade me from entering," Lilith replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "I respect her. Thus I would not defy her command." Zhang Hao held a skeptical view on the matter as he stepped into the wooden cabin, carefully scrutinizing everything within. This was a tidy and immaculate little room, estimated to be less than 1/3 the size of the classroom for the curse lessons. The interior was spotless, yet Zhang Hao could still sense a certain aura of time. In the Muggle world, an uninhabited room tends to grow cold, decay, and become dust-laden. These characteristics can all be considered as the essence of time. Even if the space is immediately cleaned, that essence does not dissipate at once. Only after a person has resided there for some time does the vitality of human presence replace the essence of time. The wooden cabin where Zhang Hao found himself felt akin to an ancient residence that had just been tidied up. It appeared remarkably fresh, yet utterly devoid of life. This sentiment led Zhang Hao to believe, to some extent, in what Lilith had conveyed. The furnishings within the cabin were sparse: a bookshelf, a writing desk, a chair, a wooden bed, and an oil lamp. On the desk lay a diary, signed, Edson Sakenberg. Zhang Hao picked up the diary and discovered a parchment scroll concealed beneath it. The exposed portion of the scroll bore a single inscription: "To a destined individual in the future, may you fulfill my humble wish." Zhang Hao gently unfurled the scroll, and the words therein leapt into view. "Dear kindred spirit, I know not when you shall arrive here, nor do I ascertain whether you harbor grand aspirations. Yet, I firmly believe that, like many sorcerers estranged by blood, you endure the weight of peculiar gazes. May the treasures I leave behind assist you in overcoming tribulations and guide the lost souls towards the righteous path. From the witch, Edson Sakenberg, who has risen from the ashes of persecution." Zhang Hao rolled up the parchment scroll and opened the antiquated diary. The diary itself was crafted from sheepskin, adorned with elegantly delicate script, though many of the words appeared peculiar, diverging significantly from contemporary English vocabulary. The date inscribed on the first page was the year 1476. A staggering 5 centuries distant from the present. API call failed with status code 429, error, code For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had never heard of any wizard whose magic retained its potency long after their demise. Oh no, Voldemort is an exception. But he was not truly dead, rendering him an unreliable reference. Zhang Hao felt a stir within his heart, a flicker of doubt emerging. Could it be that this Edson was still alive? Had she crafted a soul vessel as well? The moment this thought crossed his mind, a shiver ran down his spine. He drew his wand and cast a series of formidable protective spells around himself. However, nothing unusual transpired within the wooden cabin, nor was there any trace of the distinctive malevolence associated with dark magic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao returned the books to their place, taking only the diary as he stepped out of the wooden cabin. Lilith was perched gracefully upon a fallen log, softly humming a whimsical tune. Her delicate calves, as white as jade, swung gently, causing a momentary dizziness for Zhang Hao. Hello. Have you found anything of interest? Lilith cheerfully inquired. Not yet. The books left by Edson are rather perplexing to me, Zhang Hao replied, shaking his head, his wariness towards Lilith still intact. Thus far, all the information provided by her had been one-sided, rendering him unable to place his full trust in her. He cautiously asked, have you perused those books? Could you assist me in deciphering their contents? Oh, I apologize, but I do not comprehend human writing, Lilith lamented. Edson passed away before he could teach me the script. He feared I might inadvertently damage the relics, hence he placed a curse on that door. Did Edson only teach you magic? Zhang Hao endeavored to appear nonchalant, subtly probing for information regarding Edson. No, Edson did not impart any magic to me either, Lilith replied with a hint of exasperation. My magical abilities stem solely from my bloodline. I do not grasp the magic practiced by your human sorcerers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was somewhat astonished. To rely on the power of bloodline inheritance was a capability possessed only by ancient races, house elves, fairies, and dragons, among many other magical creatures, could gain power through bloodline inheritance, innately possessing incredible magical abilities. Considering this, Zhang Hao's curiosity about Lilith deepened. He tentatively inquired, would you be willing to share your lineage with me? Certainly, there is no need for concealment, Lilith replied, toying with her hair and chuckling softly. Edison mentioned that I am a descendant of elves and succubi. My parents had already passed away when she adopted me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao fell into a contemplative silence. Yet another mention of the succubus. This marked the third occasion he had encountered references to this particular race. In the annals of magical history, Merlin is depicted as a half-demon, possessing a lineage steeped in demonic blood, with uncertain accounts suggesting that his progenitor was indeed a succubus. Male succubi, often referred to as dream seducers or nightmares, are notorious for ensnaring mortal women, leading them to acts of infidelity unbeknownst to them. In the twilight of his years, it appears that Merlin, much like his mother, succumbed to the wiles of a succubus. He was deceived and imprisoned within an oak by a female succubus named Vivian. If this legend holds any truth, it would have transpired around the year 500 AD. A staggering 14 centuries ago. Lilith, born over 500 years prior, is a descendant of both succubi and elves. One might speculate that this young woman is not to be underestimated. Realizing this, Zhang Hao's wariness towards Lilith intensified. He tapped his diary with a thoughtful smile and inquired, may I take this journal back to the castle for further study? It may take some time to fully decipher its contents. Feel free, Lilith replied nonchalantly. Since Edson entrusted these to you, it is your prerogative to manage them as you see fit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao glanced at the tree hollow, then turned his gaze toward Lilith. He contemplated inviting her to the castle, reasoning that entrusting this unknown entity to Dumbledore would be the most prudent course of action. However, before he could voice this intention, he instinctively dismissed the thought. Ultimately, he merely whispered, I will return to see you. Goodbye. Then he stepped into the tree hollow. In the next moment, a soft whoosh resonated from within. Lilith withdrew her gaze and began to hum a familiar yet nameless tune once more. Just as he had upon entering, Zhang Hao was engulfed by a powerful force. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the corridor. Why is that girl lying on the ground? Is she asleep? Zhang Hao regarded Pansy on the floor, feeling quite perplexed. He crouched down and gently patted her cheek, softly calling out to her. Pansy gradually awakened, bewildered. and asked, "Where am I? What happened? How would I know? I wanted to ask you the same." Zhang Hao replied, shrugging. "Get up quickly. Isn't the ground cold?" Pansy slowly rose, looking at Zhang Hao with suspicion and inquired, "Where did the door key transport you?" It seems like a corner of the forbidden forest, where there is an empty wooden cabin." Zhang Hao wished to keep Pansy uninformed, so he spoke half-truths. "I wandered around there for a while and only found the portal that brought me back." He concealed the diary within his robes, ensuring no one would see it. "Oh, how dull, let us go back." Pansy appeared to believe him, expressing her disdain. "I will never come here again." This outcome was more than satisfactory for Zhang Hao, who quickly affirmed, "You're right, I won't come here again either." As they spoke, they retraced their steps. In the distance, their conversation echoed. "By the way, why did you come here last time? We're already 3 levels underground. I listened to your story about the pin spirit and wanted to give it a try. So, you came here for that? Fool. The pin spirit cannot be played alone." Halloween was approaching, an immensely significant holiday in the West. Students eagerly anticipated this occasion, as it would undoubtedly culminate in a grand feast. Not to mention, the exquisite delicacies alone were enough to attract anyone's attention. However, Zhang Hao held little interest in such festivities. His focus remained solely on that yellowed parchment diary. Ever since returning from the wooden cabin in the forest, he had frequently visited the library to research the name Edson. Finally, yesterday, he discovered information about Edson in the book detailing the former headmasters of Hogwarts. Edson's full name was Edson Sakenberg. She lived in the 15th century and was one of the female headmistresses of Hogwarts. Additionally, she was a social historian, primarily studying the Muggle society, and she passed away in 1503. The book contains scant details, and compared to other headmasters, this information was almost pitiful. Perhaps Edson's portrait still hung in the headmaster's office. To learn more about her, one could converse with her likeness. Yet, Zhang Hao had no compelling reason to visit the headmaster's office. He could only seek to understand Edson through the diary. Although the archaic English proved cumbersome, with diligence, deciphering it seemed far from insurmountable. Zhang Hao turned to the 6th page and, as usual, took out his paper and pen, reading while contemplating vocabulary. On September 8, 1476, under the blazing sun, I was once again discovered by those hypocritical knights, cloaked in the guise of priests and wielding the magic conjured by Merlin. They wielded their blades against their own kind, mocking mortals with our blood. Witches and warlocks, once detected by them, find it nearly impossible to escape their relentless pursuit. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure, yet I hold on to the belief that this calamity shall one day be vanquished. The preceding entries are predominantly similar records, revealing that Edson seems to be in a state of relentless pursuit. She evades capture, scarcely able to live in peace for even a few days. It is astonishing to realize that this headmistress has endured such suffering. Zhang Hao, in his contemplation of the history of magic, surmises that Edson was seemingly pursued by the Crusaders of yore. Among these Crusaders, there existed a faction of hypocritical sorcerers who appeared to be referred to as priests. During the medieval era in Europe, Muggles fervently engaged in the slaughter of wizards, a historical episode that now seems almost laughable. However, Edson's diary has bestowed upon Zhang Hao a novel perspective regarding the conflict between wizards and Muggles, not only in the Middle Ages, but even in contemporary times. The Muggles' attempts to annihilate wizards would prove exceedingly arduous. Despite the relentless advancement of Muggle technology and the proliferation of sophisticated weaponry, these arms are still insufficient when pitted against wizards. For no matter how advanced the weaponry may be, it is ultimately wielded by Muggles. With spells such as apparition, disillusionment, and the soul-snatching curse at their disposal, the effectiveness of these modern weapons becomes highly questionable. Thus, it is evident that in a conflict between Muggles and wizards, the latter holds no significant disadvantage. The notion of exterminating wizards with mere medieval weaponry is, indeed, an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the undeniable truth remains that wizards, at a certain juncture, found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The most plausible explanation for this predicament lies in the emergence of traitors among the wizards. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of magical regression during that era. As technology progresses, so too does magic. In this nascent stage, determining which is superior remains a formidable task. However, based on the accounts recorded in Edson's diary, it appears that the impact of traitors was significantly more detrimental to the wizards during the war. Zhang Hao closed his diary and tucked it into the pocket of his wizard's robe. This robe had been enchanted with a spell of seamless expansion, allowing the pocket to accommodate even an elephant. The grand banquet was about to commence, and after adjusting his attire, he made his way toward the Great Hall. Along the way, he encountered Daphne, who was accompanied by Hermione and Pansy. Although they often gathered to listen to Zhang Hao's tales and maintained a harmonious rapport, it was the first time he had seen them together in such a manner. "Zhang, what brings you here?" Daphne exclaimed with delight upon spotting him. "We are going to summon the spirit of the pen. Would you care to join us?" "Summoning the spirit of the pen at this hour?" Zhang Hao was taken aback. "Isn't such a ritual meant to be conducted at midnight?" "Daphne is simply too timid," Hermione whispered. "She fears that the spirit we summon may be too fearsome." "Hermione, how could you let that slip?" Daphne said, a touch of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. "That was supposed to be our little secret. You shouldn't divulge it to anyone." Hermione sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Her usual serious demeanor momentarily vanished. Zhang Hao, perplexed, inquired, "Hermione, when did you develop an interest in the spirit summoning game? Aren't you usually averse to such pastimes?" "Oh, I believe you have misunderstood me." "How?" Hermione elucidated. "I merely wish to ascertain whether the ritual of summoning the spirit truly has the capability to invoke a ghost. After all, the origins of ghosts have long been shrouded in mystery. Perhaps summoning the spirit could unravel this enigma." Hermione remains quintessentially herself, treating the summoning of the spirit merely as a subject for scholarly investigation. "I fear I may disappoint you," Zhang Hao chuckled. "Summoning the spirit is merely a muggle game. It is unlikely to actually summon a ghost. There's no harm in trying. What if it succeeds?" Hermione shrugged in response. "Have you two finished your conversation?" Pansy, already growing impatient, interjected with a scowl. "If we don't leave soon, we might miss dinner." Hermione and Daphne exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We're off. See you later." With that, the three young girls cheerfully dashed towards the underground classroom. Zhang Hao, filled with resignation, shook his head and proceeded alone towards the grand hall. At this moment, the hall was adorned with an array of decorations, floating jack-o'-lanterns, colorful streamers draped about, and empty tableware scattered throughout. 1,000 bats fluttered against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining tables, their wings stirring the air and causing the candle flames within the jack-o'-lanterns to flicker wildly. Dumbledore delivered his customary speech, after which an array of delectable dishes appeared upon the plates. At that moment, the faces of all the students radiated with joy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao gazed at Chilo with a mocking smile, inwardly scoffing. What a convincingly dramatized performance. At that moment, all eyes were fixated on Chilo, and no one paid heed to Zhang Hao's gaze. Chilo approached Dumbledore's chair, leaned against the table, and gasped, "The troll is in the underground classroom. I thought you ought to know." With those words, he collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. The hall erupted into chaos. The unseasoned students screamed in panic, akin to lambs startled by a pack of wolves. Dumbledore's expression turned grave as he raised his wand to his throat and declared loudly, "Silence." The hall fell silent, and he continued, "Heads of houses, escort the students back to their dormitories at once." The heads of houses led the students back, and along the way, murmurs filled the air. "Good heavens, how could there be a troll in the school? This is terrifying. I suspect Peeves let it in. It would certainly add some excitement to Halloween." "Nonsense. Peeves lacks that kind of power. Professor Chilo is utterly incompetent. He actually fainted at the sight of a troll." At that moment, Zhang Hao suddenly recalled that 3 young girls were still unaware of the troll's presence. "Oh dear, this is a disaster. I should have warned them." Though they likely wouldn't have heeded my words. As Zhang Hao's thoughts stirred, he had already detached himself from the group. Malfoy, who was right beside him, followed suit. "Hey, are you about to breach school regulations again?" Malfoy was as irksome as ever, akin to Gryffindor's Neville, always making a fuss over Zhang Hao. "You fool." Zhang Hao retorted crossly, "I am searching for Daphne and Pansy. Did you not notice their absence from the lineup?" Malfoy glanced back and, indeed, saw no sign of Daphne and Pansy. He asked, bewildered, "Do you know where they have gone?" "Of course, to the basement," Zhang Hao replied casually. "Oh, goodness," Malfoy exclaimed in shock. "So, they are unaware of the troll incident? You just realized?" Zhang Hao snapped. "Otherwise, why would I be looking for them?" The two swiftly departed from the group. "This is all your fault," Malfoy chastised. "Who told you to share those nonsensical stories with them?" "TSK, TSK. I recall you seemed quite entertained at the time." Zhang Hao mocked. "Should I refrain from telling stories in the future?" Malfoy immediately fell silent. Zhang Hao's little tales had become the most delightful pastime at Hogwarts. Regardless of Malfoy's reluctance, he had to concede that if Zhang Hao ceased his storytelling, their days would undoubtedly be 100 times more tedious. As they turned a corner in the basement corridor, they encountered Harry and Ron, a most unwelcome encounter for Malfoy. "Oh, Merlin's beard." Malfoy scoffed. "Potter, has someone from your Gryffindor also gone missing?" "How do you know?" Harry instinctively replied, "Hermione is missing. I heard someone say she went to the basement classroom with Slytherin." Malfoy turned to Zhang Hao, irritably asking, "Don't tell me that girl, who is as annoying as you, is also with Pansy and the others?" Zhang Hao nodded and said, "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. They have gone to play with the pin spirit." "What a dreadful tale this is." Ron swallowed hard and remarked, "How? Do you think there truly are malevolent spirits in this world? If so, we may have to confront not only colossal beasts, but also a terrifying evil spirit. In Europe, ghosts are referred to as phantoms, while malevolent spirits are known as evil apparitions. Throughout both the Muggle and magical realms, legends of phantoms and evil spirits have persisted. Generally, phantoms pose little threat to wizards. Akin to those spirits found within castles, although they may appear fearsome at times, they are incapable of causing any harm to wizards, even when facing mortals. Phantoms can only inflict damage through intimidation and fright. In contrast, evil spirits are a different matter entirely. They are fierce and vengeful souls. The most renowned of these malevolent entities is undoubtedly the infamous Bloody Mary, a demon of the mirror frequently summoned by individuals, with some succeeding and others failing. Those who believe they have succeeded in summoning her often speak in vague terms, while those who consider themselves unsuccessful outright deny the existence of evil spirits. Hence, to this day, the existence of evil spirits remains uncertain. This ambiguity extends to the wizarding community as well, where some assertively claim to have vanquished evil spirits, while a greater number of those who have never encountered one deny their existence altogether. Thus, evil spirits become increasingly enigmatic and terrifying in the minds of the populace. If one were to classify evil spirits as magical creatures, they would undoubtedly be among the most challenging to study. Well, I digress. Putting aside the difficulty of researching evil spirits, it is evident that Ron and Malfoy are quite frightened at present. Both feel the urge to retreat, yet neither dares to voice it due to pride. Zhang Hao and Harry exhibited no unusual expressions. Both possessed remarkably resilient hearts. They hurried along, finally arriving near the women's restroom. A foul stench pervaded the air, an unpleasant amalgamation of rancid socks and the odor of an eternally unkempt public lavatory. Suddenly, they discerned a low murmuring sound, accompanied by the resounding thud of heavy footsteps dragging across the ground. Harry gestured towards the end of a corridor, whispering, "Look over there." Zhang Hao turned his gaze, only to behold a colossal creature ambling towards them. As this behemoth sauntered into the moonlight, its form became increasingly discernible, towering at 12 feet. Its skin appeared dull and lifeless, resembling the grayish hue of granite. Its massive and cumbersome body resembled a mound of enormous rubble, topped with a small head akin to a bean. Its short legs, sturdy as bridge supports, ended in flat, calloused feet. Clutched in its hand was a hefty wooden club, which, due to its excessively long arms, dragged along the ground. This was a giant, a marvel of a creature, both foolish and clumsy. "Good heavens!" Malfoy exclaimed in terror. "Where are Daphne and the others? Surely, they haven't been devoured by this behemoth." Zhang Hao licked his lips and remarked, "If you wish to know, simply defeat the giant and inquire." His wand was trembling with anticipation. After years of studying magic, he had yet to find a worthy opponent. He felt as solitary as a master seeking invincibility, and this giant was the perfect target for his frustrations. However, others held a different opinion. Ron exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? That is a giant. Even an experienced wizard might struggle to confront it alone. Just look at Quirrell. This one is bound to be even more formidable than the others." Ron's assertion resonated with Harry, who agreed. "We should first locate Hermione and then leave the giant to the professors." "Where could she be?" Malfoy stared at the giant, paralyzed with fear, lest he draw its attention. The giant lingered by a door, peering inside while sniffing the air with its small nose. They adeptly utilized their foul odor to create a hunting environment, as the stench enabled them to better detect the scent of flesh. Suddenly, it lowered its head and slowly ventured into the room. It was the girls' restroom on this floor, a place renowned for its overwhelming aura of negativity. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao rose and declared, "It seems we must confront the giant monster." Upon finishing his statement, he dashed towards the ladies' restroom, marking the first time in his life that he brazenly entered such a place. The remaining 3 companions hesitated for a moment before timidly following in his wake. As Zhang Hao rushed to the entrance of the women's restroom, the monstrous creature had already cornered the girls. Paralyzed by fear, the girls felt their legs weaken. Had they possessed even a modicum of strength to flee, they might have escaped before the beast launched its assault. After all, the creature moved with considerable clumsiness. Perpetually hungry in the wild, often resorting to feasting on carrion to satisfy its hunger. Regrettably, the girls were too terrified to make a move, fearing that any action might provoke the monster. In that moment, they resembled delicate lambs trembling in the presence of a ravenous wolf, cowering in the corner. Yet, even in their stillness, the creature would not relent. The menacing giant raised its heavy club, and once it descended, injury or even death was inevitable. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Hao grasped his wand, which leapt into his hand. He pointed it at the giant and shouted loudly, Petrificus totalis. This was the petrifying spell. Those struck by such incantation would become utterly rigid, unable to move for an extended period. However, the giant merely stumbled slightly from the impact of the spell, its skin darkening further, yet its movements remained unimpeded. The tome had indeed stated that giants possessed formidable magical resistance, and this assertion proved to be entirely accurate. Zhang Hao silently lamented that for a wizard, facing monsters with high magical resistance is indeed a formidable challenge. Although his spell failed to inflict harm on the giant beast, it remained exceedingly furious. It viciously turned its head, casting a hateful glare at Zhang Hao. Good heavens! It has noticed us. Malfoy exclaimed, will it attack us? As if that were even a question. Ron was on the verge of tears, retreating while stating, not only will it attack us, but it will also kill us. Don't be such a coward. Harry bravely interjected, we must assist Hao. We must vanquish this giant. Indeed, one must acknowledge that the courage of the savior, Harry, surpassed that of many. At that moment, Zhang Hao unleashed a second spell, Reducto. The shattering curse, however, proved ineffective. This powerful spell merely caused the giant to stagger back a couple of steps. Roar. The colossal creature, even more enraged, bellowed and charged forward wielding a massive wooden club. Impedimenta. This was the impediment jinx, capable only of slowing the giant's advance. Expelliarmus. Zhang Hao moved with an elegant composure, his incantations clear and precise, his magic pulsating with vitality. Stupefy, he commanded, causing the giant to collapse momentarily. Although the creature sustained no significant harm, it was unable to advance toward Zhang Hao. These conventional spells, while ineffective in inflicting damage, delivered powerful jolts against it. Leg-locking curse. With each step the giant attempted to take, it was repelled back, transforming it into a colossal, living target. Did he require our assistance? Ron and Malfoy stared wide-eyed, mouths agape. The once terrifying giant now found itself incapable of moving an inch. Indeed, he was in dire need of aid. The spells wielded against the giant were nearly futile. Harry, filled with a tinge of jealousy, remarked, isn't that so? People regarded him as the legendary vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Yet most of the spells Zhang Hao employed were beyond his recollection. However, this fleeting jealousy quickly dissipated, for when the disparity reaches a certain magnitude, envy morphs into a powerless admiration. Engorgo. Suddenly, Zhang Hao directed a spell towards himself. He began to swell like an inflated doll, and in mere moments, he towered over the giant. All present stood in astonishment, akin to witnesses of a divine spectacle. The giant's eyes widened in disbelief as it lifted a foot, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Its simple mind struggled to comprehend how its previously minuscule prey had transformed into such a formidable presence in the blink of an eye. Terrifying, it hesitated, contemplating whether to flee. Zhang Hao afforded the ogre no opportunity for hesitation. He assumed the stance of Wing Chun and charged towards the beast. The ogre, momentarily daunted, retreated a couple of steps before erupting once more in fury. It raised its massive club and swung it down towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao exclaimed loudly, Yugia Dimer Wyosa, ascend into the air. The large stick floated effortlessly, gradually drifting towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao seized the club with fervor and struck fiercely at the giant's head. The creature hastily raised its arm in an attempt to shield itself. Yet such efforts proved futile. Zhang Hao struck relentlessly, causing the troll to bellow in agony. At that moment, a cacophony of violent banging and resounding footsteps echoed from behind. The troll's roars and the clash of magic created a tremendous uproar, likely audible throughout the entire castle. Finally, the professors of Hogwarts arrived, guided by the commotion. with Professor McGonagall being the first to burst into the girls' restroom. "What on earth are you playing at?" she exclaimed coldly. "Casting an enlarging charm on yourself? What utter nonsense!" Following her were Snape and Quirrell, who were fortunate enough to witness this unprecedented great battle. Quirrell merely glanced at the troll before collapsing onto the toilet, sobbing. His demeanor was less than that of a young girl. The results were indeed impressive, though this method of combat seemed rather barbaric. Snape, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "Mr. Zhang, might you pause? You may leave it to us to handle." Just then, the troll was already swaying precariously. As the club struck once more, it finally toppled to the ground. The dull thud unleashed a wave of force, causing the robes of the onlookers to flutter dramatically. Zhang Hao glanced back and noticed that everyone was staring at him in a daze, so he dropped the large stick in his hand. "Apologies. It has been a while since I enjoyed myself this much," he chuckled. "This hefty fellow is quite suitable as a punching bag. I truly relish it." The crowd murmured in astonishment, with some inwardly questioning, how can the disparity between individuals be so vast? Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of annoyance. "I believe you should revert to your original form first." Zhang Hao hurriedly cast the spell to halt, dispelling the magic enveloping him. He swiftly diminished in size. Reverting to his original form, the girls, cornered by the troll, quickly maneuvered past the creature and returned to the crowd. "How did you end up here?" Professor McGonagall demanded sternly. "Hermione, tell me, why are you here?" Hermione glanced at Zhang Hao and cautiously replied, "I apologize, Professor. We thought we could manage the troll. I didn't anticipate it would be so formidable." Professor McGonagall shot a cold glance at Zhang Hao and remarked, "You should be grateful to Mr. Zhang. Had it not been for him, I fear you would have met a dire fate at the hands of the troll." Several students promptly recounted the events that transpired, with Zhang Hao even detailing the spells he had employed. Then, they awaited the professor's judgment. This incident involving the troll affected 2 houses, leading Professor McGonagall to deduct 5 points from each. She hesitated, uncertain whether to award points to Zhang Hao. On one hand, he belonged to Slytherin, on the other, his presence here was already a breach of school regulations. Would awarding points imply encouragement for students to flout the rules? This dilemma troubled Professor McGonagall, who sought to navigate the situation discreetly. However, Snape seized the opportunity to undermine Gryffindor, stating indifferently, "Mr. Zhang has exhibited exceptional magical prowess. Not only did he single-handedly defeat the troll, but he also rescued his endangered classmates. I believe he deserves an additional 10 points." Under the same roof, Professor McGonagall could hardly disregard Snape's request. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Very well. Let us award Mr. Zhang an extra 10 points. The rest of you must strive to improve your magical skills. I hope that when faced with unforeseen circumstances in the future, you will demonstrate more than mere arrogance." She once again admonished several Gryffindor students before addressing everyone. "Now, hurry back to your respective houses to enjoy the Halloween feast. I hope you still have time to partake in the festivities." Thus, the incident involving Gryffindor and Slytherin concluded for the time being, yet its repercussions extended far beyond. The Slytherin common room was overflowing with students who relished the delectable food while fervently discussing the encounter with the troll. When Zhang Hao and his companions returned, all eyes were upon them. The prefect, Gemma Farley, inquired, "Where have you been? Why have you only just returned?" The students who had arrived earlier in the common room were oblivious to the events that had transpired, and thus could not fathom what Zhang Hao had accomplished. "Ah, Gemma, I believe someone will enlighten you on certain matters, but may I please have something to eat first?" After the scuffle, Zhang Hao found himself ravenous once more. It appeared that an increase in size also led to a heightened consumption of energy. Was this the side effect of casting the enlargement spell upon oneself? "Malfoy, you tell me." Seeing Zhang Hao already indulging in food, Gemma turned to Malfoy. "You might as well ask Daphne." Yet Malfoy had no inclination to extol Zhang Hao's glorious feats. He replied with feigned indifference, "I suspect she would be more than happy to enlighten you." Thus, Gemma turned her gaze towards Daphne, who spoke seriously. "Daphne, do not attempt to make excuses." "Oh, certainly," Daphne replied, glancing at Zhang Hao for a reaction. Seeing none, she excitedly declared, "You will not believe what happened. Let me tell you." Zhang Hao defeated a troll. As Daphne recounted the tale, the listeners gradually ceased their chewing. Almost everyone gaped in astonishment, occasionally stealing incredulous glances at Zhang Hao. The admiration in their eyes surged like an unstoppable tide, reminiscent of a river in flood. Daphne grew more animated in her storytelling, even embellishing certain details. Malfoy felt that if Daphne continued, Zhang Hao would soon be mythologized. "Oh, Daphne, enough already," he interjected disdainfully. If you keep this up, that rascal will surpass Dumbledore. Laughter erupted, though it bore little malice. Is this true, Draco? Daphne, clearly smitten with Zhang Hao, had likely exaggerated his achievements. I think it should be you who tells the story. You were there too, were you not? Indeed. Draco, do share. We wish to hear another version. The crowd erupted in laughter, though it lacked any real malice. Daphne blushed, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Hao, and stuck out her tongue. You lot are utterly boring. Malfoy grumbled, yet ultimately yielded shamelessly. Very well. Since you wish to know, let me recount the events. In truth, he rather enjoyed the sense of being in the limelight. Even as a mere observer, it felt as though he shared in the glory. While the Slytherins reveled in the excitement, the Gryffindors found themselves in disarray. Upon learning they had lost 5 points, the Lions grew despondent. Percy glared at Ron, irate. What did you all do? How could you let the house lose 5 points? Ron was hardly in the mood for storytelling. He and Harry had played the role of mere bystanders, not even managing to make a mark on the proceedings. For someone who thrived on attention, this was a crushing blow. Now, he merely wished to bury himself in his meal. Harry felt similarly, both dejected companions sharing a sense of inadequacy. Only Hermione seemed unaffected. On the contrary, she was positively elated. Like Daphne, she had begun to idolize Zhang Hao fervently. What girl does not dream of a hero battling dragons? In Hermione's and Daphne's eyes, Zhang Hao was that hero, appearing at the most critical moment and vanquishing the troll with unparalleled prowess. Every spell he cast, every movement he made was etched in her memory. As she reminisced and recounted the tale, she became oblivious to her surroundings. In that moment, all eyes in the Gryffindor common room were fixed upon her with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Though they too were awed by Zhang Hao's remarkable magical prowess, they could not overlook his Slytherin affiliation. Enough! Ron exclaimed angrily, Hermione, he is a Slytherin. Hermione suddenly realized her folly. She felt a pang of guilt. How could she praise a Slytherin in front of so many Gryffindors? Oh no, it must be that Zhang Hao shone too brightly. My words were unintentional. As she sought to justify herself internally, she stammered, what of Slytherin? Zhang Hao is different from the others. In what way is he different? Ron retorted. He is indeed impressive, but why is he so? It is ambition that drives him to grow stronger. No, that is not the case. Hermione instinctively argued. He is a genius. He could be this strong regardless of ambition. Oh, you are correct, Ron replied sarcastically. He is a genius, and we are all fools. But we have much to learn. While he has nearly mastered all conventional magic, and this is only the first semester, do you think he will pursue dark magic? Harry felt this statement was inappropriate and tugged at Ron's sleeve. Hermione was taken aback. How could the normally dull Ron articulate such a profound thought? This is not like you, Ron. How could you think that? Hermione questioned incredulously, do you believe that once one masters conventional magic, they should delve into dark arts? Zhang Hao is not that sort of person. Hermione, you are betraying Gryffindor. Ron said gloomily, one cannot deny that Slytherin often produces dark wizards. The atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room grew increasingly tense, and Ron's comment sent it plummeting into icy silence. Hermione, already feeling guilty, shot Ron a fierce glare before rising and leaving the common room. The young girl returned to her dormitory, reflecting on her thoughts in solitude. She did not believe she had erred, but if a mistake had to be identified, it was perhaps in voicing such sentiments in a public setting. By the following day, news of Zhang Hao's duel with the troll had spread throughout Hogwarts. Men are often concerned with their image. Many claim to be indifferent to others' opinions, yet inwardly yearn for recognition. Those of high spiritual attainment may not indulge excessively in flattery, but they do not resent praise. Zhang Hao's state of mind cannot be deemed exceedingly profound, yet, having traversed the vicissitudes of 2 lifetimes, he has long since come to terms with certain matters. To put it candidly, he now embodies a somewhat playful spirit towards existence. When subjected to criticism, he feels discontent, while praise brings him an inward sense of satisfaction, an entirely natural disposition for a person of his nature. During this encounter with the troll, he believed that his vanity would be significantly gratified. To single-handedly confront a troll is, indeed, an extraordinary achievement for an underage wizard. He anticipated basking in the same recognition as Harry, envisioning a scenario where everyone greeted him on the streets, with some even turning back to acknowledge him. He imagined that professors would pause during roll call in his honor. However, none of this came to pass. While the gazes directed at him held a hint of admiration, they lacked fervor. Well, it is true that although trolls are formidable, they pale in comparison to the likes of Voldemort. One can only wonder if Voldemort would be driven to tears in the restroom upon learning that Zhang Hao dared to compare him to a troll. As his vanity remained unfulfilled, Zhang Hao cast the matter aside. He attended his classes diligently and, in the absence of lessons, delved into the interpretations of Ederson's diary. By nightfall, he immersed himself in the realm of illusion, striving to refine his magical prowess. The art of apparition, being a sophisticated form of magic, is inherently challenging to enhance. Zhang Hao has been researching for quite some time, yet he has made no progress whatsoever. The Ministry of Magic stipulates that only wizards aged 17 and above may learn apparition. This regulation is indeed sensible, for only adults can fully control their thoughts. The most crucial aspect of performing apparition is the strict control of one's mind. If one becomes distracted during the casting process, a terrifying consequence known as splinching may occur. Splinching refers to a situation where part of the body arrives at the destination while another part remains behind. The mere thought of such an experience is quite dreadful. Wizards have summarized the 3 essential elements of apparition, known as the 3Ds principle. The first principle, destination, requires one to concentrate their awareness on the intended location, envisioning the blank space at the destination in their mind. Should someone think of a wall while attempting to apparate, they may very well find themselves embedded within it upon completing the spell. The second principle, determination, entails a resolute intention to reach the target, allowing the desire to travel there to permeate from the mind throughout the entire body. This step is particularly susceptible to causing splinching if one's determination is not sufficiently robust. Distractions may arise during the casting. Consequently, the target may inadvertently become too, making splinching inevitable. The third principle, composure, embodies a sense of freedom and liberation from constraints. When one is not bound by the confines of space, the choice of destination becomes a mere matter of preference. By adhering to the 3Ds principle, apparition is rendered nearly as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Zhang Hao practiced diligently in the enigmatic realm for several days, finally attuning himself to the essence of the experience. Fortunately, Hogwarts lacked the means for apparition. Otherwise, he feared he would resort to it for attending classes daily. Alas, while I have thoroughly grasped the official method of apparition, I am utterly at a loss regarding my own approach. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao twitched the corner of his mouth, sensing an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Nevertheless, he had already determined his research focus. Among modern firearms, the efficacy of flashbangs is not to be underestimated. A direct exposure to their blinding light can result in an inability to open one's eyes for an extended duration, and in severe cases, permanent blindness is a distinct possibility. Thus, enhancing the illumination charm into a grand flash spell became Zhang Hao's next area of exploration. He practiced the illumination charm while attuning himself to the variations in brightness. Gradually, he amplified his intent for illumination, causing the glow at the tip of his wand to intensify. However, upon reaching a certain level of brightness, no matter how fervently you wished for more, the luminescence ceased to increase. This marked the limit of the spell, revealing the barriers between incantations. 3 primary factors influence the potency of a spell: will, magical power, and technique. As for magical power, it goes without saying that, under normal circumstances, most wizards exhibit a relatively uniform level of magical energy across various age groups, with only a handful displaying extraordinary talents that are not excessively remarkable. Those wizards with particularly outstanding magical prowess likely harbor their own secrets. Zhang Hao believes that Voldemort and Dumbledore belong to this category. The technique is quite comprehensible. No matter how formidable a spell may be, it must strike its target to manifest its effects. Employing the same incantation to hit the forehead versus the sole of the foot will undoubtedly yield differing results. When the disparity in skill and magical power is negligible, the ultimate determinant of a spell's potency is reduced to the factor of will. Will is an abstract concept. It can manifest as a fervent desire or a confluence of various emotions. During the act of casting magic, will serves as the guiding force of magical energy. Different spells necessitate corresponding emotions. The more intense the matched emotion, the greater the spell's power. The Patronus charm requires joy, apparition demands freedom, and the killing curse is fueled by the intent to kill. In summation, Zhang Hao realizes that the essence of magic appears to be the ultimate embodiment of a wizard's emotions. The potency of Voldemort's killing curse likely stems from his genuine delight in murder. Having grasped the essence of magic, Zhang Hao is left with a new conundrum. What role do incantations play during the casting process? Confronted with this new question, Zhang Hao falls into contemplation. As November arrives, the weather turns exceedingly cold. The mountains surrounding the school are shrouded in gray, with some even blanketed in ice and snow. The Black Lake has frozen over, its surface as cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, the ground is cloaked in a silvery frost. The Quidditch matches are about to commence, and most are filled with anticipation for this event. The first-year students, in their eagerness, feel a tinge of envy. There is no one who does not yearn for the sky, and many have overcome their fears in pursuit of this dream. One day, Zhang Hao sits at the castle entrance, deep in thought about the role of incantations in magic, when Harry and Hermione approach him, accompanied, albeit reluctantly, by Ron. "Zhang," Harry whispers, "I've uncovered a significant secret. Snape intends to bypass the three-headed dog's guard. He aims to access the door beneath it." Although Zhang Hao did not have a clear recollection of the original storyline, he was aware of the mutual disdain between Harry and Snape, and he was convinced that Snape could not possibly be at fault. Therefore, he dismissively inquired, "Harry, if you are merely speculating, please refrain from sharing." "No, I have evidence," Harry insisted resolutely. "I borrowed a book from the library, which Snape confiscated. When I approached him to retrieve it, I noticed a gory wound on his leg. Furthermore, he uttered a phrase that I am certain you cannot guess." "What did he say?" Zhang Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. It seemed Snape had indeed spoken some peculiar words. "I remember it distinctly." Harry mimicked Snape's tone, speaking in a stiff manner. "Damn it, how could you possibly keep an eye on three heads at once?" Zhang Hao nodded, acknowledging the suspicion embedded in the statement. However, it was not without its grounds for explanation. He mused that one line alone could not conclusively implicate Professor Snape in any nefarious intentions. Zhang Hao endeavored to reshape Snape's image in Harry's mind, remarking with a smile, "It is quite possible that he has uncovered the true thief and is merely trying to thwart someone's plans. This is not entirely implausible, is it, Harry?" He added, "You see, I have always known that you wouldn't truly believe Snape was up to no good." Hermione, exasperated, interjected, "I cautioned you before I arrived. I am aware that Snape is not entirely trustworthy, but he would never resort to stealing items so meticulously safeguarded by Dumbledore." Upon hearing this, Harry fell silent, still convinced of Snape's dubious nature. "Honestly, Hermione, you seem to think all teachers are paragons of virtue," Ron remarked bluntly. "I concur with Harry. Someone like Snape is capable of anything. The crux of the matter remains, what is he truly searching for? What is that large dog guard?" His words rang with finality, as if declaring Snape an unequivocal villain. Zhang Hao sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. The red-haired fool seemed to be targeting both him and Hermione. Oh, and poor Professor Snape as well. The discussion ultimately ended on an unpleasant note, with Harry and Ron departing together. Hermione, however, lingered, feeling a sense of confusion as if she needed someone to confide in. "How? Can we remain friends forever?" Hermione said anxiously. "Lately, the Gryffindor students have been looking at me strangely. They think I have betrayed them. During the Halloween feast, I spoke up for you in the Gryffindor common room, and they believe I have forsaken my house. Speaking on behalf of a Slytherin in front of so many Gryffindors? Hermione, where is your sense?" Zhang Hao was taken aback by her words. He pondered skeptically, could this little girl possibly have developed feelings for me? Innocent children rarely overthink. Yet some adults can be quite oblivious. The more they know, the more they tend to indulge in fanciful thoughts. I don't even know why I blurted it out at that moment. It was an overwhelming urge to express myself, Hermione lamented, grasping her unruly hair. "I just feel that you are so remarkable and should be a role model for everyone. Yet, the Gryffindors do not understand me." Hermione, "You cannot expect everyone to share your ambition. For most, leisure is far more appealing," Zhang Hao gently reassured her, casting aside those peculiar thoughts. "You simply need to be yourself. There is no need to be concerned about others' opinions." The two youthful figures sat upon a large stone at the castle's entrance, the morning sunlight enveloping them in warmth. Their conversation gradually turned mundane, prompting Zhang Hao to embark on his customary jesting. As humorous anecdotes flowed from his lips, a smile returned to Hermione's face. The troubles of youth come swiftly and depart just as quickly. The earlier discontent had vanished. When the two finally parted ways, Hermione's steps were once again light and buoyant, akin to a little sparrow ready to take flight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao speculated that Harry would join Quidditch next year. and he vividly envisioned the scene of Malfoy being pinned to the ground in a humiliating manner. Unbeknownst to him, he let out a chuckle. "Hey, you bastard. What are you laughing at?" Malfoy exclaimed in anger. "Do you think you are more suited to be a seeker than I am? Shall we have a competition?" As their time together lengthened, the relationship between Zhang Hao and Malfoy began to resemble that of college roommates, an intimacy that surpassed mere acquaintanceship but was tinged with the distance of friendship. They occasionally showed concern for one another, yet more often engaged in mutual mockery. There was little malice in their banter. It was likely more a matter of rivalry. Undoubtedly, Malfoy frequently found himself at a disadvantage. "I say, Draco, can you not take this so seriously?" Zhang Hao remarked with amusement. "I never claimed I would participate in Quidditch. It is merely a child's game." "Silence," Malfoy retorted, his face flushed with indignation. "How can you speak of Quidditch in such a manner? I believe it to be the most meaningful sport in the wizarding world. You simply do not understand Quidditch." "Is that so?" Zhang Hao replied dismissively. "A group of people toil for half the game, only for the seeker to catch the golden snitch and end the match. Frankly, that is a touch too heroic for my taste. In a team sport, one individual can overshadow the efforts of all others. Do you think that is fair? What is wrong with being a hero? Who would want to be a hero?" Malfoy muttered. "Don't tell me you don't aspire to be one. I see you're merely afraid to compete with me. What benefit do you gain from forcing me into a contest?" Zhang Hao replied helplessly. "Think about it. If I win, you'll be left without a role as the seeker for Slytherin. Won't you?" Malfoy's expression turned slightly anxious, as he evidently considered this implication. However, in the next moment, a peculiar confidence ignited within him. "No, you cannot possibly defeat me, for I shall be the finest seeker," he declared proudly. "You must have seen my performance in flying class, right?" "Indeed. Your performance in flying class was commendable," Zhang Hao conceded with a smile. "But being a seeker requires not only excellent flying skills but also considerable courage. Just think about how fast the golden snitch flies. What if, in a moment of carelessness, you crash into the ground or a pole? Crack! Your head would burst apart like a watermelon." Being still a child at heart, Malfoy shivered at the frightening imagery Zhang Hao had painted. A sense of guilt surged within Zhang Hao. Was it truly wicked to frighten a child in such a manner? To alleviate his conscience, he gently patted Malfoy's shoulder, offering a comforting assurance. "Do not be afraid. If you can conquer your fear, I believe you will be the finest seeker." Malfoy glared at Zhang Hao as if to say, "I trust you not, you cunning old man." Regardless, Zhang Hao felt he had done all he could. If Malfoy could not overcome such a minor fear, then it would be no one's fault if he failed to become a seeker. The match commenced swiftly, with Gryffindor exuding a spirited energy that was undeniably captivating. At the very least, they had two stunning beauties to uphold their reputation, far more appealing than certain individuals on their side with giant bloodlines. Harry once remarked that Marcus Flint resembled someone of giant lineage, a description Zhang Hao found quite fitting. It must be said, Flint's countenance was indeed rather fearsome. Merely standing there, he projected an air of menace, as if he might bite at any moment. In stark contrast, Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell were simply enchanting. Particularly in her third year, Angelina Johnson appeared remarkably charming, justly earning the title of Gryffindor's flower. Meanwhile, Katie Bell, still blossoming, was unable to rival Angelina for the title at this time. Slytherin also boasted a beauty, a fifth-year upperclassman named Elizabeth Swann. Every time Zhang Hao laid eyes on her, he was reminded of the Caribbean. It seems that not only is the name frequency high in Huaxia, but the sparsely populated England is no different. Thanks to these lovely ladies, Zhang Hao found the Quidditch match to possess its own allure. His spirits were lifted considerably, for watching the Quidditch match did not feel like a waste of time. Yet, this delight was short-lived, as Flint's performance was utterly dismal. What should have been a game of skill devolved into a barbaric display of chaos. He frequently collided with others, attempting to unseat Gryffindor players from their brooms through sheer brute force. There were several instances when he nearly succeeded. However, Gryffindor's goalkeeper, Wood, was exceptionally skilled. Slytherin's attempts to score were thwarted time and again. On the contrary, Angelina Johnson, employing her formidable offensive tactics, easily breached Slytherin's defenses. Within less than 20 minutes, she had secured 20 points for Gryffindor. The commentator, Lee Jordan, could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Oh, look, Angelina Johnson has once again seized the quaffle. She is truly an outstanding chaser, and how charming she is." As Lee Jordan, a black commentator, uttered the word charming, one could only imagine the extent of Angelina's beauty. Suddenly, Katie Bell was struck on the back of her head by the quaffle and plummeted from the sky. Poor girl, Let us hope she is unharmed. As Zhang Hao watched the match, he fervently prayed for Katie. The atmosphere was electric, with everyone cheering for their favorite players. Under Angelina's fierce leadership, Gryffindor surged ahead, quickly distancing themselves from Slytherin. The Slytherin team grew increasingly anxious, and Flint's actions became more aggressive. Zhang Hao understood Flint's intentions well. He was determined to lead Slytherin to victory before graduation, willing to go to any lengths and resort to any unscrupulous means to achieve that goal. Despite several warnings from Madame Hooch, the referee, Flint remained unyielding, exhibiting a blatant disregard for the rules. Unfortunately, the Quidditch regulations did not allow for red cards or ejections of players. Ultimately, Flint seized the bludger's bat and struck Wood squarely in the face, causing him to plummet from the sky and lose consciousness. As a result, Gryffindor lost their goalkeeper. Protests erupted throughout the field, yet the professors remained silent, their expressions grave, utterly powerless against Flint's brazen defiance. With the loss of their goalkeeper, Gryffindor's defensive capabilities plummeted, allowing Slytherin to swiftly close the score gap. Meanwhile, the Seekers were tirelessly pursuing the elusive Golden Snitch, which darted about with remarkable speed, evading capture. Before long, Slytherin had surpassed Gryffindor in points. Hooray! Splendid! Flint executed his strategy flawlessly. Malfoy waved his tiny fists, nearly jumping for joy. Zhang Hao expressed his disinterest, remarking, "What is the meaning of winning a game in such a manner? It's utterly dull. Only the victor possesses glory, nothing else bears significance." Malfoy, brimming with self-satisfaction, seemed to relish the notion that he had orchestrated the entire affair. Zhang Hao retorted, "Thank goodness I am not in Gryffindor. Otherwise, I would have smashed his head." He continued, "Sometimes you may bend the rules, but others can do so as well." Flint's actions resembled those of a street thug, and, indeed, he was worse than a mere street brawler. At least those individuals fought for survival, while he did so for trivial vanity. "Are you comparing noble wizards to street ruffians?" Malfoy sneered. "I have never encountered such a self-deprecating wizard as you." Zhang Hao asked, "What of street thugs?" Even though Malfoy's worldview appears unchangeable, "I still wish to save this boy," he solemnly inquired. "If you found yourself in dire straits and a street thug could assist you, would you wish for his help or not?" After a moment of contemplation, Malfoy fell silent. Eventually, he stubbornly declared, "I would never find myself in such a situation." The match concluded swiftly, with Slytherin claiming victory amid Flint's numerous infractions. Apart from Zhang Hao, the rest of Slytherin basked in jubilance. Naturally, Malfoy felt somewhat discontented due to Zhang Hao's earlier admonition. In stark contrast, Gryffindor appeared to be shrouded in gloom. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat by the fireplace, still discussing the Quidditch match. "I bet that Zhang Hao is overjoyed right now." Ron pouted. "Slytherin winning is the most ridiculous event of the year. You all saw it." Flint disregarded the rules entirely. "Hermione, I doubt that Hao is pleased. Such a victory holds no significance for him," she replied softly. "Trust me, I know him well. He is far too proud to be happy about such a trivial win." "Come on," Ron scoffed. "I knew you would defend him." "No," Hermione attempted to clarify. "I am merely stating the facts." "Humph." Ron lightly huffed, clearly unconvinced by Hermione's words. "I also believe that how would he care about such matters? He might be more interested in spells," Harry remarked calmly, gazing into the fire. "After the match, I heard him lecturing Malfoy. He was quite displeased with Flint's behavior." "See, Ron, I was right." Hermione appeared somewhat pleased, relieved to not be alone in her views. "You are all good people, and I'm just petty, right?" Ron self-deprecatingly commented, then fell silent. The following day, students resumed their classes as usual. However, an alarming incident transpired in the corridor after potions class. As everyone walked through the armored corridor, a suit of armor suddenly toppled over, crashing violently towards Harry. The armor wielded a sharp sword, aimed directly at Harry, as if it had come to life, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "Ah, Harry, watch out. Oh my goodness." Many onlookers gasped, rushing to aid Harry, but time was evidently against them. In this critical moment, Zhang Hao cast a disarming spell at Harry, who was caught off guard and propelled away, narrowly evading the falling armor. With a resounding crash, the suit of armor shattered, its helmet rolling to Zhang Hao's feet. The crowd stood frozen, their gazes flitting between Zhang Hao and Harry, expressions of relief evident on their faces. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron anxiously helped Harry to his feet, inquiring, "You are incredibly lucky. That sword nearly cleaved you in two." "That is not luck," Hermione stated earnestly. "Harry, you should thank Hao. He saved you." Harry, clearly shaken, stared blankly around the corner of the corridor. He had just seen two professors hastily departing, Snape and Quirrell. Convinced that Snape had caused the armor to fall, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Hal." After a moment, Harry regained his composure, expressing his gratitude. "If it weren't for you, I might have died." "It's nothing. No need to dwell on it," Zhang Hao replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I am heading to Hagrid's. It seems there is news regarding the Phoenix Egg. Would you like to join?" "Absolutely. That would be splendid. I also wish to speak with Hagrid." Harry nodded affirmatively, noting that Hagrid had mentioned wanting to see him a few days prior. Today was another Friday, and Slytherin and Gryffindor had no classes in the afternoon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao distributed a piece of grilled rock-skin pancake to each person, and then, with a smile, remarked, "In our Huaxia culture, we have a flexible approach to food. I find this grilled rock-skin pancake quite delectable. Perhaps, given the opportunity, one could try the spicy explosive rock-skin pancake, which might be even more delightful." After savoring the barbecued rock-skin pancakes, everyone praised them enthusiastically, and soon they began to replicate the experience, initiating an impromptu rock-skin pancake barbecue. "Oh, I never imagined rock-skin pancakes could be enjoyed this way," Hagrid chuckled. "You should have told me sooner." Although Hagrid was the inventor of the rock-skin pancake, he believed that Zhang Hao's ingenious transformation would elevate its status. After some casual conversation, the topic eventually shifted to the Phoenix. "Hagrid, didn't you mention there was news about a Phoenix?" Zhang Hao inquired casually. "Has someone found a Phoenix egg?" His demeanor suggested he was indifferent to the prospect of acquiring the Phoenix. "Indeed, you guessed correctly. Someone has found a Phoenix egg." Before the crowd could rejoice, Hagrid delivered unwelcome news. However, the Phoenix egg is located within an active volcano, making its retrieval rather challenging. "What does a bit of hardship imply?" Harry asked. "Can't magic be used to extract the Phoenix egg?" "Of course, what else would one use if not magic?" Hagrid replied with a chuckle. "However, applying magic directly to the Phoenix egg is ineffective, much like the levitation charm, which cannot affect the egg at all. To obtain the Phoenix egg, a wizard must delve into the magma. I believe muggles have no means to retrieve the Phoenix egg. While the Phoenix is alive, it is immune to magic, and this trait persists even in its egg form." Zhang Hao explained, "Whether one seeks to slay the Phoenix or acquire the egg, physical means are essential." "What shall we do then?" Hermione said with difficulty, "I have perused countless texts and found no spell that allows one to descend into magma." "There is a solution, albeit a cumbersome one," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. "There exists a potion that can transform a person into a magma serpent. If one can concoct this potion, infiltrating the magma would pose no difficulty. But who can brew such a potion?" Harry shook his head. "That must be quite challenging, right?" "Indeed." Zhang Hao sighed with a smile. "If it were not difficult, I would have obtained my 1,000,000 galleons with ease. This is precisely what I wish to convey." Hagrid interjected at the opportune moment. "Someone has brewed this potion and is willing to procure the Phoenix egg for you. Since the Phoenix egg has not been delivered to me, they must have certain demands," Zhang Hao mused. "The individual who concocted the magma potion seeks a greater reward." Hagrid exclaimed in frustration, "They are asking for 2,000,000 galleons. How utterly greedy." The trio gasped in astonishment. 1,000,000 galleons was insufficient? They were audaciously demanding 2,000,000. The group turned their gazes towards Zhang Hao, eager to hear his thoughts. Zhang Hao nodded and remarked, "It would not be unreasonable to offer him an additional 1,000,000 galleons. Let him procure the Phoenix egg first." "Very well. I comprehend." With that, the matter of the bounty reached a temporary conclusion. Hagrid then turned to Harry and inquired, "How have you been lately, Harry?" Upon the mention of this topic, Ron, who had previously appeared utterly despondent, transformed dramatically. He exclaimed, "Hagrid, you won't believe it. Harry was nearly slain by a suit of armor today." At this proclamation, both Hermione and Harry exchanged incredulous glances at Ron. Even if the event were true, did he really need to express it in such a hyperbolic manner? Is it truly so? What on earth happened? Hagrid asked, visibly astonished and anxious. Killed by a suit of armor? That is utterly astonishing. It is indeed true, Hagrid. Ron gesticulated animatedly, as if he were the one who had experienced the harrowing ordeal. With a dazed expression, he recounted, "We were merely walking down the corridor when suddenly a suit of armor toppled towards Harry. The sword in its grasp swung directly at him. He was mere moments away from being cleaved in two." At this juncture, Ron seemed to recall something, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of acute embarrassment, his voice falling silent. It appeared he had only just remembered that it was Zhang Hao who had saved Harry, not himself. What do you mean by thanks to? Red-haired lad. Why are you being so evasive? Hagrid expressed his discontent with Ron, having just heard the critical part. Thanks to Hao. It was he who disarmed the suit of armor and sent it flying towards Harry. Hermione interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Ron, her face brimming with admiration. Hagrid, you cannot fathom the peril we faced. I dare say, had it not been for Hao's quick reflexes, Harry would undoubtedly have been severed in two. How could the armor have suddenly toppled? Hagrid mused, perplexed. Those suits of armor in the corridor are as immovable as statues. It would require considerable force to topple one. How peculiar. All present found the situation strange. That corridor was frequented by many daily, yet it was a peculiar coincidence that it fell upon Harry at that precise moment. It was Snape. Harry hesitated briefly, then affirmed, when I was knocked down by Hao, I saw him fleeing from the end of the corridor. He seemed to be pushing Professor Quirrell, and I distinctly remember his menacing expression. Snape did it? A sense of helplessness welled up within Zhang Hao. This unfortunate soul had once again succumbed to fate. Nonsense! Hagrid exclaimed in astonishment, furrowing his brow. Why would Snape act in such a manner? Harry, did you truly see it so clearly? Hermione, equally astonished, knitted her brows and added, You never mentioned this to us. I am certain. Snape appeared quite flustered, Harry replied. Yet his demeanor suggested otherwise. His words seemed more an attempt to convince himself. His hair and attire, I could never mistake. It must be him, after all. He harbors such animosity towards me. It was evident that Snape was indeed responsible. Without a doubt, it must be Snape, Ron asserted confidently. For it seems no one else at Hogwarts could possibly loathe Harry as much. No, Snape could not have done such a thing, trust me. Hagrid shook his head, urging. Harry, Snape would never harm you. I know this better than anyone. Zhang Hao held a profound belief in Hagrid's words, for Hagrid had been a student 50 years prior. He might have even witnessed the romance between James and Lily. Perhaps he possessed an intimate understanding of the depth of Snape's affection for Lily. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising to him that he trusted Snape. Yet, at this moment, Harry seemed resolute in attributing certain deeds to Snape, stubbornly asserting, I have uncovered some of his secrets. On the eve of Halloween, he attempted to use that three-headed dog. The beast bit him. And we assumed he was trying to steal whatever it was guarding. Ahem. Harry, that is your assumption, not mine. Zhang Hao expressed his discontent at being implicated. Hastily distancing himself from the situation, Harry, with a hint of resignation, replied, Sorry, Hao? Suddenly, Hagrid's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. He placed his teacup down with a thud and asked, somewhat displeased, How do you know about Fluffy? Fluffy? Harry retorted, What is the name of that three-headed dog? Indeed, he is mine. I acquired him from a Greek fellow I met in a pub last year. Hagrid, entirely caught up in his excitement, momentarily forgot the gravity of the conversation. Upon mentioning Fluffy, he became animated, stating, I lent him to Dumbledore for guarding. As he spoke, a realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he abruptly fell silent. Guarding what? Harry inquired eagerly. Enough. Do not pry further. Hagrid replied gruffly, That is classified information. Do you understand? But Snape intends to steal it. Harry pressed on, refusing to relent, swiftly revisiting the matter. Zhang Hao took a sip of tea and smiled as he remarked, Harry, perhaps Professor Snape merely intends to thwart the true thief. He spoke wisely. Hagrid solemnly addressed Harry, stating, Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never engage in such behavior. A profound silence enveloped the room, as it seemed no one could sway the others. There remains time to intervene. Inaction may lead to dire consequences. Ron expressed his discontent, saying, Today, Harry nearly lost his life. Next time, Zhang Hao may not be present. I assure you, you are mistaken. Hagrid retorted angrily. I cannot fathom why the armor suddenly struck at Harry, but Snape would never act in such a manner. Nor would he wish harm upon Harry. Now, heed my words. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that massive dog. Disregard what it guards. This is a matter between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao believes that such folly is not intolerable. For they harbor no schemes within their hearts. If one person scorns another for their foolishness, they are surely oblivious to the fact that, somewhere, there exist individuals even more astute who look down upon them. As days pass, aside from the occasional gathering with friends, Zhang Hao devotes most of his time to deciphering the Diary of Edson. October 2nd, 1478. The weather is overcast. The pursuers have grown increasingly numerous. Yet I find myself gradually approaching the fortress of the wizard, Hogwarts. Once I enter that castle, the priest shall no longer have power over me. Along the way, I encountered an esteemed potions master who bestowed upon me a formula. Oh, he appeared so frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. I lack knowledge in potions. Yet he implored me to safeguard the formula with utmost diligence. I surmise it holds great significance, though the remaining distance is not far. Can I truly reach Hogwarts in safety? From this entry, it is evident that Edson regards Hogwarts as his primary sanctuary. The medieval conflict in which Muggles slaughtered wizards endured for an extensive period. Muggles began to document this dark chapter of history from the year 1480. Yet the chronicles of magical history extend far beyond that. Since the inception of magic by Merlin, the Church has sensed a looming threat from wizards. Prior to Merlin, only the priests within the Church could wield the ancient supernatural power of sacred arts through fervent faith. However, following Merlin's emergence, a more potent supernatural force, magic, came into existence. Zhang Hao reflects deeply on this segment of history, fortunate that the divine church encountered internal strife. Otherwise, magic might have been extinguished in its infancy. Following the advent of magic, the number of wizards grew exponentially. The conflict between the wizarding community and the divine church intensified, with wizards predominantly occupying the oppressed side. It was against this historical backdrop that the four founders established Hogwarts, a bastion for wizards. In the ensuing struggles, as long as wizards sought refuge in Hogwarts, they could largely evade the persecution of the divine church. It is no wonder that Hogwarts holds such a prestigious status within the magical realm. It is, in essence, a sanctuary of revolution. Zhang Hao closed his diary and rose from the lounge, departing into the dimly lit corridor. The armor lining the walls stood like sentinels, instilling an inexplicable sense of oppression. The relief depicting a knight pursuing a witch remained unchanged, yet upon encountering this scene once more, Zhang Hao found himself imbued with deeper reflections. This seemingly inconspicuous relief, when scrutinized, captivates one with the expressions of the knight and the witch. The fervor and disdain etched on the knight's face contrast sharply with the terror and fury that mar the witch's visage, eloquently articulating their respective stances. Over the course of centuries, countless witches have suffered persecution, numbering in the tens of thousands. This tableau has likely been witnessed innumerable times, and often. The fates of many witches were 100-fold more harrowing. In that dark epoch, the punishments inflicted upon witches were truly inhumane. Expelliarmus. Disarm your weapon. The disarmament spell struck the blank wall, conjuring ripples of ethereal distortion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao glanced around, noticing that Lilith was not nearby. The rope ladder from his previous climb remained intact, and he ascended it to the wooden cabin. Compared to his last visit, the door now adorned with blossoms appeared to have rejuvenated the once withered wood. Hello, you've returned? Lilith's voice rang out from behind him, her tone light and cheerful. Aren't these flowers beautiful? I guessed you would appreciate them. Lilith, could you refrain from appearing so suddenly behind me next time? The unexpected sound sent chills down Zhang Hao's spine. Apologies, I sensed the magical fluctuations here and couldn't resist coming back, Lilith replied innocently. The point of my shadow teleportation is right here. I can't control it with greater precision. Oh, in that case, I shall pardon you. Zhang Hao, well-versed in shadow teleportation, understood its inherent imprecision. Lilith, unaware of his location, naturally could not manifest before him. Even if she could, it would merely be coincidental. Where have you been? Do you have other friends in this forest? Zhang Hao inquired curiously. This forest is vast, isn't it? Are there other sentient beings? Many indeed. Lilith's enchanting smile illuminated her sharp teeth, which seemed less menacing in that moment. This forest is home to unicorns and centaurs, all of whom are quite amicable. However, they appear to shy away from me. Our interactions are always rather brief. As she spoke, her tone took a sudden downturn. Perhaps it is not that they dislike you, but rather that your beauty is overwhelming. Zhang Hao comforted her. Sometimes, being too striking can lead to alienation. Much like myself, I am quite handsome. And yet there are those who harbor resentment. Giggle. Is that truly the case? Lilith laughed playfully. Are you trying to deceive me? I may not have mastered human script, but I have lived among humans. You lived among humans? Zhang Hao exclaimed, astonished. When was that? You carry no trace of the mundane world. I am a descendant of nightmares and fairies. I possess the ability to enter dreams and inhabit others, Lilith smiled. For centuries, I have periodically inhabited individuals to experience mortal life. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a jolt of surprise. He maintained his composure and asked, "Can you not retain memories from these inhabitants?" "Of course I can," Lilith responded with a teasing smile. "I know what you are really asking, I can assure you. I truly do not comprehend human writing." Zhang Hao, somewhat incredulous, chuckled and said, "Could it be that those you possess are mere illiterates?" Lilith, playing with her golden tresses, replied calmly, "You may harbor a misunderstanding regarding the magic of possession. Most of the spells associated with nightmares are primarily designed to enhance one's power. Possession and dream invasion follow a similar principle. During the process of possession, we can absorb the emotional energies of humans to augment our own magical abilities. This process is rather nebulous, and the memories we acquire tend to be profound snippets from human experiences. While written words hold significance for humanity, they may not necessarily outweigh certain lived experiences in terms of memorability." "Very well, I understand. We can delve into these matters further at a later time." Unable to discern whether Lilith was being deceitful, Zhang Hao chose to shift the subject, stating, "I have come this time to examine the books left by Edson. Am I permitted to take those with me?" "I have already mentioned that all pertaining to Edson is under your discretion. The choice is yours to make," Lilith responded nonchalantly. "She may have left behind some perilous treasures. I hope you will utilize them wisely." Her words carried an implication that left Zhang Hao somewhat perplexed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao fell into silence. If Lilith was not lying, it indeed echoed an old adage, people fear ghosts 3 parts, while ghosts fear people 7 parts. Lilith perched upon the tree trunk, swinging her fair legs, a sight that made it hard to believe she had lived for centuries. Yet, Zhang Hao discerned a subtle solitude and an unappreciated melancholy emanating from her. He sighed inwardly and turned to step into the tree hollow. With Christmas approaching, it also heralded the onset of the holiday season. One morning, Hogwarts awakened from its slumber. The snow blanketing its grounds made it appear as though it were draped in a thick, warm coat. The Weasley twins, employing magic, chased after Quirrell with snowballs, ultimately landing a well-aimed hit at the back of his turban. Zhang Hao watched the scene unfold before him, his heart racing with concern for them. He discreetly lent some force to the snowball, which struck Chilo with the force of an iron ball, knocking off his turban. Dazed from the impact, Chilo hastily picked up the turban and placed it back on his head. However, it was already too late. Many had caught sight of his face. After all, he was the center of attention at that moment. Who could possibly ignore his embarrassment? Oh, what was that on Professor Chilo's occiput? Surely that was the true reason for his turban. It was too swift to discern. Indeed, I too only glimpsed a fraction of it. It appeared to be a face devoid of a nose and eyes. I surmise it must be a tattoo. I have seen such tattoos on the streets of London. It seems Professor Chilo harbors such an interest. Tattooed wizards are indeed a rarity. Zhang Hao felt a tinge of regret. That face seemed to require a considerable amount of time to inflate. Until it did, it resembled a deflated mask, soft and lacking in firmness. It appeared that revealing Old Fu's secrets was not a task to be accomplished in the near future. Fortunately, Old Fu exhibited remarkable restraint. Otherwise, at least one life would have been forfeited today. Chilua stammered as he confronted the Weasley brothers, desperately maintaining his facade of timidity. Ultimately, it was only through Professor McGonagall's intervention that the Weasley brothers received a trivial punishment. Chilua's persona remained intact, Old Fu's secrets remained concealed, and the safety of the Weasley brothers was assured. It seemed to be a happy resolution for all. However, it remained uncertain whether Old Fu harbored any grudges. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over Zhang Hao. What if Old Fu discovered his clandestine maneuvers and launched a surprise attack? This concern lingered only for a fleeting moment, as he was confident in his own abilities. Moreover, Old Fu had failed to eliminate Harry despite lying in wait for so long, which clearly indicated that he lacked the capacity for indiscriminate killing. This matter was soon cast aside as Slytherin and Gryffindor prepared for their final potions class before the holiday break. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the basement was hardly warm. As soon as one spoke, a puff of white breath would cloud before them. To peer into the cauldron, the students had to lean in closer, occasionally splashed by potions, leaving their skins stinging from the scalding liquid. I truly feel pity for some of them. During potions class, Draco Malfoy remarked that they had to remain at Hogwarts over Christmas because their families did not want them. As he said this, his gaze was fixed on Harry, and Zhang Hao could indeed detect a hint of sympathy in his tone. It appeared that Draco had undergone some transformation, though still brash. He was at least not as excessive as before. Upon leaving the dungeons after class, a vast fir tree obstructed one of the corridors. Beneath the tree stood 2 enormous feet, and the moment Zhang Hao laid eyes on those large feet, he knew it must be Hagrid. "Hey, Hagrid, is this the Christmas tree you brought?" Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. "Need any help?" As he spoke, he began to chant a spell, Wingardium Leviosa. The gigantic sequoia tree lifted off the ground instantaneously, and the surrounding children gazed in awe as if witnessing a divine spectacle. Such a massive tree rising effortlessly was no small feat, especially for first-year students. "Oh, are you just showing off?" Draco, who relished the spotlight, was not accustomed to being overshadowed. Thus, upon seeing Zhang Hao attract attention, he launched into his routine mockery. "I truly detest your meddlesome nature. You are quite the philanthropist, aren't you? Do you fantasize about saving the world one day? Zhang Hao? Allow me to remind you that saving the world is the task of a certain savior. If you encroach upon his domain, do you think he would not turn against you? Well then," while mocking Zhang Hao, he also managed to take a jab at Harry. Progressing from individual mockery to collective derision could be seen as a form of advancement. After all, Zhang Hao and Harry simultaneously rolled their eyes, disregarding Draco completely. "Malfoy, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute," Ron retorted. Ever eager to engage in a verbal spar with Draco, his expression devoid of any semblance of a smile upon encountering him. Another self-proclaimed saint," Draco sneered, gazing down at Ron with disdain. "Your family is on the brink of starvation, yet you concern yourself with others? That's none of your business, Malfoy." Ron shot back, his face flushed with embarrassment and anger, as though poised to throw a punch at Draco. Fearing for his friend's well-being, Harry held him back firmly. "Draco, such behavior is utterly unbecoming. Slytherin would never look down upon the impoverished," Zhang Hao interjected, attempting to mediate. "Wealth does not equate to capability. It is merely the legacy of one's ancestors. To earn respect, one must demonstrate convincing abilities. If you excel in any regard, I am certain Ron would come to admire you. But at present, your lack of grace only breeds disdain in him. Wouldn't you agree, Ron?" As he spoke, he deftly maneuvered the redwood tree along. Hagrid placed a hand on the tree, as if fearful it might suddenly topple. "Of course, if he were as exceptional as you, I'd certainly hold him in high regard," Ron replied, shrugging. "But alas, he only knows how to mock others with his wealth. Oh, I almost forgot. Even with all his riches, he cannot compare to your fortune. Spending 1,000,000 galleons to offer a reward for a phoenix, TSK, that is truly a remarkable sum. I doubt even Draco's father would indulge him with such extravagance for a mere phoenix, would he?" "What? The one who spent 1,000,000 galleons on a phoenix is actually Zhang Hao," Draco exclaimed in disbelief. "Weasley, have you made a mistake? The news of someone offering such a reward has been widely publicized by the Daily Prophet. Lucius Malfoy even sent Draco a letter, urging him to seek out that mysterious benefactor. He had never anticipated that the gold source he had been inquiring about for so long would be his own roommate. Oh my, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Draco lamented. "Everyone else knows, and I am the only one left in the dark. How wouldn't he boast about his wealth like you do? You cannot even fathom the extent of his riches." Harry, witnessing Draco's current demeanor, felt an overwhelming urge to burst into song. He mockingly observed, "Only a pompous individual like you would resort to such childish and rude antics." Draco's nostrils flared in irritation. Being ridiculed by anyone was preferable to being mocked by Harry Potter. The grievances from the beginning of the term would not be easily forgotten. "All right, enough of this pointless chatter. We might as well contemplate where to spend our holiday." Noticing Draco's discontent, Zhang Hao quickly shifted the topic. He thought to himself, if he inadvertently provoked this child into darkness, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. How about a trip to Huaxia? This suggestion successfully diverted everyone's attention, and the companions appeared intrigued. A journey away from home sounded enticing. Hagrid encouraged, "I've heard there are many magical creatures in the East. You would undoubtedly broaden your horizons. I, too, would love to see it." "How? Last time you mentioned that people in Huaxia travel in tanks. Won't we be in danger?" Daphne, who had been silent until now, suddenly voiced her concerns. "After all, none of us can drive a tank." "Haha, Daphne, you are simply delightful." Hermione chuckled, supporting Daphne's shoulder, laughing so hard that she could hardly stand upright. As she laughed, she shook her head. "I was merely joking. A tank is a type of Muggle war vehicle. How could one casually drive it down the street?" The others also smiled, recognizing Daphne's adorably naive demeanor. Zhang Hao's numerous jokes were often taken by her as mere truths. At this moment, she recognized her mistake, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson akin to that of an apple. What do you think? Shall we venture to the east for some amusement? Zhang Hao, with a jovial smile, sought to alleviate Daphne's discomfort, extending another invitation. Observing the hesitance among the group, he added, take your time to ponder. Should you arrive at a decision, feel free to inform me at your earliest convenience. As they ambled and conversed, they soon escorted the grand tree to the Great Hall. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were present, diligently adorning the space with Christmas decorations. Hagrid, has the last tree been brought in? Would it suffice to place it in that corner? Professor Flitwick initially conferred with Hagrid regarding the placement of the sequoia, subsequently commending Zhang Hao for his levitation charm. The collective rallied together, assisting the professors in embellishing the hall. Draco, whether influenced by Zhang Hao or harboring ulterior motives, surprisingly opted to lend a hand. Though he wore a perpetual frown, his contributions were not without merit. The hall was transformed into a magnificent spectacle, with walls adorned in cascading garlands of holly and mistletoe, and 12 towering Christmas trees standing proudly, some adorned with sparkling icicles, while others flickered with countless candles. How splendid! Hagrid exclaimed, then inquired with a grin. How many days until the holiday? Only 1 day left. Hermione joyfully replied, oh, that reminds me. Harry, Ron, we still have half an hour until dinner. We ought to head to the library. Initially captivated by the resplendent decorations and enchanted by Professor Flitwick's dazzling magic, Harry and Ron, upon hearing Hermione mention the library, promptly redirected their attention, obediently affirming, oh, you're absolutely right. The trio from Gryffindor rose, while the trio from Slytherin remained undisturbed, continuing to admire the grandeur of the Great Hall. You're heading to the library? Even with the holidays approaching, you're still reading? That seems a bit too diligent. Hagrid remarked, somewhat surprised, as he trailed behind the Gryffindor trio out of the hall. His voice grew fainter as he walked further away. Yet Zhang Hao sensed a burgeoning discord between him and the Gryffindor group. Recently, the trio had been scouring the library for information on Nicholas Flamel, a matter not easily concealed from Zhang Hao, who frequently lingered in that realm. Clearly, this was their final endeavor before the holiday break. If they failed to uncover the necessary information before the holiday, they would have to wait until its conclusion. Hagrid, once aware, would undoubtedly intervene. Thus the crux of the discord. Zhang Hao had no intention of directly revealing any information regarding Nico LeMay, for they would inevitably uncover it themselves. His casual interference would only invite unforeseen changes, and perhaps even unnecessary suspicion. In any case, some matters are best addressed, while others should be avoided. After all, he too coveted the Philosopher's Stone. At last, the Christmas holiday had commenced. Zhang Hao and his cousin first returned to London, and then they boarded a plane heading to Huaxia. Zhang Qiu had not visited Huaxia for quite some time, and she felt a complex emotion of nostalgia tinged with apprehension. On one hand, she eagerly anticipated this journey to Huaxia. On the other, she feared that the reality would starkly contrast with her expectations. Cousin, do you truly believe that Huaxia has risen? Zhang Qiu inquired curiously. I heard my parents mention that when my grandparents fled, Huaxia was in utter disarray. Just a few decades have passed. She had previously read in newspapers the media's portrayal of Huaxia, depicting it as backward and impoverished, vastly different from Britain in every aspect. Thus, she felt a degree of skepticism towards Zhang Hao's descriptions of Huaxia. Zhang Hao chuckled, remarking that while China may still lag behind in infrastructure, it has undoubtedly outpaced the United Kingdom in the realm of internet technology. The innovation of high-tech advancements cannot be divorced from his influence. The vast expanse of China is rich in resources, yet certain high-end materials can only be exported for foreign exchange due to inadequate technology. However, once the technology is sufficiently developed, these premium resources will be utilized to their fullest potential. Conversely, infrastructure demands a plethora of low-end resources, an area where Zhang Hao finds himself powerless. Under Zhang Hao's influence, contemporary China bears a striking resemblance to India in the 21st century, both nations possessing a wealth of technological prowess, yet struggling with subpar infrastructure. The power of the individual may seem insignificant, yet when an individual's strength reaches a certain magnitude, it can exert a profound impact on the collective. Historically, figures such as the Jewish scientist Einstein and the Chinese Zhang Hao have left indelible marks on the world. The airplane ascended swiftly into the sky. Yet Zhang Hao sensed something amiss. A group of Caucasians in the cabin had been casting furtive glances in his direction, and it was evident that their intentions were far from benign. Which nation's spies were they? As a person of considerable influence and genius, Zhang Hao had often encountered various dangers, with enemy spies being the most prevalent. They seemed to be everywhere, constantly scheming to take his life. Had it not been for the exceptional skills of his bodyguards, he would likely have long since become a mere memory. Fortunately, he had refrained from wandering aimlessly. For even the most proficient bodyguards could not guarantee his safety under such circumstances. As the aircraft stabilized during its ascent, the group of Caucasians remained motionless. Their intentions still unclear. Zhang Hao speculated that if they intended to act, it would likely occur at a considerable altitude, far removed from the ground. Indeed, this proved to be the case. An hour after takeoff, several white men simultaneously vacated their seats and revealed firearms that had been clandestinely concealed. Ladies and gentlemen, I must regrettably inform you of an unfortunate circumstance, declared a man who appeared to be the leader, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You have been hijacked. Oh, my heavens! How could this happen? Please, do not act rashly. If it is money you seek, I can provide it. Just do not harm me, I implore you. Help? Is there anyone who can save us? Chaos swiftly engulfed the cabin, with some passengers failing to comprehend the gravity of their predicament. They screamed and shouted, entirely oblivious to the fact that their panic would only incite the captors further. Bang! A shot rang out, and the loudest among them was struck down. Gentlemen, could you perhaps maintain your composure? The leader of the hijackers lamented. I feel as though I am about to lose my sanity amidst your cacophony. Another gunshot silenced all voices. Cousin, what are we to do? Zhang Chou inquired, seemingly unconcerned for her own safety. Should we resort to magic? Do you think the Ministry of Magic would punish us if we did? There's only one way to find out. Zhang Hao replied with a smile as he drew his wand. Obliviate. In but a moment, every individual in the cabin was stripped of a segment of their memory. Zhang Hao's incantation did not cease. It merely erased the memories of all the muggles present. Next, he needed to alter the robbers' memories, for if they regained consciousness, they would undoubtedly resume their hijacking. Additionally, there was the matter of disposing of the bodies. Although this task was rather cumbersome, it was essential to undertake. The sudden appearance of a corpse in the cabin would incite considerable panic among the passengers, even if they had forgotten that particular memory. After several minutes, Zhang Hao finally rectified the situation. The door to the cockpit swung open, and a man emerged. He addressed the leader of the robbers, saying, Boss, many of the instruments have malfunctioned. What shall we do? This individual was the robber responsible for the cockpit, a remnant that had slipped through the cracks of Zhang Hao's memory-erasing spell. Zhang Hao paused momentarily before casting a memory-erasing spell once more. Moments later, the final robber was subdued. Aside from Zhang Qiu, no one knew what had transpired. She whispered, the electronic instruments on the plane have malfunctioned. I suspect it may be due to magical interference. Cousin, do you think the plane will crash? That is uncertain, Zhang Hao replied, shaking his head. I did not expend much magical energy just now, so perhaps the interference will dissipate shortly. If the plane is destined to crash, I will have no choice but to perform the apparition spell to transport you. You should be able to accompany me in the transition, correct? For an underage wizard, failing to accompany properly during apparition can be perilous. Fortunately, it seemed that Zhang Qiu had learned a bit about it. She nodded, saying, I remember this spell. I just have never had the opportunity to use it. Zhang Hao nodded, uttering no further words. The cabin was enveloped in a serene silence. After a considerable interval, another individual emerged from the cockpit. Clad in a uniform, he appeared to be a flight attendant, exuding an aura of caution, his face etched with trepidation. Upon encountering the bewildered hijackers, the attendant clearly hesitated. Wasn't this supposed to be a hijacking? Why had there been no activity for such a long time? He approached one of the assailants and obsequiously inquired, Sir, what would you have me do? Who are you? The hijacker asked, bewildered. Where am I? The attendant promptly replied. You are aboard the aircraft. I am the captain of this passenger plane, the pilot. The pilot? The hijacker retorted angrily. Why aren't you back at your post? The captain dared not utter a word of dissent and hurriedly scurried back to the cockpit. Fortunately, the malfunction of the instruments did not persist for long. The remainder of the flight proceeded smoothly, and the aircraft landed without further incident. However, once on the ground, the security forces swiftly took control of the entire plane. Everyone underwent a thorough inspection, and the hijackers aboard were subdued. Zhang Hao identified himself to the personnel of the security department and immediately received priority protection. Shortly thereafter, several agents clad in black suits took charge of him. Mr. Zhang Hao, welcome back to your homeland, one of the agents greeted with a smile. Did you enjoy your time at Hogwarts? Are you familiar with Hogwarts? Zhang Hao inquired in astonishment. Are you also a wizard? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhuang Minga, an officer of the Huaxia Mystical Arts Association. The Huaxia Mystical Arts Association? Zhang Hao asked with confusion. Isn't it the Ministry of Magic? The Mystical Arts Association is our own terminology. The Ministry of Magic is the internationally recognized term, Zhuang Minga explained with a smile. The term wizard is also a common designation. Yet in our country, practitioners prefer to refer to themselves as Xian Shi, Feng Shi, Shu Shi, Dao Shi, or Fa Shi. In essence, it is rare for anyone here to identify themselves as a wizard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Qiu appeared somewhat anxious, her voice trembling as she spoke. Those bandits have shot and killed people. If we do not resort to magic, we may very well meet the same fate. Is that true? Zhuang Minga, still unaware of the events aboard the aircraft, asked gravely. The bandits have killed? Indeed. Zhang Hao nodded. I had not yet the chance to mention it. They took the life of a passenger, and I concealed the body with magic. The inspectors may not have discovered it yet. Zhuang Minga immediately ordered someone to investigate. After a brief period, the individual returned, leading a team that bore a lifeless body from the plane. Zhuang Steward, the gunshot wounds on the body correspond with the firearms confiscated from the bandits. Zhuang Minga nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Zhang Hao, saying, given that the bandits have committed murder, your use of magic is quite justifiable. Do not worry. This incident is not overly grave. I estimate that a hearing will suffice for you to absolve yourself of any responsibility. He gestured for Zhang Hao to follow him. Where will this hearing take place? And when is it expected to commence? Zhang Hao inquired as he walked, his countenance appearing rather grim. What should have been a splendid holiday had been disrupted by a few wretched bandits. This matter requires negotiation. And I suspect you will need to attend a hearing at the Ministry of Magic in the United Kingdom, Zhuang Minga remarked, shrugging his shoulders, considering your enrollment at Hogwarts. Oh? Zhang Hao paused, suddenly struck by a thought. If there exists a Ministry of Magic in Huaxia, then there must also be a magical school, right? Why have I not received an acceptance letter from any institution within the country? You must direct that question to those esteemed individuals, Zhuang Minga replied, shaking his head. I am merely a steward, and there are many matters I am not privy to. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately relinquished his inquiry, reasoning that he would eventually uncover the truth, so there was no need to rush. His intuition suggested that the matter was intricate, likely involving several prominent figures operating behind the scenes. It seemed that some were engaged in a grand scheme. Clearly, Zhang Hao had been regarded as a mere pawn. To consider me a mere chess piece? Zhang Hao thought coldly. What if the chessboard shatters? No one relishes being manipulated by others, even if the intentions are noble. The distinction between being informed and uninformed profoundly affects one's perception. For Zhang Hao, the fact that those influential individuals concealed such arrangements from him was, in itself, a profound disrespect. Expecting him to comply effortlessly was evidently an impossible endeavor. After a flurry of activity, Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu finally completed the necessary documentation. In the days to come, they prepared to indulge in some enjoyable pursuits. At this stage, while China's infrastructure may not be particularly advanced, the natural environment is undeniably exquisite. The majestic mountains and rivers remain unspoiled, with pristine landscapes abounding. The air quality far surpasses that of London. Zhang Hao took his family on an excursion to Huangshan and celebrated New Year's Day together before he began to tackle the accumulated affairs of his company. During his months at Hogwarts, the Diagon group had amassed numerous significant decisions that required Zhang Hao's personal attention. These matters posed little challenge for him, given his decades-long foresight and ability to grasp the overarching direction with ease. The minutiae were managed by professional managers beneath him, so he had no need to fret over them. Thus, the month-long Christmas holiday swiftly passed, and more than 20 days had flown by. On January 24th, Zhang Hao received a notification from the Xinshu Association. The British Ministry of Magic requested that he and Zhang Qiu attend a hearing before the 28th, accompanied by the association's steward, Zhuang Minga. For a student of Hogwarts, this was undoubtedly a significant event. Cousin, do you think we might be expelled? Zhang Qiu appeared anxious as she expressed her concerns. I've heard that the International Secrecy Act is very strict. Could we be judged? Zhang Hao shook his head and said, do not worry. The situation is not as dire as it seems. That afternoon, they arrived in London via the International Flu Network. Establishing a flu network between nations is a challenging endeavor. yet it is undeniably essential. Generally, such a network is not activated without cause. Furthermore, there are professional wizards stationed as guardians between the nodes. Without explicit permission, no unauthorized personnel can access the international flu network. The reason Zhang Hao was permitted to use it this time was due to his unique status. Both the British Ministry of Magic and the Huaxiao Association of Mystical Arts were wary of potential malfeasance, thus they refrained from allowing him to continue his journey by airplane. While traveling via the international flu network is indeed swift, it can induce considerable physical discomfort. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu accompanied Zhuang Minge, taking the passenger elevator directly to the 9th underground level, and then, guided by the staff of the Ministry of Magic, they traversed a special route to reach the 10th floor. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Minge shared various precautions, concerned that the two children might inadvertently speak out of turn. All members of the Wisengamot will participate in this hearing, so be astute, he whispered. After all, we are in someone else's domain, although I have communicated with them beforehand. The Wisengamot is not a monolithic entity, and it is inevitable that some may seek to complicate matters for you. If such a situation arises, you must rely on yourselves. The Wisengamot serves as the highest court in the British wizarding world, comprising approximately 50 members, with its supreme leader known as the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. At present, the esteemed position of Chief Warlock is held by none other than Dumbledore, a fact well known to nearly everyone. Consequently, the Wisengamot stands as the most authoritative wizarding court in the world. After all, even the most stringent laws require formidable enforcement to take effect. And Dumbledore happens to be the most powerful wizard of our age. Zhang Qiu was already quite anxious, and upon hearing that they were to be judged by the entire Wisengamot, she was instantly rendered distraught. She clutched Zhang Hao's arm with all her might. "Cousin, could you possibly ease up a little?" Zhang Hao grimaced. "I fear your grip may render my arm numb. Are you not the slightest bit nervous?" Zhang Qiu exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. "This is the Wisengamot. Dumbledore will surely be involved in the proceedings. We will encounter many prominent figures, and Mr. Zhuang mentioned that we might face some difficulties. What shall we do?" "Do not fret. You need only leave everything to Mr. Zhang," Zhuang Minge replied with a relaxed demeanor. "Miss Zhang, you did not employ magic on the plane, thus the responsibility does not rest with you. I believe they will only scrutinize your wand for the use of the reversal charm, and beyond that, there should be no further issues concerning you." Zhang Qiu nodded. Yet the application remained largely unchanged. It seemed that she had scarcely absorbed Zhuang Minge's words. Perhaps only after this matter had passed could she truly relax. Those magnates were indeed rather tedious. Zhang Hao remarked with disinterest. "I merely cast a forgetting spell, and they mobilized the entire Wisengamot? This is quite an overreaction, isn't it?" This response was quite natural, as the wizarding community in England was rather small, and they likely dealt with only a handful of cases each year. Zhuang Minge couldn't help but chuckle a bit. He reassured, "Consider it a means to alleviate their boredom." Upon reaching the 10th floor, the trio was immediately ushered into a waiting room. Zhuang Minge was then escorted away, leaving only Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu in the waiting room. After a brief moment, a wizard clad in a crimson robe entered the room, addressing Zhang Qiu with a serious demeanor. "Are you Miss Zhang Qiu? We shall begin with you. Please follow me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao watched as Zhang Qiu departed, then leisurely took out a collection of tales by the poet Wang Bodu to read. Upon finishing the story of the three brothers, Zhang Qiu emerged from the courtroom just in time. "Cousin, it's your turn," Zhang Qiu exclaimed, a bright smile adorning her face. Those important figures were quite amiable. They weren't intimidating at all. However, some of the jurors posed rather vexing questions. You might encounter a few as well. "Is that so?" Zhang Hao nodded, responding with a smile. "I shall meet them. You stay here." Inside the courtroom, The jurors were seated in tiers, each with a placard bearing their name and identity before them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had already acquainted himself with several members of the Wisengamot through books and newspapers. They were all clad in deep crimson robes, adorned with an intricate silver one the left side of their chests. Each gaze upon Zhang Hao seemed as if it sought to pierce his very soul. Whispers of idle chatter permeated the air, revealing their apparent disinterest in the proceedings, as their discussions bore no relevance to the hearing at hand. Seated upon the judgment bench, Dumbledore grasped a small wooden mallet and struck it forcefully 3 times. Order, he commanded. Once the murmurs subsided, he declared the commencement of the hearing. This is the disciplinary hearing for January 28th, concerning the accused, Zhang Hao, who allegedly employed magic against Muggles aboard a flight to Huaxia. The interrogator, Albus Dumbledore. The defendant faces the following charges. While fully conscious and aware of the unlawful nature of his actions, he employed the Obliviate charm on several Muggles. How does the defendant respond? Upon completion of his statement, Dumbledore regarded Zhang Hao with an inscrutable expression. Of course, Mr. Dumbledore, I request the opportunity to explain. Zhang Hao replied, his demeanor equally stoic. He recounted the entire sequence of events surrounding the hijacking, ultimately posing a question of his own. Might I inquire, Mr. Dumbledore, whether the use of magic against malevolent Muggles constitutes a crime when the life of a wizard is under threat? International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy stipulates that any wizard facing a threat from Muggles is entitled to retaliate with magic. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, then raised his hands in inquiry. Yet the crux of the matter is, how can you substantiate that you were indeed threatened by Muggles? That is perhaps not the issue at hand, sir, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. The hijackers aboard the aircraft killed a passenger with firearms, had I failed to intervene. They could have claimed more lives, potentially including my own. My cousin, Zhang Qiu, and other witnesses can attest to this. I trust the court is already aware of these facts, correct? Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, surveying the assembly before continuing. Now, does anyone have further doubts regarding this case? Oh, I suspect he cast magic in front of Muggles merely to satiate his own vanity, exclaimed a plump witch, her saccharine voice dripping with disdain. How can you prove that your intentions were not rooted in such a purpose? Zhang Hao cast a fleeting glance at the witch before him and calmly remarked, Pray tell. Madam Umbridge, how do you intend to demonstrate that I wielded magic with such intent? Ah, I can certainly provide proof, Umbridge replied with a disingenuous smile. A simple use of the pensive would reveal your true nature. Should you find that unsatisfactory, I believe we could resort to Veritaserum. Umbridge, we lack the authority to proceed in such a manner. To condemn anyone, objective evidence must be presented, countered Amelia Susan Burns, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She was a witch of ample stature with a square jaw, adorned with a single lens spectacles perched upon her nose. To the casual observer, she appeared quite stern, yet she was renowned at Wisengamot for her fairness, integrity, and bravery. It would have been unremarkable for her to voice a few words of reason in such a situation. During the last Wizarding War, her brother Edgar Burns had met his demise while opposing Voldemort. To this day, she remained unmarried, with only her brother's family as kin. To Zhang Hao's knowledge, her niece, Susan Burns, was currently a student at Hogwarts, coincidentally in the same year as he. Thank you, Madam Burns, he expressed sincerely. It is a relief to have a principal juror like yourself amidst a faction of wizards at Wisengamot who have strayed from justice. Otherwise, we might witness a plethora of wrongful convictions. Burns' lips curled into a subtle smile, while others in attendance, including Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge, wore grim expressions. Mind your words, sir, Umbridge screeched. You shall be held accountable for your statements. I can accuse you of defaming Wisengamot. Thank you for your reminder, Madam Umbridge. Zhang Hao replied earnestly. Wisengamot is indeed so just that even a first-year student must undergo scrupulous examination for merely casting spells in self-defense. I trust you shall devote even more time to scrutinizing those dark wizards who employ unforgivable curses, correct, Madam Umbridge? Of course, that is not for you to remind us, Umbridge said, her expression souring. You should confess to your transgressions. Enough, Umbridge. There is no need for further discussion, Dumbledore interjected with a frown. If you cannot provide substantial evidence, let us proceed to a vote. As the defendant has stated, he merely used conventional spells in a situation threatening his life. This is not an unforgivable curse, and it has not resulted in significant repercussions. The Ministry of Magic has not even dispatched the incident reversal team, have they? We have already squandered too much time on this matter. Now, those who believe the defendant guilty, please raise your hands. Only a scant few complied. And Zhang Hao noted that they were all notorious wizards known for their disparaging remarks against muggles, including Umbridge herself. Even within the wizarding community, these individuals were particularly odious. Yet they constituted a minority, failing to reach even a fifth of the entire Wizengamot membership. After a brief pause, Dumbledore observed that no additional hands were raised and continued. Now, those who believe the defendant not guilty, please raise your hands. He raised his left hand first, followed closely by Madame Burns. Under their leadership, an increasing number of hands were raised. Although some jurors chose to abstain, those advocating for Zhang Hao's innocence far outnumbered those deeming him guilty. Dumbledore decisively proclaimed, "By the judgment of Wizengamot, all charges against first-year Hogwarts student Zhang Hao are hereby dismissed. This case is concluded. Court is adjourned." With that, he struck his gavel and was the first to vacate his seat. Zhang Hao smiled and greeted Ms. Burns before departing the courtroom with Zhuang Minge. "Mr. Zhang, your demeanor was quite commendable, yet I believe it would have been prudent to avoid conflict with Umbridge," Zhuang Minge remarked. Having refrained from speaking earlier due to concerns of bias, once outside the courtroom, he continued, "Umbridge is, after all, the Deputy Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, and engaging in discord with her could yield unfavorable repercussions for you." "Thank you for your counsel, Mr. Zhuang," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "But I am well aware of my own boundaries. Should circumstances remain unchanged, Umbridge will inevitably assume leadership at Hogwarts in the future." In the original narrative, under the authority of Cornelius Fudge, she wreaked havoc at Hogwarts, subjecting numerous students to inhumane torment for the slightest infractions. Zhang Hao could not guarantee that he would remain error-free, and given his disposition, it was unlikely that he would ever compromise with Umbridge, making conflict almost inevitable. Moreover, today it was Umbridge who instigated the matter. Even if he chose to remain silent, it was unlikely that he would win her favor. Thus, why should he bow and scrape? After all, Dumbledore's formidable presence still loomed large, and a mere deputy minister like Umbridge could not extend her reach into Hogwarts. Even if he were to provoke her, what consequence could arise? Even if there came a day when Dumbledore fell from grace, Zhang Hao was confident in his ability to navigate the chaos. He had mastered most conventional spells by his first year, and in a few more years, who could predict the extent of his strength? Dumbledore and Voldemort were united in at least one truth. True power is the only possession one can truly claim as their own. They sacrificed much for strength, yet it also granted them even more in return. Zhang Hao's determination to pursue strength is hardly inferior to that of the two prominent figures. A mere Umbridge really ought not to be taken to heart, especially since she is incapable of dealing with even a giant. Zhuang Minge felt perplexed by Zhang Hao's confidence, but chose not to elaborate further. All that needed to be said had already been expressed, and further discourse would only serve to irritate. Upon returning to the waiting room, they found Zhang Qiu anxiously staring at the doorway. The moment she spotted them, she nearly leapt with excitement. "What is the verdict?" she inquired nervously. "Don't be so agitated," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. "Wisencamo has dropped the charges against me. We're in the clear." "That is wonderful," Zhang Qiu exclaimed, her spirits uplifted. "Now you can finally relax." It is often the case that the greater one's fear of a situation, the more exhilarating the reversal of that situation feels. Clearly, Zhang Qiu was in such a state at present. "Please, I've been quite relaxed all along. It's you who were overly anxious," Zhang Hao responded with a hint of exasperation. "Let us go. Mr. Zhuang is heading back home, and we should see him off." "It's fine," Zhuang Minge said with a smile. "There's no rush." Nevertheless, they all made their way towards the elevator. Once outside the Ministry of Magic, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered something. There exists a department within the ministry dedicated to the rehoming of house elves, where it seems one might adopt a stray elf. "Mr. Zhuang, I have another matter to attend to at the ministry," Zhang Hao said, tapping his forehead. "I'm afraid I cannot accompany you any further." "No need to apologize, Mr. Zhang. Please attend to your affairs," Zhuang Minge replied with a smile. "However, I am curious, what business do you have at the ministry? If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." At Zhang Hao's level of status, many aspire to cultivate a friendship with him, and the wizarding world is no exception. After all, wealth can facilitate many things. Who wouldn't wish for a wealthy friend? There is no need for Zhang Hao to conceal his desire for a house elf. "I wish to acquire a house elf," he stated openly. "I believe the ministry can facilitate this." "Oh, I can't assist with that," Zhuang Minge chuckled. "But I wish you success." "Thank you," Zhang Hao nodded. "And I wish you a safe journey." After Zhuang Minga departed, Zhang Hao and Zhang Qiu returned to the ministry. They inquired about the office responsible for rehoming house elves, which is overseen by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, located on the 4th basement level. This department is divided into 3 divisions: the Beast Division, the Being Division, and the Spirit Division. Indeed, spirits are classified as magical creatures as well. The office for rehoming house elves falls under the Being Division, where Zhang Hao did not recognize any of the wizards present. Typically, one would need to ask around in such situations, but Zhang Hao deemed it unnecessary. He produced a gold galleon to secure the assistance of a wizard working there. This wizard eagerly attended to him, swiftly completing all necessary formalities. "Dear sir, you may now select your elf," the wizard announced. "The ministry has numerous unclaimed house elves, and you are certain to find one that pleases you. Am I limited to selecting just one elf, Mr. Bob?" Zhang Hao inquired. "If I wish to adopt several elves, what would be the procedure? House elves possess formidable magic, and they can prove invaluable in critical moments." Zhang Hao recalled that in the original text, the house elves of Hogwarts also participated in the final battle. Their contributions were significant. Without them, the faculty and students of Hogwarts might not have been able to withstand the onslaught of the dark forces. Bob was a wizard who had been persuaded by Zhang Hao, assisting him in navigating certain essential procedures. Upon hearing that Zhang Hao wished to possess multiple house elves, a look of concern crossed his face. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Hao inquired once more. "Oh, yes, sir," Bob replied resignedly. "In truth, there is no issue with your desire to own as many house elves as you wish. However, they cannot remain idle for even a moment. If you cannot provide them with sufficient tasks, they will resort to punishing themselves in their madness." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and concluded that caring for a dozen or so house elves would pose no challenge for him. With a smile, he remarked, "Let us proceed. We shall first take a look, and if we encounter any that appeal to us, we shall gladly accept them. It will not be difficult to find them tasks. I am confident this will not be an issue." "Oh, sir, you are truly benevolent," Bob exclaimed joyfully. House elves have long lifespans and reproduce swiftly, and given that modern wizards prefer to take matters into their own hands, the Ministry of Magic is inundated with idle house elves. As he led the way, he enthusiastically shared the numerous advantages and origins of house elves. Since ancient times, when wizards subjugated the elves, this race has become the finest of servants. Each house elf is subjected to servitude training from birth, destined to serve their masters for generations. They are capable of managing all household chores and must not defy any command from their masters. For them, the utmost privilege is to obey their master's will. In the early days, only the ancient pure-blood families were deemed worthy of keeping house elves. However, as time progressed, many pure-blood families fell into decline or even faced extinction, leaving numerous house elves without masters. The Ministry of Magic has taken in these house elves, awaiting the arrival of those in need of their services. To keep house elves, one must possess a sufficiently spacious residence. If your home is too small, the house elves will feel unable to demonstrate their industriousness. Many wizards aspire to have a house elf to assist with household duties, yet their homes are too cramped, leaving no elf willing to pledge their loyalty. At this juncture, Bob suddenly halted and inquired, "Oh, by the way, do you have a sufficiently large house, sir?" Zhang Hao chuckled softly. "Of course. I have a castle to entrust to their care." "Ah, cousin, you possess a castle?" Zhang Qiu exclaimed in astonishment. "How was I unaware of this?" "I did not have one before, but I shall soon acquire it," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. "I am currently considering purchasing a castle. It seems there are quite a number of ancient castles for sale in England, is there not?" "My heavens! Cousin, you are truly mad." Zhang Qiu gazed at Zhang Hao as if he were a fool, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Is it truly necessary for a few domesticated sprites? You do not comprehend. This is a matter of style." Zhang Hao shot her a bemused glance, retorting with irritation, "I am a distinguished tycoon. I must distinguish myself from mere nouveau riche." Zhang Qiu was momentarily speechless, her hand pressed against her smooth forehead, as if she were bearing the weight of 99,999 tons of impact. The reason it was not a full 100,000 tons was out of concern for her capacity to endure such a burden. "Aha! This settles everything," Bob exclaimed joyfully, saying that if she possessed a castle, it would likely be no trouble at all to care for over a dozen domesticated sprites. Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Bob began to elucidate the precautions for raising house elves. If one wishes to retain their servitude, it is advisable to refrain from granting them access to clothing. For once they are bestowed with garments, they shall attain freedom. Naturally, it is exceedingly rare for domesticated house elves to desire such liberation, as they have grown weary of it after prolonged periods of training. Nonetheless, it is prudent to exercise caution. They arrived at a dining hall reminiscent of Hogwarts, bustling with numerous house elves engaged in various tasks, alongside a few wizards directing their efforts. Further within lay the quarters of the house elves, where Bob escorted Zhang Hao for a brief tour. Wherever house elves resided, cleanliness and order prevailed, with scarcely a speck of dust in sight. Clearly, this was the handiwork of the diligent elves. After a brief exchange with a staff member, Zhang Hao observed the individual producing a whistle and blowing into it. With the sharp sound of the whistle echoing, the distinctive pops of apparition filled the air, and a line of diminutive figures materialized before them, standing in perfect formation. Some of the elves, perhaps a tad mischievous, could not suppress their whispers. "Hey, what's happening? Is there work to be assigned to us? That would be splendid. I just finished my tasks and was idly punishing myself. Sir, please assign us some work promptly." These house elves were indeed industrious, their efforts vastly disproportionate to their rewards. "Silence," Bob admonished, then respectfully addressed Zhang Hao. "Sir, you may choose at your leisure." Zhang Hao, eschewing any pretense, promptly began his selection among the myriad of diminutive sprites. Here. The sprites numbered in the hundreds, their forms gaunt and petite. With bat-like ears, large protruding eyes, elongated flat noses, and tattered coverings, they bore little distinction in appearance. Some of the sprites, sensing the possibility of regaining a master, eagerly promoted themselves. "Choose me, sir. I am capable of many tasks and require little sustenance." "No, pick me. While I may consume more, my abilities far exceed." "Master, please select me. I am the most loyal." Their fervent enthusiasm overwhelmed Zhang Hao, leaving him in a daze, and he could only randomly select 10 from their ranks. The sprites that were not chosen appeared despondent, as though they had missed a fortuitous opportunity. Zhang Hao remarked to Bob, "I will first provide you with a deposit, and once I acquire the castle, I shall send them over." "Certainly, sir," Bob replied obsequiously. "As long as you confirm the address, we will expedite their delivery to you with utmost speed." Zhang Hao nodded lightly, casually relaying a few remarks before he and Zhang Qiu turned to depart. Upon leaving the Ministry of Magic, Zhang Hao immediately began utilizing his resources to search for available castles for sale within the confines of England. With only 2 days remaining until the Christmas holiday, acquiring a castle would necessitate certain procedures. This process could span anywhere from over 10 days to several months. However, it was feasible to expedite matters within 2 days, albeit at a considerable financial cost. For Zhang Hao, spending worldly wealth was of no concern. If time could be saved, what was a little extra expenditure? That afternoon, a substantial paper report was delivered to Zhang Hao. He perused it carefully, discovering that there were over 100 castles currently on the market in England. These castles varied greatly in size, ranging from several thousand to hundreds of thousands of square feet. Their prices also fluctuated significantly, with the more affordable options starting at merely hundreds of thousands of pounds, while the more extravagant could exceed £100 million. Given Zhang Hao's current financial standing, acquiring any one of these castles seemed well within reach. He sifted through the multitude of options with ease, while Zhang Qiu offered her insights alongside him. "Hey, cousin, what do you think of this castle? It's stunning." "Oh, this one is quite lovely as well. The garden is exquisite. Look over here. The statues of this castle are impressive, and the decor is splendid. Shall we consider purchasing it?" This castle is said to be haunted. Perhaps the price would be lower." Zhang Hao was plagued by the incessant bickering of Zhang Qiu, which caused him considerable distress. In a bid to escape this torment, he randomly selected an option with a comparable price. "This one will do," he declared, producing a photograph and referencing the accompanying information. The Collinsville Castle, situated in Staffordshire, spans an impressive 80,000 square meters. Zhang Qiu picked up the materials and exclaimed with joy, "Hooray! This castle is truly remarkable. Though the price is a tad steep, it costs £5 million. £5 million is equivalent to over 43 million RMB. If one is eager to move in, the price might increase even further. While this price is indeed somewhat high, it is not entirely unacceptable." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 129. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, in a fit of rage, rose to pursue Zhang Hao with fervent blows. The following day, Zhang Hao encountered Mr. Charlie Smith, the sales representative for Collinsville Castle. Currently, Collinsville Castle is under the ownership of a British real estate company, and Mr. Charlie Smith serves as a manager within this organization. As a professional manager, Mr. Smith naturally conducts thorough investigations into clients before engaging in business dealings. He was already aware of whom he was to negotiate with and possessed a general understanding of Zhang Hao's background. However, upon meeting Zhang Hao, he was utterly astounded. "Oh my, honorable Mr. Zhang, I can hardly believe that someone as extraordinary as you exists in this world. It is such a pleasure to meet you." Not only Mr. Smith, but also his accompanying associates expressed similar admiration. The world is indeed so pragmatic. When a person is in decline, few are willing to cast a glance in their direction. Yet, once an individual ascends to greatness, praises are readily bestowed from every corner. "I am equally delighted to meet you, Mr. Smith," Zhang Hao replied with a composed smile. "To avoid wasting our time, let us promptly delve into the matter at hand." "Splendid," Mr. Smith exclaimed with delight. "I relish conversing with someone as forthright as you. Now, allow me to elucidate the prerequisites for purchasing the castle. Please proceed." Zhang Hao nodded in agreement. Mr. Smith unfurled a document and began to articulate the text. Anyone who acquires ownership of the castle must assume the responsibility for its maintenance. Should the purchaser refuse to undertake repairs or willfully damage the castle, the British government reserves the right to reclaim ownership of the property. Once ownership is reclaimed, the purchaser will forever forfeit their eligibility to buy the castle. "Mr. Zhang, do you have any questions?" he inquired. There are numerous considerations to keep in mind when purchasing a castle, as these are the regulations within the castle trading industry across various nations. After all, castles are considered antiques and represent a form of material cultural heritage for the world. Zhang Hao expressed his understanding of the situation and did not believe that the castle would suffer any damage under his care. With the presence of fairies overseeing the affairs, the maintenance of the castle would likely pose no challenge. This is evident from the current state of Hogwarts, which, being larger than Collinsville, has endured far greater destruction. "Mr. Charlie, there are no issues regarding this matter," Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. "I am merely curious as to when I may reside within the castle." "Ah, Mr. Zhang, you seem a tad too eager," Charlie replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Completing all the necessary procedures will require at least 15 days. I hope to move into the castle by tomorrow. How much would it cost to facilitate that?" Zhang Hao asserted rather bluntly. "I am aware that you must have a solution, so please refrain from making excuses." "Very well. I will endeavor to assist you," Charlie conceded, albeit reluctantly. "I need to discuss this with my employer. Perhaps I can arrange for you to move in before tomorrow evening. Then let us expedite the process." "I shall await you within the castle," Zhang Hao remarked casually. "I imagine I could take a tour of the premises, yes?" "Oh, certainly," Charlie replied promptly. "That is your right as the buyer. Feel free to explore." The castle is staffed with an English court butler, as well as gardeners, cleaning personnel, and security staff. In summary, although this castle is ancient, it is far from desolate. Accompanied by the steward, Zhang Hao thoroughly explored the castle, both inside and out. This magnificent fortress boasts a beautiful garden and a serene lake, along with 5 renovated towers. Within the castle, there are over 60 splendid suites, adorned with intricately carved fireplaces, vintage furniture that exudes a sense of history, and rustic oak flooring. An air of elegance permeates every corner, each room transporting one back to the medieval era. It appears that the real estate company has undertaken a certain degree of renovation. In addition to the elegant suites, the castle features an equestrian facility, a billiards room, an indoor game room, a workshop, a gym, a library, an orange grove, and even a dungeon. A modern water and electrical system has been installed, ensuring that the living amenities rival those of high-end villas. The longer Zhang Hao stays in the castle, the more his fondness for it grows. Merely imagining life within its walls evokes an overwhelming sense of superiority. What do the vast villas in the north compare to the comfort of my ancient fortress? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I am quite satisfied with your efficiency." Suddenly, Mr. Charlie appeared somewhat hesitant. After a moment's pause, he spoke. "Our boss has mentioned that if you could collaborate with us in the realm of Huaxia real estate, We could waive the £1 million service fee. Apologies. Please inform your boss, Zhang Hao replied with an impassive expression, that matters of business should be discussed with the External Affairs Department of the Retian Group. I have chosen to disengage from mundane affairs. Very well, I understand, Charlie said regretfully. I will convey your sentiments to my boss. A day later, the property certificate for Collinsville Castle indeed arrived in Zhang Hao's hands. He hastily returned to London and made his way once more to the Ministry of Magic. As before, the procedure was similar, but this time he was directed to the Department of Magical Transportation. The Department of Magical Transportation was located 6 floors underground. And to connect to the Flu Network, one must go to the Flu Network Management Bureau. It remains uncertain whether the Ministry of Magic has descended into utter corruption or if the power of galleons is truly boundless. Zhang Hao, with a path paved by wealth, astonishingly completed the application for the Flying Road Network in just one afternoon. The director of the Flying Road Network Authority, Aidan Clare, presented the stamped application to Zhang Hao and inquired with a smile, "When shall we visit your estate, Mr. Zhang?" "Certainly, the sooner the better," Zhang Hao replied elegantly. "You see, my academic term is approaching, and I have little time to spare. I am curious," he continued. "How do you intend to reach my castle? Will you employ apparition?" "Indeed, if I were capable, I could offer you a ride," Claire responded with a chuckle. Zhang Hao suddenly recalled that the Ministry of Magic had a disapparition test center. If he were to successfully pass the disapparition test, would it not imply that he could utilize disapparition? With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao eagerly inquired, "Mr. Clare, if I were to pass the disapparition test, would the Ministry of Magic consider granting me permission to use it outside of school? You see, my hometown is in China, and traveling to England every time is quite cumbersome." "Are you jesting, Mr. Zhang?" Mr. Clare exclaimed in astonishment. "You are merely 11 years old. How could you possibly pass the disapparition test?" "Oh, Mr. Clare, I believe you are overreacting," Zhang Hao replied calmly. "I have attempted disapparition at school, and each time I succeeded." This was no falsehood. After becoming adept at disapparition within the dreamscape, he had practiced in secluded areas. "My word, you possess remarkable audacity, Mr. Clare said incredulously. "How can you be so confident in your success? One must understand that failure could exact a grave cost." "Mr. Clare," Zhang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Such concerns are irrelevant now. The present reality is that I have been fortunate enough to succeed. I merely wish to know if I may undertake the disapparition test." "No. That is impossible," Mr. Clare shook his head. "Even if you were safely able to use disapparition, the Ministry of Magic cannot conduct the test for you. You must understand. This is a regulation of the Ministry. I am well aware that the Ministry's regulations are not to be trifled with." Zhang Hao suddenly lowered his voice, adopting a devilish demeanor as he spoke with alluring persuasion. "I wish to invest in the Ministry of Magic. How much would it take for me to obtain such privileges? 10,000 galleons? Or perhaps 100,000? Or even 1,000,000? Mr. Clare's forehead began to bead with sweat. He casually wiped it away with his sleeve, speaking nervously. "This matter is beyond my authority. I will need to consult with the director and even the minister." "By all means." Zhang Hao returned to his earlier nonchalance, implying, "Many of the ministry's facilities have been around for quite some time, and there are surely numerous areas in need of repair. I possess a sum of idle funds and have been seeking investment opportunities, which is quite vexing. Please take a moment to rest here." "I shall seek the director and minister for consultation," Mr. Clare respectfully remarked before rising and departing the office. Zhang Hao waited patiently for over half an hour before Clare returned. "Mr. Zhang, the minister wishes to see you. Please proceed to the minister's office." Clare's demeanor appeared notably more respectful, making it difficult to believe that he was an official of the Ministry of Magic. Zhang Hao rose with composure and followed Clare to the minister's office. "Ah, what a clever child. I have often pondered when we would meet again. Yet I never anticipated that day would arrive so swiftly," Connolly Fudge remarked with a sincere smile, his demeanor warm and inviting. "Please, have a seat. This truly comes as a surprise." "Respected minister, it brings me great joy to see you once more," Zhang Hao replied politely. "I trust you are already aware of my request, and I wonder if the Ministry of Magic might be inclined to make an exception." Fudge's smile faded as he clasped his hands together, his thumbs idly twisting, and he spoke with an expression of difficulty. "The regulations of the ministry have been in place for quite some time. To breach them without caution would likely provoke considerable opposition." "Ah," Zhang Hao chuckled lightly. "What might it cost to silence their voices, I wonder?" "Child, you are delightfully straightforward," Fudge replied with a hint of exasperation. "It would likely require a substantial sum of galleons. How much could you contribute?" "That remains uncertain," Zhang Hao shrugged. I can offer only as much as the goblins are willing to exchange for me. After a moment of contemplation, Fudge suddenly inquired, Are you here to connect to the Flu network? Indeed, Minister, Zhang Hao nodded. Do you have any valuable suggestions? I have none to offer, but I believe Mr. Claire may have some insights, Fudge said with a smile. How about this? You tend to your affairs first, and whether I can secure you any privileges. I shall need to confer with others. Then I shall entrust this to you, Minister, Zhang Hao said, turning to Claire. Shall we proceed to arrange the Flu network, sir? Of course, not a problem, Claire responded promptly, appearing slightly dazed. He assured, Trust me, your fireplace will encounter no issues. Thank you, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. If that proves true, it would be most excellent. Similar to Hogwarts, certain areas of the Ministry of Magic also imposed restrictions on apparition. Thus, it took considerable effort for Zhang Hao and Claire to finally reach Staffordshire via apparition. After some maneuvering, Claire successfully connected the fireplace at Collinsville Castle to the Flu network. From this moment forth, Zhang Hao need only locate other fireplaces linked to the Flu network to traverse between locations instantaneously. Shall we give it a try, Mr. Zhang? Claire gestured invitingly before adding, There is a password you must know, which will grant you direct access to the ministry. He then produced a jar of Flu powder and handed it to Zhang Hao, continuing, The ministry provides this complimentary, once it runs out. You can purchase more in Diagon Alley. Come, let us give it a go. He took a handful of Flu powder and stood within the grand fireplace. Makiko, Ministry of Magic. With a loud pop, the fireplace erupted in green flames, and Claire's figure swiftly vanished. Zhang Hao also seized a handful of Flu powder, mimicking the act, and vanished amidst the rising flames. When he reappeared, he found himself in the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Regardless of whether one accessed it via the telephone booth on the London streets, the public restroom above, or the Flu network through the fireplace, all routes culminated here. This was because every individual entering the ministry was subjected to varying degrees of scrutiny at this juncture. Mr. Zhang, how do you find it? Claire awaited just ahead. And upon witnessing Zhang Hao's successful arrival, he inquired with a smile, This experience must be quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? Zhang Hao brushed off some dust from his attire using a cleaning charm, then remarked, It is indeed quite convenient. Now that the Flu network has been resolved, I shall not trouble you further. It is no trouble at all, Claire replied with a shrug. If you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. However, if there is nothing else, I must return to my duties. Farewell. As he watched Claire depart, Zhang Hao made his way to the Department of Magical Creatures Management and Control. He was greeted by a different attendant this time, but after explaining his purpose, he received exceptionally attentive service. The staff member appeared quite relieved and lamented, You have finally arrived. Those little sprites can be utterly dreadful when left idle. Please to expedite their departure. A reduction in their numbers would greatly ease the burden on our Ministry of Magic. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhang Hao murmured to himself. It seems that moving into a new residence warrants a celebration. However, time is rather limited, so perhaps I shall forego it. I must certainly inform my elder cousin, or she may very well be incensed. He dialed the number of Zhang Qiu's family, conveying the news of his castle's successful arrangement and extending an invitation for them to visit. In the evening, the Zhang Qiu family arrived at the castle through the fireplace. This castle is truly magnificent, rivaling even the royal fortresses, I dare say, exclaimed Zhang Qiu's mother. Though it does feel somewhat too spacious, she added. Aunt, if you fancy it, you and uncle could certainly move in here, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. It would be a waste for me to occupy such a vast space alone, and I may not have many opportunities to reside here. The castle is equipped with a magical transportation network, making your daily commutes considerably more convenient. You propose that we stay here? And hesitated momentarily before shaking her head. Let us not, dear. A night or two is manageable, but residing here long-term would surely induce a sense of unease. Xiao Hao, your aunt speaks wisely, added Zhang Hao's uncle. As ordinary wizards, prolonged habitation in such an expansive castle would undoubtedly leave us feeling unsettled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression soured. She pouted and glared at her mother, seemingly wishing to protest. Well, I see nothing wrong with this, her uncle remarked dismissively. Zhang Hao needs care as well. It would be perfect for your daughter to accompany him. This reasoning appeared somewhat sound, and even Aunt began to reconsider. However, Zhang Hao caught a fleeting glimpse of an ambiguous gaze exchanged between his uncle and aunt, and he suddenly understood his uncle was not acting in his interest, but rather seeking to enjoy a romantic interlude with aunt. He chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the decision of this family trio. As the sun sank beneath the horizon, darkness enveloped the earth. The castle was illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. Zhang Hao snapped his fingers, and a sumptuous feast materialized upon the dining table. Splendid! It resembles the grand banquet at Hogwarts, and exclaimed once more. Were these prepared by the house elves? Indeed. Do indulge, Zhang Hao replied casually. The house elves are yet unacquainted with Chinese cuisine. I must take the time to teach them. I would truly relish that, his uncle expressed eagerly. We visited Huaxia a few years ago, and since then, we have not savored authentic Huaxia delicacies. I crave crayfish, Zhang Hao suddenly declared, her face alight with delight. Spicy crayfish is simply divine. And let us not forget mapo tofu, steamed lamb, drunken chicken and huadia wine, and dompa pork. Zhang Hao exchanged a knowing glance with his uncle and aunt, and they all burst into laughter. The meal was a delightful affair, filled with joyous banter and laughter. The little spirits had fulfilled their wishes, successfully proving their worth. As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, the young wizards prepared to return to Hogwarts. January 31st marked the final day of the festive break. Students gradually made their way back to school, and the once quiet Hogwarts castle began to buzz with life. Hey, how was your Christmas holiday? At the school entrance, Zhang Hao fortuitously encountered Hermione, who was returning to school. The young girl, as lively as ever, exclaimed, I went on a trip with my parents and just returned yesterday. In the next moment, she seemed to recall something, and her previously cheerful smile faded. I'm really sorry. I wanted to go to Huaxia with you, but my parents were a bit worried, so no worries. Zhang Hao reassured her. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's go. We're blocking the entrance. Their luggage remained unpacked, so they parted ways after a brief conversation. In the Slytherin common room, Draco was once again boasting to his two lackeys. How was your Christmas holiday? I bet it wasn't anything special. Let me tell you. Last week my parents took me to Egypt, where I saw a massive stone lion. No one expected it to move. I nearly got eaten. In this world, the Sphinx of Egypt is indeed remarkable, yet not to the extent of being capable of devouring a person. Thus, it was evident that Draco's tales were mere fabrications. Yet Crabbe and Goyle listened with rapt fascination. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao initially had no intention of engaging with them, yet he was taken aback when Draco, upon seeing him, seemed invigorated, excitedly inquiring, Hey, you're finally back? How? Yes. What's up? Zhang Hao lazily responded. Do you need something? Did you return to Huaxia? Before Zhang Hao could reply, Draco continued. I've heard there are many fascinating things in Huaxia. Are there stone lions that bite? I really want to experience that. Indeed. Huaxia has its fair share of biting stone lions. Moreover, Zhang Hao casually remarked, there are stone tigers, the mythical creature called the grass mud horse, the legendary river crab, the adorably playful iron-eating beast, and the dragon that flies without wings. What else would you like to know? Draco and his companions were left utterly astonished, as they were unfamiliar with any of the extraordinary entities Zhang Hao had mentioned. In that instant, they felt akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. It was only after Zhang Hao departed that Draco pursed his lips and queried, Do you think he might be boasting? Crabbe and Goyle exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from affirming that notion. The students enjoyed a restful night before embarking on the new semester's courses. After the first class, Draco cast a leg-locking curse on Neville. The lad had been caught red-handed while up to no good by Zhang Hao. Draco, a semester has passed, yet you remain unchanged. Zhang Hao nonchalantly released Neville from the spell and disdainfully remarked to Draco, I had hoped for your improvement, but it seems you're still just a child. Neville, stretching his limbs, sincerely expressed, Thank you, Zhang Hao. No need for thanks. Zhang Hao replied dispassionately, I hope that next time you find yourself bullied, you can handle it yourself. Neville timidly refrained from making any bold declarations. Here we go again. Can you not meddle in my affairs? Draco lamented. I was merely practicing a spell. Why must you always be at odds with me? Is that so? Zhang Hao chuckled. Next time you wish to practice spells, do reach out to me. I would be delighted to spar with you. Just wait. One day, I shall use magic to bring you down. Draco retorted defiantly before turning away with his two henchmen. Such episodes were commonplace at Hogwarts, where students attended classes and embarked on adventures as they pleased. In essence, life at Hogwarts was both tranquil and exhilarating. Notably, the Gryffindor trio finally uncovered the details concerning Nicholas Flamel. This revelation meant they had at last discerned what the Philosopher's Stone was guarding. Hermione disclosed the secret to Zhang Hao, adding that Harry had acquired an invisibility cloak, which he often used to wander at night. Oh, the girl completely overlooked her identity as a Gryffindor. She even divulged such confidential information to Zhang Hao of Slytherin. Please don't tell Harry it was I who revealed this, all right? Hermione said, her voice tinged with anxiety. If they discover I've been a tattletale, they might shun me. Zhang Hao humorously remarked, rest assured, this is not a matter of great consequence, and I shall not speak of it lightly. The second week following the conclusion of the holidays marked the commencement of Hogwarts' third Quidditch match of the year. This time, Gryffindor faced off against Hufflepuff, and to everyone's astonishment, Madam Hooch appointed Snape as the referee. This was undoubtedly a calamity for Gryffindor. However, it appeared that the role of the referee held little significance in the Quidditch arena. Gryffindor's prowess naturally surpassed that of Hufflepuff, and despite Snape's persistent favoritism towards Hufflepuff, Gryffindor ultimately emerged victorious. Consequently, the entire season now hinged on the impending match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Should Slytherin triumph over Ravenclaw, they would claim the championship for the season. Aside from these trivial matters, the most significant development for Zhang Hao was perhaps the progress he made in his pursuit of creating new magic. One night, he finally succeeded in doubling the brightness of the Lumos spell. This was a monumental breakthrough, indicating that the flashing spell might soon come to fruition from his lips. Yet, he remained perplexed about the role of incantations within the realm of magic. Without this understanding, the stability of his newly crafted flashing spell was in jeopardy. He had attempted to employ the enhanced Lumos spell multiple times within his illusions, yet success eluded him, achieving only 1 or 2 successes out of 10 attempts, far from satisfactory. What was the essence of it? Zhang Hao pondered in frustration. What is the true function of incantations in the process of magical release? Alohomora. Leglock or curse. Scourgify. Accio. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao is not one to get caught up in trivial matters. In this situation, he resolved to seek the counsel of a professional. Who should he turn to for a solution? Dumbledore? Surely he is too busy, and perhaps he would merely offer some cryptic remarks to brush me off. Professor Flitwick? Or Snape? Well, I suppose I shall try them all. As long as the problem is resolved, I shall leave it to fate. During a spellcasting lesson, after completing his practice, Zhang Hao posed his question directly to Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick, could you enlighten us on the role of spells in the release of magic? Professor Flitwick hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head in contemplation. To be honest, he had not anticipated anyone would pose such a question. Over the years, Hogwarts had sent forth generations of students, and few had mastered all spells before graduation. Even fewer had taken the time to delve into the essence of magic. Occasionally, a rare genius might emerge, but they might not necessarily invest effort in this particular area. Many only contemplate the creation of new spells upon encountering various challenges in the magical society. Students who begin to explore the essence of magic during their academic years are exceedingly rare. After pondering for a while, Professor Flitwick suddenly realized that he himself had only a rudimentary understanding of Zhang Hao's question. A wave of pressure washed over him. Teaching a gifted student is indeed a light task. However, if the student learns too quickly, the teacher may find himself outpaced. Professor Flitwick, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, replied, Mr. Zhang Hao, your question is quite profound. Although I was once the dueling champion at Hogwarts, I only know how to utilize spells more effectively. To be frank, my grasp of their role in magic is also rather limited. The students in the classroom exchanged glances, astonished that a question could stump their professor. Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Of course, I do possess a certain understanding of spells. Professor Flitwick sought to reclaim his impending loss of dignity. Explaining to the best of his abilities, spells assist us in channeling magic, In a sense, they serve as a medium. I wonder if this answer is of any assistance to you, Mr. Zhang Hao? Assistance? Certainly not. Such a level of comprehension was something Zhang Hao had already grasped on his own. He sought a deeper understanding, one that would allow him to manipulate magic at will. He felt as though he was separated from that understanding by a mere veil, yet this veil seemed impenetrable. He shook his head, saying, I apologize, Professor Flitwick. I wish to attain a more profound understanding of spells. Your explanation does not aid me. Whom do you think might possess a deeper insight? Oh, I truly regret that I could not assist you, Professor Flitwick said with humility. Perhaps you should consult Professor McGonagall, or Professor Snape would be suitable as well. I recall that Professor Snape once created an original spell. Oh, I nearly forgot about Professor Dumbledore. If anyone is likely to have an answer, it would surely be him. He has transcended the confines of spells, and I believe he would provide you with a satisfying response. Zhang Hao nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his deep respect as he said, Thank you for your guidance, Professor. You are a person worthy of respect. Typically, when a teacher is perplexed by a student's inquiries, they may feel a tinge of dissatisfaction. However, this was not the case with Professor Flitwick. He not only refrained from blaming Zhang Hao, but also devoted himself wholeheartedly to offering assistance. From an ethical standpoint, Professor Flitwick exhibited no shortcomings whatsoever, making him truly deserving of admiration in Zhang Hao's eyes. Oh, it is nothing, Professor Flitwick humbly replied. Believe me, any professor at Hogwarts would act in the same manner. Suddenly, Ron whispered, In my opinion, Professor Snape would not do the same. If a Gryffindor student were to ask a question, they might even lose a few points. Although his voice was barely audible, the classroom was remarkably quiet, allowing everyone to hear his remark. Some students could not suppress their laughter, while others glared in disapproval. Nonetheless, deep down, everyone acknowledged the truth in his statement. As Snape was indeed the kind of person, were it not for his excessive bias against Gryffindor, he would undoubtedly be an exemplary professor, at least. That is the sentiment held by most Gryffindors. After the charms lesson concluded, Zhang Hao sought out Professor McGonagall. In contrast to Snape, he preferred interacting with Professor McGonagall, as she had always shown favor towards gifted students, and Zhang Hao happened to be one such prodigy in her eyes. Professor McGonagall, could you elucidate the practical role of spells in the process of casting magic? Zhang Hao wore a stern expression, appearing exceedingly serious. One must never jest when it comes to academic matters. Pardon me, could you kindly reiterate the question, Mr. Zhang Hao? Professor Mage, perhaps uncertain or in need of contemplation, also appeared quite grave, her interest piqued by Zhang Hao's inquiry. Zhang Hao reiterated his question, then, with a hint of frustration, remarked, I have pondered this issue for quite some time. To be honest, I consulted Professor Flitwick, but his response left me unsatisfied. I wonder if you could assist me in unraveling this conundrum? Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and solemnly replied, Your inquiry is one that many wizards yearn to comprehend. Throughout history, there has been no shortage of wizards who have delved into this matter. They all aspire to uncover answers that would enable them to conjure more formidable spells. Some incantations were born from the quest of wizards exploring this very question. The wizards who crafted these spells invariably achieved great accomplishments. However, many have also perished in their pursuit of knowledge. Accidents occurred while they were experimenting with new spells, and they sacrificed their lives for the sake of magic. Some were never even found, and you can only imagine the tragic fate that befell them. Professor, I am aware, Zhang Hao interjected, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I am confident that I will not meet such a grim fate. Oh dear. Professor McGonagall raised her index finger, pointing at Zhang Hao with an air of admonition. I knew you were eager to attempt the creation of magic, Mr. Zhang Hao. I must warn you, it would be wise to cease such perilous experiments, as they could very well cost you your life. Indeed, the ominous premonition had materialized. Professor McGonagall, I have made significant progress. Please trust me, Zhang Hao pleaded. I am but a step away from success. If you know the answer to this question, would you kindly share it with me? No, I do not know, nor have I ever contemplated this issue or conducted any related experiments. Professor McGonagall shook her head. And even if I were aware, I would not divulge it to you. You should abandon this line of thought. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao harbored a deep-seated reluctance to engage with Dumbledore. The old man was profoundly cunning, and a moment's carelessness could render him a mere pawn in Dumbledore's intricate game. It was in such a manner that Harry Potter became ensnared. Zhang Hao remained vigilant. Despite having mastered the art of mental occlusion, he understood that sometimes Discerning a person's true nature did not necessitate the use of magic. In the potions classroom, Zhang Hao stood before Snape, brimming with anticipation as he inquired, "Professor, could you elucidate the essence of spells?" Snape regarded Zhang Hao with a piercing glance, his brow slowly furrowing. After a prolonged silence, he coldly replied, "The essence of a spell lies in the binding of thought. During the casting of magic, it serves to prevent errant musings. Do you have any further questions?" Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and inquired, "Professor, could you provide an example? I still find myself somewhat bewildered. Can spells truly bind one's thoughts? I had assumed you were a genius, yet it appears otherwise. I truly do not comprehend how you achieve such remarkable grades." Snape, with a hint of impatience, replied, "The reason spells can impose constraints on your thoughts is that upon hearing a particular incantation, you immediately associate it with the corresponding magic. For instance, when you hear Expelliarmus, you think of the disarming spell. At that moment of casting the spell, your intention is solely to disarm the target, not to harm them. Your magical power does not result in their demise. Is that not a form of thought control?" His voice gradually softened, almost as if he were murmuring. He articulated each word carefully. "Furthermore, when you mention Avada Kedavra, thoughts of killing someone emerge. Each incantation will prompt you to recall the associated magic instantaneously. Do you understand?" "Thank you, Professor." Zhang Hao bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before nodding. "I believe I grasp the role of the spell now." "Then what are you still doing here?" Snape began to dismiss him, his irritation evident. "I have no time to waste with your idle chatter. Then I shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Upon exiting the potions classroom, Zhang Hao continued to reflect on Snape's words. He felt that only a modicum of power was needed to completely pierce through that thin veil. Yet, he was still just a fraction short. The notion that one thinks of a spell upon hearing its incantation is, in essence, the simplest form of psychological suggestion. Is it not? Zhang Hao was immensely invigorated, as if he had grasped the essence of magic. As he leisurely strolled through the corridor, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, the moment a spell is mentioned, a wizard envisions its effects in his mind. Is this not a form of psychological suggestion? I understand now. Completely." He was eager to immerse himself in a reverie to conduct experiments, yet the hour was still early. Though he felt a strong sense of urgency, he had no choice but to exercise patience. At last, night fell. The castle gradually sank into tranquility, and a faint sound of snoring emanated from Draco's chamber. Zhang Hao gradually calmed his emotions and slowly immersed himself in a realm of mysterious illusions. Was it psychological suggestion? It appeared that in order to conjure new magic, he must shatter the constraints imposed by existing incantations. The theory was established, yet the challenge lay in its application within experimentation, which remained a conundrum for Zhang Hao. He closed his eyes, envisioning the desired effects of the dazzling spell. What intensity of brightness was required to dazzle the eyes? While the illumination spell necessitated a gentle intensity of light, the dazzling spell demanded a far more intense radiance. However, in the recesses of the subconscious, the distinction between these two effects was not overly apparent. Both emitted light, yet the spectrum of their intensity was not something the subconscious could easily delineate. To precisely define this spectrum, one must rely on conscious awareness. Yet, to successfully cast a spell, one must be wholly engaged, for both reason and emotion are indispensable. Conscious awareness corresponds to rationality, while the subconscious aligns with emotions. If the conscious and subconscious cannot harmonize, the execution of magic remains unattainable. Only when conscious awareness pinpoints the magical effect and the subconscious resonates with it, can tangible results be achieved. Since the inception of magic, it has been widely accepted that it comprises three essential elements: magical energy, incantations, and the skill of casting. However, Zhang Hao has come to a profound realization regarding these elements. He believes that incantations should be supplanted by will. For incantations serve merely to govern will, rendering them non-essential. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao adjusted his emotions, envisioning the resplendent and intensely radiant rays of the sun in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his wand with fervor and bellowed, "Singlight," as the sun in the sky. The golden wand emitted a brilliant beam of light, initially no larger than a grain of rice, which gradually expanded. The grain transformed into the size of a soybean, then into that of a wheel, ultimately shining like the sun at its zenith. An infinite radiance, accompanied by boundless warmth, dispelled the mist of the illusory realm. The desolate dreamscape was truly graced by a new sun. Yet it seemed that the sun hovered perilously close to the earth. Zhang Hao was drenched in sweat. Too afraid to open his eyes, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding in the illusion. He felt as though he were melting, his body akin to a wax sculpture. A searing pain pierced through him, penetrating deep into his mind. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Zhang Hao was engulfed in flames, transforming into a blazing fireball. In the final moment, he gritted his teeth against the agony and forced his eyes open. He watched in disbelief as the sun disintegrated into luminous fragments, scattering across the ground of the illusion. The realm of the illusion remained silent for a while before Zhang Hao's form gradually reassembled. He felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. Such immense power. What was this? A forbidden spell? It was indistinguishable between friend and foe. Let us call it the Great Sun Spell, however. The magical energy it consumed was excessively vast, rendering it impractical in actual combat. As Zhang Hao took a moment to rest, he began to analyze the newly conjured magic. It was evident that the Great Sun Spell was a successful incantation. Although both the incantation and the technique were rather rudimentary, its effects were undeniably significant. The drawbacks, however, were equally apparent. It consumed a substantial amount of magical energy and did not discriminate between friend and foe. By the standards of online gaming, it could rightly be classified as a forbidden spell. The ability to perish alongside one's adversary in a critical moment has its merits. Yet, this was not the outcome Zhang Hao desired. He murmured to himself, if only the power could be somewhat diminished, allowing for a controllable range of destruction. How could he achieve this? Which term should serve as an indication? Gradually, a vivid image began to form in his mind, within a square-shaped canyon. There existed magical crystals and defensive towers, alongside formidable dragons and wild creatures, as well as minions and siege engines. 10 heroes were embroiled in a chaotic melee when, suddenly, a strikingly beautiful warrior raised her hand and unleashed a robust beam of light. Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "It is her. It is the skill." Once more, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in the battlefield. After a considerable time, he suddenly opened his eyes, directing his wand toward the distance, and spoke with an air of indifference, "Wrath of the Dawn Goddess, Radiance and Floor." The tip of the spell shimmered with points of light, which swiftly expanded into a beam as wide as a barrel. The column of light soared toward the heavens, reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. This radiant beam persisted for several seconds before gradually dimming, narrowing from the width of a barrel to that of an arm. At last, Zhang Hao's magical energy was depleted, and the beam vanished along with it. Success. A new spell was born. Zhang Hao appeared quite fatigued, yet his eyes shimmered with a captivating brilliance. It seems the radiant spell I desired may not be within reach, but the solar flare suffices. After a considerable period of rest, Zhang Hao conjured an obsidian statue within the illusion. He aimed to assess the potency of his new magic, at the very least to ascertain the suitable circumstances for its application. After a spell of contemplation, a brilliant column of white light re-emerged in the illusion. The beam struck the obsidian statue instantaneously, transforming it into a fiery crimson hue within moments. As several seconds elapsed, the light dissipated, yet the obsidian statue retained its glowing, semi-transparent form. Its shape had undergone a profound transformation, resembling molten glass. As the heat gradually dissipated, the obsidian began to turn white, its surface riddled with minute pores, occasionally shedding small, brittle fragments. Under normal circumstances, obsidian only undergoes such metamorphosis when subjected to temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. This implies that the irradiation from the solar flare reaches, at the very least, 1,000 degrees Celsius. Zhang Hao was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. From a thermal perspective, the potency of the solar flare was already sufficient. No one in this world could withstand a temperature of 1,000 degrees, not even within the realm of sorcery. The duration of the illusion was still extensive, and Zhang Hao practiced the solar flare repeatedly, endeavoring to identify its flaws for refinement. This process was imperative. Every newly birthed spell inevitably harbored numerous shortcomings. Take the newly conceived solar flare, for instance. While its might was formidable, it required a significant period for incantation and an immense reservoir of magical energy to sustain its effects. These were indeed critical vulnerabilities. From the standpoint of online gaming, the solar flare was not only characterized by an extended casting time, but also necessitated a lengthy maintenance period post-casting. If one were to cast the solar flare against Voldemort, it was likely that before the incantation could conclude, they would have already succumbed to the killing curse. In terms of its characteristics, the solar flare ought to be classified as an ancient spell, relegated to obsolescence. Do not be misled into believing that magic has always been so succinct in ages past. It was the grandiose spells that predominated. Through the diligent efforts of countless predecessors, Those ancient incantations with their drawn-out casting times have evolved into the more concise forms we recognize today. What Zhang Hao must do next is to gradually reduce the casting time of the Sun Blaze. Lacking the records left by his predecessors, he can only rely on trial and error. Perhaps with practice, he could refine the timing. After countless repetitions, once, twice, hundreds, even thousands of times, he finally managed to shorten the casting time to 2 seconds before the illusion shattered. Yet, this is still insufficient. For the incantation of the Avada Kedavra takes less than a second to unleash. Although the difference is merely a second, it is dangerously decisive. Zhang Hao shook his head in resignation, feeling that merely reducing the preparatory time through proficiency would necessitate considerably more practice. The sages of old could not have possibly devoted so much time to practice. They must have mastered other techniques for compression. As the academic year drew to a close, the atmosphere at Hogwarts grew increasingly tense. With the impending final examinations, it seemed that aside from a select few scholars, no one relished the thought of tests. However, examinations would not be annulled merely because of discontent. Everyone must confront this formidable challenge. Consequently, Zhang Hao frequently observed clusters of students in the library, striving to catch up on subjects they had previously neglected. Yet, some individuals, despite their presence in the library, had their thoughts adrift elsewhere. "Oh, I will never remember this," Ron lamented, casting aside his quill in despair. "It would be better to kill me than to expect me to remember all this." "Of course. With that pig's brain of yours, how could you possibly retain anything?" Draco could not help but mock. "Though your brothers may be insufferable, one must concede that they are far superior to you." Perhaps due to the sting of Zhang Hao's rebuke, Draco frequently sought to provoke Ron and Harry, as if such antics could restore his confidence. The trio from Slytherin bore a striking resemblance to the trio from Gryffindor in certain respects, each group comprising a scholar, a slacker, and a mediocre middle tier. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao gazed at these trios, and inexplicably, certain passionate manga came to mind. A protagonist, typically characterized by an endearing naivety and a deficiency in intellect, suddenly transforms into a genius of unparalleled wisdom in the heat of battle, a captivating young lady. Often relegated to the role of a decorative figure, occasionally reveals her own unique attributes, and a troublesome side character, who invariably stirs up chaos, necessitating the protagonist to clean up the mess. It seems that these little ensembles at Hogwarts embody such archetypes. Zhang Hao cast a glance at Draco and Daphne, suddenly realizing that he lacked the qualities to be a protagonist. He was neither foolish nor lacked intelligence, and his combat skills were not particularly exceptional. Perhaps it would be best to dismiss this revelation. During Zhang Hao's musings, Ron and Draco began to bicker once more. "What right do you have to criticize me?" Ron scoffed, shooting a disdainful glance at Draco. "Do you really think you can achieve a perfect score? Don't be ridiculous. I may not achieve a perfect score, but I will undoubtedly outshine you," Draco retorted boldly. "Care to make a wager, Weasley? Let us bet 10 chocolate frogs." "I wouldn't want you to bet too much and be unable to bear the loss." The lethargic Harry perked up at this remark and encouraged, "Ron, accept his challenge. If you lose, I'll take the hit." "All right." Ron, initially hesitant, declared decisively, "Let us wager 10 chocolate frogs, and let everyone bear witness." "How tiresome." Hermione interjected with disdain. "Can't you all behave with a bit more maturity, like Zhang Hao? Whoever wins, could you spare me a chocolate frog?" Daphne lamented. "I've run out of snacks." "Daphne, you truly are a glutton," Zhang Hao said helplessly. "Have you eaten all the snacks I brought from Huaxia?" "Yes. The snacks from Huaxia are simply delectable," Daphne exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I couldn't help but devour them all. Especially the fried cicadas. I crave more. Does anyone have any left?" The group exchanged glances, all struck by astonishment. They were all too aware of the quantities of snacks they had shared previously. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao gently patted her small head, softly reassuring her, "Fear not. Indulging in delicacies is no sin, and no one blames you." "Really?" Daphne's expression instantly transformed with anticipation as she eagerly inquired. "Then, will you share some snacks with me?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Hao, as if the mere utterance of a negative response would ignite their rebellion. "What are you all doing?" Hagrid timely intervened, breaking the tension. He remarked, somewhat perplexed, "Why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? What secrets are you discussing? Harry, are you still investigating Nicholas Flamel?" Just as the group seemed poised to compel Zhang Hao into surrendering his snacks, Hagrid's arrival dashed their hopes. A palpable sense of resentment filled the air as the group cast glances at Hagrid, as if he had committed an unspeakable offense. Daphne's resentment was particularly intense. She had long since finished her own snacks. "Oh, Hagrid, your timing is truly unfortunate," Ron lamented. "We figured out who he was centuries ago. And we also know what that dog is guarding. It's the Philosopher's Stone, isn't it?" "Hush." Hagrid attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "What do you all intend to do? Do you wish for everyone to know where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden?" He shot a wary glance at Draco, clearly harboring deep suspicions towards the Slytherin student. "Don't look at me. I've long since abandoned the practice of informing on others," Draco retorted with irritation. "I would wager my family's honor that I have no interest in the Philosopher's Stone whatsoever." After making his declaration, he provocatively glanced at Zhang Hao, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Zhang Hao was left speechless, contemplating that this young lad had evidently resolved not to grant him the opportunity to teach him a lesson. At that moment, Harry solemnly stated, "To be honest, we have a few inquiries regarding the mechanisms guarding the Philosopher's Stone, aside from the fact that—" "Hush." As Harry steered the conversation towards confidential matters, Hagrid swiftly interjected, "Listen, remember to come find me later. Bear in mind, I never agreed to divulge anything to you, so refrain from prattling on here. There are certain things students ought not to know. Do not let anyone think I shared this with you." Noticing the silence among the group, he added, "I must take my leave now. See you shortly." "The Philosopher's Stone? Is the stone concealed behind that door?" After Hagrid departed, Draco exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it truly the stone that grants immortality?" Indeed, his previous composure had been a facade, as this boy was evidently quite intrigued by the Philosopher's Stone. However, at that moment, no one had the leisure to respond to his questions. Harry turned to Zhang Hao, tilting his head in inquiry. "Did you already know about the Philosopher's Stone?" All eyes were on Zhang Hao, clearly eager for an answer. "Of course, ever since I heard the name Nicholas Flamel. I deduced that the stone was hidden behind that door," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "Nevertheless, I believed it was not a matter for students. Hence I refrained from informing you." "Oh, you're truly disappointing," Draco retorted. "We share a room, and yet you tell me nothing. You spend your days boasting to Crabbe and the others. I don't recall you ever asking me," Zhang Hao innocently replied. "If you never inquire, why should I enlighten you? Besides, I don't see why you need to know, unless you intend to steal the Philosopher's Stone." As soon as those words left his lips, everyone turned their gaze toward Draco. "What are you staring at?" he snapped. "I have no interest in stealing any Philosopher's Stone. I doubt you possess the audacity." Ron seized the opportunity to mock him. "Just the sight of Fluffy makes your legs quiver. How could you possibly overcome it to steal the stone? What a joke." Draco fell silent, his face flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Hao hurriedly attempted to mediate, and Daphne seized the opportunity to inquire about snacks. The conversation quickly descended into chaos, their voices escalating until they finally attracted the attention of Mrs. Pants. Mrs. Pants abhorred loud talking in the library and unceremoniously expelled them from the premises. The group of friends lingered outside the library for a while, exchanging idle chatter, before ultimately making their way to Hagrid's hut. Oh, Daphne had no interest in the Philosopher's Stone. She merely sought some snacks, so she wandered off in search of food and drink. The curtains of the hut were drawn tightly, rendering it impossible to see anything from the outside. Harry knocked on the wooden door, and Hagrid's voice soon echoed from within. "Who is there?" "Hagrid, it's me, Harry." Only upon hearing Harry's voice did Hagrid open the door, promptly shutting it behind them once they entered. The interior of the hut was stifling, despite the clear skies outside, as a roaring fire blazed in the hearth. "Oh, why is it like this?" Draco wrinkled his nose, finding the odor within somewhat unpleasant. However, he had matured enough not to be overly finicky. As usual, Hagrid presented an array of unique snacks to welcome them. Yet no one had the inclination to indulge. "Harry, do you have something to ask me?" "Yes," Harry replied candidly. "Could you tell us what other protections guard the Philosopher's Stone besides Fluffy?" Zhang Hao was equally curious about these matters. He had long desired to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. If he could not obtain it through legitimate means, he might resort to theft. Thus, it was essential to comprehend the mechanisms guarding the stone. However, Hagrid clearly did not wish to divulge any information. He shook his head and stated, "I cannot say, and I do not know myself. Furthermore, you already know too much. Even if I did know, I wouldn't share it with you. Oh, Hagrid, please tell us. You must know everything that transpires here. What could possibly escape your notice? Hermione implored in a sweet, flattering tone. I beg you, you surely know. Just share it with us. It must be said that many girls possess an innate talent for diplomacy. Hagrid's beard trembled with delight. Zhang Hao could see that the big man was struggling to contain his amusement. If Hermione were to say a few more words, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. In truth, we merely wish to know who designed those mechanisms, Hermione continued. We seek to understand whom, besides yourself, Dumbledore trusts to assist him. Hagrid, having been elevated to great heights, seemed blissfully unaware of his own pride. He puffed out his chest and feigned generosity, saying, very well. It wouldn't hurt to share with you. Let me think. Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me and then enlisted the help of several other professors. Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall. He instinctively began counting on his fingers. Oh, and Professor Quirrell. Naturally, Dumbledore himself also cast some spells. Wait, I almost forgot someone. Ah, yes. Professor Snape. Snape? Harry harbored evident doubts regarding Snape, envisioning him as a nefarious villain. In fact, even Draco suspected Snape, for among the entire school. If one were to ask who seemed the most likely to steal the Philosopher's Stone, it would undoubtedly be Snape. His unpopularity, coupled with his formidable abilities and eccentric demeanor, led many to question his motives. Indeed, are you still doubting him? Hagrid chuckled, shaking his head, clearly expressing trust in Snape. No, to be precise, he trusts Dumbledore. Because Dumbledore trusts Snape, I trust him too. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They remained convinced that Snape aimed to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Hagrid's persuasion had no effect whatsoever. Moreover, Hagrid's confidence in Snape only heightened their concerns. They feared Hagrid might inadvertently reveal the method to Snape. You're the only one who knows how to get past Fluffy, aren't you, Hagrid? You won't tell Snape, will you? Harry asked eagerly. Of course not. Hagrid replied proudly. Aside from myself and Dumbledore, no one else will find out. Hagrid, have you disclosed Fluffy's weaknesses to anyone, even a stranger? Zhang Hao interjected. By the way, where did you get that dragon egg? He pointed to the large, dark egg resting in the cauldron over the fire. A dragon egg? Where did you get that? Ron exclaimed. You don't really intend to raise a dragon, do you? That's illegal. Ahem. I know, Hagrid said uncomfortably. There's no need for such a fuss. And please don't tell anyone else, all right? But you can't keep it a secret for long, Hermione said seriously. If it hatches, the baby dragon will grow rapidly. In a matter of weeks, your hut won't be able to accommodate it. This question left Hagrid feeling cornered. He anxiously replied, let's just focus on hatching it for now. Shall we? We can discuss the rest later. You must inform me the moment it hatches. Otherwise, I'll have to tell, Draco said excitedly, marveling at the prospect. I've only seen dragon specimens before. Now I might get the chance to see a living dragon. In the original narrative, Draco harbored jealousy towards Harry, yearning for the fame and rich experiences that accompanied him. This unfulfilled desire led him to oppose the trio from Gryffindor at every turn. However, Zhang Hao's presence altered the dynamics entirely. By drawing some of the attention away, Draco and the Gryffindor trio did not reach a point of irreconcilable enmity. Rather, their relationship resembled a healthy competition. Upon learning about Hagrid's dragon, the original Draco would have reported him, yet now he chose to go along with it. This outcome could be seen as an achievement for Zhang Hao. Draco's threat left everyone feeling uneasy, prompting Hagrid to retort, I will inform you. But snitching is not the behavior of a good child. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on the dragon egg, momentarily forgetting Zhang Hao's earlier question. Zhang Hao felt it was imperative to steer the conversation back on track, at the very least to inform Harry of Lu Wei's vulnerabilities, thereby equipping him to take the lead. Thus, Zhang Hao inquired once more, Hagrid, you have yet to disclose whether you have shared Lu Wei's weaknesses with anyone else. Furthermore, from whence did this dragon egg originate? Of course not. Why would you even ask that? Hagrid appeared somewhat displeased, muttering, as if I have nothing better to do than reveal Lu Wei's weaknesses to strangers. Goodness, I actually did tell someone about Lu Wei's weaknesses. To whom did you divulge Lu Wei's weaknesses? Harry pressed urgently. Hagrid, please tell me. Well, it was like this. That day I was at the Leaky Cauldron. A hooded figure approached me, bought me a plethora of drinks, and then we ended up betting. He then lost this dragon egg to me. Oh, it seemed he was particularly keen to rid himself of it. As Hagrid continued, his expression grew increasingly grim, his demeanor shifting to one of regret. Nevertheless, he persisted. He asked if I could care for a fire dragon, and I boasted that I could handle even Lu Wei. Then he began inquiring about Lu Wei. I didn't think much of it at the time, So I mentioned that Lu Wei falls asleep upon hearing music. No, I cannot divulge any more. You must leave. Quickly. The giant inadvertently revealed a secret, brusquely ushering everyone out of the wooden hut. You were indeed correct, Hermione remarked, gazing at Zhang Hao. Someone did gift Hagrid a dragon egg, albeit with dubious intentions. It is merely a coincidence. I am not a seer, Zhang Hao replied, raising his hands in surrender. What do you intend to do? Inform Dumbledore? Perhaps, Harry replied uncertainly. I have yet to make a decision. I suspect Hagrid will relay this matter to Dumbledore. He has already realized that Lu Wei is no longer safe, Zhang Hao wisely suggested. What do you think? Might Lu Wei be replaced by another creature? What creature could possibly be more suitable for guarding? Hermione inquired curiously. Perhaps he might place a fire dragon in its stead. Do you think that is a possibility? Draco mused, his eyes glinting with mischief. Once hatched, that fire dragon would outgrow a three-headed dog within mere weeks. It would undoubtedly be the most fitting substitute. If that were the case, it might be a blessing. Fire dragons are far more formidable than three-headed dogs, Ron chuckled. Lu Wei has weaknesses, but a fire dragon possesses none. Even in its youth, it would be exceedingly troublesome. The magical resistance of dragons surpasses that of trolls, and their strength is virtually limitless. A solitary wizard attempting to confront a fire dragon must rely on vast expanses for maneuvering. Hardly any wizard can withstand a direct confrontation with a fire dragon. Not even a hatchling. Perhaps Dumbledore and a fully powered Voldemort could, but they likely have no inclination to engage in such a battle. While it is not impossible, the period before a fire dragon assumes guard could be perilous. Harry hesitated. After all, we do not know when Snape might strike. I believe this matter should not concern us. Dumbledore surely has a plan in place, Zhang Hao languidly remarked. Let us focus on our exams instead. Failing the first year. Oh dear, how tragic that would be. His gaze was primarily fixed upon Harry and Ron, the only two present with the poorest academic records. This tactic is known as the lure of the chase. Some individuals possess an inherently obstinate nature. The more one discourages their involvement, the more they yearn to engage. You ought not to worry about the examinations, should you? Draco said, patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Why not take charge of monitoring that room? Occasionally checking to see what guards they have replaced? I find that idea rather agreeable. Ron, surprisingly aligned with Draco's opinion, concurred. This scoundrel has finally proven reliable for once. On a weekend morning, sunlight broke through the haze, illuminating the earth. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, Zhang Hao located the tapestry depicting the troll being bludgeoned by the hapless Barnabas. He concentrated, envisioning the required space, pacing back and forth between the two walls. After 3 passes, a smooth, grand door materialized upon the wall opposite the tapestry. Zhang Hao pushed the door open, revealing an expansive chamber. Enchanted targets, a grand fireplace, and an opulent chandelier adorned the space. The furnishings were rather unpretentious, yet this room was renowned far and wide. It was the fabled chamber of answers sought by many young wizards, and at this moment, it served as an impeccable laboratory for spell experimentation. Although Zhang Hao had perused the entire Harry Potter series, the memories associated with Hogwarts had long since faded in his mind, dulled by the passage of time, death, and over a decade of life experiences. Prior to discovering the Room of Requirement, he was only aware that to access this enchanting space, one must walk back and forth between 2 specific walls while concentrating fervently on their desire. However, he had no recollection of the exact location of those walls. Consequently, in his quest to locate the Room of Requirement, he traversed numerous corridors, expending considerable effort. Once he finally uncovered the room, it became his exclusive laboratory. The Sunfire Flare would be employed for the first time in reality, and he hoped for a successful outcome. Nevertheless, as he prepared to wield the Sunfire Flare in the real world, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. This was, after all, his inaugural creation of magic. Any mishap could potentially prove fatal. Yet, this was a necessary step. Every magician must traverse this threshold to forge their own spells. Zhang Hao fixed his gaze upon the distant target, gradually concentrating all his attention. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely uttered the incantation, Sunfire Flare. Boom. A resplendent beam of light erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly striking the magical target. Crack. The target shattered into myriad fragments, some even igniting into flames. As the luminous column faded, Zhang Hao's spirits soared with exhilaration. He had succeeded. The preliminary motion lasted about a second, and the casting time had diminished significantly, along with the expenditure of magical energy. Although its potency had waned considerably compared to its initial creation, it was entirely suitable for combat. The modifications and practice during this period had finally borne fruit. Zhang Hao's body suddenly began to tremble, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He felt his legs growing weak, and he involuntarily collapsed onto the ground. Ugh, I'm so exhausted. How could I suddenly lack strength? Meanwhile, the fragments of the targets around him began to levitate under the influence of a mysterious force. After a considerable amount of time, these strange phenomena gradually faded away. Is this a surge of magical energy? How could I be experiencing a surge of magical energy? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao understood that this inference was absurd, yet it was not devoid of reason. Before entering the school, wizards are monitored by the Ministry of Magic due to instances of magical surges, and in this regard, there is little distinction between China and Britain. Both countries' magical institutions admit students based on official records of magical surges. Therefore, regardless of the reasons behind Zhang Hao's acceptance into Hogwarts, there exists a prerequisite. He must have experienced a magical surge. Thus, if the recent phenomenon is indeed confirmed as a magical surge, it would unequivocally mark the second occurrence in his life. However, magical surges are as rare and precious as a first-time experience. Once lost, they are seldom regained. How then could there be a second occurrence? Was it truly a magical surge? Could that really be a magical surge? Zhang Hao felt a twinge of doubt within him. He had never heard of anyone in the magical realm experiencing a second surge of magical power. Yet, after much contemplation, he couldn't deny that the recent occurrence indeed bore the hallmarks of a magical outburst. Regardless, he decided to dismiss it from his mind. Zhang Hao paused for a moment, suddenly frozen in place. He realized that his magical power seemed to have become significantly pure, and in terms of quantity, it appeared to have increased as well. Could this be related to the recent surge of magical energy? Prior to the Christmas holiday, the professors had made remarks regarding Zhang Hao's magical abilities. Professor Flitwick had publicly stated that Zhang Hao's magic was comparable to that of some freshly graduated adult wizards. While this may seem like a compliment, it was far from favorable for Zhang Hao. As a traveler from another world, he harbored the soul of an adult within a youthful body. In light of this, the fact that his magical prowess could only be likened to that of newly graduated adult wizards spoke volumes about his lack of potential. Wasn't Professor Flitwick's praise tantamount to an insult? If one were to categorize adult wizards by rank, a freshly graduated adult wizard would be classified as D grade. Those with superior abilities might be rated as C grade. Aurors from the Ministry of Magic could be considered B grade. Professors from Hogwarts would be a grade, while the likes of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort would hold the esteemed S grade. At this moment, Zhang Hao's rating stands at a mere D level, rendering him almost an insignificant presence among adult wizards. Of course, this assessment solely pertains to the total amount of magical power. Should the comparison shift to the comprehension and application of spells, Zhang Hao could likely outshine certain professors by leaps and bounds. Nevertheless, even in terms of sheer magical capacity, he is unwilling to be outdone. However, magical power tends to increase with age, and no amount of effort can alter that fact. In the past, there were potions designed to enhance magical abilities, yet the formulas for those elixirs have long been lost to time. Thus, despite his frustration, Zhang Hao can only bide his time in silence. Perhaps, as he matures, his magical prowess will gradually ascend. After all, he is still in the body of a child. It is conceivable that his soul might also grow alongside his physical form. A stronger soul could very well translate to greater magical power. This expectation seems quite reasonable. However, this hope was unexpectedly shattered today. A sudden and inexplicable surge of magical energy resulted in a remarkable increase in Zhang Hao's power. This ignited in him a vision of unparalleled supremacy. A fleeting moment of overwhelming power brought immense joy. If he could uncover the triggers for this magical surge and replicate the experience, might he not surpass old Dumbledore in total magical strength? Upon this realization, Zhang Hao felt a surge of excitement that almost propelled him to his feet. He began to recollect everything that had transpired earlier, leaving no detail overlooked. Ever since entering the wish fulfillment room, I merely unleashed a solar flare. Could it be that the magical disturbance is connected to the solar flare? It must be so. I shall attempt it once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In his moment of disappointment, Zhang Hao eventually regained his composure, sitting quietly on the ground, lost in thought. After quite some time, he let out a silent chuckle, realizing that matters were indeed not so simple. Perhaps the only way to trigger a surge of magical power was to invent a new spell. He resolved to experiment more frequently, hoping that this inference would prove correct. In the days that followed, Zhang Hao kept a watchful eye on the Forbidden Room while diligently working on the development of new magic. Yet, despite his understanding of the principles behind spell creation, he found himself unable to produce new results in a short time. Take the flash spell, for instance. Although he had already devised more potent spells like the Great Sun Spell and Solar Flare, he found himself at a loss with this seemingly minor incantation. Within his plans, the flash spell and the phoenix would serve as crucial weapons against the basilisk in the upcoming school year. With the phoenix egg still unattainable, how could he counter the petrifying gaze of the basilisk without the flash spell? Furthermore, the creation of new magic could very well be linked to the potential for a magical surge. Thus, despite having developed Solar Flare, Zhang Hao remained steadfast in his pursuit of the flash spell. One morning during breakfast, Harry's Hedwig delivered a note, which bore just 4 words: "It's about to hatch." Elated, Harry quickly summoned his friends to share the exhilarating news. Witnessing the birth of a fire dragon firsthand would surely be an extraordinary experience. How exhilarating that must be, Draco exclaimed. "Oh, look at your overblown sense of pride," Ron retorted awkwardly. "You should thank Zhang Hao. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't even be involved." "Weasley, you're insufferable," Draco huffed, his nose wrinkling in irritation. "If you try to exclude me, I will certainly tell on you. Just wait, you will regret it, mark my words." "Aha, I certainly believe that," Ron scoffed. "The illustrious heir of the Malfoy family, renowned for his talent in snitching, who doesn't he know that?" As their quarrel escalated, it seemed as if they were on the verge of blows. Zhang Hao lamented, "Could you perhaps limit your chatter? Instead of wasting time. It would be far more beneficial to contemplate the scores we might achieve." Upon hearing these words, Draco and Ron appeared as wilted as withered vegetables. After being subjected to Draco's relentless mockery, Ron resolved to dedicate himself to his studies, striving to surpass Draco's exam scores. Meanwhile, Draco, fearing he might stumble in his endeavors due to Ron's diligence, also immersed himself in his studies with fervor. Their determination was such that even Hermione, the academic prodigy, felt a twinge of inadequacy. The efficacy of their efforts remained uncertain, yet Zhang Hao was aware that invoking the subject of examinations could quell any disputes between them. Noticing the two had finally ceased their quarrels, Zhang Hao suggested, "Let us visit Hagrid shortly. Once the dragon hatches, we must persuade him to part with it." "But where would it go?" Harry queried, visibly troubled. "Hagrid would surely object," he added. Zhang Hao pointed to Ron, saying, "Doesn't your brother raise dragons in Romania?" "Indeed." Ron perked up, a smile illuminating his face. Charlie would certainly be willing to assist with this. Draco, however, carelessly proposed a rather morbid idea. "Why not slay the dragon and prepare a snack for Daphne? What do you think?" "You possess no compassion whatsoever, Draco," Hermione rebuked. "Daphne would not relish dragon meat." "I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously?" Draco replied, somewhat sulkily. "Are all of you Gryffindors so hypocritical? I'm utterly exasperated." "Oh dear," Hermione sighed. "How could I possibly share a table with a butcher such as you?" Initially, Draco could go 10 days or more without uttering a word to Hermione. However, as time passed, he began to perceive that the notions instilled in him by his elders might be flawed. This muggle-born girl, Hermione, was not as detestable as he had imagined. At the very least, she was less bothersome than Zhang Hao. Gradually, they exchanged greetings and could manage a few words when in each other's company. Although their mutual fondness remained scarce, the ice had thawed somewhat, and their interactions bore a semblance of camaraderie. For Zhang Hao, this development was not entirely favorable, as Draco, who previously only bickered with Ron, was now embroiled in disputes with both Ron and Hermione. Oh, and at times, Hermione would even engage in arguments with Ron. The incessant buzzing in Zhang Hao's ear resembled not merely a solitary fly, but a swarm encircling him. How he longed to return to those bygone days, yet time, once lost, is irretrievable. Ultimately, he could only endure in silence, for all this was of his own making. In the afternoon, Zhang Hao and his companions arrived at Hagrid's quaint cottage. "Oh, you've come," Hagrid exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. "Come in quickly. If you tarry any longer, it might emerge." The group gathered around the hearth, their eyes fixated on the dark, mysterious dragon egg. "It's almost time. It's truly about to hatch." Hagrid resembled an expectant father in a delivery room, a mix of anxiety and elation evident on his face. A crack had appeared on the shell, and something within seemed to be scratching, creating a delightful clicking sound. Donning thick, insulated gloves, Hagrid carefully moved the egg to the table. The friends edged their chairs closer, holding their breath in eager anticipation. Suddenly, with a sharp scraping noise, the shell shattered completely. The little fire dragon struggled out, wobbling as it flapped its frail wings, which appeared so delicate they could snap at any moment. It was not a sight of beauty. Rather, it resembled an oddly shaped bat. Its spiny wings seemed disproportionately large compared to its slender body, adorned with bumpy horns atop its head, protruding orange eyes, a lengthy snout, and white nostrils. It sneezed, sending a few sparks flying. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid murmured, reaching out to stroke the dragon's head. In response, the little creature nibbled on his finger, revealing its sharp teeth. "Goodness! Look, it recognizes its mother," Hagrid said excitedly. "What a joyous moment." "Mother? Shouldn't it be father?" Draco mumbled, but none paid him heed. Hermione furrowed her brow and asked, "Hagrid, how fast does a Norwegian ridgeback grow?" "This is a Norwegian ridgeback, known for its fierce temperament," Hagrid replied with a smile. "It grows rapidly. In less than a month, it will be as large as this cottage." At this point, he grasped the gravity of the situation. "Hagrid," Zhang Hao spoke softly, "it seems you realize that you cannot keep it for long. You cannot hide it, nor can you tame it. Dragons possess a memory rooted in their bloodline, and as they mature, they will regard humans as food. Even if you raise it from a hatchling, it will not heed your commands." Upon hearing this, the group turned their gazes toward Hagrid. For him, Zhang Hao's words were undeniably a sorrowful revelation. Legends tell that only one type of individual can tame a fire dragon, known as a dragon rider. To become a dragon rider, one must defeat the dragon in direct combat. Clearly, Hagrid lacked the strength to overcome a fire dragon in such a confrontation, making it impossible for him to tame it. Once this little fire dragon grows to a certain size, it will undoubtedly devour him without hesitation. As Zhang Hao painted this grim picture, images formed in the minds of the others. How terrifying! Draco shivered, grinning as he suggested, "It's so fearsome. Let us just slay it and make a snack for Daphne." "No, it's still so small. How can you be so cruel?" Hagrid declared, positioning himself protectively in front of the little dragon. "As long as I'm here, don't even think about it." "Cruel?" Draco shrugged. "Is it not cruel when it eats you?" Hagrid fell silent, but remained steadfast in his defense of the dragon. "Hagrid," Ron interjected at the opportune moment. "You know my brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Why don't we ask him if he would be willing to care for this little one? I assure you, if he agrees, he will care for it far better." "Let me think it over," Hagrid muttered. "It's still too young. It cannot be without its mother." "Its father," Draco quipped. The group admired the little dragon for a while longer before Hagrid named it Norbert. They took turns persuading Hagrid, ultimately convincing him to send an owl to inquire with Charlie. Thus, the matter was settled, and the companions returned to the castle in high spirits. Along the way, Harry recalled the Forbidden Room. "Zhang, have you noticed anything of late?" he asked anxiously. "Has Dumbledore changed the guards? Is Louis still there?" I'm afraid not." Zhang Hao shook his head. "I cannot monitor that place at all times. It would draw attention." In summary, he was unaware, and everyone felt a tinge of disappointment. "Hey, even the illustrious Zhang Hao has his unreliable moments," Ron remarked with a sense of relief, chuckling as he added, "It seems he is not omnipotent after all." Laughter erupted among the group. If one is too exceptional, it may indeed lead to solitude. This occasionally fallible Zhang Hao felt all the more human to them. "I am but a child," Zhang Hao lamented. "You cannot expect so much from me." Well then, what shall we do next?" Harry asked with concern. "I think we should investigate, lest Snape take advantage of the situation." Zhang Hao remained silent, pondering that if he were Snape, he would certainly strangle Harry. How uncomfortable must one feel when there is always someone intent on casting blame upon them? "Harry, I believe we should first assist Hagrid with the dragon situation," Ron remarked with a sense of ennui. "If we venture into that room and are met with some magical creature's demise, we won't be able to help Hagrid at all." It sounded as if they were discussing a death march. Draco appeared somewhat apprehensive, pouting as he said, "Can I opt out?" "You coward. If you're too afraid, then just don't go," Ron taunted. "It is quite understandable that Slytherin's bravery pales in comparison to Gryffindor's." "I knew you would say that, Weasley," Draco retorted, swallowing hard. "Do you think I am truly frightened? I merely do not wish to make a futile sacrifice." "Then let us go together," Ron declared with fervor, fixing his gaze upon Draco. "This mission holds significance. It pertains to the Philosopher's Stone, not a senseless sacrifice." "All right, just don't stand so close to me. Your saliva is revolting," Draco complained. "If we are to go, then so be it. What's so grand about that?" "Agreed. It's settled," Harry said, casting a glance at Zhang Hao, who remained silent. before decisively stating, "Once we have dispatched the baby dragon, we will investigate that room." How many school rules are we bound to violate? Hermione voiced her concern. If we are caught, the house cup will be utterly out of reach. The group fell into silence. This was a serious issue. "Let us strive to evade capture," Harry muttered. "If we don the invisibility cloak, we should be safe." "But the cloak cannot conceal all 5 of us. What about Norbert?" "It's simply isn't large enough," Ron gestured. "It can conceal a maximum of 4. We must huddle together." "I can perform the disillusionment charm," Zhang Hao interjected at an opportune moment. "If anyone is reluctant to huddle, they may accompany me." The disillusionment charm can be cast on others, producing effects akin to the invisibility cloak, though it is more susceptible to being countered by skilled wizards. "That sounds splendid." Hermione eagerly interjected. "I shall join you. I wish to learn the disillusionment charm." Harry, Ron, and Draco exchanged glances, all feeling a degree of discomfort. The only girl had departed, yet they were left to share one cloak. Oh, thankfully, their thoughts remained innocent. Otherwise, who knows what might ensue. Zhang Hao found it utterly unimaginable. He felt he might have overstepped his bounds. As the days passed, Norbert continued to grow exponentially. In the brief span of a week, its length had tripled. Puffs of smoke erupted from its nostrils, occasionally accompanied by small flames. The fire breathed forth by the dragon bore magical potency. Anything devoid of magical resistance that fell victim to its fiery breath would be reduced to ashes. Although Norbert was still quite young, it had already incinerated a considerable amount of objects during that week. Hagrid was in a flurry, neglecting even his duties as the keeper of the grounds. "Look, Hagrid," Ron exclaimed, pointing at Norbert. "In just a week, it's already as large as a turkey. In another 2 weeks, it will be as long as your house." Hagrid bit his lip, ultimately conceding. Charlie's letter had also arrived, indicating he would bring the Norwegian Ridgeback to the highest tower on Saturday night, where a friend would take Norbert away. The friends had already devised a plan, and the letter confirmed their agreement. With everything in place, they awaited the arrival of Saturday. During this interval, Zhang Hao diligently practiced the flash charm within the realm of illusion, finally elevating its success rate to 80%. With a bit more effort, he hoped to achieve a 100% success rate. Such an accomplishment would herald the birth of a new form of magic. At that point, he could validate the hypothesis that innovative spells could trigger a surge of magical energy. However, enhancing that remaining 20% proved challenging. Controlling one's thoughts was the most arduous task. Paradoxically, the more one strives to focus on a singular matter, the more easily one becomes distracted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao found himself at a loss for words. In this moment of uncertainty, the long-awaited weekend finally arrived. Hagrid, in tears, had packed Norbert into a crate, feeling utterly helpless against the creature. Norbert, in turn, had bitten both the crate and Hagrid. At last, the little dragon exhibited a trace of draconic majesty, perhaps awakening some ancestral memories. Originally, the task of transporting the crate to the tower posed a significant challenge. But with Zhang Hao's presence, it became a trivial matter. He cast a levitation charm, causing the crate to float gracefully through the air, carrying Norbert along with it. Given the high magical resistance of dragonkind, direct spells would have been ineffective, yet securing it within the crate proved to be a feasible solution. The group moved stealthily along the pre-planned route, laboriously ascending the tower. They encountered no sign of Filch, rendering Zhang Hao's disillusionment charm unnecessary for the time being. The sole complication was Norbert's unruliness. The creature struggled incessantly, compelling Zhang Hao to expend additional magical energy to maintain the enchantment. After a brief wait atop the tower, 4 individuals descended on broomsticks from the sky. Friendly handshakes were exchanged, and the transfer was executed with remarkable speed. The 4 utilized ropes to tow Norbert away, vanishing into the night sky in a heartbeat. At last, safety was secured. Ron exclaimed with delight, "Now we need not worry about anyone discovering Norbert." "Oh, Daphne will surely despise you all for missing out on a feast of dragon meat," Draco quipped, his claws gesturing animatedly. "I dare say. She would scratch your faces to shreds." "That is quite a threat," Hermione retorted sharply. "Daphne isn't nearly as vicious as you." Draco shrugged, choosing not to contest her words. "Let us move," Harry declared decisively. "We still need to check that room. We don't even know if Louis is still there." Without further ado, the group donned the invisibility cloak and hurried downstairs. The room in question was located on the same floor as the charms classroom. Frequently bustling with activity during the day, yet eerily desolate at night, The thought of fearsome magical creatures sent shivers down their spines, but having made a pact, they steeled themselves to face the challenge. As they rounded a corridor, the group halted abruptly. It was Filch, patrolling alongside Mrs. Norris. "Quick, use the disillusionment charm," Ron whispered urgently. Zhang Hao hesitated not for a moment, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself and Hermione. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped both of them, transforming them into the very hues of the walls and floor, akin to chameleons. Filch drew ever closer, while the three concealed beneath the invisibility cloak gasped for breath. Madame Rosmerta strode confidently ahead, as if she had sensed something, her nose twitching as she advanced. "Oh, my dear, what have you discovered?" Filch murmured. "Is someone hiding somewhere? Where are they?" Some hearts raced in their chests. Even the invisibility cloak could not quell their dread. Fortunately, Filch uncovered nothing amiss as he and Madame Rosmerta gradually vanished down the corridor. The group exhaled in relief, hastening their pace to reach the room in the shortest time possible. "Alohomora!" Hermione exclaimed before Zhang Hao could utter the incantation, and the door lock clicked open. Harry cautiously pushed the wooden door ajar, and the group peered inside, collectively stunned. "Lu Wei is still here. Has Hagrid not informed Dumbledore?" Ron asked in bewilderment. "What should we do?" "Let us go in and take a look. I have a feeling it's not so simple," Harry asserted confidently. "Perhaps there are other arrangements within that we cannot perceive from outside." Zhang Hao remained silent, equally curious about the peculiar antics of the professors. Even if leniency were to be granted, it ought not to be so overt, should it? One by one, they squeezed through the wooden door, beginning to scrutinize their surroundings. Lu Wei was in a deep slumber, his nose twitching slightly, as if catching the scent of his companions. "Look above. The surprise awaits us," Zhang Hao whispered. The little friends glanced upward, collectively gasping in astonishment. "Spiders?" Ron's face contorted in terror as he exclaimed, "I am absolutely terrified of spiders." Hanging from the ceiling were spiders the size of wash basins, not just one, but a multitude. Suddenly, one of the spiders plummeted from the ceiling, landing squarely on the invisibility cloak. "Ah!" Ron screamed, bolting toward the door. Following closely were Draco, Harry, and Hermione. As Zhang Hao stepped out, he found that Lu Wei had already opened his gaping maw. A howl erupted, reminiscent of a wolf, echoing throughout the castle. However, the companions were too preoccupied to heed Lu Wei's warning as they found themselves cornered. Filch returned, fortuitously blocking the path of Ron, who was the first to attempt an escape. Ron stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at Filch, seemingly paralyzed by fear. In their haste, the others had forgotten to activate their invisibility, resulting in all of them being caught in a single net. Aha! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On such a night, 5 students are awake when they ought to be asleep. At last, I have captured you. A malicious grin spread across Filch's face as he sneered. "Come with me to see Professor McGonagall. Do not even think of fleeing. I know who you are." The situation could not have been more dire. Filch escorted them to Professor McGonagall's study on the 2nd floor, where they sat in silence, each lost in their thoughts. No one blamed Ron. It is scarcely possible to remain composed when confronted by one's greatest fear. Even Zhang Hao could not maintain his calm, thoroughly shaken by the sight of that spider. He had never encountered such a scenario before. It was entirely understandable to be unnerved on one's first encounter. Hermione trembled all over, anxious that she might face expulsion. Professor McGonagall did not keep them waiting long. She approached with a decisive stride. "I can hardly believe your audacity," she stated, her expression grave and her tone icy. "At 1 o'clock in the morning, you were found near a prohibited area of the school. Care to explain?" In a moment of unexpected bravery, Harry voiced their rationale. "Professor McGonagall, please believe us. We are certain someone is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Zhang Hao sensed an ominous turn of events. The plot seemed to be advancing rather swiftly. Should this matter draw Professor McGonagall's attention, the challenge of breaching the barriers would become considerably more arduous, jeopardizing his plans to take advantage of the chaos. "What did you say?" Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, inquiring, "How could you possibly know about the Philosopher's Stone? Who informed you?" Someone was probing into Lu Wei's vulnerabilities, and evidently, that individual was already aware. Harry appeared reluctant to betray Hagrid and subtly remarked, "We were present there this evening to ascertain whether Professor Dumbledore had fortified the protective measures. And what do you think of the professor's defenses?" Professor McGonagall was nearly exasperated, fixing her gaze upon Harry with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. "Do you not realize that someone's life might be at stake because of this?" Her interrogation left Harry feeling utterly humiliated as he stammered, We are prepared to make sacrifices to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Such noble intentions. Yet there was no necessity for such drastic measures. Professor McGonagall's tone softened slightly as she shook her head, stating, regardless of your intentions, violating school rules warrants punishment. Each of you will receive a deduction of 50 points. Furthermore, I shall place you all under detention. The group's spirits plummeted as Slytherin lost 100 points and Gryffindor lost 150. This marked the most severe instance of mutual detriment between the two houses, with Professor McGonagall even deducting points from her own house. What are you waiting for? She stated coldly. Do you require me to escort you to your dormitories? The companions, as if granted a reprieve, hastily returned to their respective abodes. The following day, students from all four houses awoke from their slumber to discover that the colossal hourglass, which recorded the House Cup scores, had undergone a remarkable transformation overnight. The once dominant Slytherin and Gryffindor had inexplicably lost over 100 points. The news gradually spread, leaving everyone incredulous at the severity of the punishment that had befallen a few first-year students. Zhang Hao was quite content, having earned a considerable number of points for Slytherin, and thus, the others are relatively lenient towards him. However, Harry finds himself in a dire predicament. He has already lost numerous points due to Snape's actions, and now he is penalized an additional 150 points along with his companions. Alas, he has nearly become a pariah among Gryffindor. Each day, they are subjected to scornful glances, turning them into the subject of ridicule. One day, Zhang Hao, accompanied by Draco and Daphne, sits down for breakfast. How foolish. Draco laments. How could I be involved in such matters? Now we have not only failed to save the Philosopher's Stone, but have also lost 50 points. Oh. Coupled with your 100 points, it's quite the disaster. What are you afraid of? Zhang Hao retorts impudently, we still hold an advantage, after all. Gryffindor has lost even more points, haven't they? This is the only silver lining. At last, Draco manages to muster a faint smile, maliciously declaring, that Weasley fellow will likely drown in his own saliva. The very thought of it brings me joy. Hey, Malfoy, what are you babbling about? By sheer coincidence. The trio from Gryffindor arrives for breakfast, having evidently overheard the conversation. I knew you were reveling in our misfortune. Ron growls, next time we embark on a scheme. I suggest we include Daphne. That way, the point deductions will balance out. No, this is not my affair, Daphne exclaims, frightened to the point where she can hardly grip her knife. She glares at Ron. Ron, you're being terribly mean. I never said anything about you. Look at how frightened you've made Daphne, Hermione chides. Our focus should not be on this, and we certainly shouldn't drag Daphne into it. All right, we won't involve Daphne. How about Goyle or Crabbe instead? Ron responds with an air of resignation. Surely that would suffice? Zhang Hao and Draco exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, don't even think about it. Are you joking? It is already a nightmare difficulty, and with Goyle and Crabbe added, wouldn't that elevate it to a hellish challenge? As the group noisily finished their breakfast and prepared to depart, a few owls suddenly swooped in. They bore identical notes. Your detention begins tonight at 11 o'clock. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall. Recently, everyone had been receiving disdainful looks, nearly forgetting about the detention. It seemed that fate had sealed their doom. And Zhang Hao cast a peculiar look at Harry. They had altered the plot beyond recognition, yet Harry still could not escape this detention. It appeared that the trials destined for them would come in relentless succession. At 11 o'clock that night, Zhang Hao and his companions gathered in the entrance hall. Filch was already waiting, accompanied by his wife, Mrs. Norris. Follow me, Filch instructed, illuminating an oil lamp and leading them out of the castle. He coldly remarked, I believe that in the future, you will think twice before breaking school rules, won't you? He mumbled to himself as he directed the light at his feet. This wretched old man still harbored the delusion of reinstating his former cruel punishments. Hermione, frightened once more, clutched Zhang Hao's hand with increasing intensity. Terrified of the punishments Filch spoke of, could you refrain from rambling? Zhang Hao glared at Filch, unleashing his full presence. He exerted a pressure befitting one far beyond his years, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. It is unfortunate that you cannot cast spells, but you should not harbor hatred for others. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Many matters are beyond your control. Filch was taken aback, nearly convinced that Dumbledore stood before him. He stared blankly at Zhang Hao, too intimidated to utter a word. His companions gaped in astonishment. It was their first time witnessing Zhang Hao's fury. Moreover, he had managed to intimidate the very person they feared, which was utterly thrilling. Ron even contemplated breaking into song. Fortunate that he retained some semblance of rationality. Let us continue. What are you waiting for? Zhang Hao coldly commanded. Remember your duties, and do not entertain trivial fantasies. Filch shot Zhang Hao a humiliating glare before turning to lead the way. Is that you, Filch? Hagrid's voice called from the direction of the wooden hut. His urgency evident as he urged, hurry up, I must depart. Zhang Hao had long anticipated that this detention would involve venturing into the forbidden forest with Hagrid, so he felt no surprise at all. On the contrary, Harry and his companions were elated at the prospect of spending time with Hagrid. If the detention merely entailed labor alongside him, it would hardly be a dreadful experience. Filch, seemingly observing Harry's expression, scoffed. You think you'll have a jolly time with that oaf? Let me assure you, that is utterly impossible. You are to enter the forbidden forest. I hope you manage to emerge alive. The forbidden forest? Draco's voice trembled as he timidly exclaimed, we cannot go in there at midnight. It is fraught with dangers. And I've heard there are werewolves. Then you have only yourselves to blame, haven't you? Filch relished the fear etched on the students' faces, cheerfully adding, before you stir up trouble, you should have considered the werewolves, shouldn't you? Hagrid strode towards them out of the darkness, equipped with his crossbow and a quiver brimming with arrows, accompanied by Fawn. Oh, he is armed to the teeth. It's nearly time. I've been waiting for half an hour, Hagrid said amiably. Zhang Hao? Harry? How are you? Not too nervous, I hope? Filch was about to utter some venomous remark. But Zhang Hao interjected, since we are here, let us begin without delay. Hagrid nodded and addressed Filch. Your task is complete. I shall take over from here. With that, he led his companions towards the forbidden forest, while Filch moved his lips, as if muttering curses under his breath. Yet, no one paid him any mind. He remained the same pitiable figure that went unnoticed. Hagrid, this is a jest, is it not? We aren't truly entering that forest, are we? Draco timidly inquired. It is far too perilous, especially for us students. Who told you to misbehave? Hagrid replied grumpily. When one errs, one must face the consequences. I warned you against meddling with the Philosopher's Stone. Look at what you have brought upon yourselves. Why can't we just write lines? Draco muttered. If my father knew what I was doing, he would be utterly appalled. Let me tell you, this is Hogwarts, Hagrid retorted bluntly. Write lines? What good would that do you? You need to engage in something worthwhile. Look at them. Not a single one of them complains like you do. Don't you feel any shame, Draco? Draco glanced at his companions, noting that despite their evident anxiety, none voiced their complaints. Zhang Hao, in particular, displayed not a hint of apprehension. Curiously, Draco asked, Hey, aren't you the least bit worried? Aren't you afraid of encountering werewolves? What is there to worry about? I wield magic. I am a wizard, Zhang Hao replied calmly. We are not powerless mobile children, as long as you adeptly apply the spells you have learned. Even werewolves cannot harm you. That's easy for you to say, Ron muttered quietly. Do you think everyone is as gifted as you? Upon hearing the word gifted, the companions felt somewhat disheartened. They had all strived hard, yet no matter their efforts, they could never catch up to Zhang Hao's shadow. Zhang Hao stood before them like an immovable mountain. All right, let us not succumb to despair, Hagrid declared solemnly. Listen attentively. The task we undertake tonight is fraught with peril, and I refuse to allow any harm to befall any of you. Follow me. He led the group to the edge of the forbidden forest, raising his lantern high, directing their gaze to a narrow path that gradually disappeared into the dark, dense woods. Do you see that glimmering object on the ground over there? The silvery one? That is the blood of a unicorn. A unicorn within the forbidden forest has been grievously wounded. Hagrid's voice brimmed with compassion as he lamented. This marks the second such occurrence this week. I discovered a unicorn carcass last Wednesday. We must strive to locate the poor creature and alleviate its suffering. What if the entity that harmed the unicorn discovers us? Draco inquired, still trembling with fear, for a life of privilege often dulls one's resilience against adversity. As long as you are in my company or with Fong, no creature in the forbidden forest will harm you, Hagrid asserted confidently. Now, we shall split into two groups and follow the trail of blood. Bloodstains were scattered about, indicating that the unicorn had stumbled about aimlessly since at least the previous night. Why split into two groups? Zhang Hao chuckled. I believe I can traverse one path alone. He harbored the intention of collecting some unicorn blood, though he feared discovery might lead others to suspect him of nefarious deeds. No, Hagrid firmly rejected the proposal, warning. The creatures of the forbidden forest recognize only Fong and me. You risk attack if you venture out alone. Hagrid, you must trust me, Zhang Hao replied with composure. I possess the ability to protect myself. That is not acceptable, Hagrid insisted resolutely. I am responsible for your safety, and I do not wish for you to harm the creatures of the forbidden forest. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao ceased his insistence. Given the gravity of the situation, any further attempts at independent action would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Thus, let us commence our division into groups. Hagrid declared, I shall accompany Harry and Ron down one path, while Zhang Hao, Draco, Hermione, and Yaya shall take another. Should anyone encounter the unicorn, signal us with a green spark. Understood? Take out your wands and practice a bit. Furthermore, if anyone finds themselves in distress, send up a red spark, and we will come to your aid. Now, everyone, exercise caution. Let us set forth. The forbidden forest loomed dark and silent. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a fork in the path, where Hagrid led Harry and Ron to the left. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was aware of the impending challenges ahead, yet a sense of uncertainty lingered within him. Although Old Fu was currently in a state of decline, his ability to contend with unicorns should not be underestimated by a mere student. Are you boasting? Draco scoffed, clearly skeptical that unicorns could rival fire dragons. If they could stand against fire dragons, would they still meet their demise? Your argument is utterly foolish, Hermione retorted disdainfully. Fire dragons are formidable, yet they too can be slain by humans. Unicorns are indeed powerful, but they are not invincible. Haven't you heard that every creature has its conqueror? Perhaps their vulnerabilities have been exploited by nefarious individuals, or maybe the injured unicorn is merely young. Any powerful magical creature is often fragile in its youth. Hermione was right. After all, those capable of slaying unicorns must possess considerable skill. Zhang Hao stated cautiously, if you encounter any peculiar beings, it would be prudent to alert me immediately. Can't Yaya protect us? Surely he must have some utility. Draco placed a portion of his hopes on Yaya. Oh, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Zhang Hao replied helplessly, Yaya is, in fact, quite a coward. Oh, by Merlin's beard, Draco exclaimed, cursing in frustration, why didn't you mention this sooner? You never asked. Zhang Hao retorted innocently, do you always blame me for everything? I'm not your caretaker. How? Hermione tugged at Zhang Hao's sleeve, her voice trembling as she pointed to the clearing ahead. Quick, look over there. What is that? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao could no longer contain the tension surging within him, and he shouted. Solar flare. A blazing white beam of light instantaneously pierced the darkness of the forbidden forest. Ollivander didn't anticipate that a student would dare to launch an attack against him, let alone that Zhang Hao would unleash a spell he had never witnessed before. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily delayed his reaction. Although he dodged with remarkable speed, he was still grazed by the beam of light. In that fleeting moment, one of his arms fell to the ground. After numerous enhancements, the power of the solar flare had diminished considerably. What was once a beam as thick as a barrel was now reduced to the width of an arm. Had it not been for this modification, it might have been sufficient to vanquish Old V. However, one must consider that without such improvements, given the original clumsiness of the solar flare, it would have been uncertain who would triumph first. Another remarkable Slytherin. I shall remember you. Old V, severely wounded, uttered a menacing remark before swiftly slithering away like a snake, close to the ground. Draco and Hermione finally regained their senses, cautiously surveying their surroundings as if fearing that some entity might emerge to harm them. It took a considerable amount of time for them to calm down. What about that bizarre creature? Draco inquired cautiously. Has it fled? Will it return? How? What spell did you just use? Hermione directed her attention toward the magic Zhang Hao had performed, her voice brimming with astonishment. I've never encountered such a spell in any book. It was utterly magnificent and so powerful. Zhang Hao remained silent as he slowly approached the lifeless form of the unicorn, bending down to retrieve its severed limb. One end of the dismembered arm was charred and devoid of any blood, resembling a piece of blackened coal. Suddenly, the distant sound of hooves echoed through the air. Moments later, a towering figure emerged not far from the unicorn's carcass. Hey, child, keep your distance from that unicorn, spoke a centaur, appearing quite youthful, with platinum hair cascading down and a body cloaked in shimmering silver fur. Zhang Hao cast a glance at the centaur and obediently stepped back a few paces. The centaur examined the unicorn, discovering that the poor creature had already succumbed to death. With a tone of sympathy, he remarked, "We have arrived too late. We could not save its life." Hermione, concerned that the centaur might misconstrue the situation, hastily clarified, "It was a hooded figure who killed it. He appeared quite sinister." The centaur, observing the severed limb in Zhang Hao's hand, spoke gravely, "I understand. He is indeed malevolent. I am Firenze, and you should return to Hagrid's side." No sooner had he spoken than the sound of hooves grew more pronounced from the other end of the clearing. Soon, Hagrid, Harry, Ron, and 2 more centaurs emerged into view. "Firenze, what has transpired?" "Oh, who signaled? What has happened?" A centaur and Hagrid asked almost in unison, only to then notice the unicorn's lifeless body on the ground. "Oh, how unfortunate. We still could not save it," Hagrid lamented, before inquiring, "What exactly did you encounter?" "A dark wizard, who once attended Hogwarts, is responsible for the unicorn's death," Zhang Hao replied calmly. "I ambushed him, and he left behind a severed arm." Hagrid quickly seized the limb from Zhang Hao's grasp, scrutinizing it carefully, and furrowed his brow, saying, "This severed arm seems rather familiar. How peculiar." Zhang Hao speculated that the arm belonged to Quirrell, for Voldemort likely lacked the capacity to act independently at present. If Voldemort did not possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs, perhaps this arm could implicate Quirrell. However, in the original text during Harry's 4th year, Voldemort had indeed enabled Peter Pettigrew to regrow a lost limb. Yet, Voldemort's current frailty rendered this assertion somewhat uncertain. Magic is not an exclusive talent. He might have personally assisted Quirrell in restoring his arm or imparted the spell for limb regeneration to him. In a fleeting moment, Zhang Hao discerned that attempting to implicate Quirrell through this arm would likely prove challenging. The celestial configuration shifted. Firenze suddenly remarked, somewhat inexplicably, that a particular star was disturbing everything. He gazed quietly at the night sky, his expression appearing somewhat bewildered. The other 2 centaurs also looked up, expressing their trepidation. "This may not bode well. We are utterly oblivious to what lies ahead." Centaurs are inherently skilled in divination, possessing at least a modicum of astrological knowledge. "Oh, we must hasten our departure." Hagrid, vexed by the centaur's convoluted discourse, sighed impatiently. "This matter requires consultation with others. The Forbidden Forest harbors dark wizards, and perhaps the Aurors should be summoned." A centaur named Bane exclaimed, "No, the Forbidden Forest is our domain. We cannot permit too many wizards to intrude." "Bane, this is not solely my decision," Hagrid replied resignedly. "I must take my leave." "Allow me to escort you," Firenze interjected. "The boy from the Potter family must exit this forest as swiftly as possible." "Firenze speaks wisely," another centaur, Ronan, concurred. "The killer of the unicorn poses a grave danger to the boy from the Potter family. He is of great significance." Together, they attended to the unicorn's remains, a task in which the centaurs excelled. Zhang Hao ultimately found himself devoid of the opportunity to acquire the blood of the unicorn. At that moment, everyone was acutely aware. Any minor gesture he made would inevitably draw attention. They returned to the castle together, during which Firenze engaged in a rambling discourse. He spoke of the various applications of unicorn blood, who might require it, and the depths of malevolence that would drive someone to seek it. Gradually, he coaxed Harry to the brink of uttering that name. It became evident to all who the perpetrator of the unicorn's demise was. Snape assisted the Dark Lord in his thievery of the Philosopher's Stone. Did he intend to facilitate the Dark Lord's resurgence? Ron, trembling with trepidation, remarked, "This would explain everything." "Enough of this nonsense," Hagrid retorted, visibly displeased. "Why would Snape aid the Dark Lord? He is a trusted confidant of Dumbledore. He could not possibly assist him. He is not motivated by wealth. If it were not to aid the Dark Lord, why would he steal the stone?" Harry, filled with fervor, declared, "He must want something from the Dark Lord, undoubtedly. Let us not hastily cast suspicion upon Snape. Oftentimes, the most suspect individuals are, in fact, quite innocent." Zhang Hao interjected, attempting to salvage his head of house's reputation. With a tone of indifference, he continued, "If I were the Dark Lord, I would never enlist the help of someone so easily distrusted. Such a choice could lead to the total collapse of my plans, an outcome too tragic to contemplate." Zhang Hao's reasoning resonated. "If I were the Dark Lord, I too would refrain from such a course of action," Hermione concurred. "After all, this concerns his potential resurgence. Failure could result in the forfeiture of his remaining resources." Harry, biting his lip, remained silent for an extended period. As they neared the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he suddenly proclaimed, "I saw it. I witnessed him pressuring Professor Quirrell. He must have sought to extract information from him. Perhaps it pertains to the challenges that Professor Quirrell has set, which he must overcome." With that, he strode purposefully towards the castle, not pausing for anyone. Zhang Hao surmised that the lad must surely be incensed. At such a pivotal moment, with no one by his side, anyone would feel discontented. Zhang Hao patted Ron on the shoulder and said, "Keep an eye on him, and prevent him from making foolish decisions." Upon hearing this, Ron hurriedly pursued, for they were indeed the closest of companions. In the ensuing days, Harry remained vigilant, scrutinizing Snape. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao observed Quirrell, who indeed appeared to have an issue with his arm, as he wore a glove on his right hand, which had not been the case before. Although Zhang Hao possessed evidence of Quirrell's nefarious deeds, he had no intention of stepping forward. In the incident involving the Philosopher's Stone, numerous unseen hands were at play. Quirrell and Harry were merely pawns on the chessboard. If Zhang Hao were to involve himself now, he risked becoming a pawn for certain powerful figures. He desired to be the puppeteer behind the scenes, reaching out towards the Philosopher's Stone. All remained still, and Hogwarts appeared extraordinarily tranquil for a time. The looming pressure of final examinations bore down upon the students, leaving Harry preoccupied with his studies, thus providing him little time to contemplate the Philosopher's Stone. The quills used for the exams were enchanted against cheating, rendering such attempts futile. With each exam, the expressions of Harry and Ron grew increasingly grim. Draco often bared his teeth, suggesting that he too was not faring well. Only Zhang Hao and Hermione maintained their composure, finding no question on the papers to be daunting. Following the written exams, practical assessments awaited. Professor Flitwick instructed the students to make a pineapple dance across a desk, while Professor McGonagall required them to transfigure a mouse into a snuff box, with the intricacy of the snuff box determining their score. During the potions examination, students desperately recalled the forgotten brewing processes of various potions. This was perhaps the most arduous of assessments, as Snape stood closely behind, his presence palpable, with some students feeling the very breath on their necks. Finally, the last examination in history of magic concluded. At that moment, students were liberated, free to indulge in a week of carefree enjoyment. The friends reconvened to strategize their forthcoming actions. They had collectively embraced the protection of the Philosopher's Stone as a mission. Even Draco remarked that it seemed quite enjoyable. Recently, Harry had been experiencing frequent headaches. Could this be an ominous sign? Ron pointed to the bright lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, nervously stating, "I suspect it must be so. Ever since we encountered the mysterious figure in the Forbidden Forest." "You saw the mysterious figure?" Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and questioned. It seems you hadn't mentioned this before. He had always believed that only their group had encountered the Dark Lord that day, yet it appeared otherwise. "Indeed. When we came to find you, we spotted a shadow along the way," Ron whispered. Harry felt pain in his scar upon seeing that shadow, so intense that he could not stand. Only later did we realize it was the mysterious figure. Zhang Hao suddenly understood. It appeared that old Fu had brushed past Harry during his escape. I urged him to seek out Madame Pomfrey, but he refused. Hermione, with a sense of resignation, remarked that this situation was clearly abnormal and warranted the attention of someone experienced. It would be wise for Madame Pomfrey to take a look. Zhang Hao casually mentioned that regardless of whether it is an ominous sign, the adults should be informed. We must always remember that we are merely children. Are you suggesting that everything we have done is in vain? Draco scoffed. Now you want to claim you're just a child? You certainly didn't hold that attitude when you recruited me. Zhang Hao found himself at a loss for words. The fact that Draco had gradually become ensnared in this matter was indeed related to his influence. Initially, he merely wished for Draco to be a good child, never anticipating that he would arrive at this juncture. A Slytherin serpent mingling with a Gryffindor lion? Had there ever been a precedent for such an alliance? The professors would not believe us. The safeguarding of the Philosopher's Stone must rely on our own efforts. Harry resolutely declared, no matter the peril we face, we must not surrender. Zhang Hao could not help but smile, the sense of mission akin to that of a savior, once ignited, truly has the power to expand one's aspirations infinitely. Without even attempting, one could discern that the professor would be incredulous. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Hao would certainly not indulge in such behavior. However, at this moment, he was inclined to seize the opportunity, wishing for someone to pave the way ahead. Given this, he decided to act boldly. If even the underachievers are unafraid, why should the high achievers be apprehensive? With this thought, Zhang Hao ceased his overthinking and nonchalantly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The professors were undoubtedly aware that someone had their sights set on the Philosopher's Stone, yet they showed no urgency. Clearly, they believed the defenses were sufficiently robust. In this scenario, what could we possibly do? We must first acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Only then can we capture the professor's attention. Harry stated earnestly, "This is the only course of action. Otherwise, we cannot thwart Snape and the Dark Lord." Fortunately, Zhang Hao refrained from eating. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly expelled everything. Is the most effective method of theft prevention truly to preemptively steal what is meant to be stolen? What kind of logic is this? Zhang Hao fell utterly silent, fearing that his intelligence might diminish. It was truly maddening. Draco propped his chin on his hand and remarked, "How shall we traverse the line of defense set by Lu Wei? In the past, we could lull it to sleep with music, but now with the presence of spiders. The moment it drifts into slumber, the spiders will surely awaken it. One must admit, the combination of spiders and the three-headed dog is nothing short of genius, flawless, indeed. Don't mention spiders. They make me nauseous." Ron lamented, "I might not be able to accompany you inside. I can't even get past the spider obstacle." "No, Ron. You can do it," Harry urged. "The Sorting Hat placed you in Gryffindor to help you overcome all fears." "I can only try my best," Ron replied anxiously. "But don't expect me to succeed for certain." Harry felt a heavy weight in his heart as he gazed at Zhang Hao. "Come up with a plan," he insisted. "You cannot refuse. I believe you will not disappoint us." I still think we should refrain from getting involved," Zhang Hao replied, raising his hands in surrender. "We have no knowledge of Dumbledore's specific plans, and meddling carelessly could lead to unforeseen complications." He wished to extricate himself from this matter, seeking to act independently. After a brief silence, Harry looked up and said, "Then let us seek out Dumbledore and ask him for clarification." Zhang Hao found himself without reason to object and could only acquiesce to the proposal. The password to the headmaster's office was known to only a handful of professors, making an audience with Dumbledore a formidable challenge. Thus, Harry resolved to seek out Professor McGonagall first. "Are you looking for Dumbledore? What business do you have with him?" Professor McGonagall scrutinized her young companions, her eyes unwavering. "We have some questions we wish to pose to him, questions only he can address," Harry stammered, his resolve faltering. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall." With a skeptical gaze, Professor McGonagall replied sternly, "Dumbledore has left. He just received an urgent message from the Ministry of Magic." "Oh, how unfortunate," Harry muttered, suspecting that this was a deliberate distraction. Once Dumbledore departed, certain individuals could act with impunity. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Are you still involved in matters concerning the Philosopher's Stone? Or is there something you are withholding from me?" "No, Professor. I believe you are mistaken." Zhang Hao interjected hastily. "I am not aligned with them. They wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone, while I merely seek to inquire about animagi." His friends gazed at him in shock, unable to fathom that their usually reliable anchor had betrayed them all. "Are you the best sixth man?" This question would not only arise in the Summoner's Rift, but would also echo frequently within the halls of Hogwarts. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall, typically so composed, unleashed a roar reminiscent of a lioness. "I knew you hadn't given up. How dare you attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone?" Professor," Zhang Hao quickly retorted. "They are concerned that someone might steal the stone, so they wanted to preemptively take it, ensuring it would be hidden from prying eyes." Harry's gaze pierced like a laser. His teeth clenched as he glared at Zhang Hao, as if he wished to bite him. "What a splendid idea." Professor McGonagall stammered in her fury. "If I hear that you have ventured into that room again, I shall deduct 50 points from Gryffindor." "Yes, Harry, you heard me right, 50 points from your own house." Such madness. Professor McGonagall's tirade eventually subsided, allowing her students a reprieve. As for animagi, she had little more to say to Zhang Hao. The group returned to the Great Hall, each one resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. "Why, Zhang Hao?" Harry finally erupted, fixing his gaze upon him. "Why did you act that way? It's utterly outrageous." "You had better have a reasonable explanation," Ron growled, "or you'll be playing alone from now on." "Huh. You won't let me spill the beans," Draco scoffed. "Some individuals are more decisive when it comes to informing on others than I am." "I truly did not anticipate you would act in such a manner," Hermione said in disbelief. "Do you have some sort of plan?" "I think we should have at least discussed it as a group first." Everyone, allow me to explain," Zhang Hao replied with nonchalance. In that moment, whatever we said, Professor McGonagall would not have believed us. I felt it would be better to tell the truth. You see, even if I informed her that you intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, she did not impose any punitive measures upon you, nor did she restrict your movements. Clearly, my approach not only did not jeopardize the plan, but also alleviated Professor McGonagall's suspicions. She would never suspect that we would attempt to steal the stone even after receiving a warning, would she? The group lowered their heads, struggling to grasp the convolutions of his reasoning. "Well, at least on the surface, that appears to be the case," Harry mused, frowning. "But who knows if she might secretly reinforce the defenses?" "Reinforce the defenses? Even if she does, you would still manage to get past them." Zhang Hao had come to the firm conclusion that the challenges guarding the Philosopher's Stone were undoubtedly designed to test a certain individual. Otherwise, if the sole purpose were the protection of the stone, wouldn't it be far safer for Dumbledore to carry it with him at all times? Strengthening the defenses? That would seem more prudent, indeed. Zhang Hao lazily remarked. If the professors were to reinforce the barriers, it would signify their serious concern regarding this matter, making it considerably more difficult for anyone to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Oh, I am not referring to you, Harry. He was quite certain that even if the challenges were enhanced, they would not be significantly more formidable than before. Very well, consider yourself acquitted, Harry replied with an air of maturity. However, as compensation for your oversight, you must devise a plan for this attempted theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Zhang Hao felt somewhat disheartened. He truly wished to avoid the spotlight. Even if he desired to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, he preferred to navigate the narrative subtly. However, it now appeared rather challenging to do so. If Professor McGonagall intended to deduct points, so be it. Let her penalize Gryffindor. With a reluctant glint in his eyes, Zhang Hao remarked, Draco, and I will only assist you in breaching that door. Whether you can overcome the subsequent obstacles relies entirely on your own capabilities. Everyone was taken aback, as they had not anticipated such a declaration from him. Since the commencement of the school year, although their small group had faced numerous conflicts, they had also shared a plethora of amusing experiences. Even the most incompatible duo, Draco and Ron, had managed to spark a semblance of camaraderie. Now, as they prepared to confront the most formidable challenge of the academic year, unity was of utmost importance. Yet, at this critical juncture, Zhang Hao was contemplating withdrawal, leaving everyone bewildered. What do you mean by this? Draco exclaimed in frustration. You expect me to withdraw at such a crucial moment? That would allow them to claim all the credit. The trio from Gryffindor rolled their eyes in unison. Was he truly still concerned about accolades at this juncture? Such greed was unfathomable. If you wish to continue, then by all means, go ahead. Zhang Hao responded nonchalantly. I genuinely believe that attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone as a group is rather reckless. It is a perilous decision if we all find ourselves ensnared. Who will come to our rescue? After all, we are entirely ignorant of the challenges that lie beyond that door. Are you suggesting that you intend to remain outside to provide support? Hermione, having seemingly uncovered the answer, exclaimed joyfully, I knew you would never abandon us. Zhang Hao certainly harbored intentions in this regard, yet his primary desire was to conceal himself in the shadows. Whether for the protection of the children or the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone, remaining hidden offered a distinct advantage over a headlong rush. Old Dumbledore professed to have left Hogwarts, but who could ascertain if he was lurking somewhere, observing? Such a possibility, while not entirely absent, is undoubtedly limited. Why is the likelihood deemed minimal? This must be analyzed from Voldemort's perspective. After all, Voldemort is no fool, should he seek to rise again. Every move would be meticulously calculated. Now that he has resolved to act, he would have eliminated factors detrimental to his plans. Therefore, it is highly probable that the chamber concealing the Philosopher's Stone is not under surveillance. However, nothing is absolute. What if Dumbledore truly possesses the means to evade Voldemort's watch over the chamber? In that case, some measures of disguise would indeed be necessary. Thus, Zhang Hao's intention to remain concealed also serves to further ensure safety. He not only aims to secure the Philosopher's Stone but also to clear his name afterward. If he could assist Slytherin in securing the House Cup, that would be nothing short of perfection. Indeed, I would never abandon you, Zhang Hao remarked, following Hermione's lead. We are all good friends, always have been. Are you certain you still consider us friends? Draco questioned, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Do you not fear that I might be afraid? Zhang Hao retorted, somewhat irritated. I genuinely wish to remain behind to rescue you. I will wait outside for half an hour. If you do not emerge after that time, I shall seek out a professor, hoping you can endure until they arrive. However, we require your assistance to overcome the obstacles. Harry hesitated. You possess so much magic. Without your help, we might not surpass any of the challenges. Isn't that preferable? Zhang Hao replied matter-of-factly. If it proves too difficult, then just return. This way, no one encounters danger, and as long as Professor McGonagall is unaware, we shall not be penalized. What could be better? Of course, if you few can surmount the challenges, then the Philosopher's Stone must be exceedingly perilous. The choice is yours. I shall not partake. I am of Chinese descent. Perhaps Dumbledore seeks a pretext to expel me? For the sake of acting independently, he could conjure any excuse. Very well. Harry conceded. If that is your stance, then so be it. When shall we commence our endeavor? Ron inquired. The mere thought of those spiders makes me nauseous. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Tonight, Harry declared resolutely. We must act tonight. Snape has deceived Dumbledore into going to the Ministry of Magic, facilitating his movements. We must reach him before he does, to thwart his plans. Although the group felt some dissatisfaction with Zhang Hao's sudden withdrawal, their enthusiasm remained intact while discussing their action plan. They initially assigned Hermione to monitor Snape, but she was soon discovered. Thus, the first step of their plan faltered, and they ultimately resolved to charge ahead recklessly. Regardless of Snape's involvement, we shall first procure the Philosopher's Stone, Harry lamented. Let us convene here tonight. How? I still hope you will join us in this endeavor, he added, despondently. No, I wish to be your steadfast support, Zhang Hao replied solemnly. If you have not returned in half an hour, I shall seek out a professor to retrieve your remains. You are merely trying to frighten me, aren't you? Draco smirked. Are we truly in peril? His expression reflected a tinge of fear, a sentiment befitting a child. You may choose not to go, after all. You have no feud with the Dark Lord, Harry shrugged. I cannot evade this. My scar has been aching incessantly. I suspect that when he returns, I shall be his first target. Draco not participating is a blessing. I surmise he would only hinder us, Ron muttered. Harry, I will stand by you until the end. You wretched fool, Weasley. Draco snapped. Who are you calling a liability? Just watch. I shall emerge as the greatest asset of this undertaking. And I will secure 100 points for Slytherin. Ignoring Draco's boastful claims, the others turned their attention to Hermione, who had yet to express her stance. I believe Zhang Hao is correct. We truly ought not to involve ourselves in this matter, Hermione said, visibly troubled. Perhaps I should remain behind? No. If you do not join us, our endeavor is doomed, Harry implored, fixing his gaze on Hermione. Ron and I are utterly clueless. Should we encounter insurmountable obstacles, we may find ourselves hopelessly stuck. We need your intellect. Hermione glanced at Zhang Hao, ultimately yielding with a resigned sigh. Very well, I shall accompany you. At this moment, dinner time had arrived, and the hall gradually filled with people. Zhang Hao murmured, since the plan has been established, let us cease further discussion. Harry added, no one is permitted to be late. As time gradually passed, the common room finally dimmed its lights. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao and Draco seemed to be fortunate, as they smoothly made their way to the hall without encountering any mishaps. Are they not here yet? Draco murmured. Have we arrived too early? No. Zhang Hao shook his head. Time is running short. They may have run into some trouble. Having exchanged a few casual remarks, they suddenly felt a breeze blowing at the back of their necks. You scoundrel. Stop with such meaningless pranks, Draco exclaimed, turning around. If you're here, come out already. Is having an invisibility cloak so impressive? He lunged forward, grabbing at the air, and the trio from Gryffindor was revealed before them. Let us go. Harry stifled a laugh. We need to get down to business. You know about business? Draco tossed the invisibility cloak to Harry, exasperated. You know about business yet still choose to tease me? Did you encounter any trouble on your way here? Were you spotted? We ran into Mrs. Norris and Peeves, Ron replied excitedly. Harry pretended to be a bloody barrow and scared Peeves away. It was truly satisfying. Their chatter continued until they reached the house guarded by the Guardian. At that moment, the wooden door was ajar, indicating that someone had indeed gotten there first. Peering through the crack in the door, the friends beheld a swarm of spiders, each the size of a basin, suspended in midair, rendered immobile by a spell. In one corner of the room stood a harp, evidently left behind by the predecessors. The Guardian had already turned his gaze toward them, prompting Zhang Hao to swiftly produce the mechanical music box he had prepared. Electronic devices would be disrupted by magic, but purely mechanical devices would not. As the gentle melodies began to play, the Guardian gradually lowered his head and fell into a deep slumber, his large claws resting upon the trapdoor. Zhang, did you see that? Harry exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, someone has already entered. We must act quickly. Yes, you are correct. We should hurry, Zhang Hao urged. I also need to find the professor soon. I hope it's not too late. He remained reluctant to join in the action, and Harry discerned this. All right, he said, pursing his lips. Then let us proceed. First, we need to move those claws from the trapdoor. You mean to shift that enormous claw? With our hands? Ron protested, his calves cramping, and Draco was in no better shape. Hurry up. He is asleep. It's fine. Hermione, braver than the boys, joined Zhang Hao in lifting one of the large claws aside. However, their strength was insufficient. They needed assistance to fully move it. The remaining three boys, having confirmed that the Guardian was indeed asleep, came over to lend a hand. After much effort, they finally managed to shift the Guardian's large claw aside, revealing the trapdoor beneath. The trapdoor swung open, revealing a dark and foreboding passageway below. I'll go first, Harry declared courageously. "If anything happens to me, you need not follow. Just send an owl to Dumbledore. We all understand. Just descend quickly," Zhang Hao urged. "The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest." The group exchanged bemused glances. This was a significant undertaking. Did he truly believe he would sleep tonight? Harry said nothing further. He merely swept his gaze over the group and, without hesitation, leaped down. Throughout the descent, Harry did not utter a single scream. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Zhang Hao ran, he created quite a commotion, believing that the swiftest way to summon Felch was to provoke him into action. However, the first to arrive was not Felch, but the mischievous Pippi Ghost. "Oh, you little rascal of a first grader, how audacious you are!" Pippi Ghost exclaimed with a malicious grin, darting back and forth through the walls, taunting. "I shall inform Felch that a first-grade student is running amok in the castle without sleeping." Silence. "How many times have you uttered that nonsense?" Zhang Hao glared at Pippi Ghost, seething with anger. "Where is Felch? Tell me at once." "Oh. The first-grade rascal wishes to know Felch's whereabouts. I shall not disclose it," Pippi Ghost retorted with a cheeky grimace before diving headlong into the wall. Never to be seen again, Zhang Hao seethed with resentment, determined to have Bloodman Barlow deliver a severe lesson to the mischievous Papigi. Despite the mischief caused by Papigi, fortune favored them today, as old Furky proved to be exceptionally resourceful. It was as if Furky possessed a keen sense of smell, enabling him to swiftly locate any troublemakers within the castle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao leapt down the passage, the frigid, damp air swirling past his ears. He continued his descent, occasionally veering slightly. With a splash, after what seemed like a dozen seconds, Zhang Hao finally landed upon something soft. He sat up and began to fumble around, his eyes yet to adjust to the surrounding dimness. Looking upwards from this vantage point, the entrance appeared as a small spot of light, no larger than a postage stamp. This indicated that although the passage undulated, it remained largely straight. Zhang Hao felt the vegetation beneath him stirring, aware that the devil's net had awakened. If he did not take action swiftly, he would be devoured by it, as mere prey. In this critical moment, the dazzling spell he had practiced countless times within the illusion escaped his lips instinctively, devoid of any awkwardness. The abyssal darkness transformed as if a miniature sun had risen, illuminating every shadowy corner. Each vine of the devil's net recoiled like a rabbit sensing its nemesis, hastily retreating to the darkest recesses. Yet this was in vain. When Zhang Hao crafted this incantation, its purpose was to confront the serpent fiends. In comparison to those serpentine horrors, the devil's net was insignificant. These tendrils had nowhere to hide and ultimately could only curl into a defeated mass. Zhang Hao also lost his support and fell to the ground. As he opened his eyes, he was immediately enveloped by a sense of weakness reminiscent of the previous magical surge. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as an illusion. Another surge of magic? There was indeed an increase in magical energy, but it was significantly less than the last time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao harbored some conjectures, yet he dared not affirm them. Both magical research and scientific inquiry necessitate extensive experimentation to yield results. Mere speculation cannot validate any assumptions. Presently, he lacked the time to delve into numerous studies, as his companions remained oblivious to which challenge they had inadvertently entered. If he did not pursue them promptly, he feared he might lose their trail altogether. Zhang Hao gathered his emotions and proceeded down a corridor. At the end of the passage, he found a brightly lit room. The ceiling soared high with its vaulted arches, adorned with countless keys that shimmered like gems, fluttering their wings as they flitted about the space. Opposite the room stood a heavy wooden door, adorned with numerous keys, each equipped with wings, struggling incessantly as if yearning for liberation. Within the keyhole of the door was a particularly robust key, ensnared and unable to escape. It seemed there was no need to ascend to the heavens in pursuit of keys, Zhang Hao mused to himself. With utmost swiftness, he unlocked the wooden door and rushed into the next chamber. The second room was even larger than the first, its floor dominated by a colossal chessboard. The black and white pieces stood poised in formation, exuding a palpable sense of tension. Meanwhile, Draco and Ron lay outside the confines of the chessboard, seemingly having chosen the path of self-sacrifice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao excels in Go and Huaxia chess, yet he finds himself lacking in the realm of international chess. It is not that he is incapable, but rather that his proficiency falls short. Had he adhered strictly to the rules, he would undoubtedly have faltered at this juncture. How deceived I was by the cinematic portrayal. In the film, the chess pieces were shattered during Harry's trials, appearing utterly defeated. Yet, in reality, this challenge is far from straightforward. It seems that regardless of the successes of those who came before, each successor must confront the trials anew. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly dashed towards the opposite side. The other pieces soon recognized that someone was violating the rules. Regardless of whether they were white or black, they all charged towards Zhang Hao. The knight brandished his lance and broadsword. The foot soldiers unleashed frenzied attacks with their twin blades, while nimble arrows rained down from the castle. From behind, swords were drawn in pursuit. In an instant, every piece on the chessboard transformed into an adversary. This is the price of overturning the table. Protect thyself, Prodact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao sprinted a few steps, and with a powerful leap, he dashed into a corridor. At the end of this passage stood another door. Just as he was about to grasp the wooden handle, he suddenly heard the sound of light footsteps approaching from behind the door. Quickly, he sidestepped and cast a concealment spell upon himself. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The wooden door swung open, and Hermione rushed in a flurry, retracing her steps. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao detected a nauseating odor wafting from the next room. Indeed, the new challenge revealed itself as a vast chamber, where a colossal creature lay sprawled on the floor. This beast was even larger than the one Zhang Hao had previously subdued, lying motionless before him, a gruesome, swollen mass protruding from its head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, in a fit of exasperation, uttered a curse and began to recall useful incantations in his mind. The fiery curse summoned a devilish flame capable of manifesting terrifying animal forms, yet the flames before him lacked such characteristics. Thus, it was evident that this fire was not the fearsome devilish flame. It was likely merely a blaze fueled by potions. One must admit that the trials designed by Snape were more intricate than those of other professors, if one were unaware of the specific potion employed. Recklessly succumbing to the flames would likely lead to dire consequences. But why would the potion ignite? From whence did these potions originate? Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, braving the intense heat as he approached the room to scrutinize every detail within. A mechanism? On the floor before the threshold of the entrance, there lay a slender black tube. This tube, blending seamlessly with the color of the floor, was nearly imperceptible, requiring a keen eye to discern it from the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, without casting a glance at the table in the center of the room, approached the black flames and meticulously examined the ground. Indeed, he discovered slender black tubes. He replicated the process, adorning these black tubes with delicate bows. Consequently, the black flames gradually extinguished. Zhang Hao mused, hoping that Harry had dealt with Voldemort and would not let him down. He cast an additional layer of disillusionment charm upon himself before stepping into the final chamber. However, upon witnessing the scene within, his expression changed dramatically. Harry had not subdued Quirrell. Instead, he was gripping Quirrell's hand with one hand while pressing his face with the other. "Kill him! Kill him!" Quirrell screamed, his mouth twisted in agony. his face and hands covered in searing, luminous blisters. He attempted to push Harry away, but Harry clung to him tenaciously. Meanwhile, the persistent urging from Voldemort at the back of his mind compounded his torment. In stark contrast, Harry was also suffering greatly. This was the closest he had ever been to Voldemort, and the pain from the scar on his forehead was excruciatingly intense. Zhang Hao could clearly see that Harry's visage had become grotesquely distorted. Damn it! Once again, I have been misled by the film. Although Chilo appeared disheveled, his hands and face had not transformed into weathered stone as depicted in the movie. In stark contrast, Harry gradually began to lose his strength. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In an instant. Zhang Hao grasped the gravity of the situation. He aimed his wand at Quirrell and unwaveringly uttered the incantation, Stupefy. This was a stunning spell. And with Harry in Quirrell's grasp, Zhang Hao dared not employ a spell of greater potency. An invisible force of magic struck Quirrell, propelling him to the ground. However, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Wizards possess a certain degree of magical resistance, and if the spell's power is insufficient, it is challenging to achieve the desired effect on a wizard. It is akin to a first-year student attempting the killing curse on Dumbledore. Setting aside the question of whether it could succeed, even if it did, they would be unable to harm Dumbledore, regardless of how much magical energy they expended. Although Zhang Hao's magical prowess could rival that of a seasoned wizard, the potency of his recent, hasty strike remains uncertain. Quirrell evidently withstood the blow, shaking his head and breathing heavily as he chuckled. Despite having endured a spell, he had extricated himself from Harry's grasp. Ah, who is this? The Slytherin prodigy, Zhang Hao? Another child foolishly aspiring to be a savior? Silence. You fool, eliminate them, and secure the Philosopher's Stone. It seems that the Dark Lord is aware that villains often fall victim to their own verbosity, and he is clearly displeased with Quirrell's prattling. Quirrell, fearful of defying Voldemort, began to rub his fingers together, a prelude to a snap. Sensing a shift, Zhang Hao promptly enchanted himself with protective armor. Indeed, Zhang Hao's foresight proved astute. No sooner had he donned his armor than he was assailed. Uncertain of the spell Quirrell employed, Zhang Hao felt as if he had been struck by a bull, staggering back several paces before seeking refuge behind a pillar to retaliate. Reducto, he incanted. In response to Zhang Hao's spell, Quirrell calmly snapped his fingers. This ancient magic from Africa required neither wand nor incantation, often catching opponents off guard. Yet, every advantage carries its own disadvantages, as this particular magic seems somewhat underwhelming in strength. Quirrell likely cast a charm akin to the shield charm, yet he too was sent reeling by Zhang Hao's reductor curse, tragically colliding with another pillar. And there stood the Dark Lord. You imbecile. What else can you do? Can you employ your favored magic? This was bound to sting. Voldemort was furious. Quirrell hastily drew his wand, humbly declaring, Master, fear not. I shall dispose of him with utmost speed. Regaining his composure, he prepared to unleash a killing curse upon Zhang Hao. However, Zhang Hao remained concealed behind the pillar, rendering Quirrell's curse ineffective. Quirrell could only glare fixedly at the pillar while cautiously inching toward the other side. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar incantation, blinding light. In an instant, all was obscured. He could see nothing. His vision was engulfed in a blinding white haze, akin to a glimpse of paradise. Soft, fluffy clouds surrounded him, and the world appeared so pure. Quirrell's mind was equally clouded. What on earth was happening? After a moment, a sharp pain coursed through his eyes, the very sting that roused him from his stupor. Ah, the sunfire flare. Zhang Hao would certainly not squander this hard-won opportunity. He decisively concocted a formidable attack, aiming directly at the vital points of Qilu. A beam of light, as thick as an arm, shot forth like a laser cannon, striking Qilu with devastating force. In an instant, Qilu's chest was reduced to charred remains. And with his vision still impaired, he was utterly oblivious to the calamity that had befallen him. He only felt an intense burning sensation in his chest, akin to being consumed by flames. As he reached to touch his chest, he discovered it to be dry, scorching, and rigid, resembling the texture of singed flesh. Am I to become a piece of roasted meat? Qilu found this notion absurd. He blinked rapidly, desperately striving to discern the situation that had unfolded on his body. Yet, his efforts were in vain, and he suddenly felt a wave of cold wash over him, as his consciousness began to fade. At last, he stumbled back a few steps and collapsed to the ground with a thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao surmised that the voice belonged to Old Fudge, hoping he could find peace. Suddenly, a sound akin to a phantom materializing echoed behind him. It was Dumbledore arriving. In all of Hogwarts, he alone enjoyed such a privilege. "Ah, it seems I have arrived a moment too late," he remarked, surveying the scene with astonishment before frowning and inquiring. "Mr. Zhang Hao, could you elucidate the events that transpired?" Both Harry and Quirrell lay sprawled on the ground, leaving only Zhang Hao standing, which rendered the scene exceedingly suspicious. Had Dumbledore wished, he could easily have implicated Zhang Hao, casting him as the perpetrator of this chaos. Without a doubt, this was Zhang Hao's greatest concern. Fortunately, Dumbledore refrained from such actions. He merely scrutinized Zhang Hao without rendering a definitive judgment on the situation at hand. Of course, Zhang Hao replied, gripping his wand and feigning nonchalance. "But should we not attend to Harry? Or perhaps ascertain if there is any chance of saving Professor Quirrell?" Dumbledore gazed intently at Zhang Hao for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Yes, you are indeed correct." Just then, footsteps echoed from the entrance. "Hurry. We must move quickly." "I hope it is not too late." Professor McGonagall's voice was laced with concern as she urged them onward. Soon, their figures appeared at the doorway. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, and Hermione had all arrived. Yet, they were left in a state of shock, for the events had already unfolded. "How? What brings you here?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You claimed you did not wish to be involved." "Did I?" Dumbledore chuckled. "We must indeed thank Mr. Zhang Hao, had he truly abstained. Harry might very well have lost his life by now." Zhang Hao smiled wryly, realizing that his plans had utterly failed. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the unexpected twists of life. "Severus, please escort Harry to the hospital," Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, addressing Snape. "Oh, and also, I would appreciate it if you could take care of Quirrell." Snape, visibly anxious, examined Harry before turning to Zhang Hao and inquired of Dumbledore, "What about him? How do you intend to deal with him?" Zhang Hao, being a member of Slytherin House, should indeed receive appropriate concern from Snape. "Ah, I almost forgot, mister. Zhang Hao ought to pay a visit to the hospital." Dumbledore said gently, "Please check for any injuries, and if you are unscathed, come to my office. I shall await your arrival there." "Very well, Professor," Zhang Hao replied calmly. "I shall not keep you waiting for long." He noticed that the Philosopher's Stone in Harry's pocket seemed to have vanished. Throughout this process, he remained oblivious. Indeed, Dumbledore's magical prowess was incomprehensibly profound. The chasm between D and S was indeed unimaginably vast. Since Dumbledore had initiated the arrangements, it was only natural for everyone to comply. The group busied themselves, swiftly tending to all matters at hand. Zhang Hao underwent an examination by Madame Pomfrey, who found that his physical condition was largely unscathed, save for the excessive depletion of his magical energy. It was truly astounding. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in shock, "At your age, most children would be fortunate to utilize all the spells they have learned. To exhaust your magical energy to such an extent is nothing short of remarkable." Her words left the accompanying professors equally astonished. They pondered how many battles a student must endure to deplete their magical reserves to such a degree. Suddenly, memories of the destroyed obstacles they had encountered along the way began to surface, as if gradually revealing an answer. However, this revelation filled them with even greater trepidation. A first-year student had bravely navigated through so many challenges alone. Such a feat could not be accomplished by mere magic alone, but required both intelligence and cunning. The professors had always held Zhang Hao in high regard, yet today's events illuminated the fact that they had previously underestimated this remarkable child. Zhang Hao, oblivious to his surroundings, lamented, "I am still far from the professors. I feel so ashamed." The esteemed professors fell into a contemplative silence, at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, it was Professor McGonagall who broke the tension. With a kind demeanor, she remarked, "Let us not dwell on other matters for now. Dumbledore is awaiting your presence. If there are no issues, do go and see him. Off you go, now." Zhang Hao speculated that cockroach pile might be today's password. He committed this phrase to memory before departing from the hospital. In another realm, Dumbledore's actions have drawn considerable criticism from many. One can only hope that he possesses the fairness and wisdom that the outside world ascribes to him. When Zhang Hao entered the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was pacing back and forth. The elderly man appeared to be burdened with deep thoughts. Most individuals of his age would be enjoying the pleasures of family life. Who, like him, would ponder matters of life and death? It is precisely due to such sacrifices that he has contributed immensely to the magical community. Regardless of how many detractors there may be, one undeniable truth remains. No one in the British magical world can diminish his achievements. Professor? Zhang Hao spoke softly. You seem troubled by something. As he said this, he began to survey the headmaster's office. It was spacious, seemingly occupying the very top of a tower. One wall was adorned with portraits of former headmasters, all of whom gazed down at Zhang Hao. There was also Fox, the renowned phoenix, looking vibrant and regal, akin to a proud rooster. Ah, you've arrived, Dumbledore remarked, returning to the present. As one ages, one cannot help but let the mind wander. Would you care to share your thoughts with me? You seem out of place here. Indeed, I am rather out of place, Zhang Hao acknowledged calmly. I seek the Philosopher's Stone, a fact you must have discerned. Dumbledore blinked, signaling him to continue. Initially, my intention was the same as Harry's. I wished to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Zhang Hao chuckled at the absurdity of this notion. The difference is that I genuinely desire to possess it, while Harry's intent is to protect it. Oh, your candor surprises me, Dumbledore exclaimed. I expected you would concoct some other rationale, as many do. True, but I shall not. Zhang Hao reflected. A deceiver can only mislead those who choose to trust him. You have not employed legitimacy upon me, thus I have no intention of betraying your trust. He had been preparing for this encounter, yet upon meeting, he realized his previous preparations had been overly sensitive. Dumbledore had not used legitimacy, at least not upon their initial meeting. This indicated that, for whatever reason, Dumbledore had chosen to trust Zhang Hao up until that moment. Trust between individuals is built upon mutual honesty. Any lie could potentially shatter the hard-won foundation of trust. Those who are self-important and overly clever may deceive the naive. Yet those who regard others as fools often find themselves played for a fool in return. It is astonishing to hear such wisdom from a child, Dumbledore mused. Many adults lack your clarity of thought. If absolute trust existed between people, I believe most would live far more easily. Indeed, we share a common perspective. Zhang Hao smiled. So, might you grant me the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation. The Philosopher's Stone does not belong to me. It belongs to my friend Nicholas Flamel. Ah, I had quite forgotten that, Zhang Hao replied. Could you introduce me to him? I am eager to learn alchemy. I do not necessarily need the stone from you. It would be even better if I could create one myself. Ah, what an ambitious dream. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. I shall inquire with Nicholas, but whether he will part with the stone, I cannot say. Why do you desire the stone? Is it for immortality or boundless wealth? You must be aware of my considerable fortune. I have lost interest in wealth, Zhang Hao stated boldly. I confess I am intrigued by the prospect of immortality. There are so many wonders in this world. Who would willingly abandon them? Dumbledore seemed to recall certain memories upon hearing this, becoming lost in thought, a distant expression gracing his features. My dear child, I understand that my sentiments may seem incredulous to someone of your youth. He spoke earnestly. For those with a clear mind, death is merely another grand adventure. You may not realize that the Philosopher's Stone is not as marvelous as it seems. With it, one can attain any amount of wealth or longevity. Yet these two desires are what humanity yearns for most, and paradoxically, they often choose what is least beneficial for them. Professor, I comprehend your meaning. Humanity indeed suffers from a common flaw. They do not cherish what is easily obtained and are reluctant to relinquish what is unattainable. However, I am confident that I shall not easily forsake wealth, life, or the more precious things, Zhang Hao remarked with a subtle smile, playfully interacting with Fox. As for death, I possess a unique understanding of it. It truly is a grand adventure. Had I not embarked upon this adventure, how could I achieve anything extraordinary? In that moment, the child's body could no longer contain the grandeur of his spirit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was also rendered speechless, as the elder had clearly misunderstood. Perhaps it is better this way. A misinterpretation can lead to unimaginable benefits through incomprehensible circumstances. He spoke slowly. Death is a magnificent adventure, yet I do not relish passivity. Perhaps when I grow weary of life, I shall learn from your friend. Until then, I wish to wrestle with the Grim Reaper. You once entertained such thoughts, did you not? He gestured towards Dumbledore's desk, upon which lay a tome. The frontispiece bore an emblem, a symbol composed of a triangle, a circle, and a line segment. Dumbledore glanced at the symbol and then stared vacantly at Zhang Hao. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao did not shy away. He met Dumbledore's gaze with serene composure. Indeed, I once harbored similar aspirations. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally averted his eyes, his tone tinged with melancholy as he remarked, I have sacrificed much for this. Zhang Hao interjected, if given another opportunity. Would you choose a different path? Dumbledore paused, taken aback, and after a considerable moment, he shook his head with a wry smile. Your question has stumped me. You see, I truly find myself in a quandary. I have lost something immensely precious, yet gained a great deal as well. It is a matter of quality versus quantity. With even a hint of greed, one becomes uncertain of their choices. Look, Zhang Hao replied with a smile, if even you struggle with your decisions, why should I not take the chance to challenge this? You have undoubtedly lost your most cherished possession, but perhaps that was merely an accident? If one were to exercise a bit more caution, might those accidents have been avoided? Dumbledore gazed at Zhang Hao, incredulous, and said, from your words, you seem almost omniscient. Are you truly just an 11-year-old child? Zhang Hao felt he had perhaps said too much, yet once the conversation was set in motion, it proved exceedingly difficult to rein it in. Indeed, I am omniscient and omnipotent. Do you believe me? He jested. If you trust in my abilities, then kindly hand over the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore appeared somewhat exasperated by Zhang Hao's continual references to the stone. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, I have already stated that the Philosopher's Stone belongs to my friend, and I cannot dispose of it at will. I remember that well, Zhang Hao affirmed. However, your friend would certainly take your opinions into account. If you were to agree, there would be no issue, would there? I can certainly endeavor to assist you and even advocate for more. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore smiled and replied, however, I require you to agree to a few conditions. In that instant, the elderly man bore a grin reminiscent of a cunning fox. What are the demands? Zhang Hao inquired cautiously. If the conditions are too excessive, I shall not acquiesce. Fear not. Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile. I would not impose upon a child. They are merely minor requests. To pay a trivial price in exchange for the Philosopher's Stone and more is undoubtedly a splendid bargain. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and then solemnly declared, in that case, please speak plainly. What is it that you require of me? Dumbledore's tone suddenly grew grave as he replied, firstly, I need you to assist Harry in his battle against Voldemort. You may not fully comprehend the significance of Harry's role. He has always been of paramount importance from the past until now. I implore you to support him as you did before, if not with even greater fervor. I understand. Of course I do. Harry is a Horcrux, and there may come a time when he must face death. Zhang Hao refrained from voicing his thoughts. Merely nodding as he remarked, Voldemort is clinging to life. Having failed to acquire the Philosopher's Stone, he may seek alternative means to regain his power. Thus, it is highly likely that he will return in the future. When that day arrives, we shall not enjoy peaceful times. Even without your prompting, I would stand against him. As beneficiaries, no one appreciates a terrorist who disrupts the established order. Undoubtedly, old Voldemort embodies such a terrorist. Both Zhang Hao and old Dumbledore are beneficiaries. And from a standpoint of mutual interest, they find themselves aligned. Is that so? How splendid. Dumbledore expressed with a sense of relief. Before I pose my second request, I wish to inquire about a matter. When traversing the chessboard, you seem to have employed an extraordinary form of magic. From where did you acquire such a spell? I have never encountered such magic in any of my tomes. Upon finishing his statement, the elder fixed his gaze intently upon Zhang Hao. Recognizing that to deceive him at this moment would require an acting prowess of the highest caliber, Zhang Hao candidly stated, that is a spell of my own creation. If you wish to learn, I would be glad to teach you. When it comes to defeating Quirrell, I may not stand a chance with conventional magic. This is not mere modesty. After all, Quirrell graduated with exemplary grades, which is why he was appointed as a professor at Hogwarts. Strictly speaking, he may not qualify for an A rating, so his role as a professor could be seen as rather undemanding. However, a B-level proficiency is indisputable, and it is far beyond what a mere D-level wizard like myself could contend with. If Quirrell had known in advance that I possessed such a trump card as the glimmering spell, the outcome could have been quite different. Indeed, Dumbledore marveled. I did not anticipate you would reach this level so soon. Your talent is truly formidable. He then continued, let us discuss your second request. Zhang Hao smiled and inquired, could it be that your second request pertains to magic? Indeed, your acumen is remarkable, Dumbledore kindly replied. My second request is for you to register your original spell for a patent. The old man's praise made Zhang Hao somewhat uncomfortable. occasional flattery could satisfy one's vanity, but excessive praise might lead to overindulgence. Upon hearing Dumbledore's second request, Zhang Hao realized the elder's intentions. Original spells are typically regarded as a last resort for survival. Although the Ministry of Magic has long established a system for wizard patents, few among Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Snape have chosen to register their self-created spells. The Ministry does not enforce mandatory patent registration for wizards, as enforcement would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, Dumbledore's request was indeed quite unreasonable. He seemed intent on overwhelming Zhang Hao with compliments until he unwittingly acquiesced to the demand. Fortunately, Zhang Hao maintained a commendable level of rationality. "Professor, wouldn't this request be somewhat excessive?" He calmly replied. "You must provide me with compelling reasons. If I do not willingly consent, even if this spell remains in Britain, few would be able to master it." Dumbledore clearly wished to retain Zhang Hao's original spell within the British magical community. As a British wizard, his inclination was understandable. However, sacrificing Zhang Hao's interests for this purpose was indeed excessive. "My dear child, I believe you should consider the benefits of accomplishing this task," Dumbledore urged. "Creating a new spell at the age of 11 is a remarkable honor. The Order of Merlin will bestow upon you a third-class Merlin medal. Additionally, you may gain certain privileges, such as limited use of magic outside of school, provided it does not violate confidentiality laws. I have heard that you have long desired this privilege from the Ministry, have you not?" Upon hearing these conditions, Zhang Hao admitted he was intrigued. Several months had passed since the Christmas holiday, yet no good news had emerged from the Ministry. This indicated that Fudge had yet to reach an agreement with certain individuals, making it seem challenging to secure privileges through the Ministry. If sacrificing a spell could grant him such privileges, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. While Dumbledore mentioned limitations, one could easily manipulate the extent of those limitations. Thus, with adept maneuvering, Zhang Hao could perhaps elevate the privileges he desired. Considering the sacrifice, while the Sunfire Flare was powerful, it was merely an original spell. With its sacrifice, he still retained the glimmering spell. Moreover, with the aid of the mysterious illusions, he could certainly create additional spells. This was already part of Zhang Hao's plans, with time and energy allocated accordingly. "Very well, I shall agree to this request," he finally conceded, feigning reluctance as he nodded. "But do not forget your promise." "Rest assured, my child," Dumbledore replied contentedly. "We shall each gain what we need, and no one shall owe anyone anything." "Then, I trust you have no further requests?" Zhang Hao cautiously inquired. "If any further excessive demands arise, I would prefer to forego the Philosopher's Stone." "Fear not, my final request is far simpler," Dumbledore said with a benevolent smile. "I hope you will always keep your heart directed towards the sunlight. This is the most important request of all." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted when Zhang Hao and Dumbledore encountered Harry. He had yet to awaken from his slumber. It was not until 3 days later that the poor child regained consciousness. Upon his awakening, it coincided with Zhang Hao and Dumbledore's second visit. The young lion felt an overwhelming sense of guilt upon seeing Dumbledore, convinced that he had made a complete mess of everything. "Professor, the Philosopher's Stone. It was Quirrell. He obtained the stone. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Harry appeared to be still trapped in the nightmare from 3 days prior. Dumbledore quickly offered words of comfort, smiling as he said, "Do not be overly distressed, dear child. Your words are somewhat outdated. Quirrell did not acquire the stone." In an effort to bolster Harry's confidence, Dumbledore commented on Harry's actions, embellishing his achievements. "Look at all these sweets." Dumbledore chuckled. "These are gifts from your friends and admirers. Everything that transpired between you and Professor Quirrell in the dungeons is a complete secret. And secrets have a way of spreading, so naturally, the entire school is aware." Harry gazed at the nearly overflowing pile of sweets on his hospital bed and smiled with joy. However, Dumbledore interjected with a note of caution, "Yet, sometimes one must not act recklessly. Had it not been for Mr. Zhang Hao this time, you might have met a heroic sacrifice. Like a devil." Dumbledore doused Harry's elation with a splash of cold water. "Thank you," Harry said gratefully to Zhang Hao, "my friend." "You're welcome, Harry," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. "It was part of our plan. You led the charge, and I supported you." Dumbledore, with a knowing look, advised, "Next time you face such a significant decision, consider the suggestions of your friends. Great individuals must not be obstinate. Do you understand?" This counsel was directed at both Harry and Zhang Hao, and they both nodded in agreement. "Professor, I have been pondering," Harry said hesitantly. Even though we did not obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I mean. Voldemort, let us call him Voldemort, Dumbledore encouraged. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Therefore, always use the correct name for things. With Dumbledore's encouragement, Harry felt invigorated. He stated without hesitation, Voldemort will attempt to rise again by other means. One tee? He hasn't vanished? Indeed, Harry, he is not vanished. Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. He still lurks somewhere, perhaps seeking a body willing to share with him. Dumbledore engaged Harry in speculation regarding Voldemort. Zhang Hao occasionally interjected, but only to compliment Dumbledore. He could discern that Dumbledore sought to instill confidence and resolve in Harry. This was precisely where a sacrifice was required. Should he continue to shine too brightly, Harry would perpetually remain in his shadow. Perhaps this was the very concern that weighed on Dumbledore's mind, prompting him to make his initial request. Given the prior agreement, Zhang Hao was willing to relinquish some semblance of fame. They engaged in extensive conversation until Madame Pomfrey emerged to usher them away. Due to their prolonged delay, Ron, Hermione, and Draco arrived only to find they could not see Harry. "Mr. Zhang, your friends are here. I shall not intrude upon you," Dumbledore remarked, nodding at the children before departing with a flourish. "Hey, bet Harry must be feeling quite smug, right?" Draco said with discontent. "I too have made sacrifices. Why does everyone bestow all the glory upon him? How vexing." "Oh, what a petty attitude," Ron grimaced. "You've repeated that 100 times. Can you not take a moment of silence?" "Zhang, how is Harry faring?" Hermione, ever the rational one, inquired with concern. What he faced that day was truly terrifying. Was he struck by dark magic? "I've heard that such an occurrence can lead to severe consequences. Could you allow me a moment to speak?" Zhang Hao finally seized the opportunity to reassure them. "Rest assured, there is no need for concern. Harry is not gravely injured and will likely be discharged tomorrow." "Humph. Who is worried about him?" Draco replied sulkily. "I'm only concerned about my own honor, not him." Ron and Hermione exchanged disdainful glances, clearly unconvinced by his claims. The following day, Harry indeed appeared at the breakfast table. A throng of young witches and wizards surrounded him, bombarding him with questions, even inquiring about the color of his undergarments. "Hey, listen to me," Harry exclaimed, overwhelmed. What transpired that day was not solely my doing. My friends aided me in overcoming the challenges. In the most critical moment, Zhang Hao used his exceptional magic to defeat Quirrell. It was he who saved me. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hao immediately sensed the precariousness of the situation. Dumbledore intended to elevate you to the status of a hero, so why involve me? Is this not tantamount to compelling me to forsake my promises and subjecting me to the flames? This simply cannot be allowed. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao hurriedly declared, "Everyone, do not be swayed by Harry. He merely fears your persistent attention. In truth, he has borne the brunt of our efforts. Let us collectively cheer for the true hero of Hogwarts." In an instant, Harry found himself engulfed by a tumultuous sea of applause, and though he attempted to resist, he mustered all his strength to exclaim, "Hey, do not forget my friends." "Of course, we shall not forget them." George Weasley chuckled. "You are all superheroes. None shall escape." "Indeed, my dear brother is among them," Fred Weasley chimed in. "He is one of the superheroes as well, and we are immensely proud." Zhang Hao suddenly realized that, perhaps inadvertently, he had introduced something extraordinary into Hogwarts. However, he had no time to ponder this further, as a portion of the crowd surrounding Harry began to flow towards him and his friends. Even Draco found himself accompanied by a few admirers, marking the first time in his life that he felt respected. Oh, he seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this attention. The fervor of the crowd instilled a sense of trepidation within him. "Please, do not surround me like this," he timidly implored. "You should seek out Harry." "Oh, do not touch my hand." Fortunately, the fans were somewhat restrained, as they were aware that breakfast awaited them shortly. The friends gathered together, exchanging their feelings about being the center of such admiration. It was truly exhilarating. Ron was particularly animated, having long envied his brother. Now, it was his turn to bask in the envy of his siblings. A true hero of Hogwarts. Such an honor was one his brother had never known. I did nothing at all. Everyone is simply too enthusiastic." Hermione felt a twinge of guilt, believing that her actions were merely to be expected. "Indeed, the enthusiasm is overwhelming. I feel as though someone is tearing at my robes." Even Draco felt a slight apprehension, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, evidently having discovered a purpose in life. "Did we truly accomplish something significant?" Harry questioned, still in disbelief. "Why do I feel as though I merely awoke from a slumber?" "How, you are the true hero. You vanquished Quirrell." "Harry, you must not think this way. You should revel in the adoration of the crowd, Zhang Hao reassured him, patting Harry on the shoulder. To be honest, the reason I followed you that day was that I genuinely wished to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Upon hearing this, his friends were taken aback. You cannot be serious, Ron exclaimed incredulously. We risked our lives, and you intended to hoard the stone for yourself? I am certainly not joking, Zhang Hao replied candidly. Everyone harbors greed. I am no exception. What is so strange about that? You really dare to admit it, Draco sneered. Would you have succeeded had you not rescued Potter? Alas, you still could not overcome that hypocritical barrier, could you? That is not hypocrisy. That is true goodness. Hermione retorted sharply, disapproving of Draco's words. You are kind yourself. Why are you unwilling to acknowledge it? Everyone makes mistakes. Hao merely had a fleeting thought. Draco scoffed dismissively, turning his gaze elsewhere. Zhang Hao vaguely perceived a twitch at the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet you still saved me, did you not? Harry remarked with a smile. This you cannot deny. Regardless of your initial intentions, you thwarted Quirrell's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Let us not dwell on the details. From both a heartfelt and an actionable perspective, you are indeed a person who has sincerely contributed to Hogwarts. Zhang Hao responded with a hint of resignation. Thus, all honors are rightfully yours. If you truly feel undeserving, then strive harder next time. Such occurrences cannot be singular. Do you grasp my meaning? Harry fell silent upon hearing this, fully cognizant of the truth. Voldemort would undoubtedly return, and he might indeed confront terrible schemes once more. I understand, he declared with renewed vigor. Next time, I shall not require your rescue. With my own efforts, I will thwart Voldemort's machinations. At that moment, their companions were left in stunned silence. They had always believed it was merely Quirrell. Little did they know it was entwined with Voldemort. This was indeed explosive news. Are you referring to the Dark Lord? Ron exclaimed in terror. He is not dead? Keep your voice down. Don't let them overhear, Zhang Hao cautioned. People will not believe this news. If they do, it will only exacerbate the situation and incite panic. Then speak quietly and tell us, Draco whispered. Share all that you know, or I shall spread the word myself. Zhang Hao and Harry exchanged a glance, knowing they must reveal the truth. The authentic tale was far more extraordinary and thrilling than any unfounded rumor. Such situations were exceedingly rare, yet here they were. Harry recounted everything to their companions. Quirrell, the Mirror of Erised, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort. The interconnectedness of these elements unfolded like an epic saga, stirring great excitement. However, amidst their exhilaration, their expressions were marred by the shadows of a nightmare. It was indeed unfortunate news. Ron pouted and remarked, what malevolent act will he commit next? Can anyone speculate? How? You managed to defeat the amalgamation of Quirrell and the mysterious one. Hermione gazed at Zhang Hao with admiration, akin to a worshipper beholding a deity. This was merely luck. Zhang Hao shook his head. When Voldemort returns, who knows how powerful he will be? I may not be able to contend with him again. This was a reality they all had to confront, and upon hearing his words, silence enveloped them, casting an oppressive shadow over breakfast. At that moment, an owl soared towards them. It was a silver-gray owl, belonging to Zhang Hao. It was Carl, who bore 2 letters. Hermione, intrigued, remarked, it seems Carl seldom returns with letters. How? Do you know who has sent you a message? Carl dropped the letters onto the dining table, and Harry hastily grabbed some nuts to offer it. Zhang Hao picked up the first letter, which bore the emblem of Gringotts. Dear Mr. Hao Zhang, we are pleased to inform you that there has been new progress regarding your bounty. The brave Mr. Michael Edwards successfully infiltrated the volcano in the Lamatine Mountains 2 days ago, retrieving a phoenix egg in a state of rebirth. We hope you can find time amidst your busy schedule to compose a reply, arranging a time to address this matter. We look forward to bringing your bounty to a satisfactory conclusion. Sincerely, Luke, Notary of Gringotts. The phoenix egg has been retrieved, and Gringotts requests that I address this matter promptly. Zhang Hao, suppressing his excitement, remarked, this is splendid news. Perhaps we should celebrate. His companions cheered, showering him with congratulations. Only Draco expressed his discontent, saying, what sheer luck. How wonderful it would be to possess a phoenix. Yet, phoenixes are not as common as cabbages. Ron retorted, even if there were that many phoenixes, do you have the funds to hire someone to catch one for you? Draco huffed defiantly, choosing not to respond further. Let us see the second letter, Harry urged. What does it say? The second letter was stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Magic. Dear Mr. Hao Zhang, the Ministry of Magic is pleased to inform you that the item you sought is ready. Please come to discuss it in detail on the day after the holiday. Sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic. This second letter, though significantly shorter than the first, brought an even greater shock to the group. Goodness, the Minister of Magic wrote to you? Even Ron, who had always been at odds with Zhang Hao, spoke with a hint of admiration. He is a prominent figure in the wizarding world. But so is Dumbledore, isn't he? Zhang Hao replied with a tinge of exasperation. Voldemort was also a notable figure in the wizarding world, wasn't he? Harry chuckled. How defeated Voldemort? Thus he too is a significant figure in our realm. This is a conversation among prominent figures, wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Draco conceded with a slight smirk. It seems we should feel honored to be in the presence of such a distinguished individual. Draco, must you be so bitter? Hermione laughed. We are all friends. Regardless of status, are we not? The group turned to Hermione as if she had uttered something profound. You're absolutely right. Draco laughed heartily. I never considered this fellow to be remarkable. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Though their acquaintance had been brief, it had brought immense joy to each of them. Quickly, reply. Ron said enviously. We have nothing to do today. We'll accompany you. Zhang Hao gazed upon the youthful faces surrounding him, feeling that all his efforts over the past year had been worth it. In the company of these children, he had regained an astonishing vitality. All right, he exclaimed with a smile, let us write a reply now. Perhaps the most potent secret to eternal youth lies in maintaining a youthful spirit. Moreover, a touch of financial prowess would not go amiss. Regardless of their reluctance, everyone had to confront the impending reality. The holiday was finally approaching. Tonight marked the end-of-term ceremony, where the entire faculty and student body of Hogwarts would gather in the Great Hall to celebrate. At the feast, the friends encountered Hagrid, whose excitement was palpable upon seeing them. You little rascals! How dare you engage in such perilous activities? He said, wiping away tears. Thank goodness you're safe. Otherwise, Dumbledore would surely expel me. He presented Harry with a gift, a beautifully bound album filled with wizarding photographs featuring Harry's family. Oh, Hagrid, you are so biased. Ron remarked enviously. Isn't it a bit excessive to only prepare a gift for Harry? I only know what Harry likes. Hagrid scratched his head. You should tell me what you like, and I'll make sure to prepare something for you next time. Oh, by the way, congratulations. Your phoenix is on its way. But have you thought about how to train it, Mr. Zhang Hao? I am contemplating it. Zhang Hao replied calmly. If it proves too challenging, I suppose I could ask Dumbledore. Indeed, Hagrid agreed. You should definitely consult him. It's far better than ruminating alone. The feast was about to commence, and the hall was adorned with the green and silver colors representing Slytherin. The decorations were quite glaring for Gryffindor, who had not won the House Cup for 7 consecutive years. Oh, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are in the same boat, Ron commented jealously. 7 years of the House Cup, and this year the score is again significantly in your favor. It seems the 8th year will also belong to you. I wager your tails will be soaring high. At the end of each term, scores were not disclosed, yet it was evident that Slytherin's score must be impressive. Shouldn't you feel proud, Weasley? Draco taunted. You lot will never comprehend the joy of victory. The trio from Gryffindor exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resentment directed at Zhang Hao. It was not a lack of effort on their part, but rather the strength of their adversaries. They all lost equal points, yet Zhang Hao consistently reclaimed them in class. As for them, Hermione worked diligently, but Zhang Hao had one more potions class than her. How could they compete? Don't be discouraged. Keep striving, Zhang Hao remarked devilishly. If you've never tried hard, how can you know your true limitations? How? Do you know? Hermione growled fiercely like a little lion. I could just bite you to death. Whether Hermione would actually bite Zhang Hao to death was a thought worthy of contemplation. However, she was momentarily thwarted by Dumbledore's speech, which saved Zhang Hao. Another year had passed. The old man proclaimed joyfully, before indulging in these exquisite dishes. I must trouble everyone to listen to an old man's clitch-ass. Now, as far as I know, we must first present the House Cup Awards. The scores for each house are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 312 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 352 points. Slytherin with 422 points. Ravenclaw with 426 points. Previously, Zhang Hao and Malfoy had each been deducted 50 points, and with limited classes left for Zhang Hao to reclaim points, his total score fell slightly below Ravenclaw's. The Ravenclaw students erupted into applause, while the other 3 houses wore expressions of despair, especially Gryffindor, who faced their historically lowest score. Oh, they all wished they could hide their faces, particularly Harry, who had played a significant role in driving Gryffindor to such a low score. Indeed. Well done, Ravenclaw, Dumbledore clapped, but then shifted his tone. However, recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent, and the smiles of the Ravenclaws faded somewhat. Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat, speaking gravely. I have a few final points to distribute. Let me see. First, Mr. Ron Weasley. Ron's face turned a deep shade of red, resembling a sun-dried radish. Mr. Ron Weasley, he has played one of the most brilliant games of chess in Hogwarts history. For this, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The cheers from Gryffindor nearly shattered the enchanted ceiling, and the stars above seemed to tremble. Percy loudly informed the other prefects, "It's my brother, you know, my youngest brother." He successfully navigated Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard. Once they calmed down, Dumbledore continued. Secondly, Miss Hermione Granger, who remained calm in the face of fire and reasoned logically. I reward Gryffindor 50 points. Hermione was overwhelmed with joy, covering her tearful face with her sleeve. Third, Draco Malfoy, who sacrificed himself as a pawn. This act of selflessness merits Slytherin 10 points. Although it was only 10 points, Draco was still astonished. The cheers from Slytherin did not rouse him from his stupor. It was the first time in his life he had received such recognition. Fourth, Harry Potter. Dumbledore announced another name, and the hall grew exceptionally quiet. He displayed remarkable courage and self-sacrifice, leading the charge against dark wizards. For this, I shall award Gryffindor 60 points. Gryffindor's score surged ahead, 472 to 432. The uproar was deafening, with some voices hoarse from cheering. Fifth, Mr. Zhang Hao, a suddenly resonant voice stilled the crowd. At a critical moment, he demonstrated repentance, making a choice between personal gain and the lives of others. He used his exceptional magic to defeat an enemy far stronger than himself. I award him 50 points. What a remarkable display of repentance. Zhang Hao lamented to himself. It was merely a simple multiple-choice question. Why would I feel regret? Slytherin had once again taken the lead. Yet, the crowd refrained from cheering, for the scores of the House Cup that evening resembled a tumultuous roller coaster, leaving everyone uncertain of what twists awaited. All eyes were fixed upon Dumbledore, eager to discern how many points he still held. It seemed everyone was awaiting Dumbledore to proclaim, "Courage manifests in myriad forms. To confront adversaries, we require extraordinary bravery, but to steadfastly uphold one's convictions before friends demands an equal measure of valor." Thus, I shall reward Mr. Neville Longbottom with 10 points. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? At this moment, Neville had completely lost his sense of self. His face was ashen. This was the first instance of point accumulation for him throughout the semester. 482 to 482. Slytherin and Gryffindor were once again tied. The entire Great Hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Were there still points to be awarded? Under the gaze of all, Dumbledore offered a peculiar smile. The young wizards of Slytherin and Gryffindor shivered. Could it be? Were there more points? Regrettably, Dumbledore appeared resigned, sighing as he stated, "Despite my earnest efforts to find a rationale, I could not conceive an excuse to award points to anyone. Therefore, it shall be so. This year's House Cup shall be jointly held by Gryffindor and Slytherin. Let us all rejoice." A cacophony of cheers erupted. It was an unprecedented conclusion. No one had anticipated Dumbledore's decision to orchestrate such an outcome. Once the students settled down, Dumbledore continued, "As long as we unite in purpose, both lions and snakes can become heroes." He then clapped his hands, transforming the hall's pure green into a harmonious blend of red and green, the silver shifting to a shimmering gold. The lion and the serpent danced together, a first in the annals of Hogwarts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao looked around and finally found Lilith perched upon a sturdy branch. This enchanting sorceress was reclining against the trunk, her skin radiating a luminous glow that remained strikingly pale even in the darkness of night. Zhang Hao's gaze seemed to disturb her. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times before she finally opened her eyes. She extended her delicate hand, akin to jade, covering her mouth as she yawned, and then turned her attention to Zhang Hao. "Hi, how long have you been here?" A fleeting glimmer of surprise appeared in her eyes, yet she feigned annoyance as she remarked, "Were you spying on me while I slept?" "No, I would never," Zhang Hao asserted with righteous indignation. "If I were to observe, it would be done openly." "He he he." Lilith chuckled. "You humans are truly amusing." "Is that even a question?" Zhang Hao replied casually. "Beautiful appearances are commonplace, but intriguing souls are a rarity. I am unique in this world, thus inherently interesting." "Indeed, your soul is undeniably fascinating," Lilith praised. "A juvenile body encasing a mature spirit. How remarkable." What are you implying? Zhang Hao's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Lilith, asking warily, what exactly are you trying to say? Why so tense? Lilith replied with an air of elegance, from the moment I first met you, I sensed it. Demons are adept at manipulating souls. Although I possess only half a nightmare lineage, discerning the essence of a human soul is not particularly challenging. Zhang Hao remained silent, uncertain of what to say. Was his identity as a traveler about to be revealed? What should he do? It was truly a seamless fusion of souls. Lilith gazed at Zhang Hao as if admiring a work of art, exclaiming, there is no barrier between soul and body. How is this possible? Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a sage? Oh, had she misunderstood again? Both Dumbledore and Lilith noticed Zhang Hao's peculiarity, yet it seemed they had both misinterpreted the situation. Their thinking was rather antiquated. Reincarnation of a sage? Zhang Hao inquired casually. Why not say, I am the reincarnation of a demon god? Hearty laughter erupted from Lilith. Reincarnation of a demon god. The 7 monarchs still reside in hell. Which demon god do you claim to be? Zhang Hao seemed to have caught wind of something extraordinary. His eyes wide with curiosity. Is there truly a demon god? Do demons and angels really exist in this world? If there are no demons, then from whence do I come? Lilith replied with poise. Are nightmares not considered demons? I possess memories of demons. It appears that some humans also believe in their existence. The demons that inhabit human imagination seem to reside solely within mythology. Zhang Hao hesitated. It seems that no one has ever encountered a true demon. Are not nightmares merely mystical creatures dwelling in the forest? Mystical creatures? Lilith countered. That is a human interpretation. The legacy I have inherited bears no mention of mystical creatures. She shook her head. Elves are elves, and demons are demons. When you face death, a grand adventure will unfold. At that time, you may have the opportunity to venture into the depths of hell, where numerous demons reside, some grotesque, others enchanting. Perhaps you shall become one of them. Zhang Hao was uncertain whether Lilith was merely toying with him. After a brief silence, he shifted the conversation by inquiring, why do you not sleep in the wooden cabin? It must be quite cold outside. I have grown accustomed to it. I have been sleeping like this for centuries, and it seems there is nothing amiss, Lilith replied softly. Edson does not permit me to enter the cabin, so I shall not enter. She has left everything to me. I allow you to enter the cabin, she continued. Zhang Hao chuckled. However, my purpose for visiting this time is to extend an invitation for you to come to my home. I will be on vacation and shall not return for approximately 2 months. Previously, when he invited Lilith to leave the Forbidden Forest, she had declined. Yet this time, she appeared somewhat hesitant. Can I truly exist in human society? She asked, her resistance evident as she echoed her previous concerns. Humans seem rather frightening, do they not? Zhang Hao has come to realize that this enchanting sorceress harbors no ill intentions, at least for the present. She merely wishes to live in harmony with her surroundings. She is a being devoid of ambition, yet simultaneously a piece of unrefined jade. Within her resides both the purity of an elf and the malevolence of a nightmare. At this juncture, it appears that purity prevails. However, the duration of this state remains uncertain. Who can predict if a day will come when malevolence takes the upper hand? Allowing her to interact with this world through possession or dreams is perilous. Over time, she risks being unwittingly tainted by human desires. Rather than permitting that, it would be wiser to keep her close, serving as a paragon to guide her onto the righteous path. This is Zhang Hao's plan, to mold a powerful half-blood sorceress into an exceptional witch bodyguard, a magical maid, or an unparalleled witch secretary. Zhang Hao found it somewhat difficult to fathom, as the multitude of images overwhelmed him. Indeed, some humans can be rather fearsome. However, they do not pose a threat to you. He chuckled and added, moreover, you need not immerse yourself in human society. I merely extend an invitation to my abode. My castle is both vast and cozy, tended to solely by diminutive sprites. Additionally, there exists a garden there, and I would be delighted if you could assist me in its upkeep. Would you be willing to help me? Lilith's expression was somewhat ambiguous. The sensitivity of this enchanting sorceress was unexpectedly acute. While she appeared to adapt effortlessly, she seemed equally vigilant in safeguarding herself. You have seen through me. Zhang Hao replied candidly, rest assured, your magical prowess should surpass mine. If you find your stay unsatisfactory, you are free to return at your leisure. What is there to be concerned about? Very well. Lilith pondered for a moment before finally nodding. I can give it a try. But I will only assist you with the garden. I am delighted to hear that, Zhang Hao responded with a smile. I shall come to fetch you in a few days. This place, seemingly nestled within a corner of the Forbidden Forest, could only be accessed through a key and the art of apparition. Zhang Hao is currently unable to freely utilize the art of apparition, thus he cannot take Lilith away. In fact, it is possible, but only by means of a tree hollow to reach Hogwarts. Well, I shall take my leave, Zhang Hao said with a smile. See you in a few days. Lilith also displayed a faint smile as she watched Zhang Hao depart, then gently pushed open the door of the wooden cottage. The summer vacation has finally begun, and Zhang Hao boarded the Hogwarts Express back to London. He cannot yet return to China, as there are still two matters to attend to in the UK, one concerning privileges and the other relating to the Phoenix. Each of these matters holds significant importance. Although he cannot return to China, he can go back to Collinsville Castle. This castle, having been acquired, has yet to be fully inhabited. Upon Zhang Hao's return to the castle, the little sprites gathered to welcome him. Master, welcome home. Little Larry, did anyone seek me during my absence? Zhang Hao casually inquired of one sprite. Have you completed the task I entrusted to you? Oh, I beg your pardon, Master, you have mistaken me, replied the sprite who was pointed at. My name is Shirtu. He is Larry. The young sprites bore little distinction in appearance until they reached a certain age, at which point subtle differences began to emerge. Their magical talents varied as well. Some could effortlessly vanquish human wizards, while others could not. Shirtu, Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly. Then let it be you. Indeed, Master, Shirtu replied cautiously. During your absence, several muggles visited, but upon discovering the castle was unoccupied, they departed. We dared not engage with them, as it would be unlawful. You have done well, Zhang Hao nodded. I believe you could create a barrier to conceal the castle. He had always found certain European regulations quite absurd, akin to the dealings surrounding the castle itself. The buyer invests a significant sum, yet cannot fully possess the castle. Years later, when funds for its maintenance dwindle, this castle, which is ostensibly theirs, may be reclaimed. How is this different from robbery? They euphemistically refer to it as preserving historical heritage, yet does safeguarding history necessitate infringing upon individual rights? Zhang Hao believed that he should not indulge this flaw. It would be wiser to allow his castle to vanish from the gaze of ordinary people. Master, do you wish to conceal the castle? With our abilities, a single command from you would suffice. The little elves are immensely proud, and they possess a pride that is well-founded. Within the magical realm, some hold the belief that the magical prowess of house elves is intrinsically linked to their master's commands. Their magic serves their master, and the more challenging the command, the more extraordinary their magical abilities become. There are even those who assert that the magical potential of elves knows no bounds. With a sufficient number of elves and a master whose will is resolute, it is conceivable that they could conjure a world. Zhang Hao believes that the former argument holds considerable merit, while the latter is merely nonsensical. Magic is inherently intertwined with willpower. Indeed, a robust determination can enhance magical prowess. However, to claim that there exists no limit is simply implausible. During the wars in which wizards conquered other magical beings, the fairies were once free entities. If their magical capabilities were truly boundless, how then could they have fallen to human dominion? Yet, from another perspective, these dubious assertions symbolize the wizard's acknowledgement of the fairies' magical abilities. Enchanting a castle with a protective barrier should pose no challenge for the fairies. So why delay? Zhang Hao urged the fairies, remember, the barrier must be fortified, powerful, and discreet, ideally enduring forever. As you wish, my master. Zhang Hao held a profound affection for the Collinsville Castle, which served as his regal retreat in England. No amount of reverence could ever be deemed excessive. Enlisting the assistance of fairies to fortify its defenses was merely the initial step. In the future, he might contemplate additional arrangements, such as enacting a loyalty enchantment or establishing a magical formation. The castle boasted 3 towers, and the prospect of installing a magic crystal cannon would be even more splendid. Ideally, it would be concealed within a dimension of its own, ensuring its utmost safety. The following day, Zhang Hao honored an invitation to the Ministry of Magic. Shortly after his departure, the castle's trading agent, Charlie Smith, returned for another visit. However, upon arriving at the banks of the Lees River, they were met with the astonishing sight of the renowned Collinsville Castle having vanished. Heavens! Am I dreaming? Smith exclaimed in disbelief. Where is the castle? The magnificent Collinsville Castle has inexplicably disappeared. A chilling sensation crept down the spines of the group, as though they were under the scrutiny of some enigmatic presence. Could it be a ghost? Are you jesting? How could such a thing as a ghost exist? Then tell me, why has the castle vanished? How shall we explain this to the company? Very well. I concede there may be ghosts. I believe we should leave post haste. Indeed, Let the professionals investigate. This matter is beyond us. Smith and his companions swiftly departed the scene, only to be soon followed by a throng of individuals, including police officers and reporters. They scoured the vicinity for an extended period but found no trace of the once celebrated castle. Before long, the extraordinary tale made its way into the newspapers. Shock! A mysterious tycoon has performed such an act upon his own castle. A terrifying spectacle. The castle has mysteriously vanished. And surely you recognize its owner. Hilarious. A mysterious magnate purchases a British castle, only for it to disappear 2 months later. Who would buy a castle that is destined to vanish? Various sensational headlines flooded the public consciousness. Yet, the content bore striking similarities, stating, "The renowned Collinsville Castle in Staffordshire has mysteriously disappeared. Related parties reveal that the owner, the affluent Zhang Hao from Huaxia, has also vanished." The convergence of all intriguing elements, celebrities, treasures, and mysterious occurrences, propelled the news across the globe as if it had sprouted wings. Subsequently, experts from various fields, akin to explorers discovering a new continent, arrived in droves to uncover the truth. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, he had inadvertently added another unsolved enigma to the world. At that moment, he was engaged in a protracted negotiation with Fudge at the Ministry of Magic. Although privileges had been tentatively secured, certain details remained contentious. "Minister, I have already pledged to Dumbledore regarding the patent registration. You must comprehend the implications," he stated solemnly. "A potent white magic attack spell. What tremendous benefits could this bring to the British magical community? And yet, I merely seek a modicum of privilege. And you dare to ask for compensation? Sir, please remain calm. Perhaps after hearing my explanation, you will understand my predicaments," Fudge replied with resignation. "The ministry is not solely my dominion. Many prioritize immediate gains, as you are well aware. If you cannot silence their objections, they will never acknowledge your privileges. The absence of a single stamp on a document could later become an excuse for certain individuals to undermine you." "Who are these individuals you speak of?" Zhang Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. "Is someone conspiring against me?" "Not at present," Fudge replied with a shrug. "But who can predict what the future may hold?" Zhang Hao secretly chuckled to himself. Fudge was indeed a renowned politician in the magical realm, seeking to gain advantages from baseless matters. His scheming was quite audacious. "Minister, since you are insistent on providing funds, I too have additional requests," Zhang Hao calmly stated. "My previous demand for privileges was merely to allow the use of apparition freely off campus. Now, I wish to broaden the scope of these privileges." "What do you mean?" Fudge furrowed his brow. "Please clarify, as I find myself somewhat perplexed." "It is quite simple," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "I require you to lift all restrictions. The money is not an issue. 1,000 galleons to unlock a spell," he continued. "The standard spells number in the hundreds, if not thousands. And paying 1,000 galleons to unlock a single incantation is indeed a significant investment. However, this is a blatant disregard for the laws of the magical world. How many would permit such an occurrence?" Zhang Hao and Fu Ji were both pondering the matter, and for a moment, the minister's office was enveloped in silence. What? Is this truly a perplexing dilemma? Zhang Hao harbored doubts regarding Fudge's agreement. He epitomized the archetype of a politician, whose actions were invariably dictated by self-interest. The early acquisition of certain privileges by a student would hardly wield significant influence over the entirety of the magical realm. Even if such matters were to be disclosed, it would merely result in a slight loss of face for the Ministry of Magic. Yet, the Ministry, having already endured the humiliation of losing face during the tumultuous rise of Voldemort 2 decades prior, was hardly concerned by such trivialities. As anticipated, Fudge acquiesced, expressing his resignation. "Very well, we shall proceed as you wish. I will arrange for the magical assessment. Please wait a moment." With that, he exited the office. Shortly thereafter, a young wizard entered, politely inquiring, "Are you Mr. Zhang Hao? The minister requests your presence for the magical assessment. He has sent me to escort you." Zhang Hao nodded and followed the young wizard to the second underground floor. This level belonged to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where the assessment of magic was conducted under the auspices of the Ministry of Magic. In essence, the purpose of magical assessment was primarily to ascertain whether a wizard's self-created spells fell under the category of dark magic. Should a spell be classified as dark magic, it would be subjected to stringent regulations. The current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was Amelia Burns, whom Zhang Hao had met previously. In addition to her, many influential figures from the magical community were present at the assessment site, including Cornelius Fudge, Albus Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy, Rufus Scrimgeour, Arthur Weasley, and Barty Crouch. In short, all those who wielded a certain degree of power within the Ministry of Magic were in attendance. Fudge was engaged in persuading several individuals, what one might refer to as public relations. He was merely exercising a power he was destined to possess in the future, something everyone could comprehend. He addressed a rather traditional wizard, stating, "We restrict underage wizards from using magic primarily to protect them, correct? If it is determined that they can wield magic safely, then such restrictions become obsolete. In light of this, why not ease the limitations? Minister, Mr. Zhang Hao has arrived." The young wizard reported to Fudge before departing with a flourish. "Minister, it seems you have encountered some difficulties?" Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Oh, no. That won't be necessary. You go about your business." Fudge waved his hand dismissively. "Seek out Amelia. She will guide you through the magical assessment, addressing you in private, yet calling you by your title in public. How delightfully bureaucratic." Zhang Hao shook his head and turned to seek out Mrs. Burns. He faintly heard Fudge promising the stern wizard a series of benefits, as well as acquiescing to some previously denied requests. Clearly, Fudge was going all out this time. If someone were to catch wind of these vulnerabilities, he might very well be ousted from his position. In the face of such a predicament, the best course of action for him would be to drag everyone down with him. "Mr. Zhang Hao, I did not expect that upon our reunion you would have achieved such remarkable magical prowess," Mrs. Burns kindly remarked. "I have heard your name mentioned by my niece. You have made quite a splash at Hogwarts." "Mrs. Burns, you flatter me," Zhang Hao humbly replied. "I am merely a minor wizard who happened to invent a spell." "Oh, you needn't be so modest," Mrs. Burns chuckled. "I am well aware of the happenings at Hogwarts. Nothing escapes my notice. Now, let us put aside the pleasantries and proceed to help you with the spell assessment. If it turns out to be dark magic, do not expect an easy time. Rest assured," Zhang Hao declared with confidence. "I guarantee that there is no magic purer than the Sunflower." "Let us hope so," she responded. The assessment commenced swiftly, with the Ministry of Magic providing various test subjects for Zhang Hao to bombard with the Sunflower in succession. The final test involved a living specimen. They brought forth a magical creature known for its high resistance to spells. This creature, called a sludge monster, inhabits the marshes of Manchac in America and is quite a repugnant species. The sludge monster often floats in the water, resembling actual sludge, but when animals wander nearby, it strikes with the swiftness of a shark, dragging its unfortunate prey into the mire. Due to its physical characteristics, the sludge monster is impervious to physical attacks and possesses an exceptionally high magical resistance. Thus, encountering a sludge monster in the marsh is a most unfortunate event for many wizards. Its primary purpose, however, is to serve as a subject for magical experimentation. Before Zhang Hao stood a stagnant mud creature, now as still as a dried clump of earth affixed to the wall. The staff member doused it with a refreshing cascade of water, prompting it to absorb the liquid with remarkable swiftness and swell in size before launching an assault on the nearby wizard. "Sir, please hurry," urged the besieged wizard, as he utilized magic to restrain the mud creature's movements. His voice tinged with urgency, he exclaimed, "We cannot contain it for long." Zhang Hao, undeterred, promptly unleashed the solar flare upon the sludge monster. A brilliant beam of blinding light descended upon the creature, evaporating its moisture at an astonishing rate. With a sound akin to a muffled croak, the sludge monster became utterly motionless, a gaping hole forming in its body as it was completely desiccated. The staff attempted to replenish its water, yet it remained inert. This sludge monster was deceased. "Oh, apart from the fiery curse," the staff marveled. "We have discovered another method to vanquish the sludge monster." "Excellent. The evaluation results are in." Ms. Burns nodded and stated, "I believe this spell should be categorized as a mechanical spell with a lethality rating of S-class. Does anyone dissent?" The term mechanical spell refers to spells that disregard magical resistance. Examples include disarmament spells, illumination spells, unlocking spells, the shadowless blade, swarm of birds, and binding spells. These magics, whether directly or indirectly, yield solely physical effects. Beyond mechanical spells, magic is further divided into categories such as white magic, black magic, and transmutation spells. The solar flare derives its destructive power from intense heat, justifying its classification as a mechanical spell. It seems uncontroversial to categorize the solar flare as an S-class mechanical spell, placing its potency on par with the death curse. However, as a mechanical spell, it is likely to be more favored than the death curse. The advent of the solar flare signifies that ordinary wizards, even without resorting to dark magic, can effectively contend with dark wizards. From another perspective, should the solar flare be widely disseminated, the number of dark wizards would significantly diminish. If the power of mechanical spells is sufficiently formidable, who would still choose to wield the mind-altering dark magic? As the evaluation of the spell concluded, Ms. Burns inquired one last time, "So, do you confirm your intent to register the solar flare for patent, Mr. Zhang Hao?" This implies that wizards across the globe will have the opportunity to learn this spell. Zhang Hao cast a glance at Dumbledore and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I confirm." At his words, applause erupted from the crowd, regardless of whether it was genuine or feigned. In that moment, every gaze directed towards Zhang Hao was filled with respect. "Ah, how splendid!" Fudge exclaimed with a smile. "Mr. Zhang Hao, we shall now bestow upon you the third-class medal of the Order of Merlin in the presence of numerous wizards. Please proceed to the 8th floor." Thus, a throng of wizards made their way to the subterranean 8th floor. In front of the Monument of Magical Power, a multitude had gathered, including professors from Hogwarts. Oh! And some young wizards, accompanied by their parents, had also arrived. Some were even Zhang Hao's classmates. Fudge delivered a speech before formally introducing Zhang Hao to the Assembly of Wizards. The reporters from the Daily Prophet fervently clicked their cameras, capturing Zhang Hao from various angles. Wizards who had received the news beforehand clustered together, fervently discussing amongst themselves, striving to disseminate every scrap of information they possessed, some raising their voices in excitement. "Look how young he is. To create a spell at such a tender age is truly astonishing. Indeed, my little fool is the same age. Yet he can't even manage the disarming charm. Inventing a spell is a perilous endeavor. I wonder how he succeeded. The realm of genius is beyond our comprehension. I've always aspired to create my own incantation, and his emergence has ignited a glimmer of hope within me. Thank Merlin. By Merlin's beard, how fortunate his parents must be. I wish my child were as astute as he is." As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the Ministry of Magic staff finalized their preparations. Fudge bellowed using a sonorous charm. "Please, quiet down." Once the noise had subsided somewhat, he continued, "Mr. Zhang Hao, a first-year student at Hogwarts, has exhibited exceptional intellect by creating a new spell. Today marks the day he registers this incantation for a patent. Oh, I believe everyone understands what this entails. Indeed, it signifies that anyone willing to pay the price will have the opportunity to learn this spell. Therefore, in recognition of Mr. Zhang Hao's contributions to the magical community, the Order of Merlin has decided to award him the third-class medal. Let us all congratulate him." Just before the wizards succumbed to drowsiness, Fudge concluded his lengthy proclamation. He affixed the medal onto Zhang Hao's chest and led the applause. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, with everyone clapping. Had it been anyone else, they might have fainted from the excitement. Yet, throughout it all, Zhang Hao remained composed, a faint smile gracing his lips. His unpretentious demeanor garnered admiration from many. At long last, the award ceremony concluded. Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet, sought to interview Zhang Hao, but was promptly dismissed by a wave of his hand. This woman not only possessed a striking appearance, but also had a knack for sensationalism in her interviews. She relished criticizing every facet of the magical community. And had she been allowed to conduct an interview, one could only imagine how she would twist his words. Zhang Hao felt a stir within his heart and silently contemplated, what if I were to acquire the Prophet's Daily? This thought lingered in his mind for but a fleeting moment before being dismissed, as there was no immediate necessity for such a decision. Once the awarding ceremony concluded, the wizards departed in their respective directions. Zhang Hao and Fudge returned to the minister's office, where their handover was far from complete. "Mr. Zhang, here are your patent certificate and authorization letter," Fudge said, handing Zhang a stack of documents with a smile. "With these, you shall possess the right to wield magic outside of school. However, remember that the unforgivable curses remain off-limits. That is non-negotiable." "Rest assured, Minister," Zhang replied, nodding. "I harbor no fondness for dark magic. I shall arrange for Gringotts to transfer 2 million galleons to the ministry. 200 spells should suffice for my needs." "Excellent. Your ambition is truly commendable. If there is nothing further, you may proceed to the Department of Magical Transportation for your apparition test." Fudge seemed to recall something and added, "Dumbledore is waiting for you in the reception room. He appears to have something to discuss." "Is that so? Then I shall take my leave," Zhang acknowledged, bidding farewell to the minister. Indeed, Dumbledore awaited Zhang in the reception room, but he had no pressing matters. He merely cautioned Zhang to exercise prudence with magic. It seemed that everyone was keen to prevent any magical mishaps, which left Zhang feeling somewhat exasperated. as if he were perceived as unreliable. After parting with Dumbledore, Zhang eagerly made his way to the Department of Magical Transportation. He was quite familiar with the place, having dealt with it during his previous encounter with the Flu Network. Perhaps due to Fudge's prior communication, the director of the department wasted no time and swiftly facilitated Zhang's testing. At last, Zhang was granted the freedom to use apparition at will. While this visit to the Ministry of Magic concluded successfully, it did not signal the end of Zhang's journey in London, as he still needed to make a trip to Diagon Alley. After all, there was a phoenix egg awaiting him at Gringotts. Zhang Hao was filled with anticipation for the phoenix egg. In comparison, the privileges and medals he had recently acquired seemed utterly insignificant. It was precisely this sentiment that rendered him somewhat impatient. The Ministry of Magic had a fireplace connected to the leaky cauldron, eliminating the need for an arduous journey outside. After a series of twists and turns, Zhang Hao once again arrived at Gringotts. The goblins were as industrious as ever, engrossed in their financial endeavors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao followed Muller to the third floor of Gringotts, where he encountered Luke in an exquisitely appointed office. The previous letter had been penned by this very goblin. Until today, the task of capturing the Phoenix had been handled between Hagrid and Luke. Thus, this marked Zhang Hao's inaugural meeting with Luke, who appeared to recognize him and courteously remarked, "Mr. Zhang Hao, you have finally arrived. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Hao curtly replied, "Let us swiftly get to the point. Our time is precious, is it not? Goblins are invariably motivated by monetary gain, and cultivating friendships with them is a futile endeavor. Hence, Zhang Hao refrained from excessive cordiality. I greatly admire your straightforwardness. There are few like you among humans," Luke stated bluntly. "The wizard who completed the task has placed the phoenix egg in the vault, and I shall escort you to retrieve it now." Gringotts' role in this matter was merely as an intermediary and notary. Zhang Hao needed only to liaise with the goblins, while the payment in galleons would be dispersed by Gringotts to the wizard who secured the phoenix egg. Throughout this process, Zhang Hao was expected to provide only the remuneration. Before long, Luke led Zhang Hao in a cart to Vault 103. Luke raised a finger, and with a swift motion, the vault door creaked open with an unusual sound. Inside, there lay a large metallic box, now glowing a fierce red, too hot to touch. The phoenix egg would continuously emit intense heat, and once this condition ceased, the phoenix would commence a new phase of life. "Are you prepared to take it?" Luke inquired. "What preparations must I undertake?" Zhang Hao asked, furrowing his brow. "If you know anything, please inform me, and I shall compensate you." Luke produced 2 thick gloves from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Hao. Shaking his head as he spoke, "Our encounters with the phoenix have been few. We only know that to forge a bond with it, one must possess the strength to command its respect. Moreover, one's heart must be sufficiently proud." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao remained silent as he carefully placed the phoenix egg into a pre-prepared large bag. Together with Luke, they returned to the ground in a small cart. They spent some time completing the remaining formalities. "Mr. Zhang Hao, your vault has only a limited amount of galleons left. Would you like to exchange more?" Luke inquired with a smile. "We have reserved 10 million galleons for your exchange." The circulation of galleons is not widespread across the globe. At least in the realm of Chinese wizards, galleons are not utilized for transactions. Instead, they use another currency, the Great Golden Yuan. The fairies have long aspired to introduce galleons into the Chinese wizarding market, but their reserves of the Great Golden Yuan are limited, as it can only be exchanged for RMB. Given the unique circumstances within China, ordinary merchants under the fairies' control find it challenging to thrive, resulting in minimal earnings in RMB. Consequently, the fairies do not oppose the exchange of galleons for RMB by Chinese wizards. However, few Chinese wizards travel to Europe, and even fewer engage in large-scale galleon exchanges. Thus, the fairies have focused their attention on Zhang Hao, the wealthiest man in China, believing that if they could extract a substantial amount of RMB from him, Gringotts might finally penetrate the Chinese wizarding market. The intricate web of interest was lost on Zhang Hao, yet he felt a twinge of caution. RMB remains highly valuable, and a significant influx into foreign hands could easily disrupt the domestic economy. As a Chinese citizen, such matters warrant vigilance. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao shook his head and replied, I certainly wish to exchange galleons, but I will do so with pounds. Oh, what a pity, Luke said, disappointment evident in his tone. If it's pounds, I fear we cannot offer you such a substantial amount of galleons. Is this how you conduct business? Zhang Hao retorted, displeased. Do you fairies have no sense of integrity? Why is it that pounds cannot be exchanged? Apologies, Luke replied, his expression stern. This is Gringotts' policy. If you wish to exchange galleons on a large scale, it must be done using RMB. Indeed, there was an issue at hand. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Zhang Hao's eyes as he coldly inquired, so, in terms of dollars, how many gold galloons can you exchange for me? 10,000. Luke replied, raising his finger, that's the only amount I can offer. And what about in pounds? Zhang Hao pressed further. In pounds, it would be 5,000. Luke's irritation grew palpable. What if I were to use francs? That would yield merely 100. And in yen? No exchange. The devaluation is indeed quite severe. Zhang Hao mused to himself that he would inevitably seize all of their gold galleons. Maintaining a facade of composure, he remarked, then let it be 15,100. 10,000 in dollars, 5,000 in pounds, and 100 in francs. Oh, that is unacceptable. Luke shook his head in disapproval. Such an exchange is not permitted. It must be, Zhang Hao asserted with righteous indignation. You stated 10,000 in dollars, 5,000 in pounds, and 100 in francs. Did you not just say that? Are you now reneging on your word? But I never said you could exchange them simultaneously. Luke glared at Zhang Hao, frustration evident in his voice. No one has ever done this before. I believe you should reconsider, Zhang Hao said with ulterior motives. If you refuse to facilitate this exchange, I shall summon a cadre of sorcerers to assist me. If I desire it, there will always be a way to procure gold galleons, will there not? Luke's lips moved, yet he was at a loss for words, ensnared in contemplation. Very well, you have triumphed. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded, this shall be the only exception. It will not happen again. Zhang Hao smiled and said, that is correct. Rules are rigid, and we must always find ways to adapt. You may leave now. Luke, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, your gold will subsequently be placed into your treasury. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt as though his heart were being scratched by a cat. He had finally procured a phoenix egg, yet he found himself at a loss on how to tame it. What to do? He sighed and murmured to himself. Perhaps I should first fetch Lilith. As soon as he uttered those words, his figure began to contort. With a sharp crack, he materialized in the wooden cabin nestled within the forest. Lilith strolled through the nursery, her lips still murmuring that enigmatic melody. Sensing the surge of magic, she glanced up just as Zhang Hao landed. Ah, you've arrived, she exclaimed. Indeed, I have come to escort you. Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Is there anything else you wish to take with you? Nothing of great importance, Lilith replied, casting a glance at the herbs beneath her feet. These plants require care. I must return to tend to them. Zhang Hao had long observed that this nursery cultivated numerous rare herbs. Some of these herbs had undergone countless cycles of withering and flourishing. The soil beneath had even transformed into a medicinal mud. Should Severus Snape lay eyes upon this nursery, it is likely that he would leap for joy. Even if Lilith did not express it, Zhang Hao had no intention of relinquishing this nursery. He nodded, stating, it is indeed beneficial to return and check on it regularly. This nursery requires diligent care. Do you have an affection for this nursery? Lilith remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of mischief. Your gaze upon this nursery resembles that of certain humans when they behold wealth. Ah, of course. I cherish this nursery. It saves me a considerable amount of money. Zhang Hao raised his hand and confidently declared, extend your hand to me, and I shall escort you home. Lilith extended her delicate hand, as flawless as jade, and gently placed it in the palm of Zhang Hao. A sense of tension unexpectedly surged within Zhang Hao, prompting him to refrain from further contemplation as he hastily activated the apparition. With a crack, in an instant, Zhang Hao found himself back in the castle. The brevity of this journey left him with a slight queasiness in his stomach. Lilith placed a hand gently on his back, offering a few reassuring pats before inquiring, how do you feel? Thank you. Zhang Hao responded with a nod. I feel much better. Your body is still quite young. making it unsuitable for frequent apparition, Lilith remarked softly. Insufficient physical strength makes it easier to become disembodied during the transition. I will take heed of your advice. Zhang Hao smiled. Your concern is deeply appreciated. Lilith began to survey the room, while the little sprites discreetly observed her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao then addressed Lilith, stating, there are numerous rooms within the castle. You may choose any one you like. Lilith appeared rather indifferent about her accommodation, instead pointing at the phoenix egg on the table. Inquiring, do you wish to enslave a phoenix? The term enslave seemed rather harsh. Zhang Hao replied helplessly, I would much prefer to befriend it. With a playful laugh. Lilith retorted, you are just as hypocritical as other humans. You clearly desire to dominate it, yet claim to wish for friendship. Zhang Hao conceded, I admit. It was somewhat excessive of me to extract it from the volcano without consent. He continued in a somber tone, but I had no choice. Otherwise, it would not grant me the opportunity to befriend it. Lilith observed Zhang Hao with keen interest, as though she had never encountered him before. So, have you devised a plan to befriend it? She asked. No. Zhang Hao replied irritably. Do you not see my distress? After saying this, he opened a book, one that pertained to phoenixes. The realm of magic also harbors its share of idlers, who, in moments of boredom, propose various inexplicable theories. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao contemplated for a moment and resolved to experiment with this method. He unsheathed a small knife and inflicted a cut upon his finger, allowing the crimson droplets to cascade onto the phoenix egg. Alas, the situation took a dire turn. The instant the blood touched the egg, it evaporated into thin air. A wisp of azure smoke ascended, as if the phoenix had released a jesting sigh, mocking Zhang Hao in the process. What are you doing? Lilith inquired with curiosity. Do you require my assistance? Oh, no need for that. I can manage on my own. Zhang Hao proclaimed, brandishing his wand and uttering the incantation. Episki, heal as before. The gash inflicted by the knife vanished swiftly, as though it had never existed. I wasn't referring to the wound, Lilith said with a smile, pointing at the phoenix egg. Your recent approach was partially correct. Would you like me to teach you the other half? Zhang Hao paused for a moment, suddenly grasping the meaning of the words. With a glimmer of excitement, he inquired, you possess knowledge of how to forge a pact with a phoenix? Indeed, Lilith replied nonchalantly. The method is derived from the memories passed down through the elves. In the realm of Warcraft, Kale can summon a fire phoenix. I suspect there is a familial connection between elves and phoenixes. Ah, truly, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. It is remarkable how fortune can be found without effort. Please assist me, O beautiful, noble, and generous goddess. Zhang Hao urged eagerly. You will help me, won't you? Alas, for the sake of the phoenix, I suppose I can disregard my principles, giggled Lilith, covering her mouth. You needn't flatter me so. I would certainly be willing to assist you. However, the method to contract with a phoenix is inherently challenging. Success is not guaranteed. Just tell me, and should I fail, the blame will rest on my shoulders. Zhang Hao declared grandly. Will we require any rare materials? As long as they are not extinct, I can procure them. His financial prowess was not to be underestimated. Having already secured a phoenix egg, what other materials could be elusive? Indeed, certain materials are necessary, Lilith pondered, lowering her gaze. However, I can only recall their appearances. Do you have any clever ideas? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao hastily produced a stack of pristine white paper and laid it flat before Lilith. He offered her paints and brushes. Yet she did not accept any of them. Instead, she merely extended her delicate fingers to touch the surface, and in an instant, vivid images materialized upon the paper. Within mere moments, Lilith had conjured a dozen illustrations. These depictions were remarkably lifelike. Referencing them would undoubtedly simplify the search for materials. What if I enlist the little sprites to assist? Zhang Hao pondered inwardly. They are cost-effective, possess great abilities, and take immense pleasure in aiding their master. Ah, it seems I may not have enough sprites at home. Suddenly, he noticed several distinct sheets of paper. Upon them were depicted oval-shaped eggs adorned with an intricate array of mysterious glyphs resembling arcane symbols. What do these designs signify? They are talismans, Lilith exclaimed. Surely, You did not think that once you gather the materials, merely soaking the phoenix egg would suffice? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao cast another glance at the runes inscribed on the paper, feeling an overwhelming sense of bewilderment. With such a multitude of runes, not a single character could afford to be erroneous. It seemed that he would once again have to resort to the realm of illusions. Familiarize yourself with the castle. I shall seek out individuals to gather materials. The duration of a phoenix's rebirth is not fixed. The older the phoenix, the longer the process of rebirth tends to be. The phoenix in Zhang Hao's possession was said to be comparable in size to a dragon, indicating that its age could very well be immeasurable. For such a phoenix, a rebirth lasting 3 to 5 months is quite common, and a span of a year and a half would not be surprising either. However, this particular phoenix's rebirth has already exceeded half a year, not long after the commencement of the new academic term. Zhang Hao learned of the phoenix's impending rebirth from Hage, and now a whole year has elapsed. Thus, the time for the phoenix's resurrection is drawing to a close. Since the day the task of material collection was assigned, Zhang Hao has kept a vigilant watch over the phoenix egg, observing that its temperature has been steadily declining, as if all warmth has been absorbed within its shell. How is the material collection progressing? Lilith languidly reclined on the sofa, her entire form appearing as though devoid of bones. She wore a delicate yellow dress, her petite feet partially concealed, and if certain predatory beings were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly emit howls under the moonlight in anticipation. At this moment, she was engrossed in perusing a comic book, occasionally exchanging casual remarks with Zhang Hao, which also pertained to the egg. Zhang Hao pressed his forehead and remarked, I have adopted another 20 little sprites. They diligently search each day, yet they have only managed to locate a few common materials. Do you think some materials might have already become extinct? Perhaps, Lilith replied nonchalantly. If that is the case, your luck would indeed be rather unfortunate. To her, the phoenix held great significance for Zhang Hao, but it was merely an intriguing creature to her. She continued casually. I have encountered some materials in the dark forest. Perhaps we should seek them out. Are we heading to the forbidden forest? Zhang Hao pondered. That proposal is acceptable. When shall we depart? Anytime. Lilith responded. I believe you should find a way to delay the phoenix's rebirth, allowing ample time to search for materials. Delay the rebirth? Zhang Hao frowned and inquired. What can be done to postpone it? We are quite familiar with one another. Why not speak plainly? Lilith smiled softly and explained. The phoenix's rebirth requires the absorption of a significant amount of heat. You might find a way to cool that egg down. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before carrying the egg into the kitchen. The castle's kitchen was vast, equipped with an array of modern culinary tools. Some electronic devices often malfunction due to magical interference, and Zhang Hao had been contemplating whether to resolve this issue once and for all. However, for now, it would be prudent to attend to the matter of the phoenix. After rummaging around the kitchen for a short while, he discovered a spacious refrigerator and carefully placed the phoenix egg inside. Master, do you intend to consume the phoenix egg? Inquired a rather naive little sprite, obliviously. I have yet to attempt cooking with a phoenix egg. If the result is unsatisfactory, please forgive me, dear master. Zhang Hao, in a state of detachment, remarked, starting tomorrow, you need not work in the kitchen any longer. Go out and gather materials. Yes, master. The figure he left behind appeared so forlorn that the other little spirits felt a deep sympathy for him. Oh, poor Kor. We must not emulate him. He has angered the master. Is it forbidden to eat the phoenix egg? Why would the master be upset? Do not concern yourself with such matters. It is wiser not to follow Kor's example. Some questions are best left unasked. Ahem. Zhang Hao cleared his throat, and the little spirits immediately fell silent. He cautioned. This egg is to be kept in the freezer. No one is to touch it except for me. You must keep a vigilant watch over it. Do you understand? Rest assured, master, we shall not allow anyone to lay a finger on it. With the little spirit's assurances, Zhang Hao felt at ease and ventured into the forbidden forest with Lilith. The forest cabin remained as tranquil as ever. Zhang Hao inquired curiously, why are there no other creatures here? It seems I've only encountered fireflies and a few birds. This is my territory. Those animals dare not approach, Lilith replied casually. There used to be the occasional 8-eyed giant spider here, but they have since vanished. Did you slay those 8-eyed giant spiders? Zhang Hao asked, intrigued. Indeed. I have dispatched many peculiar magical beasts, Lilith confirmed with a nod. Ah, in your terms, they're all extraordinary creatures. Zhang Hao fell into a moment of silence before, with a teasing tone, remarked, I never would have guessed that you possess such a lethal edge. It has been said by humanity that the most exquisite things often conceal the greatest dangers, have they not? Lilith chuckled softly in the depths of the dark forest. If one cannot establish their territory, endless adversaries will persistently intrude. In such circumstances, one cannot find solace to rest. The only means to delineate one's domain is through warfare. Zhang Hao deeply resonated with the sentiment, an inch of land demands an inch of blood. This phrase is not to be taken lightly. Every sovereign of a territory should bear it in mind. Let us proceed. The materials I have encountered lie deep within the shadowy forest. With that, Lilith gracefully stepped forward. Venturing into the depths of the forbidden forest, the crystal shoes adorning her feet crunched delicately upon the withered branches, producing a crisp sound. Zhang Hao followed closely behind, casting a vigilant glance around. The forest is referred to as the Forbidden Forest precisely because of its inherent dangers. In comparison to the surroundings of Hogwarts, the area near the wooden cabin within the forest is even more perilous. Zhang Hao has confirmed that this place is situated at least 50 kilometers from Hogwarts. The exact direction remains uncertain, yet it is assured that the lair of the Acromantula lies somewhere behind. Furthermore, the Centaur tribe may not be far off, possibly within close proximity. There is even a chance of encountering a unicorn. Zhang Hao glanced at Lilith, pondering whether this enchanting witch had ever taken the life of a unicorn. The perils of the Forbidden Forest are indeed notorious, despite Lilith leading the way. Zhang Hao still faced certain dangers. He found himself targeted by a flying serpent. This serpent was exceptionally swift, reminiscent of the feathered serpent deity from ancient Egyptian mythology. Adorned with delicate wings and flicking its scarlet tongue, its gaze was chillingly indifferent, causing anyone it focused upon to involuntarily shiver with trepidation. Zhang Hao, too, endured and persevered. Yet ultimately, he launched his attack first. However, the serpentine creature capable of flight exhibited an intellect akin to that of a human. It deftly evaded the incantations with remarkable swiftness and darted toward Zhang Hao like an arrow. Had it not been for Zhang Hao's prompt invocation of protective armor, the consequences could have been dire. Although he managed to shield himself in time, he was still toppled by the onslaught of the flying serpent. It was only through the intervention of Lilith that this peculiar creature was vanquished. This marked Zhang Hao's inaugural encounter with Lilith's prowess. With merely a pointed finger, she immobilized the flying serpent midair. Zhang Hao then witnessed, with astonishment, the serpent engulfed in flames, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. The entire spectacle unfolded without a wand, incantation, or any other gestures, clearly indicating yet another enigmatic system of magic. Yet for Zhang Hao, the intricacies of magical systems no longer posed a technological barrier. After all, he was a man who had discerned the very essence of magic. Any form of magic he had laid eyes upon, given sufficient time, could be unraveled. Goodness, was it not merely an experiment? With a laboratory that allowed for infinite iterations. What magic could not be conjured? Zhang Hao is imbued with such confidence that, given ample time, he could seamlessly fuse magic with nuclear weaponry. There is nothing that cannot be conjured, be it cat-eared maidens, rabbit-eared maidens, or computer maidens. However, for now, it is prudent to humbly follow in the footsteps of the masters and observe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as Zhang Hao remained vigilant of the lurking dangers around him. He could not suppress his unscrupulous thoughts. At long last, they stumbled upon the first material. It was a plant exuding a sinister black vapor, evoking an aura of malevolence. Upon its branches were buds resembling zongzi. Among the materials listed by Lilith, the flower buds were indeed required. This must be it, Lilith remarked with a smile. What shall we call it? Zhang Hao pondered, stroking his chin. How about we name it Black Zongzi? What do you think of this idea? Black Zongzi? Lilith echoed. Though it sounds a bit awkward, let it be. I am uncertain of its potential dangers. She observed the Black Zongzi cautiously and added, how should we handle it? Do you have any thoughts? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was somewhat taken aback. If that were the case, then this dark dumpling was indeed quite manageable. Firstly, it requires drying, which means that even when exposed to the air, sunlight will not diminish its efficacy. Other herbs with similar applications merely need to be preserved intact. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao grasped an object in his hand, narrowly evading a strike to his head. only to be struck by the black vine upon his chest. He staggered backward several steps, at last escaping the reach of the vine's assault. The black vine writhed in the air for a moment before finally burrowing back into the earth. Zhang Hao clutched his chest, grimacing as he exclaimed, "It truly isn't that simple. What shall we do?" Lilith replied nonchalantly, "It appears we must eliminate it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and recited the incantation once more. Solar flare. A beam of light, as thick as an arm, surged forth like an immense sword of radiance. Zhang Hao wielded the glowing sword, sweeping it in a circle to sever all the vines. The black Zongzi finally lost its will to resist, trembling there in solitude as if it sensed its impending fate. Zhang Hao, panting heavily from exhaustion, feigned complaint, "Lilith, why aren't you assisting me? Look at how fatigued I am." In the realm of social interaction, the dominant party must learn to exhibit vulnerability, allowing the other to feel the potential for mutual assistance. Only through this can both parties truly appreciate the significance of their togetherness. Lilith's demeanor appeared excessively composed. She refused to act unless confronted with danger. In light of this, Zhang Hao felt it essential to inject some variety into their circumstances. Otherwise, it would not be long before Lilith grew weary of their current existence. "I must remain vigilant of the dangers that may arise. After all, this is the dark forest." Lilith innocently remarked, "I thought you could handle it yourself." "Well, you were correct. One must indeed exercise utmost caution here," Zhang Hao replied, taking a brief respite before donning the gas mask once more. This time, he successfully harvested over 10 flower buds before releasing the black Zongzi. Let us proceed to seek the next material. Throughout the subsequent journey, Zhang Hao continued to encounter various perils. Fortunately, Lilith's formidable strength often provided him with timely assistance. For 3 consecutive days, Zhang Hao and Lilith ventured into the dark forest by day, returning to the castle at night to rest, ultimately gathering several materials that Lilith had previously encountered. Meanwhile, the little fairies also achieved significant results, procuring a considerable amount of materials themselves. During this process, a few fairies sustained injuries, as the magical materials were not without their own defenses. Many, like the black Zongzi, were quite aggressive. With proper treatment, the injuries of the little fairies were managed effectively. Zhang Hao finally felt at ease as he began to inventory the materials. He discovered that only one type of material was still lacking. Remarkably, this material was dragon's blood. The applications of dragon's blood have now increased yet again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao ventured outside and, as expected, managed to procure a large barrel of fresh dragon's blood from Romania. This affair was orchestrated by Ron's brother, Charlie, and the two also engaged in a conversation about Norbert and Ron. Upon returning to the castle, Zhang Hao promptly sought out Lilith. Although he had gathered all the materials, he still needed to consult Lilith on how to process them. "To think you could find all the materials so swiftly," Lilith remarked with surprise, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems you were destined to have a phoenix as a pet. Such a fortune." "A mere phoenix? What sort of fortune is that?" Zhang Hao replied dismissively. "Are you aware of the headmaster of Hogwarts? Dumbledore possesses a phoenix, yet his life is far from blissful, indicating that the presence of a phoenix does not correlate with happiness." "No, you do not comprehend." Lilith elegantly savored the rose petals, speaking nonchalantly. "The lifespan of a human wizard is finite, whereas that of a phoenix is eternal. Once the contract is forged, your descendants will reap boundless benefits. This phoenix will serve your lineage of distinguished wizards even after your demise. Its tears can heal most ailments and injuries, as you surely know." "Is this contract truly so formidable?" Zhang Hao inquired, astonished. He had previously researched Fox origins in his quest to acquire a phoenix. Dumbledore's acquisition of his phoenix was rather straightforward. One day, a phoenix simply chose to ally with him, leading to a profound friendship. It now seemed plausible that perhaps Dumbledore's ancestors had also forged a contract with Fox. Moreover, this very contract might be the one Zhang Hao was about to invoke. "This is an ancient pact inherited from the natural spirits," Lilith spoke slowly. "It is uncertain how many natural spirits remain today. It is likely that no one knows of such contracts anymore." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao wholeheartedly agreed with Lilith's assertion. Indeed. The number of natural spirits was dwindling, and those of such esteemed lineage as Lilith were exceedingly rare. While a potent bloodline could indeed preserve memories, such inheritance was inherently limited. The elder elf of the Drackle family, who could not even rival Dumbledore, likely possessed a bloodline that had thinned significantly. It seems that encountering you has truly been a stroke of fortune for me. Zhang Hao jested. Lilith, I believe I have fallen for you. Would you consider marrying me in the future? As a man, it was impossible not to be moved while spending each day in the company of such an enchanting beauty. To profess love might be premature, perhaps driven by a sense of possessiveness. For Zhang Hao, his greatest frustration remained his incomplete physical development. Otherwise, humans. Lilith, clearly perceptive of Zhang Hao's thoughts, chuckled softly. I sense a lack of sincerity in your words. Love is a sacred bond for elves. I hope you reflect on this deeply. Yet, you are not merely an elf, Zhang Hao retorted, but also a demon. Demons are even more perilous. Lilith's eyes glimmered with mischief as she threatened. If I were to unleash the powers of a succubus, you might find yourself bereft of even a drop of your marrow. Her visage bore an innate allure, and were it not for her 2 pairs of sharp fangs, no man could withstand her beauty. As the days of their companionship lengthened, Zhang Hao often found himself unconsciously overlooking Lilith's formidable fangs, as if he were entranced. However, her threat served as a stern reminder, prompting him to declare earnestly, do not misuse your innate abilities. If you truly cannot restrain yourself, you may seek me out. Of course, I would prefer you exercise self-control. Lilith remained silent, yet her gaze was laden with danger. Zhang Hao felt an unsettling sense of foreboding, as though he had inadvertently embarked upon a misguided relationship. With a hint of awkwardness, he suggested, let us discuss how to forge a contract with the Phoenix. All the materials are prepared. What shall we do next? Lilith gazed at Zhang Hao for a moment before finally averting her eyes. Allow me to guide you, she replied serenely. I am not yet adept at writing, but I can assist you in the process. That sounds splendid. Zhang Hao exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. Let us proceed with that plan. Once we are finished, I shall present you with a gift that you are certain to adore. In the days that followed, they busied themselves with the preparation of materials. The task was relatively straightforward, albeit time-consuming. It took them an entire week to concoct a batch of paint. Given the paint's limited shelf life and the labor-intensive nature of drawing runes, excessive preparation would inevitably lead to waste. Have you committed those runes to memory? Lilith admonished earnestly. The entire drawing process must be executed flawlessly. Any mistakes would require us to wait for the runes to dissipate naturally before we can attempt a second time. Have no fear, Zhang Hao proclaimed confidently. If I err, I shall consume this egg. With that, he grasped the quill and dipped it into the paint, inadvertently saturating it a touch too much, causing a droplet to cascade swiftly from the tip of the pen. This droplet fell directly above the phoenix egg, and should it land upon it, all their preparations over the past week would be rendered utterly futile. Zhang Hao felt a tinge of despair. He had just boasted with great confidence, only to face the prospect of being swiftly proven wrong. More crucially, was he truly destined to consume this phoenix egg? A drop of dark red pigment was plummeting rapidly towards the resplendent golden egg. In Zhang Hao's eyes, fear was palpable. No, my egg. I do not wish to consume it. It was as if he could hear the cries of his heart. And the heavens sent forth a hand of unparalleled beauty to catch this drop of pigment. Zhang Hao had never before beheld such exquisite hands. He vowed that they were the most magnificent he had ever encountered in his life. Hey, how long will you remain in a daze? Just a moment. Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He feigned busyness and cast a subtle spell of extension upon his quill. Then, he drew all the pigment into the internal space of the quill. Now, he felt a sense of assurance. Lilith observed Zhang Hao with the gaze of a sage. This look instilled in him a peculiar illusion. He felt as though he had transformed. He vaguely recalled a sage once proclaiming, within every individual resides a fool, awaiting the moment of awakening. Whenever 2 people come together, one is destined to become the fool. Zhang Hao found this statement quite reasonable. For if there were no jesters among 2 individuals, the atmosphere during their solitary interactions would undoubtedly become exceedingly awkward. Although he concurred with the sage's words, he believed that even in the company of an unyielding individual, he would never transform into the whimsical one. However, it seems he has underestimated his own youth. When 2 composed individuals come together, it is not the level of composure that is concerning, but rather the potential for one to outshine the other in playfulness. Judging by his recent demeanor, it is evident that the jester within Zhang Hao is gradually awakening. This sensation becomes particularly pronounced when he finds himself alone with Lilith. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed that his carefully crafted persona was on the verge of crumbling. Reflecting on the words of the enigmatic figure, he began to comprehend Draco, Ron, and Harry a bit better. The reason his companions often behaved in a somewhat foolish manner might indeed be linked to him. After all, with his typically calm and carefree demeanor, how awkward would the atmosphere be if no one else acted out? Perhaps he was overthinking it. Who cares if his persona falls apart? At worst, he could merely put on a facade in front of outsiders. What need is there for a persona in front of Lilith? After all, his true self had already been unveiled. Zhang Hao felt a slight fatigue in his outstretched hand, prompting him to set aside his quill for a brief respite. After a moment, he regained his composure and finally began to write. Eccentric runes cascaded onto the egg, weaving together an unusual tapestry. As the runes multiplied, Zhang Hao levitated the phoenix egg with his magical energy, allowing it to spin slowly. Only in this manner could he ensure a fluid execution of his strokes. It was indeed a prudent decision to fill the quill with paint, sparing him the trouble of repeatedly dipping it. The inscription of the runes progressed smoothly, for he had practiced countless times within the realm of illusions. Lilith's eyes sparkled with wonder. She was acutely aware of the complexity of these runes. Even if she were to attempt it herself, achieving such perfection would be far from certain. Yet Zhang Hao? He had merely glanced at the illustrations. In fact, throughout these many days, she had not observed him practicing at all. Could it be that he truly was the reincarnation of a sage? In that moment, Zhang Hao's persona became increasingly enigmatic in Lilith's perception. 3 hours later, beads of sweat adorned Zhang Hao's brow. The depiction of the runes neared completion, with only a coin-sized area remaining on the egg. However, the closer he approached this juncture, the more cautious he needed to be. For the final runes would intertwine into a closed loop, and if the ends did not connect seamlessly, this endeavor would be deemed a failure. Zhang Hao's composure grew increasingly unruffled. He understood that at crucial moments, anxiety must be dispelled, for the more one tenses, the more prone one becomes to errors. Lilith kindly wiped the sweat from his brow, and an enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils. This unexpected aroma threatened to destabilize his hard-won focus. Fortunately, having endured myriad trials within the illusion, his heart proved far more resilient than that of the average person. External distractions were repelled, and at last, the final stroke was executed flawlessly. All the runes interconnected, forming a complex array of symbols. The phoenix egg suddenly radiated intense heat, and Zhang Hao's magical control that kept it afloat was instantly shattered. Blood. It is now your turn to offer your lifeblood. Lilith reminded him. It is in the throes of confrontation with the runes. This is its moment of greatest vulnerability. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Without you, I would have likely succumbed to it." His words were not mere flattery, had it not been for his acquaintance with Lilith. He might have searched the world in vain for a method to tame the phoenix. Oh, he must also extend his thanks to Pansy, for without her, he would never have encountered Lilith. In summary, without this series of fortunate coincidences, the phoenix egg would likely have served solely as an ingredient for broth. Once he had dealt with the phoenix egg, Zhang Hao found himself with an abundance of leisure time, redirecting his focus to the journal left behind by Edson. This journal was nearing the end of its translation, unveiling many secrets long buried in history. Besides the journal, there were also ancient parchments. October 6, 1482. Overcast and drizzly, I have finally arrived at Hogwarts. The professors and students have extended a grand welcome to me. In their faces, I see hope. Perhaps this will be my new home. September 2nd, 1483, the sun shines brightly. Hogwarts is truly a sanctuary for wizards. The spells here enchant me, and I feel fulfilled each day. I study magic while exploring the conflict between muggles and wizards. It is challenging to balance both, yet I believe it is worth the pursuit. December 10th, 1496, the sky is shrouded in clouds. It is about to snow. I have heard strange cries emanating from the forbidden forest, laced with enigma. Following the mysterious sounds, I ventured deep into the forest and stumbled upon a wooden cabin. Oh, I can scarcely believe what I have witnessed. They have given birth to a child. July 13th, 1498, a thick mist surrounds me. Lilith is 2 years old. Her parents can no longer endure the Vila and the Succubi, two races locked in mutual animosity. In my twilight years, I bear witness to such a rare love. Alas, they will not see Lilith grow up. The diary is filled with Edson's reflections on life at Hogwarts, and Zhang Hao diligently transcribed certain significant stories into another notebook. Among these revelations was the origin of Lilith. Edson had indeed met Lilith's parents, a love that transcended races and factions. How melodramatic. Even a creature like a nightmare can experience love. Did they not resemble skeletal horses? Zhang Hao had always believed that Lilith's birth was mere happenstance. However, it now appears that she too is a product of meticulous planning. Lilith has acclimated to life within the castle, and during this period, Zhang Hao has consciously avoided solitude with her, thus managing to stave off the collapse of his carefully crafted persona. The runes on the phoenix egg have gradually dimmed, and the commencement date for Hogwarts draws ever nearer. A new dilemma confronts Zhang Hao: how to face the basilisk in the forthcoming term. The serpent seems to target only half-blood wizards, and Zhang Hao does not appear to be of pure blood. The issue of the basilisk cannot be taken lightly. Where is that Horcrux fashioned from a black notebook? Voldemort's fragmented soul has ensnared Ginny Weasley, using this innocent girl to manipulate the basilisk. If only he could locate that notebook, might he prevent the Chamber of Secrets from being unearthed? But from whence did that notebook originate? Zhang Hao pondered deeply. Yet the passage of time had rendered his memories exceedingly vague. He could hardly recall the origin of that black notebook. Was it from Lihen Bookstore? Perhaps he should consider visiting there to search for answers. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao conducted an experiment, discovering that the simplest fireball spell required a mere 2 seconds for incantation. Even the swiftest wind blade technique necessitated a duration of 1.7 seconds to take form. Within such an interval, a casual disarmament spell could easily interrupt the process. In essence, modern magic could be likened to automatic handguns, while ancient magic resembled flintlock cannons. The former possesses lesser power, but operates with remarkable speed, whereas the latter boasts formidable strength, yet is hindered by its sluggish execution. The disparity in efficacy within range is evident. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zhang Hao found himself disenchanted with ancient magic. Nevertheless, he continued to translate the spell book left by Edson, for he sought to uncover a magic that would grant wizards the freedom of flight. The breathtaking scene in the film, where Death Eaters transformed into swirling black mist, soaring through the sky, left a profound impression. That is the true mode of flight that wizards should embrace. In contrast, utilizing brooms or flying carpets pales in comparison. Zhang Hao had perused numerous tomes on magic, including officially published textbooks and compilations of spells crafted by renowned figures, yet he found no reference to such a spell. It was evident that this particular magic likely did not exist in this world. If it did, it would undoubtedly be a unique skill of Voldemort. Alas, when it comes to the Death Eaters, one cannot inquire, nor dare to ask. Thus, he resolved to contemplate the matter himself. Consequently, he prioritized the development of his own flying magic. Ideally, he would find a similar spell within the magical texts left by Edson, which would spare him the arduous task of innovating from scratch. Regrettably, ancient magic also lacked the means for unrestricted flight. This absence is not difficult to comprehend. In an era of such primitive technology, if wizards could soar freely, how could muggles ever threaten them? Should a flying spell become widely accessible, even the presence of traitors within the wizarding community would exponentially increase the difficulty of wizard extermination. Never mind. What suits others may not suit oneself. It is better to create one's own. Perhaps he might even experience a surge of magical prowess, which would be quite delightful. Zhang Hao contemplated and outlined several considerations and innovative directions. Firstly, the art of flight magic must prioritize safety and practicality. Why pursue the creation of flight magic? Because it pertains to maneuverability. In comparison to apparition, flight magic offers a considerably safer alternative in combat scenarios. Regarding safety, perhaps flight magic could be integrated with protective charms, ensuring that one remains unharmed even while under attack during flight. In terms of practicality, it would be ideal for flight magic to possess rapid activation speed, swift flight velocity, agile maneuverability, and to operate without the necessity of incantations or wands. These requirements do seem rather ambitious. Zhang Hao rubbed his forehead, expressing his distress as he said, "This is merely an ideal goal. We shall strive for the best, and if we cannot achieve it, we will gradually seek solutions." In terms of innovation, one might contemplate the concepts of telekinesis flight and mimetic flight. Currently, the magical realm employs broomsticks for flight, which falls under the category of telekinesis flight. However, this method possesses significant limitations. Zhang Hao believes that we should abandon the broomsticks and transition to air manipulation or footwear flight. As for mimetic flight, it involves emulating the mechanics of birds, airplanes, and rockets, utilizing magic to conjure wings, thrusters, or propellers. Is this feasible? Zhang Hao harbored some doubts about this direction. He felt it to be even more challenging than the art of flying with qi. How difficult it is. Yet, no matter how arduous, it must be pursued. As night fell, he plunged into a mysterious illusion. The expansive realm of the illusion remained shrouded in a gray haze. In the distance lay ruins, fragments of the starry sky, and scattered corpses. A myriad of scenes ebbed and flowed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao reigned in his chaotic thoughts, succumbing to a frenzy of imagination. He envisioned himself soaring through the skies, buoyed by a mass of air. Oh no. Was it a cotton candy cloud? A rainbow-hued auspicious cloud? Or perhaps a somersaulting cloud? Having once crafted his own spell, Zhang Hao had uncovered the essence of magic, regardless of the spell conjured. One principle remains steadfast: one must first believe in the existence of such magic. The essence of magic lies in transforming the irrational into the rational. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for one individual to snatch a weapon from another across a distance, let alone to kill another without any tools, plans, or contact. Yet, in the realm of magic, all these feats become achievable. To create a spell for flight, Zhang Hao believed that the foremost requirement was to genuinely believe that he could indeed fly. This belief posed a significant challenge. For humans are destined to walk upon the earth, not to soar in the heavens. This notion is deeply ingrained, an instinct embedded in one's very being. To fly, one must first shatter these preconceived notions and conquer instinct. This is a formidable task that necessitates the aid of some extraordinary methods. I can fly. I truly can fly. I can summon the somersaulting cloud. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, fervently whispering to himself in an attempt to hypnotize his own mind. Oh, this was the only method he could conceive. The night swiftly passed, and when dawn broke, he finally managed to convince himself, albeit with great difficulty, that he could soar through the skies. However, as the illusion shattered, his confidence crumbled with it. It appeared that this was not a matter to be resolved overnight. In the ensuing days, Zhang Hao immersed himself in daydreams of flight, engaging in self-hypnosis even while dining or drinking, rendering him a figure seemingly entranced. One evening during dinner, Lilith was overwhelmed by his incessant murmurs. Hey, do you truly wish to fly? She snapped. Stop dreaming. You will never be able to fly. Zhang Hao opened his eyes in a daze, casting a resentful glance at Lilith. Her meddling had rendered his days of effort utterly futile. As time passed day by day, only 5 days remained until the commencement of classes at Hogwarts. Zhang Hao received a letter, penned by Harry. Throughout the entire holiday, he had received numerous letters. But this was the first correspondence from Harry. The letter contained a wealth of information. Harry recounted the abuse and torment he endured during the holiday. He was tightly controlled by the Dursley family, with no means of accessing anything related to magic. This letter was written after he had been rescued. His saviors were Ron, George, and Fred, who had embarked on an audacious adventure in their flying car. Zhang Hao believes that such trials are rather commendable. A savior ought to endure such tribulations. Oh, Harry, representing the Weasley family, has extended an invitation for him to visit their humble abode, which is indeed a splendid idea. Zhang Hao contemplated for a moment and concluded that a little excursion would be delightful. He had previously heard Ron mention that there resided a ghoul in their attic and some bothersome goblins in the garden. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to witness these creatures firsthand, as ghouls and goblins are indeed ancient and wondrous beings. Their existence is as long-standing as that of house elves and fairies, yet, in contrast to house elves, ghouls and goblins are not held in high regard due to their repugnant appearance and their nature as malevolent magical creatures. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao felt a compelling desire to experience this for himself. The magical realm is filled with enchantment, and he considered himself merely a rustic. Thus, he penned a letter to Harry, expressing his intent to visit the following day and kindly requesting that everyone keep a distance from the fireplace. The letter was dispatched by Carl, who returned with a response. This reply was signed by Arthur Weasley, who warmly welcomed Zhang Hao and granted him permission to enter their humble abode via the fireplace. Consequently, the invitation took on a formal tone. The next afternoon, after exchanging greetings with Lilith, Zhang Hao began to prepare himself. A first visit necessitates a certain decorum, as it is a matter of etiquette and social interactions. Oh, he must also bring gifts for everyone, as this is indeed essential. Zhang Hao certainly would not carry an excessive burden. Every pocket on his person was enchanted with an unnoticeable extension charm. To exaggerate slightly, he could probably carry the entire castle on his person. Once everything was prepared, he stood by the fireplace and uttered the incantation for his humble abode. With a resounding boom, emerald flames surged from both fireplaces, and in an instant, Zhang Hao transitioned from the castle to his modest dwelling. Ron seemed to be awaiting Zhang Hao's arrival, greeting him with a smile. "Where have you come from? Huaxia?" "No." Zhang Hao shook his head. "I didn't return home this holiday." "You didn't go home?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. "Where do you reside then?" "I heard Zhang Qiu is your cousin. Do you live together?" Not exactly," Zhang Hao replied with a hint of exasperation. "Her family traveled back to Huaxia for a vacation, and my parents are hosting them. I have some matters to attend to, so I couldn't return. Honestly." "You seem busier than an adult," Ron remarked with a pout. "Harry's here. He's feeling unwell, or he would have been waiting for you as well." "Hey, how? You finally made it," Harry said, looking quite pleased. It was certainly an improvement over his uncle's home. "Harry, I read your letter," Zhang Hao jested. "But I believe you should take it in stride. A bit of hardship is beneficial for the young." You needn't poke fun at me right upon arrival," Harry replied, slightly irritated. "If you truly think so, we can swap places. You can experience my life for a change." "Not a chance." Zhang Hao laughed heartily. "Don't even think about it. Come on, let us not linger here," Ron suggested with a grin. "My dad has gone to work, and my mom is out grocery shopping. George and Fred are playing with Harry's broom. Shall we join them for a while?" Zhang Hao held no objections to this. It was only natural for a wizard's abode to harbor the extraordinary, with creatures and flora unseen in the Muggle world. Cornsville Castle, however, was not heavily influenced by magic, hence it lacked those peculiarities. "Ron, might you take me to your garden?" Zhang Hao casually inquired during their conversation. "I recall that your garden is home to some goblins, and I have yet to catch a glimpse of those little beings." "Of course, that poses no difficulty," Ron readily agreed. Yet, he soon expressed uncertainty, however. "We just tidied up after those little fellows a few days ago, so I'm not sure if they've returned." Harry lent a hand as well. "You can ask him if you doubt me. Indeed, those goblins are rather dim-witted." Harry chimed in with amusement. "They just stood there with wide eyes. We captured them without any resistance. What amusing little creatures they are." As they continued their light-hearted banter, they made their way to the garden. Zhang Hao has been rather fortunate. A few goblins have stealthily returned. "These little nuisances," Ron lamented. "My father is far too lenient with them. We clear them out time and again, yet they always manage to find their way back." He continued to grumble, casually seizing one of the goblin's legs and hoisting it above his head. "Behold, this is a goblin." The diminutive creature stood less than a foot tall. Its skin rugged and resilient, while its bald, round head resembled a potato. "Let me go! Let me go!" The little fellow screeched, kicking and squirming in a desperate struggle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao dared to wager that the little creature must have been seeing stars. Subsequently, Ron loosened his grip, and the small goblin soared away like a cannonball into the distance. Would it not be fatal to cast it out in such a manner? The corners of Zhang Hao's mouth twitched. He perceived these goblins as mere playthings. "Oh, one must never show mercy to such beings." Harry extended his hand and remarked, "You see, the last time I hesitated for merely a moment, I ended up bitten by them." Zhang Hao cast a glance, and indeed, there was a bite mark on Harry's arm. He seized a goblin and, emulating Ron, swung it around a few times before hurling it away. The exhilaration of such an act was undeniable. It was likely to be a source of delight for many mischievous children. "Let us go find George and Fred," Ron mumbled. "I despise these little creatures. I heard your home is haunted by ghouls. Goodness, why are you always so fascinated by such things? I'll show you in a bit." "It resides just above me," he replied. George and Fred were practicing Quidditch in the air. They're using apples instead of balls. Truly remarkable talent." "Hey, Zhang Hao, you've arrived. How do you think we're flying?" Ron shouted. "It's my turn to play now." George and Fred playfully circled the area a couple of times before reluctantly landing on the ground. "How was your holiday?" George inquired with a grin. "Surely better than my foolish brothers?" "You may not know this, but Ron has been diligently practicing spells throughout the holiday," Fred teased. "He claims he intends to defeat you in the new term, leaving you utterly humiliated." Ron's face turned crimson as his brother's boastful declarations threatened to engulf him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao retrieved several items from his pocket, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Don't be foolish. How could I take this seriously? Come and see the gifts I brought for you." He produced 4 boxes, distributing one to each person. On a first visit, regardless of the nature of the relationship, it is essential to present a gift. What could this be? A foreboding sensation washed over me. George chuckled. "Do you think this rascal is planning to prank us?" "It seems quite likely." Fred chimed in. "He certainly has ill intentions. If you dislike them, you may return them to me." Zhang Hao feigned anger. "I never forced you to accept them." "No. Once you offer them, they cannot be taken back." Ron exclaimed, snatching a box and urging, "Hurry, let us open it and see what's inside." "I advise you to open them together," Zhang Hao said, feigning seriousness. "There's a surprise in store." The 4 fools exchanged glances, then simultaneously began to unwrap the boxes. Bang, 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 bang. All 4 boxes erupted with terrifying contents, causing Ron to scream in fright. A large spider leapt from his box, the kind that instills dread. Harry was struck in the face by an enormous rubber fist, leaving his nose askew. George and Fred were splattered with ink from a suddenly emerging squid, their mouths sealed shut in fear of ingesting the inky substance. "Zhang, you are truly tiresome." Harry clutched his heart, still shaken. "How could you possess such a twisted sense of humor? It's unimaginable." Ron, regaining his composure, lamented, "You scoundrel. Just as detestable as Malfoy. I am terrified of spiders. Woe is me." George and Fred, snapping back to reality, quickly cast cleaning spells on each other. "Oh, you have to open your mouths to cast spells." They ultimately ended up ingesting some ink. "Hey, this ink actually tastes rather delightful," George exclaimed in surprise. "What kind of beverage is this?" Zhang Hao chuckled, "The cola from the Muggle world. I anticipated you would enjoy it." "Ron, stop crying. You are truly embarrassing." Fred remarked with a mischievous grin, "These gifts are splendid. We truly appreciate them." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao retrieved 4 large packages from his pocket, smiling as he remarked, "Did you truly believe that was a gift? Don't be so naive. Take a look at this." "No. You can't trick me." "Boo-hoo. You must be trying to scare me." Ron was utterly unconvinced, perceiving Zhang Hao as a formidable villain. "All right, Ron, it's time for you to stop crying." George and Fred felt a sense of embarrassment at Ron's reaction and eagerly took the packages, their faces betraying a sense of anticipation. Truly, they were the most straightforward individuals at Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Harry watched cautiously from the sidelines, ready to whisk Ron away at the first sign of trouble. As the packages were slowly unwrapped, the first item revealed was a smooth broomstick handle. The twins exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. "A broomstick? I bet it is. I wager it's a Firebolt 2000. Care for a bet? Let's do it. How about a week of laundry?" For them, the prospect of merely doing a week's worth of laundry in exchange for a Firebolt 2000 was undeniably a lucrative deal. Zhang Hao smiled silently, uttering not a single word. Upon hearing the mention of brooms, Ron ceased his weeping, his wide eyes fixated eagerly on the 2 unopened packages, occasionally glancing at them with furtive anticipation. He fervently hoped that those packages contained brooms, and nothing else peculiar. At long last, George and Fred unwrapped their respective parcels. A gasp escaped their lips as they exclaimed in delight, "It's the Firebolt 2001. This is the latest model, absolutely splendid. The sleek, aerodynamic design. The broomstick's perfectly unbranched tail and the gleaming footrests rendered it the epitome of perfection." Unable to contain their excitement any longer, Harry and Ron each snatched a package and hurriedly tore it open. How? I absolutely adore you," Ron exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably. "This is the finest gift I have ever received in my life." "Get away from me," Zhang Hao playfully chided. "I fancy Daphne and Hermione. You hold no interest for me." He too felt a poignant nostalgia. As a child, one often transitioned from tears to laughter, yet in adulthood, the reverse seemed true, where laughter could easily yield to tears. Only in moments of loss does one truly appreciate the value of time. For Zhang Hao, though his body had reverted to childhood, his heart remained forever distant. At the very least, he would not find joy in a broomstick as Ron did. "What about you?" Harry inquired excitedly, clutching his broom. "Did you not prepare one for yourself?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao beamed as he said, "This is tailor-made for me. I call it the Fire Phoenix." "Oh, the wicked wealthy." His companions lamented in unison, their hands caressing the brooms as if they could all sense the fear of being crushed by capital. "I believe we should count our blessings," George optimistically remarked. "There is only one Fire Phoenix, and our Firebolt 2001 is quite splendid. Indeed, we ought to give it a try." Fred chimed in, "I assure you. This year's Quidditch will be ours." "I think you're overly naive." Ron retorted skeptically, "This scoundrel might just customize brooms for every member of Slytherin. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, trust me." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions began to twitch. If that were true, it would surely be a significant blow to Gryffindor. "No. How could that be?" Zhang Hao laughed and said, "I want to customize brooms for everyone, at most. I'll equip them all with Firebolt 2001s. What difference does that make? I knew you wouldn't easily arm the enemy." As evening fell, the companions finally tired of their antics. For the first time in their lives, they soared through the skies with reckless abandon. Everyone, except for Zhang Hao, seemed to be in a frenzy. It was only when Ginny came to call them back that they gradually settled down. In the humble abode, the Weasley family was finally reunited. "Mom, Zhang Hao gifted us flying brooms," Ron exclaimed eagerly, brandishing the broom as though he were about to take it to the lavatory. "Oh, this is far too precious. How could you accept such a gift?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed. "Don't you children have any sense of awareness?" "Molly, don't reprimand the children in front of our guest," Mr. Weasley urged. "We must not neglect our company." "Good day, Mr. Zhang Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley." Zhang Hao responded with a smile, shaking Mr. Weasley's hand. "Mom, Zhang Hao is our friend. It's perfectly normal for friends to exchange gifts." George defended, "Your words sound rather formal." "Madam, George is correct. You need not concern yourself," Zhang Hao said, smiling. "We are friends. Exchanging gifts is no matter at all." As he spoke, he produced a small gift box from his pocket. Inside was a delicate jade piece, intended for Mrs. Weasley. "Goodness, Mr. Zhang Hao, this is truly too precious." Mrs. Weasley hastily refused. "I cannot accept this. Your previous gifts have already been far too generous." Yet, her gaze lingered on the jade with evident longing. She genuinely adored the gift. "No, madam," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "I only present gifts that are fitting. I would never give anything precious without reason. These hold little value for me. However, I presume you will thoroughly enjoy them." As he spoke, he handed Mr. Weasley a book. It was an English version of an encyclopedia published by the Sun Heaven Group, detailing various aspects of mundane life in the Muggle world. The Sun Heaven Group also operated a search engine, and the Sun Heaven Encyclopedia was renowned worldwide. In the future, society would increasingly rely on online encyclopedias. And Zhang Hao certainly did not intend to overlook this opportunity. The encyclopedia in his hands was compiled using research gathered from the Sun Heaven Encyclopedia. Mr. Weasley leafed through the encyclopedia, instantly captivated by the bizarre and curious entries. "Mr. Weasley, this is an encyclopedia," Zhang Hao explained with a smile. "It documents the uses of many items in the Muggle world. I believe you will find it useful." "Oh, I am immensely grateful to you," Mr. Weasley said joyfully. "I have always wondered who could adequately explain the Muggle world to me. Little did I expect the person who knows me best would be you, Mr. Zhang Hao. I sense we could become great friends." Zhang Hao smiled gently and produced a small, exquisite pouch. He handed it to Ginny, saying with a grin, "Here are the textbooks I used last year, adorned with my various notes. I hope you find them delightful." "Is this pouch enchanted with a non-detectable extension charm?" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. "It appears remarkably elegant, and these textbooks are exceptionally well preserved." "Oh, with your annotations, I dare say I needn't worry about Ginny's studies." Just days prior, she had fretted over Ginny's textbooks, not anticipating such a swift resolution. Ginny was elated. These books surpassed those of her brothers by leaps and bounds. They seemed as pristine as ever, and anyone who laid eyes on them would never suspect they were second-hand. "Ah, there is indeed a reason for this," Zhang Hao explained. He had employed magic on these volumes. Whenever he noticed any damage, he would mend it with a flick of his wand. Thus, by the end of the academic year, those books appeared untouched. For a while, the atmosphere was electric with excitement. People have an innate fondness for generous friends, a sentiment that holds true even in the wizarding world. The Weasley couple eagerly bombarded Zhang Hao with questions, resembling an inquisitive census-taker. Perhaps they harbored intentions of exploiting Ginny, a notion that was not entirely implausible. In any case, the joyful moments flew by swiftly. After dinner, Ron took Zhang Hao to see a ghoul. For Zhang Hao, this visit concluded splendidly. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, he bid farewell to the Weasley family and Harry, using apparition to return to Collinsville Castle. However, even after his departure, discussions about him continued unabated. Goodness, how could this child perform apparition? Mrs. Weasley expressed her concern. He is merely 12. It is far too dangerous. Molly, do not overreact. Mr. Weasley shrugged. You might not be aware, but he earned that privilege shortly after the last term's holiday. He is a true prodigy. Not only has he mastered apparition at such a young age, but he has also invented a powerful spell. Who knows, he might very well be the next Dumbledore, so brace yourself. The younger generation listened in awe. Indeed, comparisons between individuals were futile. Though they were also students at Hogwarts, they were still struggling in the sea of standard spells. While he had already acquired the privilege to cast a myriad of spells at will, such a vast disparity left them devoid of even the slightest hint of jealousy. After all, certain opportunities, even when presented before them, remained out of reach. As the new school term approached, the Phoenix Egg had yet to complete its incubation. Zhang Hao planned to settle it in the woodland cabin before the commencement of the school term, thus facilitating its care. An item worth millions of galleons surely cannot be carelessly placed in some corner of Hogwarts. Should it inadvertently be damaged by mischievous children, there would truly be no place for lamentation. In addition to securing the Phoenix Egg, he also needed to procure the textbooks required for the new semester. The mere thought of this filled Zhang Hao with revulsion. Behold the textbooks necessary for the second year. Standard Spells, Level 2 by Miranda Goshawk. Breaking Ties with the Dark Spirit by Gilderoy Lockhart. Traveling with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Vacationing with the Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Walking with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Cruising with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. In a Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Zhang Hao has always harbored a profound disdain for fraud. When he fell victim to his first scam, he vowed that if he ever caught a swindler, he would not hesitate to exact retribution. Now, a certain grand deceiver dares to elevate himself above him as a professor, an affront he cannot possibly endure. Furthermore, he is compelled to spend money on these utterly meaningless fraudulent instruments, a situation that is nothing short of absurd. In Zhang Hao's eyes, a fierce glint flickered as a series of plans crystallized within his mind. He was determined to ensure that someone would suffer a loss of face in the very first week of the new semester. This endeavor was of utmost importance, demanding immediate action. With this mindset, Zhang Hao made his way to the Lihan bookstore. He was not there to purchase books, rather. He sought the black notebook that had been transformed into a soul vessel. This task held significant weight as it pertained to the tranquility of the academic year ahead. Today, Diagon Alley buzzed with unusual activity, particularly vibrant as the start of term at Hogwarts approached. A large banner was unfurled in front of the Lihan bookstore's upper window. Gilderoy Lockhart, Autobiography Signing Event, The Wizarding Me, today from 12:30 to 4:30 p.m. Oh, just look at that absurd title. Who would recognize you if you possess no magical prowess? As Zhang Hao internally grumbled, he roamed through the Lihan bookstore. Where are you, my black notebook? Come out, little rabbit. Alas, the black notebook was nowhere to be found among the shelves, nor did any of the patrons possess it. Surrounded by a throng, Lockhart was incessantly photographed by reporters from the Daily Prophet. He donned a long robe of forget-me-not blue, perfectly complementing his azure eyes. A pointed wizard's hat was playfully askew atop his cascading golden locks. One must admit, the fellow was quite pleasing to the eye. Were it not for this, his tales of audacious exploits, procured through cunning means, would deceive but a few. He appeared to relish the limelight, occasionally striking flamboyant poses or flashing a disconcerting grin. Zhang Hao mused that if that fellow smiled at him like that, he might just throw up. At one moment, a stir arose within the crowd. A reporter from the Prophet stepped on Ron's foot, and instead of apologizing, he shouted, "Make way, this is for the Daily Prophet." Is the Daily Prophet really that impressive? Ron exclaimed, rubbing his foot. The reporter had no time to heed him. All eyes were now on Lockhart. Of course, the Daily Prophet held great significance, Zhang Hao chuckled. If you provoke them, you might find that everyone knows your embarrassing moment by the next day. Hey, Zhang Hao, Ron exclaimed in surprise. Are you here to buy a book too? Why else would I come here if not to purchase a book? Zhang Hao replied, shaking his head at the silliness of the question. He simply chose not to buy Lockhart's works, but he still intended to acquire books on other subjects. Ron seemed to realize his own foolishness, thus merely pouted without further retort. Hey, Zhang Hao? Harry squeezed through the crowd and spotted Zhang Hao, his face lighting up. It's so good to see you. Are you here to buy books too? Goodness, how the mighty have fallen. Harry had become just as foolish. The rest of the Weasley family and the Grangers also squeezed over, having lined up behind them. After a holiday, Hermione appeared to have grown considerably taller. It seemed that girls developed faster than boys at this stage, and Zhang Hao felt that Hermione might soon match his height. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to share various experiences from their holiday. How? Harry mentioned you didn't return to Huaxia during the break? Hermione said, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Why didn't you come find me? Harry? Harry Potter? A voice interrupted their chatter, brimming with excitement as if it had stumbled upon gold. It was Lockhart, who had caught sight of Harry. The crowd parted, and many whispered excitedly, Is that Harry Potter? Goodness, what a stroke of luck to see him here. Which Harry Potter? Someone questioned. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? You don't know Harry Potter? You must be quite out of touch. He asked the boy who survived the mysterious disappearance of the Dark Lord over a decade ago. Oh, my goodness. It's him. The simultaneous appearance of two celebrities was inherently intriguing. Lockhart clumsily pulled Harry into an embrace, brushing aside his hair to reveal the world-renowned lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Aha! It truly is Harry Potter. Who else could it be? Lockhart's tone was filled with exhilaration, but Zhang Hao sensed that his excitement was not due to Harry's presence, but rather a self-serving anticipation of soon acquiring wealth. He quietly remarked, What a charming smile. Harry, we could grace the front page. Poor Harry, oblivious to everything, felt his face flush under the scrutiny and flashing lights. He longed to escape this attention, yet Lockhart's grip on his hand was firm, compelling photographers to snap away. Suddenly, Lockhart's gaze shifted towards Zhang Hao. Today is indeed a fortunate day for all. Behold, another celebrity. His excitement intensified, and he seemed to tremble with joy as he exclaimed, This guarantees a headline. That shameless fellow tugged Harry towards Zhang Hao. He rushed over like an eager dog, exclaiming, Look, here is the recipient of the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, the creator of the solar flare. I assure you, he will undoubtedly become a great wizard. A fresh wave of murmurs arose within the crowd, some still unaware of who Zhang Hao was, while others recognized him from the awards ceremony. Is this the genius wizard from the East? Truly astonishing. I heard yes in the same year as Harry. Indeed. Haven't you heard the rumors at Hogwarts? He faced the Dark Lord last semester and thwarted his attempts at a comeback. Goodness. Does this mean he is even greater than Harry Potter? No. I believe he is not as great as Harry Potter, for he merely faced a waning Dark Lord. Well, perhaps with an adult Dark Wizard thrown in for good measure. All right. I concede he is as great as Harry Potter. The magical community was rather mundane. Traditional wizards did not watch television, and their only leisure activities consisted of unreliable adventure novels and bizarre gossip. They were typically aware of events within their circle almost instantaneously. Consequently, when Voldemort threatened to dominate the magical world, their panic was palpable. It was akin to a peaceful village suddenly beset by a tyrant who warned that defiance would lead to death. One could hardly expect them to remain calm. In any case, many within the community were aware of Zhang Hao's accomplishments. Lockhart was clearly attempting to bask in the limelight. He was drawing ever closer. Zhang Hao, with an air of indifference, drew his wand and coldly remarked, Sir, please exhibit some decorum. I do not know you. He certainly did not wish to be ensnared in Gilderoy Lockhart's embrace, for that would shatter his carefully crafted persona. The crowd fell silent. Could it be that he did not recognize Lockhart? Was this a jest? Lockhart himself was taken aback, feeling a twitch across his face. After a moment, he awkwardly replied, Today is my book signing event. Do you comprehend what you were saying? Indeed. Zhang Hao responded with unyielding certainty. I have never known who Lockhart is, nor do I know what he looks like. As he spoke, he stowed his wand away and addressed his companions. I shall await you outside. I wish you all a delightful time. The onlookers watched Zhang Hao depart, seemingly at a loss. At that moment, no one dared to fawn over Lockhart, nor did anyone belittle Zhang Hao to curry favor with him. Most individuals, when not personally invested, tend to remain aloof in such matters. The only one capable of alleviating the awkwardness was Lockhart himself. Chuckling, he proclaimed, It appears we have encountered a rather amusing gentleman. However, this shall not hinder us, for we are destined to witness an extraordinary moment. I wish to seize this splendid occasion to announce a small matter that I have kept under wraps for some time. Today, when young Harry entered Flourish and Blots, he merely sought to purchase my autobiography, and I am inclined to gift him this book free of charge. In truth, he had placed an entire set of works in Harry's hands. Instantaneously, the hall erupted with enthusiastic applause, as if the recent discomfort had been forgotten. Ah, indeed. That is the case, Lockhart remarked with satisfaction. But Harry does not realize. He shook Harry, nearly disassembling the lad. Before long, he shall receive something far more valuable than my clumsy magical abilities. He and his classmates shall gain a true, magical version of myself. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am exceedingly pleased and proud to announce that this year I shall be the Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As Zhang Hao's friends prepared to seek him out, they were momentarily stunned by this revelation. Good heavens! Zhang Hao, that fellow, has already managed to offend the new professor even before the school year has commenced? How will he navigate this predicament in the future? Harry found himself in a daze. Momentarily forgetting to struggle, he sensed that the new semester would once again be fraught with turmoil. At this juncture, Zhang Hao had arrived at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Since he couldn't locate a black notebook within the shop, he decided to abandon the search. Whatever may come. He knew that there was a savior in Harry to handle the matters at hand. Just as he reached the doorway, he was met by two familiar faces. It was a father and son duo, both adorned with a head of silver hair. The younger was Draco Malfoy, Zhang Hao's classmate and roommate, a boy with an air of arrogance. The elder was Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, clad in a meticulously tailored robe, clutching an exquisite cane. Perhaps his wand was concealed within that cane, a common practice among discerning wizards. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. Draco, how was your holiday? Zhang Hao initiated the conversation, recalling that the pair had likely just come from Diagon Alley. You scoundrel. Draco rolled his eyes. I learned a plethora of spells during the break. What about you? Have you concocted some extraordinary magic of your own? Or perhaps, have you acquired some new privileges? I imagine you must be quite pleased with yourself. The boy's tone dripped with envy. It was evident he was rather envious of Zhang Hao's newfound privileges. Draco, that is quite rude, Lucius Malfoy admonished sternly. Your classmate excels beyond you. You ought to learn from him rather than sulk like a petulant child. Draco turned away, emitting a soft huff. But it was clear he had absorbed his father's words, merely feeling disgruntled in Zhang Hao's presence. Lucius Malfoy then donned a more amiable expression and addressed Zhang Hao. It is a tremendous pride for Slytherin to have a talent such as yours. I hope you will look after Draco as classmates. Draco rolled his eyes again, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Of course, that is not an issue, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. Mr. Malfoy, I have heard of your beliefs in blood purity. Yet I come from a muggle family. Do you believe it appropriate for Draco to associate with me? A flicker of discomfort crossed Lucius Malfoy's face as he forced a smile. Bloodlines are merely a concept aimed at ordinary wizards, for a talent such as yours. The question of pure blood becomes insignificant. I do not consider myself a talent, but I must concur with your latter statement. Bloodlines are indeed only applicable to ordinary wizards. Zhang Hao countered. I hope Mr. Malfoy does not place too much emphasis on bloodlines. The world is vast, and wizards are few. By broadening our horizons, we can ensure that the wizarding community flourishes, thereby allowing our collective aspirations to be fulfilled. If wizards turn against one another, it is ultimately we who suffer. I do not comprehend your meaning, Lucius Malfoy murmured. Could you elucidate? An explanation is indeed warranted, Zhang Hao nodded. Extraordinary individuals have their own circles. But if such circles are too confined, they cannot thrive. The Wizarding Society is a small circle, and its capacity for resilience is limited due to its population constraints. Should blood purity ideology prevail, the number of wizards will inevitably dwindle further. One day, this minuscule society may collapse due to insufficient numbers. At that juncture, the surviving wizards will be compelled to integrate into the Muggle world. When that time arrives, can pure blood still guarantee purity? As he spoke, Zhang Hao's tone took on a deeper significance. In the end, the ideology of blood purity serves only to slap itself in the face. He understood that for cunning individuals like Lucius Malfoy, bloodlines were of little consequence. Their true concern lay in self-interest. They embraced blood purity because it served their interests, and would discard it just as readily when it no longer benefited them. It was almost comical to consider that 20 years prior, they had championed blood purity while their leader was unequivocally a half-blood wizard. Thus, Zhang Hao had long since seen through the fade of Lucius Malfoy and his ilk. You are correct, Lucius Malfoy conceded after a moment of silence, nodding. I shall contemplate your counsel and hope for the potential of friendship between us. Until we meet again, I look forward to our next encounter. Zhang Hao replied, Farewell, Mr. Malfoy. See you at school, Draco. The leaky cauldron remained teeming with patrons, and Harry's group had yet to emerge. Zhang Hao had no intention of waiting for them any longer. He resolved to return to the castle. Since he could not locate the black notebook, he decided to leave everything to fate. Suddenly, he glanced back at the Malfoy father and son, who had blended into the crowd. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What were they doing in Nocturne Alley? It seemed they were selling contraband from their home. Could it be that the elusive black notebook was in their possession? With this thought, Zhang Hao intended to take another look. However, as he reached the entrance, he encountered the Weasley family, who had just finished their shopping, along with Harry, Hagrid, and the Granger family. Mr. Weasley appeared rather discontented, while Mrs. Weasley was reprimanding him. Could you exercise a bit of restraint? You nearly came to blows just now. How would it look if you were to fight in front of Lockhart? I imagine he would be quite pleased, Fred muttered. I just heard him say that if a fight broke out, it would be quite the spectacle. What happened? Zhang Hao instinctively inquired, only to regret his question immediately, as it was evidently not a cheerful matter. The Weasley couple offered a perfunctory greeting before steering the conversation elsewhere. Ron whispered, just now, my dad and Malfoy's dad had a row. They almost came to blows, the kind of brawl you see up close. Aren't they a bit too old for that? Can't they use their wands? Ron's words captured most of Zhang Hao's attention, causing him to overlook the black notebook nestled beneath a book in Ginny's cauldron, making it difficult to spot. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He scanned his surroundings and discovered an inconspicuous corner that seemed perfectly suited for his plan. Casually, he strolled over, discreetly drew his wand, and whispered towards old Malfoy's robe, Incendio. Yet, nothing transpired. Alas, is there a protective enchantment in this establishment? In that instant, Zhang Hao realized the reason for his inability to cast magic. Meanwhile, old Malfoy had already begun to escort Draco outside. Zhang Hao promptly followed with caution. They moved in tandem, swiftly departing from the Lihan bookstore. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity and recited the incantation once more. It was time to showcase his true skills. Without a wand and without a spell, he silently conjured a flame spell. Instantly, old Malfoy's robes ignited in a fierce blaze. Fortunately, he possessed a measure of magical resistance. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes. Oh my goodness! Draco exclaimed in panic. Dad, you're on fire. Fool. I know. Old Malfoy cursed, hastily drawing his wand to cast a counterspell upon himself. Moments later, the flames finally extinguished. However, every conceivable hiding place on his person had been scorched. The elusive black notebook remained conspicuously absent, prompting Zhang Hao to ponder. Could it be that they were unrelated to the black notebook? With circumstances having escalated to this point, he resigned himself to the situation. Forget it. Let's return to the castle. At worst, I can face the basilisk, who is afraid of whom. August 31st marked the last day of the holiday. The runes imprinted on the phoenix egg were growing increasingly faint, indicating that the contract binding process was nearing its conclusion. However, based on previous rates, the remaining runes would likely take several days to a fortnight to vanish completely. It appeared that the phoenix egg could not hatch before the runes disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Hao might not witness its hatching firsthand. After all, once school commenced, he would be unable to guard the egg daily. Should he send it to the woodland cabin now? Lilith inquired with curiosity. Are you waiting for something? My bodyguard is delivering something today, Zhang Hao elucidated. You can take the egg to the cabin tomorrow. I'll travel to Hogwarts by train. Why not use apparition? Lilith questioned, perplexed. It seems uncomfortable to take the train, and it's not as swift as apparition. Lilith, the journey often holds more significance than the destination. Zhang Hao replied earnestly. How one travels to school is less important than whether the journey is enriching, just as every living being faces the inevitability of demise. If we are aware of our end, why not seek an early escape, if not for the journey itself? Lilith fell into contemplation upon hearing this, which was precisely what Zhang Hao hoped to inspire. As a descendant of both elves and demons, Lilith possessed a lengthy lifespan. Without a proper perspective on life and values, she might spiral into misguided paths out of sheer boredom. Life, too, is akin to a long voyage, much like the journey from the castle to Hogwarts. Zhang Hao continued. You can lead a tranquil life, or you can pursue joy amidst tedium. Ultimately, do not squander your existence. After a moment of reflection, Lilith suddenly broke into a captivating smile. With a radiant expression, she declared, This life is quite wonderful. I hope to sustain it forever. Indeed, Zhang Hao encouraged. As long as you desire it, you can continue living this way. Lilith gazed at Zhang Hao for a while before turning her head and saying, I sense your intentions are not entirely pure. Are you trying to deceive me? Zhang Hao inexplicably felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, the old creature was far more difficult to deceive than Hermione. Master, a few muggles have arrived outside. Would you like to meet them? A timely little elf intervened. Prompting Zhang Hao to respond, "I shall go and see." Lilith fixed her gaze on Zhang Hao's departing figure, once again revealing a smile, with two sharp teeth gleaming. Outside Collinsville Castle, several bodyguards stood bewildered in the open space, unable to perceive the castle, which left them perplexed. Old Jean, are you certain the boss meant this place? Indeed, we are to wait here by the clearing along the river lays. What is in this box? The boss has grown increasingly mysterious of late. Do you think he is plotting some earth-shattering scheme? Do not pry into the boss's affairs. Be wary of being tossed into the river lays to feed the fish. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated? The boss is so young. How could he possibly be that ruthless? Hey, you still do not believe it? Did he not capture a few assassins 2 years ago? Had you witnessed their fate, you would not utter such words. Shoo, lower your voice. The boss is coming. Zhang Hao appeared without a trace, sending a chill down the spines of the trained bodyguards. They had been diligently observing their surroundings, yet failed to discern the source of Zhang Hao's sudden emergence. Due to certain protective enchantments, they inadvertently overlooked the peculiar occurrences nearby. Consequently, even though Zhang Hao materialized not far from them, they remained oblivious. Have you brought what I asked for? Zhang Hao inquired. Boss, here is what you requested. Is there anything else you wish to command? Before encountering Zhang Hao, the bodyguards would engage in light-hearted banter and discussions. However, upon his arrival, they became remarkably disciplined, adhering strictly to the protocols of their profession. They remained vigilant for any disturbances in the vicinity and were prepared to shield Zhang Hao from harm at the slightest hint of danger. In truth, there are few in this world as professional and loyal as they. Yet, at this moment, it seemed Zhang Hao had little need for their services. You may leave the items and depart. Inform my family to take good care of themselves, Zhang Hao instructed calmly. If all remains well by the end of this year, each of you will receive a 10% bonus. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards were elated, bowing in unison before driving away from the location. As they departed, a thought suddenly crossed Zhang Hao's mind. Perhaps he should hire some wizard bodyguards? However, he pondered, that might prove to be a bit troublesome. Though the idea seemed challenging, it took root in his mind and refused to dissipate. After all, the wealthy tend to cherish their lives alone in the world. Having a few bodyguards would provide some measure of security in times of trouble. Yet, finding reliable bodyguards within the realm of magic appeared to be no simple task. Zhang Hao's eyes darted about as a bold scheme took shape in his mind. Could he possibly undermine the Ministry of Magic? He pondered while walking. Indeed, his audacious plan was to undermine the Ministry of Magic. Aurors, having undergone rigorous training, are akin to soldiers in the wizarding world. They are masters of disguise, stealth, and countering dark magic. They possess fervent beliefs yet lack financial resources. Such individuals would be the ideal candidates for bodyguards. Much like the elite retired special forces under Zhang Hao's command. How similar are Aurors and special forces? The only distinction lies in the fact that Aurors do not retire. Even in their advanced years, they retain formidable combat prowess, often growing stronger with age. However, it is no easy task to undermine the Aurors. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao spoke as he opened the box, revealing several peculiar garments within. To be precise, there were 4 sets, 2 large and 2 small. Each ensemble was crafted from identical shimmering black leather. After a casual glance, Zhang Hao began to disrobe, shedding every article of clothing until he stood completely bare, not even a scrap of underwear remaining. From the perspective of elves and demons, such nudity seemed unremarkable. However, Lilith, being neither an elf nor a demon but a hybrid influenced by humanity, understood the deep shame associated with such exposure in human culture. Thus, Zhang Hao's actions appeared rather bizarre. Nonetheless, Lilith refrained from voicing her thoughts. If he felt no embarrassment, what right had she to comment? Once undressed, Zhang Hao reached for the smaller leather attire and donned it. Clad in the leather, he appeared far more robust than when draped in robes. The punk-styled leather jacket, pants, and boots hugged his form tightly, glimmering as he stepped out, guaranteed to turn heads. The jacket boasted 4 rows of small pockets, which, while too diminutive for the average person, posed no issue for Zhang Hao, who could utilize them to their fullest potential. Adorning the waist of the jacket was a finely crafted utility belt, from which hung a holster containing a small revolver. He also wore a voluminous cloak of deep purple. The ensemble, when viewed as a whole, was nothing short of striking. At last, Zhang Hao retrieved a mask adorned with teardrops, a ghastly visage. The eye sockets were covered with dark crystals, offering superior protection against blinding spells, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary sunglasses. In addition to shielding against light, these dark crystals could also defend against the petrifying gaze of Gorgons. While complete immunity was a tall order, they sufficed for survival. Fully equipped, Zhang Hao rose and moved about, feeling utterly comfortable, as if enveloped in a warm spring. "Is this all you wish to show me?" Lilith remarked with disinterest. "Just a set of odd attire? What purpose does it serve?" "What purpose?" Zhang Hao pointed to the large leather jacket. "This garment is crafted from dragon hide, offering formidable protection. It's far more practical than robes. You'll surely appreciate it." "Do I have one too?" Lilith inquired, astonished. "Are these 2 sets meant for me?" "Indeed. Those 2 larger sets are yours," Zhang Hao replied, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he urged her, "Hurry and try them on. They will undoubtedly look splendid on you." "But can you not step outside?" Lilith asked, her expression a mix of confusion and incredulity. "Do you wish to watch me change? Is that a problem?" Zhang Hao responded nonchalantly, "You observed me changing. Now I wish to see you, and thus we shall be even. Isn't it delightful to be so candid with one another?" Lilith was rendered speechless, finally grasping Zhang Hao's intentions. "Huh. This seems to be what one might call scamming, does it not?" She retorted with a cold smirk, in the language of Huaxia. "It appears that's the expression, correct?" Caught in her revelation, the moment hung in the air. Zhang Hao's lips twitched. He could scarcely believe how cunning Lilith had become. Was this truly the same innocent forest goddess? He cast a glance at the desk, where lay a physical copy of a contemporary romance novel published by a certain online platform. The term accidentally bumping into someone must have been gleaned from those pages. It was a self-inflicted wound. He had only himself to blame. He regretted allowing her to delve into such frivolous literature. With a sincere tone, he addressed Lilith. "I harbor no particular intentions, merely wishing for us to be candid with one another. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. I shall step outside. Once you have changed, I will return." After speaking, he swiftly exited, maintaining an air of composure as if nothing had transpired. Lilith observed Zhang Hao's retreating figure with a faint smile, her eyes betraying a rare glimmer of mischief. A short while later, Zhang Hao re-entered the room, and Lilith had donned the leather jacket he had prepared for her. This ensemble was far from ostentatious. It clung to her form, accentuating her exquisite silhouette. Adorning this leather attire, Lilith lost a hint of her former sanctity, instead emanating an aura of fierce elegance. Any seasoned otaku encountering her would inevitably find their thoughts drifting to notions of a detective or similar archetypes. "Ah, but I digress." Zhang Hao inquired earnestly. "What do you think? Does it fit well?" Lilith, donning another half-mask, responded with satisfaction, "It feels rather good." "What is the true intention behind all your efforts?" Zhang Hao then asked, "Do you also find these 2 outfits quite appealing?" His mood shifted to one of melancholy as he lamented, "Yet, they are mere mortal garments. I wish to transform them with magic, but alas, my abilities fall short." "Transform?" Lilith asked with curiosity, "How do you intend to transform them?" Zhang Hao tugged at the cloak draped behind him, his voice laced with anticipation as he remarked, "I initially envisioned pairing it with an invisibility cloak. But as you are well aware, such cloaks are rather scarce." He then adjusted the dragon leather jacket he wore, expressing his discernment. The defensive capabilities of dragon leather are indeed commendable, yet they possess their limitations. I aspire to imbue the jacket with protective enchantments, such as a shield charm. Yet accomplishing this independently proves to be beyond my means. Finally, he drew forth the revolver from its holster, a furrow of distress crossing his brow as he lamented. "I yearn for this weapon to unleash magic, yet this endeavor remains exceedingly challenging. At least, at this moment, I find myself at a loss. Are you sharing all this with me in hopes that I might assist you?" Lilith's eyes sparkled with wisdom, her expression a playful blend of amusement and intrigue as she replied, "If you want my help, you need only ask directly." "Is it not that I feared you might decline?" Zhang Hao inquired, his anticipation palpable. "Of course, I am willing to assist," Lilith responded with unwavering certainty. However, her next words rendered Zhang Hao's excitement fleeting. "Yet, the very things you mentioned are beyond my expertise as well. You too lack this knowledge?" Zhang Hao pressed, unwilling to relinquish hope. "Is it truly the case that the memories passed down among elves and succubi do not encompass such information? What man does not desire a striking yet functional battle attire?" Zhang Hao cannot escape the prevailing customs in this regard. It has even become an obsession for him. Lilith pondered for a moment before shaking her head, remarking, "The knowledge related to this matter may have long been lost to time. I have no recollection of it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, he did not surrender to despair. If existing technologies were unavailable, could he not innovate his own? Imbuing mundane objects with magic is not an insurmountable task. The sorting hat, the diadem of Ravenclaw, and the Weasley family's enchanted car were all originally mere objects. Yet they were endowed with extraordinary powers by someone. Zhang Hao is convinced that once he comprehends the principles behind their deterioration, he will be able to create something akin to them. Perhaps it would be wise to consult Mr. Wesley. Zhang Hao eagerly pinned a letter to Ron, and by the evening, he received a reply. The note contained but a single sentence. The fireplace is ready. In truth, Zhang Hao could have easily operated directly to the burrow, yet such a sudden visit seemed rather impolite. Thus, it was better to announce his arrival in advance for everyone's sake. Upon his arrival at the burrow, Ron and Harry were already waiting for him. Hi, Zhang Hao. Good to see you again. Harry greeted with a smile. Will you stay today? We can head to school together tomorrow. It appeared that after residing here for over a month, he had come to regard the burrow as his own home. Not today. Zhang Hao shook his head. I still have some preparations to complete, and I must return once I finish my tasks. School starts tomorrow. What are you up to? Ron expressed his confusion regarding Zhang Hao's perpetual busyness, urging him, you should take some time to play. After all, you're still just a child. You've already taken care of all the grown-up matters. What will you do when you actually grow up? The boy meant well, albeit somewhat foolishly. He was unaware that for Zhang Hao, engaging in various chaotic activities was indeed a form of play. Some individuals may appear to be exceedingly busy, yet they are genuinely enjoying themselves. Can one not play when they grow up? Zhang Hao patted Ron on the shoulder, saying, trust me. Adults have plenty of enjoyable games as well. You will understand in due time, so for now, finish what you need to accomplish as an adult. And then you can truly indulge in play. I find that hard to believe. Ron scoffed. Adults are always bustling about. Just look at my dad. He is constantly running around. Is that what you call fun? It sounds terrifying. The expression on his face was genuinely fearful, indicating that he certainly did not wish to grow up. Isn't that because your father struggles financially? Just look at how much fun the wealthy in the Muggle world have. The joy of the affluent is beyond your imagination. This thought lingered in Zhang Hao's mind, for he feared that voicing it might hurt their feelings. We cannot remain children forever, otherwise, our parents will worry about us. I mean, I would prefer to grow up sooner rather than later, Harry lamented. Then I could go wherever I wanted without having to return to Privet Drive. Harry, are you envious of this brat? Ron chuckled. Look at him. He goes wherever he pleases, while we can't compare to that. Upon hearing this, Harry burst into laughter, for Zhang Hao was indeed an anomaly they could not match. I say, enough of that. Quit talking about me. Zhang Hao urged. Quickly take me to see Mr. Weasley. I genuinely have matters to discuss with him. All right. No need to rush. He is in the living room. Mr. Weasley seemed to have just returned from work, engaged in conversation with Percy. Mrs. Weasley was in the kitchen preparing dinner, her methods distinctly enchanting. Knives, spoons, and pans moved of their own accord, allowing her to manage multiple tasks simultaneously. Such skills could be learned from certain magical tomes, which Zhang Hao had taken the time to explore. The kitchen and living room in the burrow were not distinctly separated, and during meal preparation, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. In reality, most impoverished wizarding families lived in similar circumstances, dwelling in open fields with homes resembling towers. Albeit more rudimentary, their style lacked the robust character of true towers, appearing rather rough and peculiar. The Ministry of Magic provided protection for these families residing in the countryside, employing enchantments, Muggle-repelling spells, and loyalty charms. As necessary, various protective spells would be enacted. It seemed the Weasley family did not utilize the loyalty charm. Yet they employed a fair number of other protective spells. Though their circumstances were not ideal, the Weasley couple were truly commendable. They treated friends with unwavering warmth, regardless of the time. Just like now, although Zhang Hao had already dined, he was still firmly pulled to the dinner table. Child, I hear you need to speak with me? Mr. Weasley said enthusiastically. The book you sent me last time has proven invaluable. I can finally distinguish some of the more challenging Muggle items from the prohibited ones. You wouldn't believe it. Some people delight in mischief, turning refrigerators into voracious monsters. Just the other day, a Muggle family found their food mysteriously disappearing from the fridge. They thought they had a thief, when in fact, the refrigerator had consumed the food. Oh, before you sent me that book, I had no idea what a refrigerator even was. Some wizards indeed enjoyed using magic to prank ordinary people. A point Zhang Hao was well aware of. These wizards may not harbor ill intent, but they often caused significant trouble for those being pranked. The Ministry of Magic found it challenging to address such matters. Since they were merely pranks, they could not simply imprison the offending wizards in Azkaban. Thus, managing these situations required as much manpower as combating dark wizards. Mr. Weasley was significantly affected by this, and while he was not responsible for these issues, he had to identify which Muggle items had been enchanted. Arthur, don't drone on about work in front of the child. He came to you for something important. Mrs. Weasley called from a distance upon hearing her husband ramble. You get so excited talking about Muggle items. It's unbearable. Oh, my apologies. Good child. Mr. Weasley quickly replied. As Molly mentioned, I cannot help but discuss Muggle items. What is it you need to talk to me about? After a lengthy diversion, the conversation finally returned to its intended course. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to inquire, Sir, I heard from Ron that you possess a flying car. Could you enlighten me on how you transformed it? Is that all? Mr. Weasley chuckled. Ah, I see you have an interest in this matter. Let me tell you. It involves a plethora of techniques. Oh, I mean, it pertains to the profound application of transfiguration. Specifically? Zhang Hao asked eagerly. Is it merely through transfiguration that one can make a car behave like a living creature? He recalled how the Weasley family's flying car had thrived in the Forbidden Forest for quite some time, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, akin to a tame beast. Is there a particular reason for your inquiry? Mr. Weasley's eyes narrowed with caution as he replied earnestly. You know, I am an official at the Ministry of Magic, specifically the head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office. I must ensure that you are not contemplating any illicit activities before I can comfortably divulge this information. Everyone turned to look at Mr. Weasley, who typically did not exhibit such seriousness. Mr. Weasley, I believe you are overthinking this, Zhang Hao said helplessly. I have no intention of using magic to disturb Muggles, nor do I wish to bring you any trouble. Please trust me. Perhaps one day in the future, you might bring a ministry search party to my home for a surprise inspection. What is there to worry about? Very well. You are being overly cautious, my boy. Mr. Weasley smiled once more, shaking his head. The ministry does not investigate just anyone. We primarily scrutinize those with a dubious past. For instance, those who were once Death Eaters. You may not be aware of what a Death Eater is, Harry suddenly interjected. Are there still Death Eaters around? This remark caused the atmosphere to turn chilly, and Zhang Hao felt that the title of Cold should be bestowed upon him. Harry, it would be wise not to invoke that name until you have grown stronger, Mr. Weasley cautioned in a hushed tone. With the downfall of the Dark Lord, many Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban. However, no one can guarantee that there are no stragglers. Enough of that, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her tone sharp. The children are still young. Do not burden them with such tales. She emerged with the food, resembling a protective lioness. Harry, who had intended to ask further questions, promptly closed his mouth. Very well. Let us return to discussing how to transform the car into a flying vehicle, Mr. Weasley said awkwardly. In truth, one merely needs to envision the car as a horse to set it in motion. However, to make it soar, one requires a more intricate knowledge, specifically, the magic involved in crafting flying broomsticks. This statement was laden with depth, yet Zhang Hao found himself perplexed. There was little to be done. Magic is inherently tied to the will of the wizard. If a wizard's magical power is sufficiently potent, they can even manifest their desires. There were once madmen who claimed that God is the most powerful wizard of all, having created the world with unparalleled magic. The entire universe is a product of God's mere thought. As for the whereabouts of God, perhaps he has simply grown weary. Such notions are not without their believers. Though they do not dominate the mainstream, Zhang Hao had begun to find some credence in this notion, for his own experiences were even more extraordinary in comparison. Oh, these confidences are not suited for exploration at this moment, as Zhang Hao sensed that they concealed profound terrors. I am not well versed in the magic required to craft a flying broom, hence the speed of that enchanted vehicle was rather unremarkable. Wesley continued. At least it cannot rival the flying broom, can it? Does this information prove beneficial to you? Certainly, Mr. Wesley, although there were no tangible gains. I am nonetheless grateful for your elucidation, Zhang Hao sincerely expressed. I apologize for the intrusion today. Dinner is ready. Let us eat while we converse. Mrs. Wesley chided. You all, big and small, should lend a hand. It is truly excessive. Oh, I do not refer to the two of you. You are guests, and I cannot impose labor upon you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhang Hao's ascent grew ever more rapid, transcending the realm of mere levitation. His movements were as fluid and unrestricted as one might envision. As time ticked away, the wings of lightning and the seven-colored auspicious clouds became increasingly solidified. Yet, beads of sweat densely gathered upon Zhang Hao's brow. The exertion of magic was evidently depleting his vitality. In a fleeting moment, the wings of lightning and the seven-colored clouds shattered with a thunderous crash. And Zhang Hao opened his eyes. What? In the next instant, he plummeted from the heights like a shooting star. With a resounding thud. He arrived once more at King's Cross Station, where he boarded the Hogwarts Express. Draco and Daphne found him, and they settled into the same compartment. Much like Hermione. Daphne had grown significantly taller. The freckles on her face had diminished compared to the previous year, perhaps destined to vanish entirely in another 2 years. Her obsession with snacks seemed to have lessened somewhat. At least, she no longer incessantly fed herself. How, my sister is starting school this year. Daphne remarked with an expression that could only be described as peculiar. This year, I don't want any snacks. You can give them all to her. What? Zhang Hao replied. Astonished, are you serious, Daphne? He suspected this was a form of testing, for the thoughts of girls were often complex, especially with that peculiar smile gracing her lips. No, I am serious, Daphne asserted with conviction. This year, I definitely do not want any snacks. I intend to diligently study magic and strive to become a competent witch. Her words carried an air of solemnity that would convince anyone of her sincerity. Huh, you think you can give up snacks? Draco scoffed. Then the Weasley would not have that horrid mane of red hair. As if recalling something, he added, and Potter wouldn't he bear that repulsive scar. Zhang Hao sighed and remarked, Draco, do you truly despise Harry and Ron so much? Reflect upon your heart earnestly. No, I do not merely dislike them. I loathe them. Draco bellowed, those two rascals performed worse than I did last semester, yet they failed to fulfill our wager. They still owe me 10 chocolate frogs. Oh. If my calculations are correct, it should be 15, with the excess accounting for interest. Draco, please do not mention food in my presence, Daphne interjected. Her tone tinged with annoyance. I fear I may not be able to resist. Is it merely a handful of chocolate frogs that incite such animosity? That is rather unbecoming. Zhang Hao chided. Humph. What do you understand? Draco lamented. The intricacies of our enmity are beyond your comprehension. Very well, Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. I shall simply observe your tumultuous relationship. Who is in love? You are the one in love, Draco retorted, cursing under his breath before turning his gaze out the window. His cheeks flushed crimson. The Hogwarts Express had traversed onto a lengthy bridge, with the scenery outside becoming increasingly enchanting. Endless mountains, lush forests, and sparkling rivers. Even the most irritable of souls would find tranquility in such vistas. Draco pondered silently while Zhang Hao and Daphne engaged in muted conversation to avoid disturbing him. The young girl leaned closely to Zhang Hao, her presence imbued with a hint of sweetness that left him momentarily disoriented. Suddenly, a colossal shadow passed by the window. Oh, what was that? Draco exclaimed in terror. I just saw a gigantic creature fly by the window. It was utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly approached the window to gaze outside, where he beheld a flying car swiftly vanishing from sight. The vehicle swayed precariously, soaring in an unsettling manner. Witnessing this spectacle, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. That is Ron's flying car, he remarked languidly. It seems certain individuals have found themselves in a predicament. Are you referring to Harry and Ron? Daphne pondered aloud. I haven't seen them since we boarded. It appears they are not on the train. Ah. If it truly is them, how amusing. Draco chuckled. Do you think they might be expelled from school for such antics? Though I doubt they would be foolish enough to attempt it. Wouldn't you agree? He did not yet grasp the gravity of the situation. Perhaps you will be disappointed. Only Ron and Harry from the Weasley family would engage in such behavior. Oh, maybe Fred and George would as well, Zhang Hao shrugged. However, I did see Fred and George on the train. Draco and Daphne exchanged glances. In unison they inquired, are you suggesting they actually drove to school? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao clearly discerned a flicker of concern in the child's eyes. Evidently, the entanglements of grievances and affections over the past year had woven a complex tapestry among Draco, Harry, and Ron, hinting at the emergence of genuine emotions. If Draco were truly given the choice, he might not wish for Harry and Ron's expulsion as ardently as he professed. The atmosphere in the private room grew notably somber due to the situation surrounding Harry and Ron. Occasionally, Draco would curse those two fools, his words laden with a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor lamenting a wayward pupil. Finally, as twilight descended, the Hogwarts Express reached its destination. The students donned their robes and proceeded directly into the Great Hall. Draco cast a discerning glance around, and indeed, he did not spot Harry and Ron. "You were right," Draco muttered. "Your intellect is quite formidable. It seems Potter and Weasley are in for a significant misfortune." And so it transpired, for they did not even partake in the sorting ceremony. At the ceremony of the division, Zhang Hao beheld several charming young girls. Astoria Greengrass, the sister of Daphne, the whimsical Luna Lovegood with her golden hair, and Ginny Weasley, the little princess of the Weasley family. When Professor McGonagall called out their names and they took their seats, Zhang Hao made a mental note of them. He speculated that they would inevitably seek him out in the future, much like Hermione and Pansy had. "Is Nia adorable?" Daphne asked playfully. "How? Do you like Nia?" "Indeed," Zhang Hao replied casually. "Nia is truly delightful, resembling a little princess." Unbeknownst to him, Daphne's expression gradually darkened. At the tender age of 12 or 13, these young girls were naively exploring the concept of love, though they might not fully comprehend what love entailed. Possessiveness instinctively led them to resent certain words or actions. In this instance, while Zhang Hao's words were innocuous, Daphne could not shake her displeasure. Regrettably, the young man remained oblivious to her feelings. What was even more surprising was that Astoria was approaching them directly. Zhang Hao, as the prominent figure of Slytherin, was situated at the very forefront. It was an acknowledged truth that, apart from Severus Snape, none in Slytherin could rival him. Consequently, he emerged as the leader of Slytherin, a fact universally accepted. Even the notorious villain Quirrell had succumbed. Who would dare to voice dissent? Nia, as Astoria was about to take her place beside Zhang Hao. Daphne instinctively exclaimed, "Come here, sit next to me." "No," Zhang Hao replied with a smile. "Let Nia sit beside me. I have some snacks for her." "You said it." Upon hearing the mention of snacks, Astoria's eyes sparkled, casting aside her elder sister like an afterthought. On the second day of school, an unfortunate piece of news reached Zhang Hao's ears. Harry and Ron had been confined, a decision made by their esteemed Professor McGonagall. This ruling bore a certain bias, for had it been Snape, the two fools would have undoubtedly faced expulsion. When the friends gathered for their first meeting of the term, Harry and Ron found themselves staring blankly at a wand, which lay broken in two. Alas, what a tragic fate! Draco, upon learning that the duo had not been expelled, resumed his usual cruelty. It seemed that as long as they remained at Hogwarts, anything could be negotiated. He chuckled mockingly. "I wager this wand belongs to a Weasley. Can it even cast spells anymore?" From his expression, it was evident that Ron was more despondent than Harry, giving him the appearance of a little old man. "Could you refrain from making such snide remarks?" Ron replied numbly. "I am not in the mood to engage with you." "No, you must engage with me," Draco retorted angrily. "Do you think I would spare you due to your misfortunes? Do not forget the wager from last semester." Zhang Hao was certain that Draco would undoubtedly bring this matter up. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and in unison inquired, "What wager? What did you say?" "I cannot hear you. Do not pretend. Are you attempting to weasel out?" Draco bellowed. "Last semester, your exam results were inferior to mine. You owe me 10 chocolate frogs. And with interest, you shall provide me with 15. Do not think you can evade this." Prompted by his reminder, the two forgetful children finally recalled the incident. "Could you wait a moment?" Harry said helplessly. "It is not yet the weekend. Who can go to Hogsmeade? First and second year students are prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. If they wish to purchase snacks or other items during school hours, they must rely on older students to assist them. Some may take a portion of the errand fee, for the money of younger students is always easy to acquire." Zhang Hao felt deeply moved by this, recalling how he had lost several gold galleons to others last year because of it. "Remember your words," Draco said to Harry. "This weekend, I shall obtain the chocolate frog that rightfully belongs to me." Zhang Hao sensed that Draco did not genuinely desire chocolate frogs. He merely relished the opportunity to vex Harry. The first class of the new term was about to commence, with Gryffindor and Hufflepuff attending herbology, while Slytherin and Ravenclaw shared a lesson in defense against the dark arts. This meant that Zhang Hao would soon encounter Gilderoy Lockhart. He had already devised a plan to deal with this charlatan. He wanted to confront the teacher. Oblivious to the impending crisis, Lockhart raised a book in class, showcasing a cover adorned with his own winking visage. "I," he stated, mirroring the image on the cover, "am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd class Merlin's Order, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. Though I seldom boast about that, I do not rely on smiles to dispel the female specter of malice. If he continued his monologue, Zhang Hao swore he would retch. His gaze fell upon a corner, where a cage was shrouded in black cloth. Zhang Hao believed that the most sinister entity awaited within, particularly for Lockhart, who was utterly inept. Anything that could not be subdued by a memory charm was, in his estimation, the epitome of malevolence. I see you have all purchased my complete works. Splendid. Lockhart feigned ignorance of Zhang Hao's empty desk and continued unabated. Let us begin with a little quiz today. Do not fear. It merely serves to gauge your reading comprehension. At this juncture, Zhang Hao could no longer contain himself. He fixed his gaze on the cage and once more extended his invisible hand. The black cloth suddenly lifted, enveloping Lockhart's head, and the cage was unveiled before the students. To make matters worse, its doors swung open. A swarm of 8-inch-tall creatures emerged, their skin a sallow hue, with pointed faces, devilish tails, and piercing, shrill cries. These creatures were the notorious Cornish pixies of the magical realm. The moment they were illuminated, they erupted into frantic screams. As the cage door swung wide, they burst forth. Oh, they were as swift as arrows. Zhang Hao felt a surge of delight as he thought, "Advance, little demons of Cornwall." As if responding to his call, the little demons swarmed everywhere, wreaking havoc as they went. Just 2 of these mischievous creatures were enough to hoist a student up to the chandelier. Seemingly with a particular fondness for the corpulent, Goyle and Crab found themselves ensnared, dangling from the chandelier at the mercy of 4 little demons. The chandelier swayed precariously, threatening to crash down at any moment. Meanwhile, several other demons shattered glass, collecting the shards and scattering them across the floor. The remaining demons continued their rampage, seizing ink bottles and splattering ink everywhere, tearing books and papers into shreds, and flinging the artwork from the walls. They even appended the trash can, tossing bags out through broken windows. These little fiends were utterly relentless. Suddenly, something burst forth from the cage. "Professor!" The students were in disarray, many frightened enough to hide beneath their desks. Yet, some were too late to seek refuge, and they were left at the mercy of the demons, nearly unrecognizable from their torment. "Help! Is there anyone who can assist me? Professor, please drive them away. Save me. Someone lower me down. The chandelier is about to break." Amidst the chaos, only Zhang Hao remained untouched by the little demons. The moment the creatures had erupted from their cage, Daphne and Draco had sought sanctuary beside him. "Did you do this?" Draco whispered, eyeing him suspiciously. "The cage couldn't have opened by itself, could it?" "Don't be ridiculous," Zhang Hao retorted sternly. "Why would I engage in such mischief? Let's not dwell on that." Daphne, trembling, interjected, "What do we do now? I never imagined something so dreadful could occur in class." "Fear not. Simply stand beside me and enjoy the spectacle," Zhang Hao replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze fixed on Lockhart. "Our professor will surely have a solution. He is a competent instructor." Creak. The chandelier emitted a mournful cry, on the verge of collapse. Goyle and Crab squealed like pigs, while their anticipated savior, Professor Lockhart, was only just unveiling the dark curtain. Upon witnessing the chaos in the classroom, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. However, the situation had not yet spiraled beyond control, and he brazenly declared, "Look at you all. I am utterly disappointed. Stand up and corral them. They are merely little demons." Lockhart attempted to stir the students' fighting spirit, yet none responded as they were preoccupied with seeking shelter. The only individual with the capacity to assist him was, ironically, the instigator. With no other option, he took matters into his own hands. Drawing his wand with resolve, he shouted a spell, "Annoying little demons, do not trouble me." As one might expect, the incantation proved utterly ineffective. In fact, one little demon snatched his wand and flung it out the window. A few other demons, emboldened by his defiance, charged toward him. "Stay back, you little pests," he shouted, retreating toward the doorway, clearly in a state of utter panic. Beside Zhang Hao, Daphne's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Heavens! He actually intends to flee." "Good grief," Draco fumed, "a professor unable to manage a group of Cornwall imps? The Hogwarts defense against the dark arts instructors are becoming increasingly absurd." Zhang Hao contemplated. "One day, you will come to understand that there is no limit to the absurdity. There are merely varying degrees of it." The students hiding beneath the desks also recognized Lockhart's peculiar behavior. It was evident to all that their professor was attempting to flee. Lockhart had already reached the doorway, just 2 steps away from escaping this chaotic scene. However, the classroom doors suddenly slammed shut with force. Cursing under his breath, Lockhart hurried to open the door, but it felt as if it had been welded to the wall, refusing to budge. Undoubtedly, Zhang Hao was behind this. With just a slight delay, the little demons caught up with Lockhart. They hoisted him from the ground and suspended him from the chandelier, much like they had dealt with Goyle and Crabbe. This was a dreadful predicament, as the chandelier in the classroom could scarcely support the weight of 3 individuals. Crack! The chandelier detached from the ceiling. The 3 unfortunate souls hanging from it plummeted towards the floor, just as Goyle and Crabbe were about to hit the ground. They suddenly halted, thanks to Zhang Hao's timely intervention. However, the deceitful Lockhart was not afforded such fortune. He crashed nose first into the floor, only to have the chandelier come crashing down upon him. Alas, the master of deception and forgetfulness succumbed to unconsciousness. Oh no, the professor has fainted. We are counting on you now. Daphne inquired with anticipation. Surely you can handle them, right? Earlier, when the little demons had charged forward, Zhang Hao had successfully thwarted them with a barrier spell. Thus, Daphne was confident that he would find a way to deal with these pesky creatures. Daphne, have you forgotten about me? Draco interjected, feeling indignant. I can handle these pests too. Just watch. Drawing his wand, he commanded, Levi Corpus. The spell struck one of the little demons, lifting it off the ground as if someone were holding its feet, rendering it utterly helpless. See, this is child's play, Draco proclaimed with pride. Yet, Daphne shook her head. But there are so many. You can't manage them all alone. Draco's smugness faltered. His repertoire of spells was limited, and he could only contend with one little demon at a time. Moreover, his magical strength was not particularly potent, and he feared he would soon exhaust his ability to cast spells. Let me take over, Zhang Hao said with a smile. Pay attention, Draco. He brandished his wand and declared at the swarm of flying demons, Icarus. Instantly, dozens of ropes, each no thicker than a pinky finger, appeared in the air, snaking around the little demons and binding them tightly in a matter of moments. The Cornwall demons could barely open their mouths, their piercing cries silenced. Well, you are truly remarkable, Daphne praised. I knew they wouldn't pose a challenge for you. The way she looked at Zhang Hao was peculiar, as if he were a cherished treasure of hers. This made Zhang Hao somewhat anxious. She was merely 12 years old. If she was this clingy now, what would happen in a few years? Humph, Draco grumbled. So what if you know a few more spells? What's the big deal? He was well aware that showcasing his abilities in front of Zhang Hao would likely result in disappointment. Yet sometimes, he simply could not help himself. After all, who didn't have a bit of vanity? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt a profound sense of regret. It was truly a travesty that such a charlatan, who misleads the youth and deceives the world, had not met with a fitting demise. What rendered him even more speechless was the fact that Dumbledore had yet to relieve Lockhart of his duties. It must be said that aside from his masterful command of the Obliviate charm, Lockhart's incessant chatter could serve as a formidable weapon in its own right. Were Zhang Hao to encounter such a situation, he would likely be at a loss for words when attempting to explain it to Dumbledore. Could it be that Dumbledore remains unaware of Lockhart's ineptitude? Or perhaps he is preoccupied with other matters, rendering him unable to address this issue? It is also conceivable that he is aware of Lockhart's incompetence and has orchestrated this arrangement with ulterior motives. If it is the former, then Dumbledore would be remarkably foolish. The Cornwall pixies may be labeled as demons, yet they can be easily managed by an ordinary person wielding a stick. A wizard who cannot handle a Cornwall pixie without his wand. How could he possibly confront the most nefarious of foes, such as malevolent spirits, werewolves, or vampires? Even Draco harbored doubts. Would Dumbledore truly remain indifferent? Zhang Hao does not believe that Dumbledore could be so foolish. However, to assert that Dumbledore has other plans seems somewhat implausible as well. The only reason Zhang Hao could conceive for Dumbledore's actions was to train Harry Potter. Furthermore, he speculated that Dumbledore was paving the way for Harry to lead Dumbledore's army. After all, when everyone lacked experience in combating dark magic, there was a need for a seasoned individual to guide them. And Harry, perhaps, is perceived as the most experienced in confronting dark magic, having withstood the killing curse shortly after his birth. If this conjecture holds true, then Dumbledore becomes exceedingly formidable. Zhang Hao shook his head, doubting that Dumbledore could foresee such distant consequences. He believed instead that Dumbledore was entangled in certain matters, which allowed the old man to be easily deceived by Lockhart. In any case, Dumbledore was indeed quite occupied. Moreover, this benevolent elder was nearing the end of his days, should the plot unfold unchanged. He would likely pass away in another 4 years. Various signs indicated that he had an inkling of this fate. Time was of the essence for him, and squandering it on a charlatan was undeniably imprudent. With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Hao welcomed the first night of his second academic year. In the mystical realm, he soared upon a rainbow cloud, his wings of lightning blazing with brilliance. At times, he resembled a playful monkey. At others, he embodied the might of a thunder god. The sky unfolded like an expansive stage, granting him the freedom to fly like a bird. Ever since that day when he had taken flight, he had fully liberated himself. Now, flying felt as instinctual as breathing. In this enchanted dreamscape, a mere flicker of thought could launch him into the skies. After a considerable time, he gently descended to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. The moment seemed ripe. However, the consumption of magical energy was still somewhat substantial. Yet, if a fourth surge of magic were to occur, utilizing it infrequently would likely pose no issue. The newly crafted spell still bore certain flaws. Its high energy consumption was the first, and the lack of protective capabilities during flight was the second. Magical energy was akin to strength. If one could only lift a single stone, their capacity for additional tasks would be severely limited. Conversely, if one could lift an entire mountain, they would possess the energy to undertake other endeavors simultaneously. Zhang Hao is currently constrained by such limitations whenever he attempts to wield other forms of magic during flight. He experiences excruciating pain in his head, akin to being pricked by needles. This is indicative of insufficient magical energy. Forcibly employing magic beyond his capabilities could potentially result in severe cognitive impairment. Thus, at this moment, it proves somewhat challenging to balance both flight and protection. However, if he were to experience a few more episodes of magical surges, all problems would cease to exist. As the dawn breaks, the illusion shatters with a resounding crash. Draco, still in the embrace of slumber, exhibits a most enchanting sleeping posture. He has twisted his blanket into a rod, with his legs entwined around this makeshift staff. Zhang Hao discreetly took out his camera and captured several photos of him. He intended to reveal these pictures at an opportune moment for everyone's amusement. Observing his roommate's misfortunes was, after all, a delightful facet of student life. Once he finished taking the pictures, Zhang Hao utilized an amplification spell to rouse Draco from his slumber. The lad seemed to be suffering from morning grumpiness, as he bellowed in anger, "You rascal! Could you possibly lower your volume next time? My ears are on the verge of being deafened." "Fear not. Even if your ears do succumb to deafness, Madame Pomfrey will surely remedy them," Zhang Hao replied with a nonchalant shrug. "Now, rise and shine. Our first class today is potions. And you are well aware of the repercussions of tardiness. Don't be ridiculous," Draco retorted, casting a glance at the alarm clock. "It's barely past 7. There is still ample time before class." The veins on his forehead were almost visibly throbbing, clearly indicating his extreme dissatisfaction. "If you continue to be this lethargic, I assure you, you shall never catch up with me in any regard," Zhang Hao sighed. "Moreover, I sincerely hope the headmaster does not call on you today. I suspect you have yet to review the textbook." At this remark, Draco immediately panicked. He hastily donned his clothes, muttering curses, "You jinx. If the headmaster calls on me today, I will have words with you." "Have words with me? What do you think you can do?" Zhang Hao chuckled dismissively and then took the lead in departing from the dormitory. The common lounge was devoid of any presence. The majority of students remained ensconced in their blankets, blissfully asleep. Hogwarts adhered to the traditional schedule of British secondary schools, with students commencing their first lesson at 9 in the morning, each lasting a mere 40 minutes. By the time the 2 morning classes concluded, it was still not yet noon, rendering the schedule exceedingly lenient compared to that of China. Yet, despite this leniency, students still lamented their circumstances, wishing fervently to forego their lessons. In this regard, the industriousness of the Chinese people truly merits its reputation as the most diligent in the world. Zhang Hao casually extracted a tome from his pocket, a prized possession of Principal Edison. After translating several texts, he had finally attained fluency in reading these ancient manuscripts. The book in his hands chronicled various forms of ancient dark magic. This knowledge proved invaluable, for to defend against dark magic, one must first comprehend its intricacies. Relying on battlefield encounters to grasp the essence of dark sorcery would likely lead to numerous untimely demises. Typically, tomes associated with dark magic possess an eerie quality, and this particular book was no exception. Upon opening it, one could hear anguished wails, a phenomenon perceptible even to outsiders. For instance, Draco was presently entranced by the sound emanating from the book. "What are you reading?" Draco inquired, furrowing his brow. "I seem to hear some peculiar noises." "It's rather unsettling." "Nothing of consequence, merely a book on magic," Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. "A book on dark magic. We must familiarize ourselves with the challenges that lie ahead. Are you truly daring to study dark magic?" Draco exclaimed, astonished. I thought you were solely fond of white magic. This hardly aligns with your hypocritical nature. It's quite the revelation. Dark magic is not an insurmountable peril, Zhang Hao countered. If wielded with restraint, it does not necessarily lead to dire consequences. As he spoke, Zhang Hao's expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. He had stumbled upon something extraordinary within the pages. The book contained instructions for crafting Horcruxes. Does this volume possess spells suitable for my studies? Draco queried with curiosity, a playful smile gracing his lips. Teach me a couple of incantations, and we can put the past behind us. What do you say? Zhang Hao closed the spellbook with an air of calm and resolutely declared, I would rather teach you the Synflar spell than impart the dark arts. To his surprise, Draco's eyes sparkled with a mischievous gleam upon hearing this, an unmistakable twinkle of excitement. Really? The Synflar spell sounds splendid. It settled then. The Synflar spell, a localized incantation, had eluded Draco's pronunciation despite his numerous attempts. Yet, the task of mastering this spell seemed far less daunting than the complexities of black magic that Zhang Hao had concocted. For most wizards, the phrase Synflar spell bore no distinction from any ordinary incantation. However, for Zhang Hao, it merely served as a name for a skill, making the release of magic through those 4 words a greater challenge than for others. After all, British wizards would envision a formidable beam of light upon hearing the incantation, while Zhang Hao would conjure images of a beautiful warrior. In essence, the spell did not exert a significant mental constraint on him. Thus, it was only a matter of time before Draco could master the Synflar spell, provided he was willing to learn. Today seemed to be a stroke of luck for him. During potions class, Snape did not call upon him. Instead, it was Zhang Hao who was summoned to answer several questions. However, those questions were exceedingly simple, leading many to suspect that Snape intentionally selected Zhang Hao to respond, thereby legitimizing points awarded to Slytherin. The Gryffindors felt a sense of injustice but were powerless to counter such blatant favoritism. How infuriating. Ron grumbled after class. Snape is utterly shameless. Does he not realize the lack of integrity in winning the House Cup this way? Is that even a question? Harry retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. He clearly possesses no sense of shame. I believe he would go to any lengths for the House Cup. Hermione too appeared despondent, eager to defend Gryffindor's honor. Yet Snape provided her with no opportunity to do so. In an unusual turn, Draco refrained from mocking the trio from Gryffindor, leaving them momentarily unsettled. Harry overheard Draco muttering incantations in a language he could not comprehend. He leaned closer to Draco, attempting to discern the words more clearly. However, Draco remained on guard, glaring at Harry as he demanded, What do you want? What is your intention by being so close to me? Harry, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, whispered, I detect an unpleasant odor emanating from you. With that, he slipped away, leaving Draco to sniff around in confusion. Zhang Hao gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seemed that Harry had taken a turn for the worse, though it was unclear from whom he had learned such behavior. In the afternoon, Flint, who had recently been appointed captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, approached Zhang Hao and Draco. I am now extending an invitation for you to join the Slytherin team, Flint said with a stern expression. I hope you will strive for glory on behalf of Slytherin. Draco, your father has sponsored the team with broomsticks, the latest model, the Nimbus 2001. Would you care to take a look? Last year, both Zhang Hao and Draco had excelled in their flying lessons, qualifying them as seed players. With 7th-year students preparing for their final examinations, many team members had opted out, leaving each house's team in dire need of fresh talent. It was evident that the Slytherin team held Zhang Hao and Draco in high regard. Draco was elated and turned to Zhang Hao, exclaiming, Hey, we can join the Quidditch team now. What do you think? What is there to be so cheerful about? Can you not be a bit more composed? Zhang Hao replied nonchalantly. Quidditch is merely a pastime. Why take it so seriously? Flint, displeased, responded, How can you think like that? Quidditch is a magnificent sport that deserves everyone's respect. Do you wish to join or not? Playing for fun is all well and good. But what purpose does a broomstick serve otherwise? Zhang Hao felt neither a strong affinity nor aversion toward Quidditch. However, he harbored a vague yet ambitious plan. Before embarking on this endeavor, he needed to establish a certain level of prestige within the magical sports community. This would greatly benefit his new initiative, allowing him to engage with the fervent Quidditch enthusiasts who would be willing to listen to his proposal. Thus, with a particular objective in mind, Zhang Hao decided to join the Quidditch team. That evening, he visited the wooden cabin in the forest. The phoenix egg remained in a state of lethargy, its runes growing dimmer yet refusing to vanish. Perhaps the phoenix was still resisting. According to Lilith, the more powerful the phoenix, the more challenging it was to form a bond. She had also mentioned that this was a positive sign. Once the phoenix hatched, Zhang Hao would gain a formidable ally. Are you not returning? Lilith inquired softly, noticing Zhang Hao's hesitation. Is there something else you require my assistance with? Indeed. There is a matter of great importance for which I need your help. Zhang Hao intended to experiment with flight magic here, but he harbored concerns about potential magical mishaps, thus requiring a trustworthy companion for supervision. The absence of mishaps during the Sunflower and Dazzling Spell experiments had been mere fortune. He could not guarantee that errors would not occur each time. Feel free to voice any concerns, Lilith said, gently toying with her hair. I will assist you to the best of my abilities. I am delighted to hear that, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. I only need you to save me if I find myself in peril during the magical experiment. If that proves impossible, then please assist in recovering my remains. Very well, Lilith responded nonchalantly. I know what to do. Perhaps influenced by Lilith's demeanor, Zhang Hao felt a sense of reassurance enveloping him. He slowly closed his eyes, awakening the instincts that had been imprinted deep within his being. After a moment, colorful clouds began to materialize beneath his feet, while flickering lightning emerged behind him. Lilith gazed on in astonishment. She had never witnessed such magic before. Suddenly, Zhang Hao soared into the sky, his eyes now wide open. The lightning wings on his back grew increasingly solid, and the rainbow-hued clouds became ever more stable. The instincts honed within the illusion were successfully manifested in reality. Zhang Hao has taken flight. He resembles a brilliant meteor, soaring through the night sky. In terms of velocity, this new magic has surpassed the enchanted broomstick. After a while, Zhang Hao gently descended to the ground, panting as he remarked, No problem at all. Thankfully, nothing went awry. Lilith's eyes sparkled with admiration as she generously praised. Such a beautiful spell. Did you create this yourself? Indeed, Zhang Hao felt a surge of magical energy brewing once more, fiercer than when he had conjured the daylight flare. Straining to muster his strength, he replied, It took quite an effort, you know. You exhibit a powerful fluctuation of magical energy. Is everything all right? Lilith evidently sensed something amiss with Zhang Hao, her fleeting concern evident in her gaze. I might be on the brink of death. Could you perhaps give me a hug? Zhang Hao feigned dramatic despair. Let me perish in your warm embrace, and perhaps I shan't turn into a ghost. As he spoke, he lunged toward Lilith, his eyes brimming with a longing for warmth. However, Lilith deftly sidestepped, unfazed as she responded, I believe you should meet your end in the embrace of the earth. It would allow you to be reborn in another form. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao, weary to the point of inertia, found himself disinclined to retaliate. Lilith, observing his frivolity, lost interest in him. After a considerable interval, Zhang Hao finally regained his strength, feeling a significant surge in his magical power. While the exact increase was indeterminate, it was evident that this acquisition was nothing short of delightful. The following day, a Saturday, Flint resolved to conduct a training session for the new players. Unfortunately, Gryffindor had previously reserved the Quidditch pitch. However, the Slytherins were undeterred. Flint procured a signed note from Snape. Consequently, the two teams clashed on the Quidditch training ground. Flint, Gryffindor's captain, Wood, bellowed, This is our training time. We specifically rose early for this. Kindly vacate the premises. Flint, with a cunning smile, retorted, The space is ample. We shall not impede you. Other Gryffindor players soon joined, including Harry, who appeared particularly anxious as he had fortuitously been selected for the team. Accompanying Harry were Hermione and Ron, who were somewhat taken aback to see Zhang Hao and Draco clad in their uniforms. A diminutive boy, clutching an antiquated camera, snapped pictures incessantly. Even if you're not causing any disruption, it matters not. I have reserved the entire pitch. Wood asserted vehemently. The whole field is under my reservation. Oh, is that so? Flint countered, revealing his trump card. He brandished a note, stating, But I possess a signed authorization from Professor Severus Snape. I, Professor Severus Snape, permit the Slytherin team to train on the Quidditch pitch today, specifically for the purpose of training their new players. Upon finishing, he presented Zhang Hao and Malfoy as evidence of his veracity. The Gryffindor players exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Wood, resigned, remarked, We also have a new seeker to train. Surely we must adhere to a first-come, first-served basis? Oh, first come, first served? Flint scoffed. Perhaps you ought to concede. There's no need to rush into anger. Why not take a look at our brooms? With a flourish, the Slytherin players displayed their brooms, all shining Nimbus 2001s. Far more impressive than Harry's previous Nimbus 2000. Zhang Hao refrained from showcasing his custom Fire Phoenix, fearing it might devastate Gryffindor's morale. However, some were unwilling to let him off the hook. George lamented, "How? Surely you purchased a Nimbus 2001 for the entire team? Then why do you not unveil the Fire Phoenix?" Gryffindor possessed only 4 Nimbus 2001s, one of which was contributed by Ron. Out of a team of 7. The remaining 3 players were using brooms that were inferior to the Nimbus 2000. The impact of a superior broom on a player is profoundly significant. And in terms of brooms, Gryffindor was at a distinct disadvantage. Even more cruelly, due to George's indiscretion, Draco had also set his sights on Zhang Hao. He exclaimed in astonishment, "You possess an even better broom? Why not present it? Let me behold it." Zhang Hao hesitated, replying, "That would be too demoralizing. Do not be so hypocritical. Withholding it is far more disheartening." Draco seemed to have become astute at that moment, patiently elaborating. "Consider this. If you outperformed them using the Nimbus 2001, would their disappointment not be even greater? You wouldn't want to be seen as a traitor, would you?" Upon hearing this, the Slytherins directed their gazes toward Zhang Hao. He reluctantly conceded, "Very well. Allow you to witness it." "Yes. Quickly present your broom," Draco urged, while murmuring to himself, "Is there a broom superior to the Nimbus 2001? How was I unaware of this?" In a moment of utter desperation, Zhang Hao finally produced the customized Fire Phoenix. The exorbitantly priced Fire Phoenix immediately captivated everyone's attention. Its striking design, with a tail as meticulously crafted as a sculpture, danced with the rhythm of the wind. Every inch of its surface radiated an enchanting allure. The Gryffindor players were deeply disheartened. Although they had yet to witness the Fire Phoenix soaring through the skies, they could already envision its formidable power. As the morale of the team began to wane, their captain, Wood, felt compelled to step forward. He summoned his resolve and declared, "What if your brooms are superior to ours? Quidditch is fundamentally about skill. We, Gryffindor, shall not concede. If you insist on practicing here, then by all means." With that, he turned on his heel, while jeers arose from the Slytherin side. If this continued, a conflict was inevitable. "Wait." A voice suddenly quelled the laughter, drawing everyone's gaze towards Zhang Hao. "Mr. Zhang, what do you have to say?" Wood inquired, his expression darkening. "Do you intend to humiliate Gryffindor?" "No. You misunderstand, Mr. Wood." Zhang Hao shook his head, a light smile gracing his lips. "I have no desire to insult Gryffindor. Rather, I wish to mock Quidditch." The crowd fell into stunned silence, their minds struggling to comprehend his words. "Oh, what did you just say? What madness is this? To mock Quidditch? What exactly do you intend?" "How? I believe you ought to retract that statement. Is this some sort of jest? A Quidditch player daring to insult Quidditch?" No one grasped the meaning behind Zhang Hao's words, nor had anyone ever uttered such sentiments before. The majority of students present held a deep passion for Quidditch and could not tolerate any tarnishing of this noble sport. "Zhang Hao," Flint growled through gritted teeth, "does possessing great power grant you the liberty to act as you please? If you do not clarify your intentions, I shall expel you from the team." "No need for your expulsion. I have a suggestion," Zhang Hao replied with a smirk. "Perhaps you should lend an ear." "Speak then." Flint fixated his gaze on Zhang Hao. "What suggestion do you have? How do you plan to insult Quidditch?" Zhang Hao surveyed the crowd with a scornful expression and declared, "I challenge both Gryffindor and Slytherin. I shall take on all of you single-handedly. Today, in this very arena. If I win, the male players of Slytherin and Gryffindor will have to kiss each other. Should I lose, I will withdraw from the team and concede that Quidditch is the greatest sport in the world." The audience gasped in astonishment, and those acquainted with Zhang Hao were left in disbelief. Ron, bewildered, exclaimed, "Goodness! Has he lost his mind today? Why is he spouting such nonsense?" Hermione shook her head helplessly and replied bitterly, "There is an adage in the Muggle world. Genius and madness are but a fine line apart. Perhaps he has always been a madman." Harry trembled, speaking timidly. "I've heard that those in mental institutions can exhibit split personalities, much like him. He seems perfectly fine most of the time, but when provoked, he transforms entirely." "Do you think Zhang might have a mental illness? He appears quite terrified." "Perhaps he has some misunderstanding about mental health. The child has wasted over a decade in the Muggle world." Hermione, feeling increasingly powerless, sighed. "Harry, even those with mental illness wouldn't act in such a manner." "I don't know what else to say." Draco, trembling at Harry's explanation, felt despair seep into him upon seeing even the knowledgeable Hermione at a loss for words. "Look at him," he whispered, his handsome face contorted with worry. "I have to sleep in the same room with him tonight. What should I do if he does something utterly incomprehensible?" On the Quidditch pitch, Flint and Wood exchanged glances, both turning their attention to Zhang Hao. In unison, they asked, "Are you serious? You truly wish to challenge 2 teams alone?" Without hesitation, Zhang Hao affirmed, "Indeed." If you are unwilling, I could raise the stakes. Should I lose, I will commission a fire phoenix for each of you. The player's eyes glinted with excitement at the prospect of acquiring a fire phoenix. What was there to fear in just a kiss? Moreover, the odds were 13-1. Such a defeat seemed impossible in their eyes, and nearly everyone believed Zhang Hao could not win. Wood hesitated. Mr. Zhang, are you certain you understand the rules of Quidditch? Magic wands are not permitted during the match. Can you adhere to that? His concern was evident. If Zhang Hao resorted to magic during the game, there would be no point in competing, as no student would have the confidence to best him with spells. After all, he was the man who had triumphed over the Dark Professor in his first year. Rest assured, I fully comprehend the rules of Quidditch, Zhang Hao replied with a smile. I want to employ any magic aside from that which allows for flight, and I will certainly abide by the rules. Wood and Flint exchanged another glance, both recognizing the spark of excitement in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the two rivals, with an unspoken understanding, proclaimed, "Very well. It is settled. Prepare to part with your wealth." Zhang Hao revealed a smile, resolutely deciding to demonstrate to everyone that one can indeed play the sport of Quidditch alone. The young boy from Gryffindor, named Colin, grinned widely as he clutched his camera and clicked the shutter. He captured the radiant smile of Zhang Hao. This photograph, later dubbed the most confident smile, would come into existence in the hands of this boy. Hermione blinked in astonishment and exclaimed, "Goodness! Is such an absurd event truly about to unfold?" "Indeed," Ron replied with a pout. "It seems that Wood and that giant Flint are bound to join in his madness." Soon after, Zhang Hao and the two players from the respective houses soared into the sky. Zhang Hao stood vigilantly before the goal, one hand gripping a bat while the other remained poised to receive the ball. He assumed multiple roles: goalkeeper, chaser, seeker, and batter, all in a single endeavor, striving to triumph in a match that seemed nearly insurmountable. However, there was a stipulation. He relied solely on a flying broomstick. Yet, having conjured his own flight magic, how could he possibly limit himself to just a broomstick? Thus, despite the daunting challenge of winning, Zhang Hao exuded confidence. In stark contrast, the alliance of Slytherin and Gryffindor appeared scattered across the field. Perhaps they were at a loss regarding their formation, as this was their first encounter with a match of such disproportionate numbers. Observe, they even descended into infighting. A Slytherin player shouted at a Gryffindor counterpart, "Hey, get away from my spot. I am the batter." The Gryffindor player, taken aback, retorted furiously, "You think you're the only batter? Who isn't a batter here?" Meanwhile, two goalkeepers squatted at the goalpost, nearly coming to blows over the central position. One of them was Wood, who, displaying a sense of perspective, ultimately relinquished the central spot. Such phenomena were rampant across the field, and it took them considerable time to sort out their interpersonal dynamics. Witnessing this chaos, Hermione, who was spectating, couldn't help but worry about the disarray within the Alliance team. Could they truly secure a victory? Would they inadvertently collide with their own teammates during the match? Simultaneously, Zhang Hao grew impatient. He stifled a yawn, stretched his neck, and urged, "Are you all ready? When shall we commence?" Flint and Wood exchanged a knowing glance before arrogantly declaring, "We are prepared. Let the game begin." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao turned to Ron below and said, "You shall be the referee. Quickly declare the start." Ron was taken aback by this unexpected honor, nearly leaping with joy. At least he was aware of the referee's duties. And he shouted, "Start," in a booming voice. In the ensuing moments, he meticulously observed each player, hoping to detect their errors and administer penalties. For him, this was perhaps more exhilarating than scoring a goal himself. However, it soon became evident that his role was limited to merely announcing the beginning and end of the match. Once the game commenced, Zhang Hao stood immovable before the goal. The opposing team advanced unimpeded, seizing the quaffle without hesitation. These players showed no mercy, sending the bludger hurtling towards Zhang Hao. Draco and Harry scoured the field for the golden snitch, haunted by an ominous premonition, prompting them to wish for an early conclusion to the match. Yet, the elusive snitch was evidently not so easily captured, its whereabouts still a mystery. Angelina Johnson was the finest chaser on the opposing team, renowned for her exceptional throwing skills. Thus, the initial attack was entrusted to her. She charged forward with determination, swiftly approaching the goal defended by Zhang Hao. Observing Zhang's unwavering stance, offering no openings, Angelina was compelled to choose what she believed to be a favorable angle and hurled the quaffle. Her target was the right hoop, while Zhang, being left-handed, would typically find it challenging to catch the quaffle with his left hand. From this perspective, Angelina's strategy appeared sound. However, she miscalculated Zhang Hao's speed. In that instant, he moved like a bolt of lightning, darting to the right hoop and positioning himself before the goal with astonishing swiftness. The opposing team was left in awe of his speed, many exclaiming in disbelief. Merlin's beard. How can he be so fast? Good grief. If he maintains this pace, scoring will be utterly impossible. Use the bludger to distract him. Flint, unleash your strongest move and collide with him. Flint, fearing retribution afterwards, hesitated to make the attempt. As anticipated, Zhang Hao successfully intercepted Angelina's quaffle. With his left hand cradling the quaffle, he wielded his bat with his right, decisively striking the bludger towards Angelina. If there was anyone on the field who posed the greatest threat, it was undoubtedly this sharpshooting beauty. Alas, this particular bludger was deftly evaded by Angelina. Zhang Hao, undeterred by overthinking, embraced the ghostly flying ball and soared into the sky. After a graceful loop, he propelled himself toward the opposing goal. The drifting ball reappeared, and with a swift reverse stroke, he launched it, aiming once more for the American beauty. Alas, he missed again. However, it mattered little, for the goal was now tantalizingly close. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao has taken the lead with a stunning goal. Every player in the league feels as though they are in a dream. 13 against 1, and yet someone has managed to score first? This is utterly absurd. How could he possibly fly so swiftly? Could it be the Fire Phoenix? No. It cannot merely be the broom. I suspect he has resorted to cheating. Not even the specialized brooms for the Quidditch World Cup can match that speed. I have witnessed it. Indeed. Moreover, his reaction time is extraordinary. He can intercept a bludger hurtling towards him from the front. And he can also strike one coming from behind. Even England's seekers pale in comparison to his prowess. Have you noticed? When he flies, it seems as though sparks of electricity dance behind him, and he is enveloped by peculiar clouds. Now that you mention it, I recall something similar. The clouds and sparks are faintly visible, yet undeniably present. Could this be a new form of magic? Magic typically requires a wand. Have any of you seen him wield one? His mastery of Quidditch is equally astonishing. Does anyone know if he has trained before? During a lull in the match, the league players engaged in fervent discussions, all convinced that Zhang Hao must be cheating, yet they found no evidence to substantiate their claims. In truth, Zhang Hao was indeed accelerating with a newly devised flying spell during his flight. His remarkable proficiency in Quidditch and his rapid reflexes stem from an intensive training session in the illusion realm just the night before. Long ago, he had undergone evasive training. This was facilitated by certain mechanisms within the illusion, and his sensitivity to the sound of arrows slicing through the air was honed through repeated experiences of being struck. It was a harrowing ordeal, enduring mental torment by night while engaging in physical training by day. Such sacrifices have yielded an unparalleled reaction speed. It is no exaggeration to assert that, among his peers, Zhang Hao could single-handedly take on 10 adversaries in close combat. Applying such skills to the game of Quidditch merely requires a brief period of adjustment. However, the others are unaware of this, rendering them incapable of comprehension. Zhang Hao remained unfazed, provocatively asking, "Are you all prepared to concede? I have been waiting for quite some time." His demeanor incensed every member of the Alliance team, who were already brimming with indignation. It was humiliating enough to be outnumbered and still concede a point. Flint retorted angrily, "Do not revel in triumph. Our earlier lapse was merely a momentary oversight. From here on, you shall not score another point." In that instant, Slytherin and Gryffindor united against a common foe. A historic moment for Hogwarts was upon them. A group of young wizards seemed suddenly invigorated, darting up and down, left and right, showcasing a dazzling array of Quidditch tactics. However, it was all for naught. Angelina once again hurled the elusive quaffle, yet Zhang Hao intercepted it with astonishing speed. Flint, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Damn it! Why not use a bludger to smash him?" He truly resembled a giant, his menacing teeth being the most fitting comparison. As his words echoed, a bludger appeared before him. This was the doing of Zhang Hao. The bludger did not favor any particular team. It fortuitously soared into Zhang Hao's path, who struck it back with precision. Flint was caught off guard, and the ball struck him squarely on the forehead. He plummeted from the heights, unable to rise for a considerable time. Thus, the first casualty of the conflict was recorded, further dampening the morale of the Alliance team. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao searched desperately, but could not find an opportunity. Ultimately forced to hastily toss the quaffle away. He had no choice, for Harry and Draco had already spotted the golden snitch. If they were to seize it first, he would surely lose. Thus, he propelled the quaffle high into the air, ensuring it would not be easily retrieved by his opponents. In the art of war, this is akin to the stratagem of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Subsequently, Zhang Hao dashed swiftly toward the golden snitch. He surged forward, his speed akin to a flash of lightning. The thunderous wings behind him and the vibrant clouds beneath his feet began to solidify. His velocity intensified, resembling a tempestuous gale that nearly toppled several players from the opposing team. Suddenly, a gasp echoed across the pitch. Oh, good heavens! His broomstick was smoking. Zhang Hao glanced back, and indeed, the tail of the fire phoenix was emitting a faint glow. Flickering flames danced in and out of sight, thriving in their growth. Hey, slow down. This is perilous. Admit defeat. We no longer desire the fire phoenix. Prioritize safety. Please halt. Do not take this so earnestly. In the stands. Hermione gripped Ron's arm tightly, her voice laced with concern. The speed is too excessive. If the broom were to catch fire, the prospect of him plummeting from such a height is terrifying. Ron's face twisted in pain as he lamented, Hermione, could you please release me? If you do not let go soon, I shall perish at your hands before he even falls. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hermione quickly released Ron, clasping her hands together as she silently prayed. If one were to inquire about the depth of her worry for Zhang Hao, only she could truly comprehend it. Above the pitch, Zhang Hao relentlessly pursued Harry and Draco, with the golden snitch tantalizingly close, merely a few feet away. The match could conclude at any moment. Zhang Hao's broomstick tail was ablaze, yet he remained utterly indifferent. His companions continuously urged him to halt, with some attempting to convey the magnitude of the flames. As the golden snitch drew ever closer, he finally cast a glance backward. The fire was indeed intense. The entire tail of the broom was engulfed in flames. Due to his rapid speed, the flames trailed behind him like a long comet's tail. Haha, Zhang Hao exclaimed with pride, as long as I fly fast enough. The flames shall not scorch my backside. His companions were left speechless. Even at such a moment, he was concerned about that. Did he not fear that his broom might be consumed by the fire and plummet to the ground? Zhang Hao, far from feeling fear, accelerated his pace. He darted between Harry and Draco, with the flames behind him nearly singeing their hair. Harry and Draco were taken aback, a shared thought rising in their minds. Trouble was imminent. An ominous premonition was about to come true. Zhang Hao accelerated further. It was no longer the broom that carried him aloft, but rather he who was dragging the broom along. The wings of thunder and the rainbow clouds had now fully manifested, and were it not for the flames and clouds obstructing the view, surely everyone would have witnessed this spectacle. At last, before the broom was entirely consumed by flames, Zhang Hao successfully captured the golden snitch. He swiftly dove downwards, retracting the wings of thunder and the rainbow clouds as he descended. Just before anyone could notice, he managed to restore himself to an inconspicuous state. Then, he presented the golden snitch to everyone. Hello, everyone. He beamed, revealing a set of pearly whites, and lazily declared, I have some delightful news for you. You've lost. My name is Harry Potter, and I am currently in quite a panic. I am 12 years old and a somewhat happy little wizard, if I may say so. Although many nefarious individuals harbor ill will towards me, it does not deter me, for I have even more friends. I encountered a rather troublesome situation last year during my first flying lesson, where I accidentally kissed the boy I loathe the most. Oh, no one could possibly fathom that feeling. It nearly pushed me into solitude. To make matters worse, Draco Malfoy, the boy I kissed, always gazes at me with an unsettling intensity. I am filled with trepidation, yet I dare not confide in anyone. Goodness, a nightmare is looming once more. One of my friends, whether intentionally or not, has absurdly proposed that all male players from Gryffindor and Slytherin must kiss each other. Am I to kiss that odious boy again? Can anyone tell me what I should do? I am Draco Malfoy, and I too am in quite a state of distress. I am 12 years old and, perhaps, a happier little wizard than Potter. I have a despicable roommate who constantly opposes me. I wish to smash his head, but I cannot overpower him. He saved me last time, yet I do not thank him because he forced me to kiss the boy I detest. Goodness, you cannot imagine what that feels like. Since that day, the boy I loathe gazes at me with a completely altered expression. That peculiar look sends shivers down my spine every time I recall it. Today, my insufferable roommate has set yet another trap. Yes, I am certain it was premeditated. His twisted sense of humor is all too familiar to me. He has absurdly suggested that we engage in same-gender kissing. I am going to confront him. Ah, forget it. Living is better than anything else. I am Flint. I am Wood. I am George. I am Fred. The players of the Alliance team were beset by tumultuous emotions, their worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Each one internally screamed, "Goodness! 13 against 1, and we actually lost." Each one was filled with dread. What shall we do? Must we truly find a man to kiss? Each one vehemently resisted. No. As long as I do not have to kiss anyone, I would be willing to do anything else. As Zhang Hao descended to the ground, the fiery phoenix he had ridden was reduced to a mere stick. The onlookers were incredulous, unable to fathom how he could have navigated such a descent upon a mere staff. How do you feel? Hermione rushed forward, chiding him. You shouldn't have taken such a reckless risk. What if you had fallen from such heights? Hermione, I think you're worrying unnecessarily, Ron remarked quietly. Does he look like he is in trouble to you? You're being overly concerned. Honestly, have you developed feelings for him? Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson at his insinuation. She promptly punched Ron and darted away. You fool. Zhang Hao patted Ron on the shoulder. Have you forgotten something? You are the referee for this match. Announce the results. Oh, Ron suddenly recalled his duty, dejectedly announcing, the final score of the match is 160-10, with Zhang Hao emerging victorious. No cheers erupted from the crowd. It was an awkward triumph. Honestly, did you cheat? Wood inquired, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. You flew far too swiftly. No broomstick could attain such speed. Is that so? Zhang Hao crossed his arms, maintaining his composure. As long as you can provide evidence of my cheating, I shall concede your victory. Evidence? How would one even find that? Zhang Hao did not wield his wand throughout the entire event, nor did he employ any magic to interfere with anyone's competition. His only distinctions were his remarkable speed, sharp reflexes, and somewhat simplistic combat style. Beyond that, perhaps it was his striking appearance that caught the eye. But can a charming appearance be deemed as cheating, even if it were noticed? Who could possibly prove that his dashing looks were correlated with his extraordinary speed? Thus, Wood ultimately stammered without presenting any substantial evidence. Must we kiss? This would be rather awkward, Wood remarked, his handsome face turning crimson with embarrassment. Perhaps you could request something else? Is that permissible? Let us change the request. Flint gritted his teeth and asserted, I will not kiss a man. The others remained silent, yet they gazed at Zhang Hao with eager anticipation. Whether or not you wish to kiss is entirely your decision. I have no demands of you, Zhang Hao replied with magnanimity. Let us refrain from incessantly discussing Quidditch and simply shake hands instead. Regardless of whether you are from Slytherin or Gryffindor, you are first and foremost students of Hogwarts. Let us not engage in unhealthy internal strife. You have all witnessed that when faced with formidable opponents, a lack of unity only leads to failure. I intend to organize a more meaningful endeavor, and I hope for your support. He too found the notion of a group of men kissing somewhat distasteful. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to relinquish this excessive demand. Of course, should they wish to pursue such a notion themselves, he would not stand in their way. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, the male players from both teams breathed a sigh of relief. As long as kissing was off the table, everything else was negotiable. Thank you immensely. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Wood extended his hand to Flint with a smile. Hurry up, don't dawdle. I certainly do not wish to kiss you. Flint bared his teeth, reluctantly shaking Wood's hand. Thus, a potential conflict was diffused, and Zhang Hao felt a sense of achievement. Was this not the first large-scale handshake between Slytherin and Gryffindor students? What all the professors of Hogwarts could not accomplish, Zhang Hao had achieved. Then came the pressing question of what to do about the upcoming training. Harry raised a concern that could not be overlooked. Both Wood and Flint turned to Zhang Hao, as without addressing this peculiar situation, they would be unable to train effectively. Don't look at me. I shall not partake in Quidditch training, Zhang Hao shrugged. I will simply participate in the match when the time comes, and the championship will be claimed by Slytherin. Gryffindor should not entertain hopes of victory. As soon as the words left his mouth, a collective wail arose from the Gryffindor team, while the Slytherin side erupted in joyous cheers. If Zhang Hao decided to compete, this year's championship was assured. Draco laughed. This rascal finally remembers he is a Slytherin. Draco, what did you just say? Upon overhearing some disparaging remarks, Zhang Hao mischievously inquired, Are you feeling disappointed that you could not kiss Harry? Go away. Draco's face flushed with embarrassment and irritation. You are the one who should feel disappointed. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how would I have attracted Potter's attention? Hey, Draco. Who is fixating on you? Harry chimed in irritably. Clearly, it's you who steals glances at me with ill intentions. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback and then realized. No wonder I've been feeling something amiss lately. It turns out you two have been secretly observing one another. In this world, many unfathomable matters are known only to those directly involved. Much like the current situation, Draco and Harry harbor a mutual disdain for each other. Yet an unforeseen incident has left an indelible mark upon their hearts. This has resulted in a palpable awkwardness whenever they encounter one another, often leading to blushing, verbal disfluency, emotional instability, and a host of other peculiar manifestations. This is certainly not love. Rather, it is a natural physiological reaction. However, onlookers remain oblivious, resorting to conjecture based solely on their limited observations. Undoubtedly, Zhang Hao fits the role of such an onlooker. He had previously sensed something unusual between Draco and Harry, yet had not delved deeper into the matter. He assumed they continued to loathe one another as they did in the past, seeking opportunities to undermine each other. Little did he expect that the culmination of today's events would unveil a shocking revelation. They were indeed stealing glances at one another. Stealing glances? What manner of individuals would engage in such covert observation? In Zhang Hao's mind, two words emerged: secret admiration. Goodness! Draco and Harry harbor mutual feelings for one another? At this moment, he was not the only one pondering this revelation. Every member of the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams was misled, arriving at the same conclusion simultaneously. Consequently, a peculiar light glimmered in everyone's eyes. Angelina Johnson hesitated before stating, "If you truly care for each other, then be together." Apologies for the interruption. With that, she dashed away, pulling Katie Bell along with her. The others, prompted by this revelation, suddenly awakened to the truth. Phelan turned to Draco and said, "Since you have personal matters to attend to, I shall grant you a day off. Be cautious, take the initiative, and do not tarnish the reputation of Slytherin." Draco was in despair. How could he take the initiative? What was he supposed to do? Before he could voice his thoughts, Wood addressed Harry, saying, "If you have feelings, don't hesitate. Gryffindor stands firmly behind you." Well then, Harry was equally overwhelmed. Zhang Hao addressed Ron, saying, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. You may venture to the kitchen and procure some oranges." His intention was to create a private space for Harry and Draco. However, Ron, evidently lacking in acumen, responded in confusion, "Why must I steal oranges?" The gathering dispersed, leaving the vast Quidditch pitch occupied by only 3 individuals. Draco and Harry exchanged a glance, both erupting in unison. "Look at what you've done." After voicing their sentiments, they turned to depart, leaving Ron pondering. Why must I steal oranges? In the days that followed, a legend circulated throughout Hogwarts. It was said that Slytherin and Gryffindor were to unite, as Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter had fallen in love. Whenever they were seen together, people would utter words of blessing. Conversely, a segment of the populace would deliberately avoid them, thus granting the couple some semblance of privacy. On one such day, the friends convened once more. Draco and Harry glared at Zhang Hao, their eyes filled with enough resentment to slay a fly. "Do not look at me like that. It was unintentional," Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly. "Pray tell, did you two steal glances at one another? Let us not dwell on this. Are you not planning some sort of sport?" Harry, feeling that further entanglement would exacerbate the situation, wisely shifted the topic. "Could you perhaps divulge a hint?" The others exhibited interest, as Hermione, Daphne, and Pansy were present, often studying together. This year, Daphne had significantly reduced her snacking, which allowed her to concentrate on her studies. They enjoyed trailing behind Zhang Hao, for he could provide answers to their queries at any moment. Why pursue a new sport? Isn't Quidditch enjoyable enough? Pansy remarked dismissively. With your skills, perhaps you could participate in the Quidditch World Cup in the future. That would make you a star in the wizarding world. Indeed. How splendid it would be to become a star. My dream has always been to be a Quidditch sensation, yet alas, my flying leaves much to be desired. Ron lamented. You all are aware of this. Ron, your aspiration last year was to become the student council president, Harry reminded him, as revealed by the mirror of Erased. The group erupted in good-natured laughter. Being student council president was indeed far easier than achieving stardom in Quidditch. In comparison, aspiring to be student council president did seem somewhat pedestrian. This is not contradictory, Zhang Hao chuckled. Ron can first attain the position of student council president and then strive to become a Quidditch star. Ron, who had been lost in thought, brightened at this suggestion. Yet, this joy was fleeting. What a splendid idea, he said with a wry smile, but can I truly manage it? Not only do I struggle with magic, but my flying skills are subpar, and I lack organizational ability. With such shortcomings, could I ever become student council president? Zhang Hao sighed inwardly. Growing up in a family beset by poverty, the young man naturally harbored feelings of inferiority. In truth, if he could cultivate a sense of self-assurance, many things would become considerably easier. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Your prowess in wizard's chess is commendable, Draco suddenly remarked. That is a form of organizational skill. You, fool, would squander wealth without knowing how to wield it. The others were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. Why are you all staring at me? Draco inquired. Are you contemplating something utterly nonsensical? No, Hermione replied with a smile. We merely did not expect you to utter such words. You see, I have long maintained that you possess a kind heart. Nonsense. I am not. Draco turned his gaze towards the horizon, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. The group exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from teasing him. Though your demeanor is rather unpleasant, Ron said earnestly, I still appreciate your efforts. Who asked for your gratitude? Draco retorted haughtily. You would do better to ponder how to become the student council president. As their conversation meandered, they turned to discuss Gilderoy Lockhart. The matter was thus. Lockhart had solicited Harry's assistance in replying to fan letters, a request that left Harry exasperated. How do you think Lockhart truly accomplished those feats? I mean, the events chronicled in his books. At this, Ron's irritation flared. Is there any need to ask? You have attended his classes. How did he conduct them? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What are his secret aspirations? What do you believe is his greatest achievement to date? What relevance do these questions have? Can they aid us in defeating the Dark Lord? In my opinion, Lockhart is nothing but a charlatan. Hal has done exceptionally well. He should publicly expose this fraud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did he think that by merely going there, all troubles would vanish? The troublemaker is always a troublemaker. Even if you refrain from causing a stir, complications will inevitably knock on your door. Perhaps Harry heeded Hermione's advice, as he ultimately chose to assist Lockhart in composing a letter. Yet, Zhang Hao suspected that this lad might be seeking to evade his homework. That evening, as was his custom, he visited the wooden cabin in the forest. The phoenix egg appeared to be in good condition, with the runic markings nearly faded away. Only a few dark specks remained, stubbornly clinging to existence like freckles on a young girl's face. Zhang Hao estimated that within 2 days, these dark spots would completely vanish. That night, the mysterious illusion unfolded once more. As was his custom, he practiced his magic, dabbling in some whimsical magical transformations. Recently, he had become enamored with the protective charm, aspiring to develop it into a passive skill. This was a formidable notion, for if successful, no one would be able to ambush him. He would transition from an APC to an APMT, and the thought alone instilled him with a profound sense of security. In addition, he was engrossed in the study of enchanting battle attire. This endeavor proved to be rather challenging, and thus far, he had made little progress. The enchantment of battle gear and the transformation of the protective charm into a passive ability shared a commonality. Both required an extension of the spell's duration. Resolving one issue would inevitably lead to the resolution of the other. In truth, enchanting an object is not particularly arduous. Many spells can accomplish this feat, for instance, transfiguration, soul artifact creation, the golden snitch, and the magical chess pieces conjured by Professor McGonagall last year. In this era, enchanted items are quite prevalent. If one were to categorize magical items, they could be divided into magical artifacts and magical equipment. The variety of magical artifacts is vast and seemingly infinite, whereas magical equipment tends to be rather monotonous. A one qualifies, a flying broomstick does as well, along with Mad-Eye Moody's false eye and Harry's invisibility cloak. Beyond these, Zhang Hao had not encountered any other forms of magical equipment. Armor imbued with enduring defensive charms is simply unavailable for purchase. In summary, while there exists a plethora of magic directed at the items themselves, there is a scarcity of magic that targets the spells affixed to those items. This may sound convoluted, but it can be illustrated with a more vivid analogy. A wizard can cast spells using a wand, yet cannot compel the wand itself to cast spells autonomously. Indeed, that encapsulates the essence of the matter. Zhang Hao believes that it is necessary to reference certain narrative constructs from past novels to address this dilemma, such as imbuing the battle attire with magical arrays. However, he quickly dismisses this notion, recognizing its inherent implausibility. In this world, magic is deeply intertwined with will. What kind of magical array could endow a piece of clothing with a potent protective will? Such a concept seems utterly fantastical. Despite the formidable challenges ahead, Zhang Hao remains resolute and unyielding. The joy of magical transformation lies in turning the impossible into the possible, if every endeavor could be effortlessly achieved. What significance would it hold? 2 days later, Zhang Hao returned to the wooden cabin nestled in the forest. As soon as he steadied himself, he heard a melodious cry from above. Looking up, he beheld a resplendent crimson bird soaring freely through the sky. In that moment, Zhang Hao felt a surge of exhilaration once more. A phoenix. It has finally hatched. Perhaps sensing a unique connection, the phoenix suddenly dove down from the heavens. It circled around Zhang Hao twice before gracefully alighting on a nearby branch. Zhang Hao raised his hand, smiling as he said, "Come here, settle down." However, the phoenix paid him no heed. In its bright, piercing eyes lay a deep-seated wariness. "Perhaps you ought to bestow it a name first," came Lilith's voice from the wooden cabin as she sat gracefully upon a branch, leisurely declaring, "This is the final step of the ritual. Grant it a true name." In ancient ceremonies, this step holds great significance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao fell into contemplation for a moment, then pointed at the phoenix and proclaimed, "From this day forth, I bestow upon you your true name, Qin Gray." Bah! The phoenix finally had a name, and she joyfully emitted a sound akin to that of a sheep. "Qin, come here, let your father have a look." Zhang Hao called out affectionately once more, raising a hand to beckon the phoenix to perch upon it. Qin hesitated for a brief moment, then obediently flew over. Perhaps due to her recent emergence, Qin was only the size of a pigeon. However, she was perfectly developed, with each feather exquisitely beautiful. Adorning her forehead was a cluster of dazzling crimson crest feathers. She was far more stunning than the phoenix, the two being incomparable in their splendor. Zhang Hao, increasingly fond of the child, smiled and inquired, "Good child, what would you like to eat? Tell Daddy, and Daddy will prepare it for you." The child emitted an unintelligible sound, appearing utterly bewildered, as if she could not comprehend Zhang Hao's words at all. The phoenix does not consume earthly sustenance. She feasts solely upon sunlight and flames. Lilith regarded Zhang Hao with a peculiar gaze, for he was well aware of this fact. Zhang Hao smiled awkwardly, overwhelmed with joy and somewhat at a loss for words. It had been over a year. From the beginning of last year's school term until now, he had finally acquired a phoenix. Throughout this year, he had suppressed an abundance of expectations. At this moment, all those anticipations erupted forth. This exhilaration is something that most cannot fathom. "I shall take her back to Hogwarts," Zhang Hao declared with great enthusiasm. "Dumbledore's fox will undoubtedly feel a deep sense of shame upon meeting Qin. You harbor an adult soul within you? Must you be so juvenile?" Lilith remarked lazily. "She is a phoenix, not a mere plaything. And what of having an adult soul?" Zhang Hao retorted, displeased. "Are we not allowed to indulge in playful pursuits? If we are to be labeled as adults, should we then shy away from engaging in delightful activities? That would be akin to drawing a prison around oneself, willingly embracing suffering." Initially, he came to Hogwarts with the intention of quietly learning magic, yet he had already mastered all the spells available to him. And the more significant research was conducted within the illusions. Besides attending classes, he found himself with nothing to occupy his time. In such circumstances, why refrain from play? Zhang Hao is a man of his word. He indeed brought his instrument to Hogwarts. In the realm of adulthood, the question is not whether one can play, but rather whether one desires to play and possesses the courage to do so. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhang Hao wandered through various classrooms with his beloved Qin, astonishingly unimpeded by any professor. Even the stern and austere Professor McGonagall conjured magical flames for Qin to enjoy. "What is her name?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "Mr. Zhang, have you ever seen Fox? I believe she is no less remarkable than Fox." "Her name is Qin Gray," Zhang Hao proudly declared. "Does Professor McGonagall also take a liking to Qin?" He boasted. "I have exerted considerable effort to tame her. You should be aware of the circumstances." "Indeed, I am well aware," Professor McGonagall replied with a smile. "I hope you will take good care of her. She will prove invaluable to you in the future." "I will certainly look after her," Zhang Hao vowed earnestly. "I will treat her as my own daughter." The shift in Professor McGonagall's demeanor left everyone astonished. Was this truly the same rigid professor? She appeared surprisingly benevolent, as if the sun had risen from the west. Countless envious gazes rendered Qin perpetually on edge. This situation only began to dissipate a week later. as both Zhang Hao and Qin acclimated to the attention. However, one particularly bothersome individual remained a nuisance, the defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. This scoundrel seemed to have some peculiar scheme, frequently lingering near Zhang Hao and even insisting on taking photographs together. Yet, he never succeeded in his endeavors. Each time he attempted such antics, bizarre occurrences ensued, whether it be his robes catching fire or some object launching a surprise attack on him. Colin, who was tasked with photographing Lockhart, was filled with trepidation, convinced that Lockhart had been cursed by misfortune. Zhang Hao was filled with apprehension. Could it be that Lockhart intends to employ the memory charm against me? If he succeeds, might he seize the violin? The possibility was not entirely unfounded, which is why he remained vigilant against Lockhart, never allowing him the opportunity for close proximity. One day, Harry brought forth an invitation. How? Sir Nick's death day is approaching, and he has invited me to the feast. Would you care to join? Harry inquired. Ron and Hermione were already preparing to attend, along with the ghosts of the school. Oh, a gathering of spirits? Zhang Hao remarked with keen interest. That sounds delightful. I shall attend. When is Sir Nick planning to hold the feast? He had only heard tales of ghostly banquets before. In the magical realm, it was not uncommon for ghosts to host feasts. Even in the Muggle world, there were instances where Muggles, for various peculiar reasons, encountered ghosts at their celebrations. In such scenarios, the unfortunate Muggles would either be terrified to death or fall gravely ill. It was said that over a decade ago, a lonely Muggle elder stumbled upon a ghostly feast in a basement and was frightened to death on the spot. At the time, the incident was attributed to Voldemort, further entrenching his terror in the hearts of many. Eventually, a few of the offending spirits revealed the truth during casual conversations with wizards. The wizards, upon learning the reality, could only chuckle in disbelief, for it turned out that even Voldemort had suffered from wrongful accusations, had it not been for Voldemort's lingering menace. This incident might have become a source of humor in the wizarding community. As for why that innocent victim, the elder, was able to see the spirits, this mystery remains unsolved to this day. Zhang Hao has long been curious about the nature of ghosts, harboring the hope that they represent a continuation of a wizard's life. If that were the case, it would add another avenue to the path of immortality. However, validating such a proposition proves to be quite challenging, as the study of ghosts eludes empirical investigation. With Halloween approaching, attending Sir Nick's death day party would preclude participation in the grand feast at school. Harry shrugged and remarked that the death day party would be held in the dungeon, an environment likely to be less than pleasant. With only 2 weeks remaining until Halloween, it seems the ghosts must prepare in advance for their festivities. I surmise that they will serve us moldy food. Zhang Hao nodded in agreement, so it would be prudent to eat beforehand. He had read about this in various books, recounting how some had attended ghostly banquets in the past. That sounds terrifying, Harry exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Oh, I really should decline Sir Nick's invitation. Look at this boy, still so careless. Zhang Hao reassured him. Do not fret. They will not force you to partake in the food. However, attending a ghostly banquet might yield some unfortunate consequences, and we may find ourselves in a bit of a predicament afterward. Why is that? Harry asked, perplexed. Will attending a ghostly banquet bring misfortune? He was already overwhelmed with his studies and had little time to ponder such peculiar tales. Indeed, Zhang Hao elucidated. Books have documented that those who frequently interact with ghosts often experience a streak of bad luck. Thus, the belief in their ominous nature is not without foundation. Harry gulped, feeling an increasing sense of regret. He believed his luck was already lacking, and the thought of further mischief from ghosts left him apprehensive about the potential horrors that could ensue. After a brief conversation, the two parted ways. Noticing that the day was still young, Zhang Hao decided to seek out Professor McGonagall to discuss some matters. He had already arranged to meet her in her office. Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang, Professor McGonagall greeted warmly. How may I assist you today? It was a well-known fact that brilliant students often received preferential treatment. Had Harry been the one seeking the professor's attention, he likely would have faced 2 disdainful glares. Professor, I have devised a meaningful sport and hope to garner the school's support. Zhang Hao spoke candidly, without any preamble. Oh, Professor McGonagall inquired with a smile. Meaningful movement? What leads you to that conclusion? She appeared genuinely intrigued, and her question clearly indicated a desire to hear the intricacies of the plan. Zhang Hao smiled as he explained. The sport I have invented requires specific terrain support and is conducted in a team-versus-team format. If the plan proceeds smoothly and the sport gains traction, the efficiency with which wizards learn magic will undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Is that so? Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, encouraging him. Please, continue. I am eager to hear your detailed plan. I have prepared a proposal for you to review, Zhang Hao replied, leisurely producing a notebook. There is ample time. You may take your time to read it. As Professor McGonagall attentively perused the proposal, a look of astonishment gradually appeared on her face. Clearly, Zhang Hao's plan had left her profoundly impressed. The King's Canyon? League of Legends? The Council of Kings? What thoughts occupy your mind? She exclaimed. This game appears intriguing. Yet I cannot unilaterally decide on such a significant matter. Moreover, will students using magic in this sport pose unforeseen dangers? She consistently prioritized student safety, concealing a compassionate heart beneath her stern exterior. Professor, I understand your concerns for the student's safety, but in this world, nothing is entirely devoid of risk, Zhang Hao patiently urged. Confronting danger head-on is far preferable to allowing everyone to face it alone in the future. The game, League of Legends, is essentially a rehearsal for what may come. When certain events unfold in the future, we will not be caught off guard. Would you agree? Let me contemplate this, Professor McGonagall said thoughtfully. After a considerable pause, she replied, How about this? You and I will consult with Professor Dumbledore. I believe he will have more comprehensive considerations. If Professor Dumbledore can refine this plan, that would be ideal, Zhang Hao nodded. To successfully orchestrate this sport will require the collective effort of all the staff and students at Hogwarts. It is no small endeavor. They proceeded to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore appeared to be pacing back and forth. Zhang Hao recalled that he had been similarly preoccupied during their last visit. The elderly man resembled a village elder, aimlessly wandering when at leisure. He seemed oblivious to Zhang Hao and Professor McGonagall's arrival, continuing his solitary march. As though grappling with a difficult decision, Albus? Professor McGonagall felt compelled to interrupt him, softly stating, Our young genius has some ideas that require your consideration. Do you have a moment? Oh, Minerva? And Mr. Zhang Hao? Dumbledore finally took notice, a warm smile gracing his face. Since you are here, please share your thoughts. Though I am nearing the end of my days, I can still spare a little time. His tone, while humorous, carried an underlying poignancy that tugged at the heartstrings. First, take a look at this, Professor McGonagall said, her smile fading as she spoke. This is Mr. Zhang Hao's proposal. I believe the sport called League of Legends is worth exploring. Though she had previously harbored doubts, she now advocated for Zhang Hao. Her unwavering consideration for the students deepened Zhang Hao's respect for her. Dumbledore read quickly, but his expressions shifted, signaling that the plan had captured his interest. League of Legends? He mused, an intriguing game indeed. Perhaps we should give it a try. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao revealed a smile. Although Dumbledore had aged and weakened, his inherent adventurous spirit remained undiminished. I share this sentiment, but it is imperative that a certain prerequisite is met, Professor McGonagall reiterated, emphasizing that the safety of the students must be prioritized above all. This matter, I am certain Mr. Zhang Hao has contemplated. Dumbledore winked at Zhang Hao and inquired with a smile. Is that not so, our little genius? Certainly, Zhang Hao assured. I shall do my utmost to ensure everyone's safety. Splendid. Then I shall entrust this matter to you, Dumbledore replied with satisfaction. I eagerly anticipate your outcomes, which are bound to be remarkable. Zhang Hao paused momentarily, astonished as he inquired, Are you suggesting that I take responsibility for this matter? Why not? Who else could be more suitable than you? Dumbledore encouraged. Rest assured and proceed. We will all support you. Albus, this will interfere with his studies, Professor McGonagall remarked discontentedly. He is still but a student. Perhaps it would be better for a professor to handle this task. No. Minerva, do you believe there is still more we can teach him? Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. A trivial matter shall not hinder this child. He is indeed our little genius. The professors frequently lauded Zhang Hao, leaving him somewhat bashful. Thus, the decision was made, yet transporting the essence of League of Legends to Hogwarts posed considerable challenges. First and foremost, a suitable terrain must be identified. The room of requirement would undoubtedly prove inadequate, as it could only transform into a uniquely functional space. To expect it to become a canyon is simply too great a demand. With no existing terrain to utilize, Zhang Hao resolved to create the landscape himself. After all, merely crafting a canyon through magical alteration is not beyond his capabilities. However, large-scale terrain modification is a different matter entirely. Zhang Hao contemplated for a moment and resolved to create a spell specifically designed for altering terrain. That very night, he began his experiments within the realm of illusions. Discovering that the more forceful the magic, the easier it was to manifest. The land within the illusion rose and fell, swiftly transforming in shape. However, Zhang Hao found his magical energy insufficient, as he could only alter a mere dozen square meters of terrain at a time. The plan entailed an expanse of 1,000 by 1,000 units in the King's Canyon, amounting to a total area of 1 square kilometer. Within this vast kilometer, there needed to be elevated grounds, woodlands, small hills, and flowing rivers. The challenge of altering merely a dozen square meters at a time proved to be exceedingly formidable. Zhang Hao experienced a slight headache. After he devised the flight magic, his magical power had presumably ascended to the sea level. He took pride in this achievement for a while, yet now it appears that the magical prowess of a sea-level sorcerer is still insufficient. Perhaps the terrain construction in the King's Canyon requires the involvement of more individuals. Zhang Hao reminisced about the wizards of the 6th and 7th grades, who had served as free laborers. As the illusion shattered, a new day dawned. The weather grew increasingly frigid, prompting the young wizards to don heavy garments. This morning coincided with the Transfiguration class, but Zhang Hao sought permission from Professor McGonagall to explore the surrounding terrain of the school. Hogwarts sprawled over a vast expanse. To the west lay the expansive Forbidden Forest, which old Dumbledore would undoubtedly never allow to transform into a gorge. To the east was the Black Lake. And no matter how skilled Zhang Hao might be, he could not construct a gorge upon its surface. The south led to a narrow path towards Hogsmeade Village, with the Hogwarts train station nearby. Clearly, this area offered no feasible options either. As for the north, the Quidditch pitch was located in that direction. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon returning to school, Zhang Hao applied to establish a League of Legends club, intending to recruit members under its banner. Consider the myriad elements involved: jungle monsters, the Baron, the dragon, mana crystals, and defensive towers. Such a plethora of components cannot be managed by a single individual. Thus, he proclaimed, from today onwards, the League of Legends Club warmly welcomes new members. All who join will enjoy the privilege of being founding members. With the enrollment deadline set for the final afternoon before Christmas, seize this opportunity while it lasts. The privileges of founding members include 1. A complimentary lesson on a practical spell for League of Legends, created by Mr. Zhang Hao. 2. A free bronze rank badge, designed by Mr. Zhang Hao. 3. A free guide to League of Legends strategies compiled by Mr. Zhang Hao. For further details regarding the League of Legends Club, please consult the club's charming receptionist, Miss Astoria Gringlass. Before dinner, Zhang Hao crafted an exquisite magical display board. The board depicted grandiose scenes of epic warfare, where wizards affiliated with the League of Legends and the Council of Kings engaged in vibrant magical combat. The imagery, though fleeting, was utterly captivating. Beside the magical display, Nia awaited inquiries, clutching a promotional sign. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Hao, stood comfortably nearby, accompanied by his ever-curious companions. Zhang, why did you assign Nia to this task? Daphne expressed her dissatisfaction. She's so young. She doesn't understand anything. I share your sentiment, Hermione chimed in, displeased. I believe this task should have been entrusted to me. She felt the work would hone her organizational skills and had long wished for Zhang Hao to hand it over to her. Hermione, I have not assigned this task to you because there are more critical responsibilities awaiting you, Zhang Hao replied with a hint of exasperation. You are among the first to join the League of Legends Club, and thus bear a greater responsibility. Nia, being less suited for such demanding tasks, has been given the reception duties. Really? Hermione inquired eagerly. What task do you plan to assign me? I need you to assist me in teaching new members magic. It is a crucial spell, Zhang Hao elucidated. You must have perused the project outline. The game of League of Legends necessitates the creation of suitable terrain. We require the contributions of new members. You must comprehend the significance of this. Very well. Hermione pondered for a moment, tugging at her hair. In that case, I shall give it a try. By the way, what is the name of the spell you created? Ah, that spell? I call it Desiccated Earth, Zhang Hao replied, pursing his lips. As for the incantation, it is somewhat intricate. Repeat after me. Dirt-a-lot, dirt-a-lot. X5. The companions found the incantation oddly enchanting and couldn't help but chant it along. Surprisingly, Draco articulated it most accurately, likely due to having overheard Zhang Hao muttering to himself frequently. Hermione struggled. This incantation sounds peculiar. Can I truly master it? Absolutely, Zhang Hao encouraged. The incantation for Wrath of the Dawn Goddess is more challenging, yet Draco managed to learn it. With that in mind, how could you possibly fail to grasp Desiccated Earth? Hey, what do you mean by that? Draco retorted, miffed. Are you implying I am inferior to Hermione? Laughter erupted among the group. Draco was particularly sensitive to such comparisons. Can you refrain from being so touchy? Zhang Hao casually remarked. Acknowledging one's limitations is essential. Despite your efforts, your repertoire of spells does not rival Hermione's. This is simply the truth, is it not? Humph. That may not necessarily be the case, Draco muttered defiantly. Yet, deep down, he recognized the reality that his magical knowledge was indeed less extensive than Hermione's. Among the students of Hogwarts, if Zhang Hao ranks first in spell repertoire, Hermione undoubtedly follows as a close second. After all, Zhang Hao had taught her a significant portion of the spells he knew, while the rest were dark arts not to be employed casually. In essence, Hermione had mastered all conventional spells. The title of Jack of all trades was not awarded lightly. Zhang, could you please teach us that spell a few more times? Daphne lamented. I still cannot recall the incantation. What was it again? Dirt a lot. Learning magic, of course, involves more than merely memorizing the incantation. They must also understand the spell's effects. Otherwise, they cannot form the necessary mental associations. However, using terrain-altering spells within the castle is out of the question, as being caught by Filch would spell trouble. What shall we do then? Ron asked after memorizing the incantation. Nia is in charge of recruiting members, and Hermione is responsible for teaching new members magic. What about us? Draco, Harry, and Daphne stared at Zhang Hao with wide eyes, equally concerned about the matter. Do not fret. Each of you has a task, Zhang Hao stated earnestly. You are the building blocks of the League of Legends Club. Wherever needed, you shall be called. In fact, I plan to have you lead everyone in constructing the venue once you are familiar with all the plans. How does that sound? A splendid task, is it not? Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of his companions. In truth, the mere act of doing something mattered less to them than the desire to feel valued. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In reality, upon employing the technique of the parched earth, Zhang Hao once again experienced a surge of magical power. His magical energy increased yet again, thereby validating certain hypotheses. The augmentation of magical energy derived from self-created spells is proportional to the complexity of the magic itself. The more intricate the self-developed spell, the greater the enhancement of magical power. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao has corrected her 100 times, yet she remains unyielding. Naya. It's Hao, not Hauer. He endeavored to make one final effort to rectify her. If you can pronounce it correctly, I shall reward you with an extra snack. Hauer. Good boy. Naya, flustered and perspiring, still mispronounced it. Forget it. Zhang Hao hastily waved his hand. No need to change it. The previous way was just fine. No, it must be corrected. I want double the snacks. Naya pouted. Hauer. Good son. No, that is not how you say it. Never mind. Zhang Hao extracted a double portion of snacks and pressed them into Naya's hands, exclaiming in despair, Naya, I believe the previous term of endearment was preferable. You need not change it. Is that so? Naya replied joyfully. Hauer, you are so kind. Thank you for the snacks. Goodbye. The latest list of LOL members. Hao Zhang, Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy, Xiao Zhang, Hermione Granger, Daphne Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass, Pansy Parkinson, Ron Weasley, George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Ginny Weasley, Penelope Clearwater, Gilderoy Lockhart. Naya? Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. Why is Gilderoy Lockhart on this list? He bought me double the snacks, and you never said he was prohibited from joining, Naya innocently replied. The snacks he gave me were not tasty. Should we expel him? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao had never encountered a more shameless individual in his lifetime. There was no doubt that this person was merely seeking to bask in his glory. Seeking my limelight? Then you shall exert your residual warmth. A plan had already begun to take shape in his mind, and if executed well, it would yield favorable results. Should we expel him, after all? Nia inquired softly. He hasn't offered me any treats. We should not allow him to join. Can you regurgitate his snacks then? Zhang Hao retorted irritably, having consumed his treats. How can you justify casting him out? Remember, Henceforth, do not indiscriminately eat others' snacks. Oh, Nia replied, visibly displeased. All right, I understand. The LOL Club continued to flourish. Although the game of League of Legends had yet to fully embark, it had already ignited excitement throughout Hogwarts. Zhang Hao employed the same strategy that had previously caused delays in the Muggle world, releasing a plethora of supplementary materials before everything was adequately prepared. Magical footage, comics, and novels were disseminated, promoting League of Legends from multiple angles. Every young wizard in Hogwarts could recite a line or two related to League of Legends. My sword is your sword, Ron frequently declared to Harry, completely enamored with Master E. Draco, in his own dramatic flair, would often inexplicably shout at Zhang Hao, long live Demacia. Perhaps this fellow is contemplating a name change to Demacia. Zhang Hao felt a throbbing headache, suspecting that if League of Legends was not released soon, many people would indeed go mad. However, this matter could not be rushed, for the most popular sport at present remained Quidditch. Recently, Quidditch training had become increasingly intense, even continuing on rainy days. This seemed inextricably linked to Zhang Hao, as everyone was aware of his remarkable record of 1 against 13. Apart from Slytherin, the other 3 houses exhibited tremendous diligence, feeling the pressure that Zhang Hao exerted, compelling them to train hard. Otherwise, during the matches, they would likely lack even the slightest resistance. Even though the hope of victory seemed dim, they were unwilling to suffer a humiliating defeat. From another perspective, having a player like Zhang Hao, who was akin to a game-breaking character, rendered the distinction between second and first place nearly non-existent. For even if Slytherin triumphed, it was doubtful anyone would attribute the victory solely to their team. Amidst this tense atmosphere, the young witches and wizards finally welcomed the New Year's Halloween feast. As in previous years, the Halloween banquet took place on the eve of the festival. The Great Hall was adorned with various decorations, and Hagrid's cultivated giant pumpkins finally found their purpose. This year, Hagrid had used an enlarging charm on the pumpkins, making them appear colossal, with some large enough to accommodate 3 people inside. It seemed that Dumbledore had also invited a skeleton dance troupe to entertain the guests. However, these festivities were of little concern to Zhang Hao and his companions, for they were headed to Sir Nick's Death Day party. I really shouldn't have agreed to Sir Nick, Harry lamented. Look how much fun they're having. Once spoken, the words were irrevocable. Hermione reminded him, you promised to attend the Death Day party. Thus, at 7 o'clock, they all gathered in the underground classroom. Indeed, the Death Day party was held in a certain underground chamber. The corridor leading to the classroom was already lit with candles. However, these candles were dark and slender, clearly not meant for the living. They emitted an eerie blue light, which not only failed to provide warmth but also rendered the corridor even more sinister. The temperature in the entire passage was quite low, allowing one to see white mist upon exhaling. Thank goodness we didn't bring Mia, Daphne said, clutching her chest. She would surely cry out in fright. Oh really? Draco sneered. If it were last year SU, you would have been terrified too. Not at all, Daphne retorted. I'm not that timid. At that moment, they heard a sound reminiscent of 1,000 nails scraping across a giant blackboard. It was as if some terrifying entity were gnashing its teeth. A noise that brought to Zhang Hao's mind a film called Juan. Daphne screamed in fright, and Zhang Hao noticed her body trembling. Silently, he took her small hand in his, hoping to offer her some warmth. Draco did not mock Daphne, for he himself was equally frightened. In contrast, the Gryffindor Lions displayed considerably more courage. The Sorting Hat indeed had its unique insights into personality analysis. Is this music? Ron scoffed. If I played this at my birthday party, Ginny would strangle me. They turned a corner and spotted Sir Nick standing at a doorway, draped in a black velvet curtain, presumably to greet his guests. My dear friends, he said with profound melancholy, welcome, welcome. I am truly delighted that you could come. He removed his feathered hat and bowed, inviting everyone inside. The sight before them was utterly astonishing. The underground classroom was filled with hundreds of milky, translucent spirits, most of whom were swaying on the overcrowded dance floor, dancing the waltz to the dreadful yet trembling sounds produced by 30 musical saws. The band, playing on a stage draped in black cloth, appeared more fashionable than the average ghost. Above, the chandelier was adorned with black candles, casting that same eerie blue light, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The temperature here was even more frigid, with frost forming in the air. Let us have a look around, Harry suggested. I feel as if my feet are about to freeze. Zhang Hao also felt a chill that was quite unbearable. He somewhat regretted not bringing his violin. Had it been present, the atmosphere here would surely not be so frigid. Go Ghosts likely do not favor the phoenix, for they are drawn only to shadows and death. Pale specters lurked everywhere, and one could easily slip through the form of some hapless soul if not cautious. Be careful not to pass through anyone's body, Ron said nervously as he sidestepped a ghost. Just as he finished speaking, Draco shoved him towards a ghost. Oh, he passed right through. The ghost, startled, fled in a panic, and Ron glared at Draco in fury, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How could you do such a thing? Do you not realize how impolite that is?" "Is it?" Draco replied nonchalantly, "I will apologize to that ghost." "You fiend." Ron growled under his breath, "You should be apologizing to me." "Humph." Draco raised his chin proudly and declared, "Not a chance." They meandered slowly around the edge of the dance floor, passing a group of solemn nuns, a ragged male ghost clad in chains, and a portly friar. Zhang Hao is acquainted with numerous ghosts, and he has even encountered a ghost from Hufflepuff. This specter possesses a cheerful and vivacious demeanor. His optimistic spirit remains unaltered by death. At this moment, he is engaged in a lively conversation with a knight who has an arrow protruding from his forehead, and they appear to be enjoying each other's company. Moreover, there is the infamous Bloody Baron, an old acquaintance of Zhang Hao. He is gaunt and hollow-eyed, his form marred by the scars of battle. Wherever he roams, all other ghosts instinctively grant him a wide berth. Throughout Hogwarts, the ghost most feared by nearly headless Nick is none other than the Bloody Baron. Suddenly, Hermione halted in her tracks. Hiding behind Zhang Hao, she exclaimed, "Quickly, turn around. I wish to avoid speaking with the Weeping Willow." She urged the group to retrace their steps, ultimately evading the sorrowful specter. "Who is the Weeping Willow?" Harry inquired with curiosity. "Why do you wish to avoid her?" "She resides in one of the toilets on the second floor," Hermione explained. "That toilet is perpetually malfunctioning due to her constant temper tantrums, splattering water everywhere. I do my utmost to steer clear of that place. It is truly terrifying when she wails at you while you are trying to relieve yourself." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao trailed behind them, caught in the grip of an acrid stench. Chunks of putrid flesh lay upon exquisite silver platters, while charred cakes blackened as if burnt to cinders were heaped upon large trays. A multitude of meat-filled sheep's stomachs teeming with maggots and cheeses cloaked in green mold further contributed to the grotesque tableau. Most repugnant of all was the colossal gray cake at the center of the table, shaped like a tombstone. It was evident that this cake was crafted from anything but legitimate ingredients, utterly inedible for the living. On the blank surface of the cake, words formed from a tar-like icing proclaimed, "Sir Nicholas de Mincipo Pinton, departed on October 31st, 1492. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, save for Zhang Hao, who appeared to ponder deeply. Sir Nick had passed in 1492, a time when Principal Edson had already taken office. Perhaps they were acquainted. This implied that insights into Principal Edson could be gleaned through the legacy of Sir Nick. Zhang Hao pondered that perhaps he should seek an opportunity to converse with Sir Nick. At that moment, a corpulent ghost glided towards their table, squatting down to pass directly through its center. Throughout this process, his mouth was agape, as if he were navigating through a particularly odorous salmon. Curiously, Harry inquired, "Can you taste anything by going through like that?" "Quite likely," the ghost replied mournfully before turning away. "I surmise that their intention behind allowing food to rot is to intensify its flavor," Hermione insightfully remarked, pinching her nose as she leaned in to inspect the decaying meat pie. "Perhaps the decay of food is not solely for enhancing its richness," Zhang Hao reflected. "All things possess a certain spirit. Food is merely the creation of the remains of living beings. The purpose of cooking for the living is to extract the vital essence from these remnants, while for the ghosts, it is rather the opposite. They seek the essence of death within the corpses. The more putrid the food becomes, the more potent the essence of death. Therein lies a connection to Muggle technology. Perhaps ghosts are merely a form of energy left behind after death." At this juncture, Zhang Hao was entirely convinced that ghosts do not signify a continuation of life. However, the reason for their existence remained shrouded in mystery. His companions, bewildered, struggled to grasp the profundity of Zhang Hao's words. "Let us depart," Ron exclaimed, scrunching up his nose in disgust. Just as they were about to leave, a diminutive male ghost suddenly emerged from beneath the table, hovering before them. "Greetings, Peeves," Harry cautiously addressed him. "Could you refrain from causing trouble in the future?" It was evident that Harry had grown weary of Peeves' antics. Known for his mischievous nature, Peeves was a unique spirit. Throughout his ghostly existence, there seemed to be no sorrow, no sadness, nor discontent. Aside from his pranks, there was nothing negative about him. Moreover, his appearance set him apart from other ghosts. He was neither pale nor transparent. On the contrary, he donned a vibrant orange party hat and a spinning bow tie, his broad face perpetually adorned with a toothy grin. Within moments, this rascal summoned the weeping, moaning Myrtle, falsely accusing Hermione of speaking ill of her. Zhang Hao had anticipated this mischief. Myrtle, already melancholic, immediately shed tears from her transparent eyes upon hearing the slander. The despicable Peeves relentlessly mocked the poor Myrtle, leading her away from the gathering. Subsequently, the Headless Horseman Club arrived. Sir Nick's expression soured. He had long desired to join this club, yet Sir Patrick had consistently refused his request. Alas, his invitation to Harry was a desperate plea for assistance in advocating on his behalf. Unfortunately, this bore no tangible results. After a time spent at the ghostly gathering, the companions felt both chilled and famished. If they lingered any longer, they might succumb to slumber in the underground classroom. "Let us leave," Zhang Hao whispered. "If we do not depart soon, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Upon exiting the underground classroom, the companions indeed felt a significant sense of relief, yet the eerie, cold atmosphere lingered. As they retraced their steps, Harry's stride suddenly faltered as they passed a stone wall. "Harry, what is the matter?" Ron asked with concern. "That voice has returned. Do not speak," Harry strained to say, focusing intently on listening. Zhang Hao was acutely aware that Harry had heard the serpent's call. "Listen," Harry exclaimed urgently, "it's that voice." The others were momentarily taken aback, for they could perceive nothing. Harry's gaze ascended, fixated on the pitch-black ceiling, and then he began to sprint. In their ignorance of the circumstances, the group had no choice but to follow suit. They raced up to the second floor, passing the great hall without pausing. "Harry, what are we doing?" Hermione inquired anxiously. "Why didn't you explain first?" "Shoo," Harry urged, straining to catch the sound that eluded the others. "It has killed," he suddenly declared with fervor, propelling the group towards the third floor. They scoured every corner of the third floor, ultimately arriving at a desolate corridor. "Harry, what is happening?" Ron panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. "I can't hear anything. Did any of you hear something?" Apart from Harry, the others instinctively shook their heads. Zhang Hao stared at a wall, from which a pungent metallic odor emanated. He drew forth his wand and conjured a large luminous sphere. The orb illuminated the corridor brilliantly, rendering all peculiarities visible. Upon the stone wall, vivid crimson letters caught the eye. "The secret chamber has been unveiled. Beware of those who oppose the heir." "Ah," Daphne gasped, realizing that the foul scent originated from these very words. Anyone observing at first glance could discern that this was no ordinary red ink. The heir? The secret chamber? Draco's expression darkened slightly. He cast a glance at Hermione before fixing his gaze upon Zhang Hao, stating, "The secret chamber left by Slytherin targets only those who are not of pure blood." The secret chamber left by Slytherin? What is that? This was the first time Harry had encountered such a term. Zhang Hao waved his hand and said, "I believe we should discuss this later. We are likely in trouble. Look over there." He pointed to the air, where a cat was hanging. "It's Madame Loris," Hermione exclaimed. "She looks quite peculiar." On the ground was a puddle of water, and Madame Loris was facing it, able to see her reflection. Her eyes were wide, staring at her inverted image. Her tail was caught on the torch stand, her body rigid as a plank. Ron suggested, "We should leave quickly. If we get caught, Filch will undoubtedly blame us." Harry felt it was unfair to abandon her and hesitated. "Shouldn't we try to rescue Madame Loris?" The group turned to him, as if regarding a saint. "Oh, come on," Draco retorted sharply. "Haven't we lost enough points last semester? Or do you think you can gain back whatever points you lose?" Harry was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had entertained such a notion. The group wished to escape, but time was not on their side. The feast in the great hall had concluded, and students were trickling into the corridor. Footsteps could be heard approaching from a distance. They would arrive soon. Goodness, this corridor is poorly designed. It's a thoroughfare for the idle. Today, there are people at both ends. Hogwarts had this flaw. The staircases shifted unexpectedly, sometimes preventing one from reaching their desired destination while allowing one to arrive at places uninvited. Engaging in secretive matters within the castle often led to unwelcome encounters. When people spotted Madame Loris, the previously vibrant chatter abruptly ceased. No one could remain indifferent to the spectacle. Even in Hogwarts, the incident involving Madame Loris was decidedly bizarre. "What has transpired? What has happened?" Filch shouted as he barged into the crowd. Upon seeing Madame Loris, he screamed, "My cat! My cat! What has happened to Madame Loris?" You have killed my cat." I shall have my revenge. I shall summon Argus. Dumbledore arrived at the scene, accompanied by several professors. He carefully removed Madame Loris from the torch stand and addressed the crowd. Follow me, Argus. And you all, come along. The latter part was directed at Zhang Hao, Harry, and the others, who were conspicuously isolated from the throng. Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, "My office is just upstairs. You can resolve this there, headmaster." "Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore replied calmly. The ensuing time was spent in bickering, with Lockhart incessantly boasting about his proficiency in various spells. Filch relentlessly pushed the blame on Harry, even revealing that Harry knew he was ineffectual. Snape remained impartial but did not spare Harry easily. He suggested punishing Harry with detention, which he had likely long desired. Professor McGonagall stood in defense of Harry, expressing her displeasure at Snape's personal vendetta. Throughout the ordeal, everyone overlooked Zhang Hao and his companions, as if they were invisible. To the professors, it seemed that only Harry existed. Ultimately, under Dumbledore's mediation, the matter was somewhat resolved. Yet, only Zhang Hao understood that this was far from over. In the following days, Hogwarts students had a new topic to discuss alongside their games, the attack on Madame Loris. They spent their days speculating about the incident, with some expressing fears of becoming targets themselves. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao and his companions encountered a series of minor troubles. Indeed, becoming too entangled with ghosts proved to be ill-fated. As those involved in the ghostly soiree faced their share of misfortunes. Zhang Hao frequently bites his tongue inexplicably while dining. Draco and Daphne have both caught a cold. As for Harry and Ron, their misfortunes are well known. Recently, the frequency with which they have been targeted by Snape has escalated exponentially. Zhang Hao secretly suspected that perhaps Snape's menopause had arrived prematurely. Hermione was also facing considerable difficulties. Whenever she taught new members magic, she would invariably twist her ankle due to inexplicable fissures in the ground. Zhang Hao harbored some doubts about whether the spell possessed some inexplicable potential yet to be discovered. Why did Snape harbor such animosity towards him? Harry, in a state of melancholy, lamented, "Even if he believes that the matter with Madame Loris is unrelated to me, he still intends to send me to the detention room. What should I do?" "Harry," Zhang Hao replied with a mischievous grin, "you cannot go wrong by following my advice. Simply don a woman's attire, and I assure you that Snape will cease to target you." "How is that even possible?" Harry questioned skeptically. "Just by wearing women's clothing. Can I truly alter Snape's perception of me? How will we ever know unless you give it a try?" Zhang Hao said with a hint of mischief. "For the sake of a peaceful future, I believe it is worth a shot." "He's not wrong, Harry," Ron chimed in, fanning the flames. "If it could genuinely persuade Snape to spare us, it's certainly worth considering. Harry, just make this small sacrifice." "Kiki," Draco chuckled incessantly, casting a rather peculiar glance at Harry. To Zhang Hao, this was not a promising sign. While jesting and playful antics were acceptable, any genuine mutation in their dynamics would pose a serious concern. For adolescents, establishing a correct understanding of love and values is of utmost importance. While the righteousness of certain unique perspectives on love may be debatable, Zhang Hao firmly believed that they should not be allowed to proliferate unchecked. Just imagine if one's own child were to fall in love with someone of the same gender. He shuddered at the thought. In any case, this matter should not be taken lightly. Once certain ideology spread, the repercussions could be profoundly unsettling. If Harry and Draco were indeed to fall in love, Zhang Hao feared he would be consumed with guilt. He thought to himself, this budding romance must be nipped in the bud. With this resolution, he solemnly declared, "Draco, Harry, although you may not wish to hear it, there are some truths I must express." "Oh, Merlin's beard," Draco grimaced. "There are many things you say that I do not wish to hear, yet you utter them regardless. Hurry up and say what you must. We have yet to complete today's club task, and I need to lead our team in constructing the second tower for the council." Draco was right, Zhang Hao. Harry concurred. "Work on the second tower for the Alliance must commence today. I do not wish to lag behind Draco." Their healthy competition had already begun, and Zhang Hao felt an increasing sense of unease. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had seemingly started from similar benign rivalry. "Merlin, let it not be too late to intervene now." "Ahem," Zhang Hao said with a grave tone. "Very well. I shall speak plainly. I know that you harbor mutual affections for one another, but I urge you to approach love with caution." Draco and Harry widened their eyes, flames igniting within their gazes simultaneously. Zhang Hao continued, "You are all boys. And even if you share mutual affection, you must consider the consequences. Harry, you are the sole heir of the Potter family, and Draco is likewise the only scion of the Malfoy lineage. If the two of you unite, the wizarding world would suffer the loss of two pureblood families in an instant." "Oh, what a significant loss this would be." Harry felt compelled to interject. Indeed. Ron nodded in agreement, stating earnestly, I believe Hao is absolutely correct. You two should seriously contemplate this issue. Draco and Harry's faces flushed crimson, yearning to speak, but perpetually interrupted. A man must bear responsibility. One cannot indulge in reckless abandon. Zhang Hao admonished with heartfelt sincerity. You must embrace the duty of continuing your family lineage and cannot act impulsively. Enough. Draco retorted angrily. No, Draco. Zhang Hao asserted resolutely. I understand your displeasure, but I must express this. Such a forbidden love is ill-suited for you and Harry. Daphne and Hermione joined in, offering their own well-meaning advice, their words laden with compassion. Eventually, Draco could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, Who says I harbor feelings for Potter? Let me make it clear, I do not love him. I will never love him. I, Draco Malfoy, loathe Harry Potter. These words seemed to pierce Harry's heart. Ever since the incident with the Philosopher's Stone last year, he had regarded Draco as a friend. Staring blankly at Draco, he sorrowfully inquired, Do you truly despise me so much? Can we not be friends? Draco's face reddened further, revealing a hint of hesitation. Oh, Harry was acting like a fool. Was this truly the moment to address such matters? Shouldn't they first clarify their relationship? Zhang Hao glanced at Harry, then at Draco. Could it be that Draco had abandoned Harry after a brief romance? Was Harry desperately seeking reconciliation? Yet, there have been no signs of discord between them recently. Could it be that they have been secretly meeting? In truth, the expressions on Draco and Harry's faces were quite reasonable. Harry had always yearned for a wide circle of friends. If he could make friends with others, he would never choose to have enemies. He considered Draco a friend, yet Draco claimed to despise him. In such circumstances, could Harry refrain from feeling sorrow? Similarly, Draco harbored a desire to befriend Harry. However, an unpleasant incident during their first year had soured their relationship. Since then, out of resentment, he had begun to view Harry as an adversary. After enduring a series of complex events, their relationship had significantly softened, to the point where they could almost be called friends. Yet, due to his nature, Draco was unwilling to acknowledge this friendship. He believed he was concealing his true feelings well, unaware that everyone else had already discerned his inner turmoil. Their silence was merely to spare his feelings. Yet now, he proclaimed his hatred for Harry. Wasn't that disingenuous? Thus, when faced with Harry's subsequent inquiries, he found himself unable to respond decisively. His hesitation was, therefore, quite understandable. He feared hurting Harry's feelings. However, outsiders were oblivious to the intricacies of this situation. To them, the scene appeared bizarre, with one person steeped in sorrow and the other mired in indecision, resembling a tumultuous romance. In such a predicament, no one knew how to proceed. Were they a typical couple, perhaps friends would encourage them to reconcile. But they were far from being a conventional couple. In the midst of this confusion, all eyes turned toward Zhang Hao. As the wisest among them, he bore the hopes of the entire group. How should he navigate this delicate situation? Zhang Hao was also pondering the matter at hand. After a moment of contemplation, he finally mustered the courage to declare, Draco, Harry, I believe that enduring prolonged suffering is far worse than a brief pang. It is in both your best interests to part ways now. Harry, you must cease your entanglement with Draco. You, the boy who lived, bear a greater burden. Harry was nearly driven to despair, stammering, part ways? What on earth are you talking about? We are merely friends. Why would we end things? He struggled to articulate the nature of his relationship with Draco, yet regrettably found himself at a loss for words. Why part ways? Zhang Hao, exasperated, retorted. Did you not hear Draco declare that he no longer loves you? Do you wish to remain a mere sycophant? Draco, equally exasperated, shouted in response, When have I ever loved Harry? I have never loved him. At that moment, Draco exuded an unmistakable air of a cad. However, Zhang Hao was too preoccupied with his objective to dwell on it. He was determined to separate the two. Harry, do you see? Zhang Hao gestured. I have unveiled Draco's true nature. He is nothing more than a complete scoundrel, and your relationship will lead to no favorable outcome. Harry felt as though his misfortunes were far from over. Lingering in this predicament would only exacerbate matters. Thus, he resignedly stated, Let us discuss this later. I must attend to my work. I still need to construct the defensive tower. Until we meet again. Ron quickly rose, declaring, I shall accompany you. I must assist him. Harry's silhouette appeared forlorn as he walked away. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of compassion, yet ultimately chose to turn a blind eye. He turned to Draco and said, Since you have already hurt Harry, do not seek him out again. Remember, you must not reconcile. You bastard. Draco's handsome face contorted with anger as he retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless of what I say, just remember this, Zhang Hao replied calmly. Boys should like girls, especially boys like you from single-child families. You cannot whimsically alter your orientation. Do you understand? Oh, and importantly, early romances are also inappropriate. Your focus should be on your studies. Heavens, how could you think I like boys? Draco bitterly exclaimed. I never claimed to have such feelings. It is you who has misled others into this misunderstanding time and again. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Draco appeared exceedingly serious, as though he were speaking the truth. You truly do not like boys? This is indeed a misunderstanding? Zhang Hao instinctively inquired. Of course, Harry and I are merely ordinary friends, just like with all of you, Draco responded awkwardly. How could I possibly like boys? That would be the most absurd thing. Then why were you watching Harry? Zhang Hao asked, puzzled. Harry said so, and he was also watching you. That is what you said. If neither of them had expressed such sentiments, they would not have assumed mutual affection. Thus, this became the pivotal moment of the entire affair. At the mention of this, Draco sighed deeply. Every time I am with Harry, I cannot help but recall the events of our first flying lesson, he lamented. I believe Harry feels the same. It is all your fault. You bastard, with such powerful magic. Why did we have to end up in that situation? It is truly a misunderstanding. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao's face flushed with embarrassment as he feigned calmness and remarked, everyone makes mistakes. Let us consider this merely a minor adjustment in the tapestry of life. Oh, Merlin's beard. Draco exclaimed in frustration, you dare to retort after making an error? Because of your misunderstanding, both Harry and I have suffered significantly. You ought to compensate us, and I shall take on Harry's portion. No, Harry's share should be mine, interjected Hermione suddenly. How may I assist Harry in determining the form of compensation? This girl has also taken a turn for the worse. Her eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of compensation, clearly indicating that her intentions to help Harry were far from sincere. Zhang Hao surmised that she undoubtedly wished to seize this opportunity to impose some unreasonable demand upon him. No, with this thought in mind, he resolutely declined, stating, I shall not offer any compensation regarding this matter. Hermione, you might as well abandon your little schemes. Those spells are not suitable for you to learn at this time. Hermione was profoundly disappointed. She had longed for Zhang Hao to teach her several more incantations. Draco, filled with indignation, remarked, I see right through you, miser. After uttering this, he turned and walked away, leaving Zhang Hao no chance for a rebuttal. Zhang Hao felt a slight awkwardness. He feigned profundity and said, Hermione, Daphne, did you see that? One must always be meticulous and cautious in their endeavors. One cannot afford to be careless. Look at my plight. I inadvertently earned the title of stingy. Hermione and Daphne stifled their laughter, as certain individuals, clearly embarrassed, attempted to embellish their folly with a demeanor reminiscent of a great educator. The audacity of such thick-skinned individuals is truly remarkable. Though it was a blunder, the outcome was relatively favorable. In the aftermath, while some still regarded Draco and Harry with peculiar glances, it was of little consequence. After all, others are free to conjure their own interpretations, unencumbered by external influence. The preparations for the LOL venue were well underway, and Zhang Hao occasionally inspected the progress, correcting any errors he encountered. Perhaps due to the overwhelming demands of the LOL club, Harry and his companions had not devoted much attention to the Chamber of Secrets. However, during their conversations, they would gather to discuss it. How do you know what the Chamber of Secrets is? Harry recalled the events of Halloween with a hint of curiosity. Adjusting his glasses as he spoke, I had never heard of such a thing at Hogwarts before. Are you intrigued by the Chamber of Secrets? Well, that is only natural. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before responding. There are numerous chambers within Hogwarts, many of which remain undiscovered. Oh, you must certainly be aware of one chamber, the one where we battled Quirrell last year. There is also a room known as the Room of Requirement, located on the 8th floor. As for the chamber related to the events of Halloween, I believe Draco is familiar with it. Perhaps he should elucidate further. Everyone turned their attention to Draco, who relished the sensation of being in the limelight. Zhang Hao was acutely aware of his own flaw. Thus, he deliberately indulged a touch of his vanity. Indeed, I am well aware of this. He cleared his throat and, with a proud tilt of his head, proclaimed, almost everyone knows that Hogwarts School was established over 1,000 years ago, although I cannot specify the exact date. The founders were the four most powerful wizards of that era, and the four houses are named after them: Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw. Together, they constructed this castle, hidden from the prying eyes of Muggles. For in that age, Muggles held a deep-seated fear of magic, and wizards faced considerable persecution. Zhang Hao nodded. Draco's words held no fallacy. He likely perceived these tales as mere stories during his childhood. Perhaps Lucius Malfoy deliberately recounted this history to deepen Draco's disdain for Muggles. The ancient family's collection must certainly document such accounts. The connection between the Chamber of Secrets and the persecution of wizards by Muggles? Harry suddenly grasped the crux of the matter, boldly conjecturing, "Are you suggesting that the chamber was the work of a founder of the school?" "Indeed, you are correct." Draco cast a glance at Harry, nonchalantly continuing, "In the initial years, the founders collaborated, scouring for young individuals who displayed magical potential, bringing them back to the castle for thorough cultivation. However, over time, rifts began to emerge, and the divide between Slytherin and the others grew increasingly pronounced. It was a schism rooted in the differences between purebloods and Muggle-borns, of which I am aware." Ron interjected eagerly. Slytherin wished for Hogwarts to be more selective in its admissions, believing that magical education should be confined to pure wizarding families. He was unwilling to accept the children of Muggle-borns, deeming them unreliable. It seemed that after a while, Slytherin and Gryffindor had an intense argument, after which Slytherin departed from the school. Upon finishing his statement, Ron noticed Draco staring at him intently, as if he were ready to strike. "What do you want?" He swallowed hard and said, "What I said is accurate, isn't it? Why did you interrupt me, Weasley?" Draco retorted angrily. "Now is my time to narrate the story." "All right, you may proceed," Ron conceded. "I didn't mean to interrupt. I simply couldn't help myself." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao covered his face, acknowledging that Daphne was indeed a straightforward person. "Oh, right." Draco declared confidently, "We were discussing the rift that arose from the discord between pure bloods and Muggleborns." "Wait a moment." Ron interrupted once more. "I've already covered this part. You can start from the next section." Draco shot Ron a glare that could have slain, prompting the group to hurriedly offer him consolation. After a considerable pause, he managed to suppress the murderous intent in his eyes. "I tell you, Weasley," he threatened, "if you interrupt me again, I shall say nothing at all." Ron, feeling defeated, retorted, "You're something else." "Fine, I won't provoke you." His defeated demeanor elicited giggles from Hermione and Daphne. In the time that had passed, such interruptions had become frequent. Draco and Ron, as well as Harry, seemed to be perpetually at odds. Even as friends, they were more like adversaries, with their interactions devoid of harmony. "Draco, please continue," Harry urged. "I assure you that Ron will not interrupt again." Although Slytherin had departed from Hogwarts, Draco conjured a menacing aura as he lowered his voice. He left behind a terrifying chamber. Every time it is opened, dreadful events ensue. Did you know? Once, a student perished when the chamber was unlocked. A collective gasp echoed through the group, the atmosphere thickening with dread. What was even more alarming was that the other three founders were oblivious to the chamber's location. Draco continued, "It is said that only the heir of Slytherin possesses the ability to unlock the chamber, yet the heirs of Slytherin are few and far between. Perhaps one among them has opened the chamber before, and with each occasion, there has been a death." "What happened next?" Hermione inquired. "Why did you stop?" "Next? I am not certain. You cannot expect me to guide you to the chamber," Draco replied innocently. "Do not look at me like that. I truly do not know." The tale he spun felt incomplete, leaving everyone somewhat discontented. Zhang Hao possessed only a fragmented understanding of the plot surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. He recalled that Ginny was under the control of a Horcrux and was ultimately saved by Harry just as she was on the brink of demise. However, the finer details eluded him. "So, the chamber has been opened again?" Harry pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Are there still descendants of Slytherin present in the school?" "Who knows?" Draco replied with a shrug. "Perhaps that is a question best posed to the professors." Harry fell silent, agreeing that it would be prudent to inquire with Professor McGonagall at some point. "How dreadfully dull," Daphne lamented, resting her chin on her hand. "How? Could you regale us with a story? I long to hear one." "Indeed," Hermione chimed in. "Do tell us a tale." Draco, Harry, and Ron also displayed eager expressions, having not heard those delightful stories in quite some time. "Very well. I shall share a story with you." Zhang Hao smiled and nodded. "This tale is titled, The Journey to the West, the Pig, fish, and monkey. The journey to the west, the pig, fish, and monkey? Indeed, long, long ago in the east, there lived a bald wizard who embarked on a quest to spread truth, goodness, and beauty, accompanied by 3 extraordinary creatures. These wondrous beings were formidable, and they resolved every peril the bald wizard encountered. Let us first speak of the pig, fish, and monkey, a tea-imping pig, a rolling curtain fish, and the mightiest of them all, the galloping monkey. On a serene morning, the galloping monkey unexpectedly leaped forth from a stone. You would scarcely believe that such miraculous beings could emerge from stone. How? Why did the galloping monkey spring forth from the stone? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps his father had done something to the stone. Zhang Hao chuckled while attempting to maintain his composure. But let us return to the unfolding events. The tale of Zhang Hao remained incomplete, for it was indeed far too lengthy. Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class grew increasingly tedious, as he frequently encountered various mishaps during his lectures. The young wizards found these unexpected occurrences far more intriguing than his teachings, eagerly anticipating some incident to transpire in each session. Undoubtedly, the majority of these mishaps were orchestrated by Zhang Hao, with only a handful attributable to Lockhart himself. The inept professor of defense against the dark arts no longer dared to bring living creatures into the classroom. His sole recourse was to read lengthy passages from his own books to the students. Yet even this proved futile, as Zhang Hao consistently transformed the volumes in Lockhart's hands into snakes, mice, scorpions, and other small creatures. Only in the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff classes did Lockhart manage to regain a semblance of dignity. According to Harry, he often treated Lockhart as an actor, inviting him to portray a Transylvanian villager afflicted by the bubblehead charm, a Himalayan yeti suffering from a cold, vampires, and werewolves. In essence, they incessantly reenacted the events described in Lockhart's books during class. Zhang Hao found himself powerless to intervene. He could hardly incite Harry to cast a spell on Lockhart, as that would amount to encouraging a minor to commit an offense. Even Hermione had begun to harbor doubts about Lockhart, for aside from narrating stories, he exhibited little else in the way of talent. Of course, Lockhart was no fool. He may have sensed the shift in his companions' attitudes. Recently, he had begun to temper his behavior, and in the Slytherin defense against the dark arts class, he was no longer as self-centered as before. Zhang Hao observed that Lockhart frequently cast furtive glances in his direction. It was evident that the man suspected someone of creating disturbances in the classroom. Although he was not particularly adept at many spells, he undeniably possessed remarkable magical prowess. According to Zhang Hao's estimation, this charlatan likely surpassed him in magical ability. Fortunately, Zhang Hao performed his incantation silently and without a wand, or he would undoubtedly have been caught. Thus, he engaged in a battle of wits with Lockhart, while simultaneously attending to various tasks. Occasionally, he would visit the woodland cabin, but Lilith often wandered aimlessly, making their encounters rare. The sole piece of good news recently pertained to advancements in magical research. Zhang Hao had always aspired to transform his protective spell into a passive skill. This ambition remained elusive, and he was on the verge of relinquishing hope. However, in a most unexpected turn of events during a magical experiment, everything changed. That night, ensconced within the realm of illusions, Zhang Hao, as was his custom, muttered to himself, "I possess resilient skin, I am immune to magic, I am a celestial being incarnate, I evade all spells, no magic can touch me." Whenever confronted with the challenge of spell alteration, he would recall the technique of self-hypnosis. Yet, this time, it seemed ineffective, regardless of his incantations. The illusionary doppelganger effortlessly dispatched him with precise magic. At last, as the illusion began to shatter, he could endure no longer and cast a deathly spell upon the doppelganger, Death's Finger. However, this incantation appeared rather sinister, and it seemed he had mispronounced the spell. With a crack, a bolt of crimson lightning struck the illusionary figure, and the entire illusion collapsed in a thunderous cacophony. Daylight broke. Zhang Hao sat up in bewilderment, still grappling with the reality of what had transpired. What have I just done? Was that the killing curse? He carefully recalled the events leading to the climax of the illusion, and the details gradually became clearer. That flash of crimson lightning, akin to a spark of inspiration, illuminated his thoughts. Aha! Have I conjured another spell? Does the Finger of Death qualify as dark magic? This is indeed a perplexing question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated that he would inadvertently conjure dark magic. How could someone as upright as I be the creator of such sorcery? This matter must not be divulged. Otherwise, my reputation shall be irrevocably tarnished. In that instant, he resolved that he would never employ this spell unless absolutely necessary. Perhaps it would be best to abandon the practice of the death finger altogether. Zhang Hao secretly resolved to make a decision, yet that very night he cast this resolution aside. What of dark magic? At least it could still augment his magical prowess. Thus not entirely squandered. Within the realm of illusion, he repeatedly employed the death finger, subjecting the illusory doppelganger to relentless torment. The crimson lightning appeared to be more merciless than its verdant counterpart. Just as described, it would tear apart a living being from within, shattering both soul and flesh. This was not merely Zhang Hao's conjecture, but a truth he witnessed firsthand. Previously, he had believed the doppelganger to be nothing more than an illusion. But after the creation of the death finger, he seemed to perceive the essence of souls. As the doppelganger was torn asunder by the death finger, he could distinctly observe fragments of ethereal shadows. This revelation sent shivers of exhilaration coursing through him. The soul is the most enigmatic entity in this world, a fact that none can dispute. Matters pertaining to the soul are either malevolent or divine. Why is the sword of Gryffindor summoned by the valiant? In a past life, some conjectured that the sword of Gryffindor possesses a soul. Likewise, Ravenclaw's diadem, a treasure that bestows endless wisdom upon its possessor. It is not a mere machine. How could it harbor such vast knowledge without a soul? By nature, both the sword of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's diadem inflict no harm upon individuals, thus they are deemed sacred. In stark contrast, there exist the malevolent Horcruxes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhang Hao pondered, stroking his chin. What was I thinking the first time I wielded the finger of death? He delved deep into his memories, striving to recapture the emotions of that moment. Anger, ferocity, disdain, a sense of superiority, and a resolute desire for destruction. These sentiments encapsulated Zhang Hao's state of mind at the time. He yearned to obliterate the phantasmic doppelganger at its very core. What effect could the killing curse have on the soul? If its impact were comparable to that of the finger of death, then the latter would never have come into existence. No two spells possess precisely the same effects. The emergence of the finger of death signifies its uniqueness. Zhang Hao pondered for a moment before conjuring an illusionary doppelganger once more. Avada Kedavra. A bolt of green lightning struck the illusion, causing it to gradually dissipate, leaving behind a faint shadow in its wake. The shadow's gaze was vacant, its expression appeared dull and lifeless, and it too began to fade, albeit at a leisurely pace. This, however, was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was the attire of the shadow that drew Zhang Hao's attention. The upper garment mirrored the fashion prevalent in Zhang Hao's past life, while the lower half swirled like mist. Was this a complete soul? Zhang Hao regarded the shadow with skepticism. After a while, the shadow vanished entirely. Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before conjuring another illusory doppelganger, subsequently dispatching it with a lethal curse. A new specter materialized in its place, distinct from the previous one. The attire, hairstyle, and visage were all altered. Yet the hollow gaze and the swirling mist-like lower body remained unchanged. Different? Zhang Hao's eyes widened in terror, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Why was it different? Unwilling to succumb to superstition, he attempted again and again. Each time he vanquished the phantoms that lingered, their ethereal forms varied. Yet the vacant eyes and mist-like lower bodies remained eerily consistent, while each apparition possessed its own distinctive traits. Their attire mirrored the world he had inhabited in his previous life. He lifted his gaze towards the sky of the illusion, a profound chill settling in his heart. In the distance, the landscape remained shrouded in a dense, white fog, only revealing fragments of crumbling walls when a fierce wind swept through, dispersing the mist. Thunder rumbled ominously. Explosions ravaged the surroundings, and hurricanes roared. Beyond the fog lay a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic wasteland. What was this illusion? Were those phantoms genuine souls? If so, from whence did they originate? Zhang Hao was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, sensing that he had stumbled upon a remarkable secret. With a sudden crackle, the illusion shattered once more, leaving him seated on his bed, lost in contemplation. Nevertheless, he mused, where there is a mountain, there must be a way. Regardless of the enigmatic secrets concealed within the illusion, it was imperative for him to harness its power to become stronger. In this world, every endeavor carries inherent risks. What does it matter if engaging with the illusion leads to unforeseen consequences? Once one experiences extraordinary pleasures, who would willingly return to the mundane? Zhang Hao regained his composure and restored his previous nonchalance. During the break after class, he ventured alone to the wooden cabin nestled in the forest. He sought a living creature for his magical experiment, as spells targeting the soul, such as the killing curse and the curse of the deathly finger, must be cast on a living being. The forbidden forest teemed with creatures, and he swiftly identified a suitable target. It was a ferocious viper, poised to strike at a small white rabbit. In a desperate bid to save the life of the little rabbit, Zhang Hao resolutely proclaimed, "Death's finger." In an instant, a crimson bolt of lightning surged forth, striking towards the viper. At that very moment, the viper, like an arrow released from a bow, lunged at the little rabbit. The red lightning pursued relentlessly, and just as the viper sank its fangs into the rabbit, it struck true, with a sickening sound. Both the viper and the rabbit were torn asunder almost simultaneously, and Zhang Hao caught a fleeting glimpse of two delicate, shattered souls. He remained silent, pondering the sheer difficulty of preserving a single life. Yet, he could not dwell on such thoughts for long, as an overwhelming surge of magical energy surged forth once more. More intense than ever before, more ferocious even than during the manifestation of flight magic. Zhang Hao felt his stomach convulsing, his entire body trembling, and even his bones creaking. Beads of sweat fell to the ground, and he gasped for air as if his lungs were ablaze. After a considerable time, Zhang Hao noticed wisps of indistinct, translucent mist permeating the atmosphere, entering his being. Then, his body began to recover at an astonishing pace. His magical energy surged forth. Could this mist be the very source of magic? Zhang Hao extended his hand, attempting to grasp the elusive mist. However, the moment it touched his skin, it seeped through as swiftly as water through sand. This mist was as ephemeral as a soul. Had it ever existed before? This question was destined to remain unanswered, and Zhang Hao did not dwell on it further. Following a surge in magical power, the use of flying spells became increasingly convenient. After a few days, the much-anticipated Quidditch match of the year finally commenced. The opening game featured Slytherin facing off against Gryffindor, a matchup that seemed rather uninspiring. The Gryffindor team appeared to be in low spirits, fully aware of the formidable opponent they were about to confront, a Quidditch master who had single-handedly vanquished 13 players. His prowess alone was formidable, and with teammates aiding him, the difficulty level escalated from a nightmarish challenge to one of hellish proportions. Harry voiced his uncertainty. Can we win? Zhang Hao's on the opposing side. Who knows? Angelina recalled the boy who resembled a sun god, a blush crossing her face as she lamented. Even if he is incredibly talented, we cannot give up. Our supporters are cheering for us. Indeed, the stands filled with Gryffindor supporters erupted in thunderous applause. Angelina was right. Wood summoned his courage and declared, "Failure is not to be feared, but we must not disappoint those who believe in us. Harry, do not worry." With a whistle, the match officially began. Amidst a sea of green robes, Zhang Hao stood out in his striking silver attire. He had no fondness for the traditional green garb of Slytherin, so he transformed his robe to silver, which also represented Slytherin's primary color. If green symbolized Slytherin's cunning and treachery, then silver embodied its pride and elegance. After all, Snape had not insisted on green. Changing to silver was of no consequence. As the match commenced, both teams engaged in an intense battle for the quaffle. Felina resorted to his old tactics, targeting a beautiful girl as he charged forward. Zhang Hao held a deep disdain for this situation, thus resolved to conclude the match at the earliest opportunity, denying Flint any chance to gain an advantage. He scoured the surroundings, fervently searching for the elusive golden snitch. Indeed, he ultimately assumed the role of the Seeker, for this was the only way to bring the contest to a swift resolution. This was also the fervent hope of all his Slytherin comrades, though they remained unaware of its implications. Draco, having missed the position of Seeker, was relegated to the role of a beater. At least being a beater was somewhat more entertaining. Although the positions were fixed, Zhang Hao was not inclined to adhere strictly to the conventional order. After a brief search without any sign of the golden snitch, he charged towards the bludger. Presently, the bludger was in Angelina's possession, as she deftly tucked it under her arm, evading Flint's aggressive attempts to collide with her. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity, swiftly darting past her to snatch the specter ball. And then, what else could he do? Naturally, he charged forward to make a throw. The spectators gasped in astonishment. The Seeker had audaciously taken the specter ball, an unprecedented act on the Quidditch pitch. In the commentary booth, Lee Jordan exclaimed excitedly, "Good heavens! Look at Slytherin's Seeker." He has stolen the Spectre Ball. Oh, no Seeker has ever done such a thing. I'm uncertain if it constitutes a foul. Let us hope he doesn't T-score. Otherwise, he would be the first Seeker in history to do so. This is outrageous. Fred lamented, this lad is a Seeker. How can he possibly go after the Spectre Ball? While I admire his boldness, I must admit, it defies the rules. He is the most unorthodox Seeker I've ever seen. George jested, can you imagine? I wouldn't be surprised if he swung his bat to knock the bludger towards me. That would be the worst. Almost everyone was fixated on that silvery figure, torn between wanting to see Zhang Hao score and wishing he wouldn't tee. This was a duel between Zhang Hao and Wood, and outsiders had no part to play. Wood's goalkeeping skills were commendable, despite Zhang Hao's myriad feints. He remained as steady as a rock, unfazed. Left with no choice, Zhang Hao had to charge toward the goal. This was the most frustrating scenario when attempting a shot. Charging is a technique devoid of finesse, and a misstep could lead to a collision with the goalkeeper. That sensation is one you only wish to experience once. Yet sometimes, one has no option but to comply, as was the case now with Zhang Hao compelled to surge forward. However, this was not particularly challenging for him, given his remarkable speed. Come on, little rascal, Wood shouted. I want to allow you to score, not even once. Zhang Hao sneered disdainfully, orbiting around Wood like a satellite. Wood was utterly bewildered, beginning to spin in place, unable to halt when Zhang Hao finally prepared to take his shot. Ding! The ball sailed effortlessly into the net. And Wood's handsome face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Having just expressed grand ambitions, he was now utterly humiliated. Who could have anticipated that someone would employ such extraordinary speed to execute such a shameless trick? He could have easily taken a direct shot. This was nothing short of taunting the goalkeeper. Do not go too far, Wood exclaimed in indignation. You are merely a Seeker. You have no right to shoot. Is that so? Zhang Hao replied languidly. I do not recall any such rule in Quidditch. Following that, he seized the quaffle several more times, each time executing a spectacular throw into the goal, leaving Wood without a shred of anger. The score had escalated to 90-0. If this continued, Gryffindor would have no hope of scoring at all. Their only remaining hope lay in Harry catching the golden snitch first. Felton and the others found the match exceedingly dull. It had devolved into a mere showcase for one individual, with them relegated to mere background players. More disheartening than defeat was the feeling of insignificance in victory. As it was Gryffindor's turn to kick off, Draco shouted at Zhang Hao, stop playing around. Potter has spotted the golden snitch. Hurry and seize it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao inwardly scoffed and then dashed towards Harry. He could not yet see the golden snitch and needed to follow Harry in the pursuit. Consequently, seeking out the Seeker required little skill. One simply needed to fly swiftly and grasp accurately. In the absence of locating the golden snitch, the strategy was to keep a close watch on the opposing Seeker. After all, this was Zhang Hao's preferred approach. He had employed the same tactic previously, and this time would be no different. Regardless of whether his opponent spotted the golden snitch first, his speed would allow him to snatch it away. With confidence bolstered by his finesse, he was undaunted. Zhang Hao surged forth like a silver flash, racing towards Harry. However, the Quidditch pitch is never devoid of surprises. Out of nowhere, a bludger hurtled towards Harry with ferocity. Danger loomed, yet Harry remained blissfully unaware. Given Zhang Hao's remarkable speed, he seemed perfectly positioned between Harry and the incoming bludger. The beaters assigned to protect Harry had been flung aside, prompting Draco to unleash a torrent of expletives. Consequently, in the face of the bludger's menace, Harry had no choice but to devise his own solution. This was not insurmountable for him. As long as he maintained his acceleration, he could evade the bludger's impact. However, it was likely that his obstruction would delay Harry's awareness of the threat. A direct hit from a bludger was no trivial matter. Should it strike his head, the repercussions could be dire. The Gryffindor beaters might not be able to shield Harry in time, as they were also furiously pursuing the action behind him. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao resolved to alert Harry. He shouted, Harry, I'm about to overtake you. Watch out for the bludger behind me. Upon uttering these words, he accelerated wildly, swiftly surpassing Harry. At that moment, he also spotted the elusive golden snitch ahead. The tiny creature flitted about merrily, dodging left and right with the agility of a hummingbird. Harry narrowly evaded the bludger and began to close the gap from behind. He appeared to be putting forth tremendous effort, yet his speed was insufficient. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. To make matters worse, the bludger was once again hurtling towards him. The Gryffindor beaters, George and Fred, were on duty, and George struck first, sending the ball towards Darian Pusey, a Slytherin player. He jested, "Harry, it seems the bludger has taken a liking to you." What was meant as a joke quickly turned serious, inexplicably. The bludger veered mid-flight and returned to its original target, Harry. George was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly pursued the bludger, redirecting it towards Zhang Hao, who had just turned with the golden snitch and was now the closest to the bludger. "Zhang Hao, watch out for the bludger," George called out, genuinely concerned. His intention was merely to prevent Zhang Hao from capturing the golden snitch, not to see his friend harmed. Zhang Hao cast a glance at the quaffle, and just as he prepared to evade it, he noticed it hurtling towards Harry once more. In that moment, it became evident to all that something was amiss with the quaffle. After Harry narrowly dodged it, Fred struck the quaffle away to the side. However, before he could revel in his success, the quaffle inexplicably soared back towards Harry yet again. It was as if Harry possessed some magnetic force specifically attracting the quaffle to him time and time again. To make matters worse, a torrential rain began to pour, further complicating his vision as his glasses became obscured by water, rendering it increasingly difficult to see. Meanwhile, Slytherin continued to score, plunging Gryffindor's situation into dire straits. Ahead, Zhang Hao stretched out his hand, mere inches from the elusive golden snitch. In a moment of despair, Harry closed his eyes, resigning to the fact that victory for Gryffindor was impossible. In that fleeting instant, the quaffle struck his back. He felt a sharp pain surge through him, and then he plummeted from the sky. Simultaneously, the final whistle of the match echoed through the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao fondly recalled his agreement with Dumbledore, offering a comforting smile as he remarked, "No, you performed admirably. You may inquire with Ron and Draco if you doubt it. Among all the Seekers in Quidditch history, your performance is truly commendable." Ron chimed in, "Indeed, your performance has been quite impressive. Then why do I still lose?" Harry lamented, a cloud of frustration hanging over him. "Don't spin tales to deceive me. Are you not aware of why you lose?" Zhang Hao replied with a hint of sarcasm. "That is simply because you faced me. I am merely stronger than you." He never deigned to insult his opponents as rubbish during games, for even in victory, such conduct would diminish his own worth. To lose, in that case, would render one even more contemptible. In a sense, elevating one's opponent serves to elevate oneself. "That is true," Harry conceded helplessly. "I've heard them say you fly even faster than the national team players. I shall never play Quidditch with you again. I will boycott you." The entire Gryffindor team echoed their sentiments, expressing vehement opposition to Zhang Hao's participation in Quidditch. In response, George stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, "Perhaps the Quidditch pitch could use a bit more excitement." "Absolutely," Fred chimed in with a grin. "For the sake of everyone's enjoyment. It would be a small sacrifice for you to withdraw from the Slytherin team. Your sacrifice will hold great significance, and we shall forever remember you. Just go away," Harry retorted, as if they were wishing for his demise. Zhang Hao jested with a hint of mockery, contemplating inwardly, what significance does Quidditch hold? If one chooses not to partake, so be it. The forthcoming games are where the true excitement lies. The realm of live-action League of Legends. The magical battleground of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and the epic clashes of Warcraft. After experiencing such exhilarating games, one would realize that Quidditch pales in comparison. At that moment, the professors gathered around. Lockhart seized the opportunity to interject, "Harry, are you injured? Allow me to tend to your wounds. Trust me, I have performed this procedure numerous times. I am quite adept, and I assure you, I can have you back on your feet in no time." "No, no, no," Harry exclaimed in terror, rising to his feet and waving his hands dismissively. "Professor, can't you see I'm perfectly fine? No need. Thank you for your kind offer." Lockhart's expression turned slightly awkward. It was evident to all that Harry was quite apprehensive about his treatment. He chuckled nervously. "I believe it would be prudent for you to let me examine you. What if there are lingering effects? That could be quite serious. I am not trying to frighten you. Really, it's unnecessary. Thank you." Harry hastily shifted the conversation. "By the way, how many points did we lose?" Upon mentioning this, the entire Gryffindor team bowed their heads in dismay. Ron lamented, 300 points. 300-0. I dare say Gryffindor has never faced such a crushing defeat. As Zhang Hao captured the golden snitch, the other members of Slytherin were also actively racking up points, with the flying broomsticks holding an undeniable advantage. Gryffindor was left utterly beleaguered. Flint, congratulations, Wood said, begrudgingly. To win so splendidly in your lifetime must bring you great joy, does it not? Oh, are you mocking me? Flint retorted with irritation. I would rather forego such a victory. I have never felt Quidditch to be so devoid of interest. Truly, the gaming experience was exceedingly poor. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hao finally revealed a smile. This was precisely the effect he desired. Only when Quidditch failed to satisfy the people's cravings would League of Legends rise to prominence. Ultimately, Harry was sent to the hospital after being struck fiercely and swiftly by a bludger on his back. The impact resulted in a significant swelling, and according to Madame Pomfrey's assessment, he might have fractured a few bones. This child is remarkably resilient. Even with broken bones, he managed to stand. Had he not been flying instinctively, his injuries could have been far more severe. That evening, another attack occurred within the school, with Colin Creevey being the victim. The next morning, Harry could hardly contain his excitement as he shared the news with his friends. Last night, I witnessed Dumbledore carrying the petrified Colin into the hospital, Harry said with guilt. I overheard the professors mention that Colin was on his way to the hospital to see me, clutching a bunch of grapes. Harry, Ron whispered reassuringly. You needn't blame yourself. No one wishes for such incidents to occur. So, did anything peculiar happen last night? Zhang Hao inquired with a frown. Did you hear any strange sounds like last time? He contemplated whether to continue searching for that black notebook or to take Harry directly to open the Chamber of Secrets. However, many aspects were inexplicable, and stating them outright could lead to complications. More critically, Harry seemed unaware of his ability to speak Parseltongue. Harry had never claimed he could converse in that language. How could Zhang Hao know? A careless slip might lead some to conjecture he was the heir. No, I didn't hear anything. It was probably too far away, Harry recalled. Colin seemed to be ready to take a picture with his camera, and eventually, that camera ended up in Professor Dumbledore's hands. When he opened the back of the camera, he discovered the film had been completely burned. I still remember the acrid smell of the charred remnants. What else did the professors say? Zhang Hao probed intently. Did they mention any traces at the scene? Like last time, did they leave any signs? The professors didn't mention it, but Professor Dumbledore believes the chamber was indeed opened, Harry replied gravely. His tone was quite certain. There were just some things I didn't understand. What did he say? Hermione pressed. I mean, those parts you didn't comprehend. Professor McGonagall asked if he knew who had opened the chamber, and he said, the question is not who, but how, Harry pondered. He didn't elaborate further. Can you guess what he meant? Hermione shook her head and glanced at Zhang Hao. Everyone seemed to hold hope that he might have an insight. He probably wishes to know how one can open the chamber, Zhang Hao mused. For him, the identity of the opener is inconsequential. What matters is the method of opening it. From Dumbledore's perspective, if one were to pursue the identity of the individual who opened the chamber, that person would inevitably become the focus of scrutiny when the truth comes to light. If that individual were a student, they would likely bear the brunt of the responsibility. Much like Hagrid did when he was wrongfully accused, he would lose the right to use magic. 50 years ago, Dumbledore was willing to protect Hagrid without evidence, and he would certainly do the same for other students now. In this regard, he truly is a commendable headmaster. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend why he focuses on how to open the chamber. The group nodded in agreement, finding Zhang Hao's explanation quite reasonable. By the way, Harry suddenly exclaimed, Ron, do you remember the beginning of the term? We were blocked outside King's Cross Station. I know who did it. And the bludger that attacked me yesterday was controlled by a house elf. What? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying a house elf attempted to kill you? Do you know his name? We can file a complaint. Dobby. His name is Dobby, Harry affirmed. He must be under someone's orders. I asked him, but he refused to speak. Upon hearing the name Dobby, Draco's expression shifted noticeably. He frowned and said, Are you sure it was Dobby? I don't think he would do such a thing. Zhang Hao appeared contemplative. If his memory served him correctly, this Dobby must belong to the Malfoy family. Draco, do you think I am fabricating tales to deceive you? Harry replied, his voice tinged with displeasure. He nearly took my life, yet he claimed it was to protect me. He believed that by inflicting severe injuries upon me, I would abandon Hogwarts. He possesses knowledge of certain conspiracies, and I suspect they are linked to the petrification incidents that have occurred this year. Impossible, Draco suddenly exclaimed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Dobby is our house elf. He would never act in such a manner. Everyone, except for Zhang Hao, was rendered speechless. Your house elf? Harry uttered, astonished. Why would your house elf treat me this way? I do not know. Draco replied, visibly agitated. Do not come to me with questions. I truly do not have the answers. With that, he fled, as if attempting to escape from something. Zhang Hao harbored suspicions that Draco was oblivious to certain malevolent schemes, possibly orchestrated by the elder Malfoy, whose machinations had come to the attention of Dobby. This peculiar elf, forever unpredictable, never ceased to astonish with his antics. Do you think Draco could be the heir? Ron queried, his brow furrowed in doubt. He seems rather unusual. No, Ron, we cannot unjustly suspect our friend, Hermione reprimanded. He has been with us for so long and has long since abandoned any wickedness. Harry remained silent, as he too found it hard to believe that Draco would still engage in wrongdoing. Daphne, devoid of concern, appeared blissfully captivated, her gaze perpetually fixed on Zhang Hao. At times, she would even steal glances. Presently, her favorite pastime was obstructing Nia from approaching Zhang Hao. I also believe we should not doubt Draco. Perhaps his father might engage in certain misdeeds, but I trust Draco would not, Zhang Hao asserted, unwilling to see the delicate harmony of their friendship shattered by suspicion. He thoughtfully remarked, neither of my parents are wizards, nor are they even from England. If he were truly the heir to the Chamber of Secrets, surely I would be his first target. After all, I live with him and sleep in the same vicinity. He would have ample opportunity to harm me. Oh. But now that opportunity has vanished, as Cheen will protect me. Yet, there were chances before, were there not? The group nodded in agreement, while Ron shrugged. I merely spoke offhand. Do not take it to heart. Of course, we must remain somewhat vigilant. Zhang Hao continued, Draco is trustworthy, but his father remains questionable. Dobby, eager to protect Harry yet unable to divulge the underlying conspiracy, found himself in a quandary. Only Draco's family could elicit such turmoil within him. So, be mindful of this matter and avoid discussing it carelessly in front of Draco, he advised. Some truths must remain unspoken, and he could only guide them gradually. Amidst this tumultuous period, another peculiar occurrence piqued Zhang Hao's attention. Ron mentioned that Ginny had been plagued by nightmares of late, and his two brothers had resorted to various antics to cheer her up, albeit with little success. They claimed Ginny was distressed due to Colin's petrification, as they were classmates, which seemed reasonable. However, Zhang Hao disagreed. Most human fears stem from the unknown. Yet now, Colin's fate was evident. He had not perished, but merely been petrified. Furthermore, this affliction was not insurmountable. It could be remedied once the mandrakes matured. The root of the issue was clear. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. It was common knowledge that the legend of the chamber targeted those of non-pureblood lineage. Those non-pureblood wizards did not suffer to the extent of nightly nightmares. What grounds did Ginny, a pure-blood witch, have for such terror? Perhaps her unease stemmed not from fear itself? Zhang Hao felt an unsettling sense of having overlooked something. Yet he could not quite recall what it was. His memories of the Harry Potter series had faded considerably. One day, an unexpected announcement reverberated throughout the school. Professor Lockhart proposed to Professor Dumbledore the establishment of a dueling club. He insisted that every student must participate, including the upper year students, without exception. When the weekend arrived, everyone gathered in the grand hall of the school. Lockhart, adorned in a striking crimson robe, took the stage alongside the somberly clad Professor Snape. One radiated brilliance while the other presented an air of darkness. One was jovial and effervescent, while the other exuded gravity and solemnity. They were two polar opposites, creating a stark contrast. Lockhart exclaimed with flamboyant enthusiasm. Come closer, come closer. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear what I say? Splendid. His reputation, manipulated by certain individuals, had suffered greatly, and few paid him any heed. The audience's compliance was solely due to Professor Snape's presence. It is true, Lockhart continued, that Dumbledore has graciously permitted me to establish this modest dueling club, aimed at thoroughly training you all in case you ever find yourselves in need of self-defense. You should employ the techniques I have used countless times to safeguard yourselves. For further details, please refer to my published works. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm among the crowd, he pivoted, stating, Now, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He flashed a wide grin and continued. He has informed me that he possesses a modicum of knowledge regarding dueling. He has generously agreed to assist me with a brief demonstration before we commence the lesson. I assure you, there is no need to worry. Once we have concluded our demonstration, I will return your potions professor to you, none the worse for wear. From the audience, Ron whispered, "Wouldn't it be splendid if they both ended up injuring each other?" Harry chuckled at the thought, hoping for such a delightful outcome. Snape's expression darkened considerably. He was not one for idle chatter, and Lockhart, well aware of this, unabashedly took advantage of him. They turned to face away from one another, taking 5 steps before halting. They then turned and bowed. "Wait." A voice interrupted their impending duel, drawing everyone's attention in its direction. "Mr. Zhang Hao, do you have something to say?" Lockhart maintained his smile, though his expression betrayed a flicker of discomfort. Zhang Hao paid him no heed and turned to Snape, earnestly declaring, "Professor, I sincerely hope you will grant me this opportunity. I have long yearned for the personal instruction of Professor Lockhart. This chance is invaluable to me." A collective gasp filled the air. It seemed this fellow was finally ready to confront the professor. While Snape remained contemplative, Lockhart interjected, "Oh, young man, are you serious? I would be more than willing to teach you, but I assure you, I will not go easy on you. That is precisely what I hope for." Zhang Hao replied with a smile, "The more stringent the professor's guidance, the greater my gains. Am I correct?" Lockhart, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, grinned widely and said, "Of course. I truly appreciate your understanding of this matter. It now depends on whether Professor Snape is willing to relinquish this opportunity to you." "I concur," Snape replied, his expression impassive. "Next, my student Zhang Hao shall challenge Professor Lockhart." With that, he stepped back to one side of the stage, ceding the spotlight to Zhang Hao. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao was the first to launch an attack. With a flick of his wand, a remarkably swift beam of azure light struck Lockhart. His spells were characterized by distinct incantation methods, allowing him to execute each assault with unparalleled speed. This proficiency was the result of countless hours practicing silent and wandless magic. In terms of casting speed, few could rival him in the contemporary world. While some might manage to cast spells with mere thoughts that represented the pinnacle of spell-casting velocity. The duel concluded, and Lockhart was propelled backward, crashing forcefully to the ground without uttering a single syllable. In contrast, another student might have simply staggered from the impact of a spell, yet now, Lockhart had truly lost consciousness. Zhang Hao spared no effort, unleashing the full potency of the fainting spell to its utmost. How swift. Am I seeing things? I only caught a glimpse of a blue light. Professor Lockhart was utterly defenseless, a sight almost beyond belief. My goodness, how could he be so formidable? Professor Lockhart appears to be utterly inept. Has he truly lost consciousness? Why does he remain unresponsive? The terror is palpable. Even Snape was taken aback, while he recognized Zhang Hao's considerable magical prowess. He was astonished by the student's mastery of dueling. "Excellent," Zhang Hao performed admirably. With a stern expression, he declared, "Slytherin gains 5 points." Harry, still in shock, felt as though he had swallowed a fly. The shadows of despair are omnipresent. "Professor, I received no guidance from Professor Lockhart." Zhang Hao suddenly interjected, "Would you be willing to instruct me?" "What? Is he challenging Professor Snape?" Many sensed that Zhang Hao had lost his mind. If he were sane, he would not make such a decision. Harry, Daphne's admiration for Zhang Hao had ascended to an indescribable height, daring to challenge even Snape. What would he shy away from? Does he not experience fear? Hermione, perplexed, remarked, "Even a hint of fear would suffice. A person so perfect seems almost inhuman." The more flawless Zhang Hao appeared, the more she felt the chasm of distance between them. Snape's smile froze on his face as he inquired seriously, "Are you serious? Understand that I am fundamentally different from Professor Lockhart. Of course, I am well aware of the distinction between you and him." Zhang Hao replied calmly, "I merely wish to validate my learning through practical application. Please do not overthink it." "Very well. Since you insist, I shall oblige." Snape replied indifferently, "Who will remove Professor Lockhart? His presence on stage is quite the hindrance." Zhang Hao and Snape both possess the ability to assist Lockhart in breaking the spell, yet they find themselves disinclined to do so. In such moments, it is often preferable to succumb to slumber. They exchanged formalities, turning their backs, once pointed at one another, but the oppressive aura emanating from Snape was overwhelming. He was undeniably a genuine grade A wizard, likely among the most formidable within that rank. In contrast, Zhang Hao was merely a grade C, and the disparity was staggering. The countdown commenced anew. 3, 2, 1. Stupefy. Protego. Their casting speeds were nearly equivalent, yet Zhang Hao managed to be a fraction swifter. However, The protective charm activated more swiftly than the sleeping spell. Thus, despite Zhang Hao's rapid incantation, he could not strike Snape before the shield took effect. Without hesitation. After conjuring the protective spell, Snape bellowed, Expelliarmus. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao felt the pressure mounting, and he had even lost his defensive spell. He contemplated whether to resort to cheating. If he were to employ a flash spell, he could certainly gain an advantage through surprise. However, that fleeting advantage would not suffice to defeat Snape. Even if Snape were blind to his actions, he could still cast a protective charm upon himself. This situation was fundamentally different from last year's encounter with Quirrell, who had been caught off guard in his arrogance and overconfidence. With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao dismissed the idea of using the flash spell. Exposing his trump card for the sake of a mere sparring match would be an exceedingly unwise course of action, given that he could not rely on his secret weapon. Achieving victory would prove to be an arduous task. As Zhang Hao cautiously defended against Snape's onslaught, he pondered strategies to overcome his adversary. Incendio. He unleashed a fierce inferno and charged towards Snape. Yet, midway through his advance, he felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable barrier. Snape had unwittingly cast a shielding charm, rendering him incapable of countering the obstruction. Indeed, experience proves invaluable. Snape would not even afford him the chance for close combat. Zhang Hao sought to leverage the cover of the roaring flames to close the distance, thereby amplifying the advantage of his swift spellcasting. Though his speed was remarkable, the execution of offensive magic required time during its flight. Eliminating this interval might leave Snape unable to mount a defense. This was his solitary opportunity for victory. Otherwise, this duel would inevitably culminate in the depletion of his magical energy. However, Snape appeared to be well prepared. As the inferno subsided, he swiftly cast a disarming spell, repelling Zhang Hao with ease. Zhang Hao, feeling helpless, could only methodically engage in a duel with various spells against Snape. Throughout the ensuing battle, he repeatedly sought opportunities to close the distance between them, yet all his attempts proved futile. Snape, fully aware of the advantages on both sides, recognized that his casting speed was inferior to Zhang Hao's, and thus resolved to engage in a war of attrition. Consequently, the situation descended into a stalemate. The young wizards in the audience were utterly captivated. After all, this was a confrontation between a student and a professor. Snape had always been so intimidating. Yet now, a student was able to exchange blows with him, which felt utterly surreal. "I think I might be in the wrong class," Ron remarked wistfully. "If we were as powerful as him, we wouldn't have to fear Snape." Indeed, Zhang Hao's performance surpassed that of most adult wizards. Hermione exclaimed with excitement. "You have no idea. Snape once single-handedly defeated 3 exceptional adult wizards. We could never compare to Zhang Hao." Harry, feeling despondent, replied, "We are all growing. But so is he. It's truly disheartening. This is absurd." Draco scanned the crowd and noticed many girls gazing at Zhang Hao with hearts in their eyes. He said with a hint of jealousy, "Look at the way they're looking at him. From this day forth, he will be even more popular. Potter, your status as the chosen one is about to be overshadowed." Huh. Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. He had always yearned to shed the mantle of the chosen one, but not in this manner. What a predicament. Daphne, with a frown of concern, remarked, "I detest this duel." Her friends stifled their laughter, for everyone knew that Daphne harbored feelings for Zhang Hao. To mitigate the threat, she had even sacrificed her snacks in an attempt to make Mia gain weight. Now, with more and more girls developing feelings for Zhang Hao, how could she possibly ensure that all the beautiful girls would gain weight? Where would she even procure that many snacks? It was truly vexing. On stage, the duel gradually approached its conclusion. Zhang Hao distanced himself and decisively declared, "Enough. Professor, I concede." Though defeated, he retained his honor. The phrase resonated within the minds of all present. To battle a professor of Hogwarts to such an extent as a student was indeed a testament to noble defeat. "Impressive dueling skills. I trust you will not become arrogant," Snape remarked with a stern countenance, followed by a slight curl of his lips as he added, "Slytherin earns 5 points." Zhang Hao smirked, brazenly audacious. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the audience, to such an egregious extent of abusing power for personal gain. What more could they express but indignation? Perhaps sensing their dissatisfaction, Snape remarked with sardonic undertones, "If any of you could achieve such a feat, I would grant you extra points. But can you?" The crowd exchanged glances, their murmurs swiftly subdued. First, he had vanquished the defense against the dark arts professor. And now he excelled against the potions master. Snape scoffed. Who among you dares contest this? It is merely an addition of 5 points. Is that so excessive? Instead of wallowing in self-pity, strive to learn from your outstanding peers. That is the most commendable attitude. With that, he turned to leave, taking the unfortunate Lockhart with him. Though the 2 professors had departed, the young wizards remained fervently enthusiastic. A group of eager students clamored to continue dueling, with Zhang Hao, the newly crowned victor, appointed as the referee. Very well. Zhang Hao conceded with feigned reluctance, given your fervent interest in dueling. I hereby decree the formal merger of the dueling club with the LOL club. Thus, the freshly established dueling club was ruthlessly absorbed. Now, does anyone wish to step forward to warm up the crowd? Zhang Hao inquired with a smile. We require a pair of opponents, those willing to take the stage. Please raise your hands. No one responded, reminiscent of students evading their teachers' inquiries during class. They had cheered so exuberantly, only to find they were merely spectators. Miss Know-It-All raised her hand. Yet, one more was needed. Zhang Hao's gaze scanned the assembly. Spotting his cousin, Zhang Qiu, he winked and cheerfully called out, Come up. Zhang Qiu, you're the one. Hermione eagerly accepted, seizing any opportunity to showcase her talents. In her words, it was the ideal chance to demonstrate that Muggleborns were no less formidable than purebloods. The 2 girls readied themselves. The duel was about to commence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At the very moment the duel commenced, Zhang Qiu cast a protective charm upon herself, while Hermione exhibited a more aggressive demeanor, initiating with a disarming spell. The 2 engaged in a spirited exchange for quite some time. Eventually, Zhang Qiu made a slight misstep, allowing Hermione to successfully disarm her. In terms of magical prowess, Zhang Qiu possessed a superiority over Hermione, a common advantage held by pureblood wizards. However, battles are seldom determined solely by the magnitude of one's magical power. Sometimes, a fleeting moment of inspiration can sway the outcome of a confrontation. Indeed, both contenders made several errors throughout their duel, yet capitalizing on such mistakes to secure victory is no simple feat. Hermione's ability to seize that one opportunity was indeed a stroke of luck, and it is uncertain whether she could replicate her success. Nevertheless, a victory is a victory. And Zhang Hao generously praised, Excellent, Hermione performed remarkably, let us shower her with applause. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently offended his elder cousin. So, who wishes to take the stage next? He inquired, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. As you all can see, this duel poses no danger. Who's willing to give it a try? At that moment, both George and Fred eagerly raised their hands, as the mischievous brothers were always fond of playful antics. George and Fred, it's your turn. Zhang Hao exclaimed with delight. Come up here. However, moments later, he regretted his decision. The twin brothers seemed to share an unspoken connection, and their duel was utterly dull. Protego. X2 Expelliarmus. X2 Stupefy. X2 enough. You may cease. Zhang Hao said helplessly. Can't you conjure some different spells? My apologies. George shrugged. I tried, but the results were less than satisfactory. So did I. Initially, I expected him to cast a disarming charm, but he ended up using a protective spell. Fred joked. I think we ought to blame our mother for this. What a coincidence. George chimed in. I think so too. Laughter erupted from the audience, with some even suggesting that the Patil sisters should take the stage for a try. Zhang Hao felt a flutter of excitement but ultimately decided to seek the opinions of those directly involved. So, my 2 lovely ladies, would you be willing to give it a try? He inquired. Parvati, with a hint of shyness, replied, We cannot refuse your request. A chorus of howls erupted from the audience, for her words were laden with profound meaning. Thank you for your support. Zhang Hao remarked nonchalantly. Please prepare yourselves. I trust you are familiar with the rules of the duel. It soon became evident that not all pairs of twins share an intuitive connection. Unlike Fred and George, who often found themselves in a stalemate, the sisters Parvati and Padma engaged in combat for only a brief moment before Padma was disarmed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted.